KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning, and we got a lot to get into, people, so get comfy. Hold the applause till 10 a.m. That's all we ask. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello.
Hey, what's up? Joe, June 1st turned into a boon.
It lived up to the hype.
Yeah, it was. How good June 1st was, everybody? People are barely talking about the A.J. Brown trade. That's like the most anticipated trade of the offseason.
Total.
You got upstaged.
Total hold my beer moment by the Rams and the Browns yesterday.
Yeah, the best thing that came out of the A.J. Brown stuff was all the memes and the gifs of Mike Vrabel celebrating with Diana Rossini that they finally got it done. That one of them had to sacrifice their career for it, but they got the trade
They
done.
got the trade the two of them have been working on for 4 years now.
Yeah.
Finally got it done. So that was good to see. Man, it was popping yesterday. You know, I found out about the Myles Garrett trade. And if some of you are just waking up and were unplugged yesterday from the sports cycle, Myles Garrett is now a Los Angeles Ram. We'll dig into all this here in just a second. I found out I get push notifications from certain people on Twitter on my phone, but when you get a tweet, like when you get a push notification, you can only see like the first few words of the tweet.
Yeah.
And I got a Field Yates, and all it said was "holy" in all caps, and I'm like, ooh, okay, something big happened. I thought maybe it was the A.J. Brown trade. And then Myles Garrett, and you and I talked about this yesterday, Seth. I had told you that when I was doing my, maybe twice a week listen in on Cleveland radio, because it was June 1st. That's why I was listening in, because those guys have been worried about them moving. I won't say worried. One has been more worried than the other about them moving Myles Garrett for a long time. And then it happened, and wow, yesterday. I mean, this was a defensive player of the year getting traded as the reigning defense of the year. The all-time single-season sack record holder in the offseason after he set the record. This isn't Myles Garrett getting traded 3 years later just so he can go win a ring. This is Myles Garrett getting traded in his prime, like at his peak of his powers. You don't ever. I mean, this is incredible.
There's a lot. Well, and the other part of it too that I think is it pales in comparison, and yet it's still very, very significant. Is that Jared Verse is one of the best young edge rushers in the league.
Yeah.
And he's still on his rookie contract. He gets traded to the Browns, and the Browns, they're not even allowed to extend his contract, so there's zero drama about that or anything. But I think my initial thought, my knee-jerk reaction was, wow, it doesn't seem like a lot of compensation to get Myles Garrett. But I think people are underselling just how good Jared Verse is and how young he is, and that in the terms of the life cycles of the two teams, where the Rams are very much built to win a Super Bowl this year, the Browns are getting back. They're getting back. Basically, I want to say it's better than a first-round pick because it's a proven first-round pick.
Yep.
He's still on his rookie deal. I mean, he's 3 years. He's going to be in his third year on it, but he's still a very young player on his rookie contract who, in a lot of respects, statistically is the same guy that Myles Garrett was in his first two seasons. Mm-hmm. So Garrett had more sacks, but in terms of quarterback pressures, tackles for a loss, all that stuff, he is a very imposing defensive end, and he's going to be around for a lot longer than Myles Garrett would. And I'm not saying he's going to be as good as Myles Garrett, but it makes sense for the Browns. And I think Browns fans are having a hard time acknowledging that they're probably going to be a 2-win football team this year.
Yeah.
It's the smart thing for the Browns to do in terms of building for the future.
I thought it was a really good trade for the Browns because it kind of plays the middle of those two things. It's not current players. It's not all current players where you're a little delusional about where you are, but it's not all draft picks where it's all scratch off, lottery tickets as well. You don't know what's coming out from underneath the paint. So
right.
I thought it was good. I think look, as you said, Jared Verse is not Myles Garrett, but he's less expensive. Do you know who Jared Verse is? At least not physically and stylistically, maybe not the same, but in terms of where they are in their development, A little like Will Anderson after 2 years.
No, 100%.
A little like Will Anderson in that his sack numbers don't pop for you.
Yeah.
But he wreaks havoc. And at some point, he's going to start bringing the quarterback to the ground a lot more.
He's a lot like, where Will Anderson is a combination of power and speed, but he's, as a young player, he was more on the power side of things, and he's learned to balance it out a little bit. Jared Verse is on the extreme power side of things. But just like Will Anderson, there's an element of his game where he's really good at getting close to the quarterback. Will Anderson, his first couple of years, really good at getting close to the quarterback. It's just finishing where he just has to add some polish to his game. He's stiffer than Will Anderson, but pressure rate and his win rate and all these things, they're very similar to a young Myles Garrett or a young Will Anderson. And he's on that same trajectory. So Jay Glazer reported that the Rams had really wanted to make it all draft picks, and the Browns wouldn't budge. They wanted Jared Verse.
Yep.
So this is where I don't know if you're the Rams, the Ty Simpson pick. A lot of people are saying, well, okay, this makes sense then. This is why they drafted Ty Simpson, because they knew they weren't going to have a first-round pick next year. Yeah. That doesn't quite do it for me. I still feel like, okay, you still also could have drafted somebody who can contribute this year.
Yeah.
And and drafted another guy. You're going to drafted a Ty Simpson in the second round next year.
Yep.
So that's still a little bit curious, but the Rams have not acted anything like an orthodox football team, and they managed to go to a couple Super Bowls and win one of them over the last
They've
few
only
years.
drafted 2 players prior to Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
They've only drafted like 2 players in the first round in the last decade. Like they've traded their first round. And both those guys are gone. One of them was Jared Goff, who they traded to get Matt Stafford, and the other one was Jared Verse, who they just traded yesterday to get Myles Garrett. Other than that, Ty Simpson is the only first-round pick the Rams have used that's on their roster right now, and he's never played a snap for them, and probably in a perfect world he won't for a couple of years. So here are the terms of the deal. We should probably lay that out for people who have not seen them. And then we'll hear from Ian Rappaport here in just a second. The Rams get Myles Garrett. The Browns get, as we've talked about here the first few minutes of the show, Jared Verse, really good, young, 2-time Pro Bowl defensive end, who's, again, just 2 years in. So he's still got 2 years and theoretically a 5th-year option left on his rookie deal. He's inexpensive for a while, which is good for the Browns because they're taking a pretty big cap hit in trading Myles Garrett because of all the bonus money that they gave him with his new deal a year ago. The Browns also get a first-round pick next year in 2027, a second-round pick in 2028, a third-round pick in 2029. You asked me yesterday, Seth, you and I were texting after this deal, and you said, what do you think the Rams would have gotten for Jared Verse if they were just trading him, just put him out there on the market to get draft capital themselves? And I think, to me, Jared Verse, they'd have probably gotten, I think at least, definitely a first because he's young and inexpensive, and probably another pick, like a first and a third, first and a second, something like that, they probably would have gotten. So if you're, if this is just my opinion, if you want to look at it and translate it into draft capital, it's almost the equivalent to me of the Browns getting 2 firsts and then 3 day 2 picks over the next couple of years. I know,
and you know how these trades go at the upper levels. It could be all over the place depending on how desperate anybody was. Mm-hmm. But I mean, Khalil Mack was the granddaddy of all edge rusher trades. 2 first-round picks, a third-round pick, and a 6th-round pick in exchange for Mack and a second-rounder. At least a first and a second. And you might, if given the right circumstances, been able to get a couple of first-round picks for him at some point. I do. I like Jared Verse a lot.
I know you do.
And maybe that's initially why. And I went back and I went through and I was doing a kind of a cut-up of his tackles for a loss and his quarterback hits yesterday. He's just so brutish.
Yeah.
He is. You know what I thought, Sean? It was that, people love to say a bull in a china shop, and that's very much a cliche metaphor by now. He looks like a bull in a china shop who has a beef with the proprietor of the china shop. Like, it's not just a bull that's in there randomly thrashing around and everything. Yeah. Like, he looks like a bull who's in there who hates China.
Yeah.
Like, he's just like, I do not like your fancy dinnerware.
He's a purposeful bull. He's a bull with intent. He's
been trained.
Yes, he's got intent with what he does.
Yeah, he's not just flailing around like some stupid bull.
No, he's got a plan.
He looks like he went into that china shop because somebody in the china shop said, "Hey, we're going to turn you into a steer," and he was like, "Oh no, you are not." Yeah.
I just remember you leading up to the opener with the Rams last year.
Yeah.
And by the time the opener rolled around, I was terrified of Jared Verse because of everything you'd been saying about him. You'd been, he was what concerned you. Here was Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network yesterday when the Myles Garrett deal went down.
The Los Angeles Rams were the team. They were the team. They were persistent. They reached out to the Cleveland Browns wanting to trade for Myles Garrett around the time when the Browns adjusted Myles Garrett's contract to move some bonuses up a little bit. The Browns said, no, he is not available. The Rams tried again after the draft and said, we want him. Here's more. They said, no, he is not available. Okay, well, then they said, what if we included Jared Verse? Well, that was someone the Cleveland Browns have had eyes on for a long time. When Jared Verse was suddenly in the deal, the picks got moved around a little bit. It got to a point where the two teams said, you know what? This could actually happen. They're expected to agree in totality later today. Right now, they are finalizing this deal, this absolute stunner. Myles Garrett expected to be a member of the Los Angeles Rams, the one and only team to pursue him. Persistence pays off for less need for Sean McVay and company. Just an unbelievable day. Okay. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a huge trade. There's so many angles to this that are really, really interesting. The Browns now they're the opposite of the Rams. They've got a ton of draft capital. They've got 11 picks next year, including now 2 first-round picks, their own and the Rams' first-round pick. So they'll have a lot of draft capital to maneuver around and get one of these quarterbacks. Ton of quarterbacks supposedly in this coming draft, and I'd be really stunned if that's not the direction the Browns go in when the draft rolls around next year. I don't think it's going to be Shedeur Sanders that is this team the quarterback that takes that team to the promised land. I don't think it's going to be Deshaun Watson. I do think that trading for Verse makes it equally likely that Deshaun Watson remains the number one guy. Jared Verse, the Browns had Deshaun Watson as the number one guy, and I know it's June, but as they're the leader in the clubhouse to start right now with Myles Garrett on the team. I'm not saying Jared Verse is Myles Garrett, but Jared Verse is a present time enough move to where I don't think that they're going, well, screw it, let's put Shedeur in now.
It is interesting, though, too, because I wonder if they're trying to either hit a reset or tank or whatever you want to call it, are they trying to play the middle too much? Because you could have had 2 first-round picks for Myles Garrett. Yeah. Instead, you bring in a guy who's still going to help your defense be a competitive defense. And you didn't hire a David Culley. You hired an actual coordinator.
Yeah.
But Todd Monken wasn't the apple of everybody's eye when it came to head coach candidates. But he's also not a complete, drub. It makes sense in some respects.
Yep.
That they might be in danger of winning too many games if what they really want to do is just set themselves up. Now maybe they feel like, okay, look, we're not going to try to be the smartest guys in the room.
Yeah.
We know that there's multiple quarterbacks available next year, and we'd like to have a crack at one of them. So whether they're the first pick in the draft or the 8th pick in the draft, we're going to have options.
Yeah, I think the plethora of quarterbacks in this draft, supposedly, we'll see. You know how this goes. Like every year, people are like, this is now the greatest quarterback draft class coming up this next year. And then I'm
old enough to remember when Spencer Rattler was a slam dunk.
So these things are subject to change. I think what's interesting about that, Seth, like, okay, is this a tank? Is this a reset? Are they playing the middle? I thought about this morning. If I'm a fan of the Cleveland Browns, this is a team and a franchise and a fan base that went through the most obvious and horrific tank of the tanking age back in 2016 and 2017 when they went 1-31. They were so obviously tanking. They had brought analytics guys into the building. They were clearly building a team that was set up to lose.
Oh, yeah, they had baseball people in the building.
They had baseball people in the building. Dee Podesta was in the building. And so what did they wind up with? Because this is pertinent for this morning. What did they wind up with? Well, they wound up with the first overall pick in 2017 and the first overall pick in 2018. They drafted Myles Garrett in 2017, and they drafted Baker Mayfield in 2018. And those two guys are both in the league, still playing at Myles at the highest level, and Baker Mayfield at a high enough level where he's way better than anything you got at quarterback right now. That's what you got out of your tank, and they're both playing high-level football for other teams now.
Yeah.
So if I'm a Browns fan, I'm like, no. I've been through this. We're going to suck, but I've been through the intentional suck before, and all we're doing is feeding other teams the good players that we got from that tank.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's relevant this morning.
And part of it, too, is that, all right, I guess if you're a Browns fan, you look at the whole Deshaun Watson scenario, and I think, what's the general narrative on that now? That was completely owner-driven, and wouldn't have been it if the owner wasn't goading him to?
It's definitely the owner's the narrative on it is it definitely has Jimmy Haslam's fingerprints on it.
Yeah.
You know, ultimately it's going to be an Andrew Berry's ticket, which was another big topic yesterday. Was Andrew Berry is now going to be known as the guy who traded for Deshaun Watson and traded away Myles Garrett. He's the GM that did both of those things. And so we'll see how it plays out.
And then with the Rams who are already a Super Bowl favorite going into this, their odds improved, and even after they were already the favorites. The interesting thing about that is, all right, usually an edge rusher doesn't necessarily move the needle that much, no matter how good he is. But if you look at the sum total of what they've done on their defense last year, they added Trent McDuffie, they add Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
They look very much like you're covered on both ends in terms of the pass rush. Because remember, they've got five viable, impressive pass rushers on that defensive line. Yeah. They swapped Jared Verse out for Myles Garrett. But I think I guess the one hanging issue is a little bit that the Rams' special teams were atrocious last year.
Yeah, really.
And people don't like talking about special teams, but that special teams are probably what cost them home field advantage and ultimately lost them the real Super Bowl, which was the Seahawks versus the Rams.
Yep. That's you're right. You're 100% right about it. They fired their special teams coach in the middle of the season last year. Yeah. So they were really bad.
Usually if a special teams coach gets fired in the middle of the season, it's because he got caught drunk driving with a hooker or something. They're like, no, this was performance based.
No, their special teams looked like they were drunk driving with a hooker. Yeah, the Rams down from 7.5 to 1 to 6 to 1 to win the Super Bowl. Myles Garrett odds on winning Defensive Player of the Year went down also. He was almost 5 to 1. He's now 4 to 1. So that's. Big trade yesterday, man. Big trade. And you know what was nice to see, Seth? The report on ESPN about it, the article that I linked in the rundown. I looked. I'm like, okay, who wrote this? Is it Schefter, Rappaport, and Pelissero, who all live under one roof now? The NFL Network and ESPN. The three big Nugget hussies all combining on an article together.
If anybody was worried about whether the NFL and the people who cover it would be, they wouldn't be cozy enough.
Kumbaya.
Oh, don't worry, they're cozier than ever.
Handheld, simpatico. Putting this article together.
If there's anybody that was worried, like, hey, could the NFL really control the narrative on a lot of stuff now? I'm worried that they're not going to be able to do that enough. Yeah.
Today's your day.
They got that covered.
Yeah, man. Today is your day. Absolutely. All right. Couple things. We do need to touch on the A.J. Brown trade since it finally happened. That Myles Garrett trade is a blockbuster, man. So we will get to that. Also, the Texans made an adjustment, as we know, to Nico Collins' contract. We found out yesterday it actually opened up some cap space for them, which has people now dreaming of what the Texans could have in store for a big move and may be able to address an area of concern that I know you have, Seth, about this team right now. So we'll get to both of those items coming up next. Shout out to all of you local small business owners, you entrepreneurs out there.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios is Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, a little bit of Houston Texans breaking news. We will not wait for headlines for this one. We'll hit it in headlines again. But Aaron Wilson reporting earlier this morning that E.J. Speed, linebacker who we know had surgery last week on a torn quadriceps tendon, further testing on the injury reveals that it's fully torn. Successful surgery, but E.J. Speed now reporting, Seth, Aaron Wilson reporting he'll be out for the entire season now. Yeah. So the initial reports were that he would be out 5 to 6 months, which would have put a November return time frame. The return now will be in 2027 sometime. So that sucks for E.J. Speed, and it sucks for the Texans, obviously, who saw enough in E.J. Speed in his first year here to bring him back on a nice, for a guy who's a fringe starter and a special teams guy, pretty nice deals, like 2 years, $13 million, not bad.
Yeah, and you could almost say it's like losing half a starter.
Yeah.
So, because he played 45% of the Texans' defensive snaps last year. Yeah. And I think that's where, on the margins of things, when you look at, okay, this is an incredible defense already. They bring back all their starters. They add Reed Blankenship. They draft Caden McDonald. You gotta, if you're looking at the balance sheet, you also have to remember guys like E.J. Speed and Derek Barnett and Danico Autry. That's where some of the questions are. I think the thing is that Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans and the position coaches on that defense have done such a good job developing young players that you just, for me at least, I have faith that between the options they have, those backup positions are going to develop guys, or they go out and find somebody. If they get into training camp and they think, okay, you know what, we do need an extra guy on the edge, we have options. And, there's also Texans cap had reported yesterday or the day before, basically, that with that Nico Collins deal, it did apparently clear up some space.
Yep.
So, there's edge rushers out there right now.
Yep.
There's linebackers that you could trade for or, conceivably maneuver to get to. But I think they want to, I would guess the Texans right now just want to play it out with the guys they have in the building and see how everybody looks during training camp before they do anything aggressive. I wouldn't be 100% shocked, but that's my suspicion.
Yeah, so let's touch on that. We'll get to A.J. Brown in a second. But since you mentioned it, there was a report yesterday that Texans Cap, friend of the show, does a great job. Give him a follow on Twitter and subscribe to his stuff. If you're into the contractual side of things, which that's what the offseason is made for, he's an excellent follow at Texans Cap. But with the Nico Collins contract adjustment, we'll call it, essentially they just gave Nico a big raise. They didn't extend his deal. They guaranteed his money and gave him a raise. But with the machinations of that, they've now got $30 million in total cap space. They got the 8th most cap space in the league here for 2026. So this, Seth, yesterday set off rampant speculation, rampant irresponsible Twitter speculation that the Texans are getting ready to add one of these, the position you mentioned. They're veteran defensive ends that are out there on the market. I guess that's the good news for the Texans, is that of all the positions where it feels that the depth is a little precarious right now, that there's a big drop-off from your starters to the depth guys. And obviously when your starters are Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, there's going to be a big drop-off to almost anybody. But it feels like the position of edge rusher, like veteran edge rusher, that fits price-wise right in that sweet spot for the Texans on a 1 or a 2 year deal, something like that. The names that Clayton Anderson, Toro Times, has here: Joey Bosa, Cam Jordan, Von Miller, Jadeveon Clowney. So obviously a lot of familiarity with those last two guys, one being an Aggie, one being a former Texan. Cam Jordan's been around forever. He's 36 years old. And Joey Bosa, by Spot Rack, the contractual website, would by far be the most expensive. These are just estimates.
Yeah.
But Joey Bosa would, by Spot Rack's estimate, would be an average annual value of almost $14 million. The other three guys all live in that $6 to $7 million range.
Two things about that. For one, and I am 100% guilty of this, that with Joey Bosa, I think there's more of a perception that he's injury prone. Partly because he missed he had a couple seasons where he had a bunch of injuries, but I think because Nick Bosa's had a bunch of injuries too. You almost combine it in your head to where you're like, wait, no, Bosa's always injured. Yeah. And you forget that, like, oh no, at any given time, yes, Bosa is injured.
Right.
But they're two separate people, even fraternal twins or anything.
Nope.
Yeah. So Bosa's been healthy the last couple of years. He's been, last year he was a full-time starter for him. The year before,
he's in Buffalo last year, right?
Yeah. And I guess with Bosa and Cam Jordan, those are the two guys I wonder, okay, would they be cool in coming in and being a rotational pass rusher? Because, okay, there's the ego and there's being the starter, and there's also, okay, more snaps means more opportunities. Yeah. But if you're in a rotation with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson at defensive end, that means your legs are always fresh and you're always coming in and you are maximizing you're maximizing exactly how much production you can get on a per snap basis. The thing about Cam Jordan is, my first knee-jerk whenever I hear about Cam Jordan this offseason was always, well, he's going to be 37 years old, so the Texans would be the perfect spot for him because this is the dream semi-retirement for a defensive end is when you're in your 30s, you go somewhere where you can be a situational pass rusher, get like 20 snaps per game. The problem is
and win.
win and be. And he's a guy like Cam Jordan's a guy who came into the league and he was on some really good Saints teams, but now he's seen the miserable side of football. Yeah. Man, he would love being here. But you pointed this out. I mean, he's got one of the most impressive career stat boxes I've ever seen, where from the year 2011 until last year, he's played every single game of the season, his entire career. Yeah. He's never missed a game. Yeah. When did we go to 17?
He went to 17 in 2021, so he missed one game in each of those
He missed
seasons.
one game in each of 2021 and 2022.
Yeah.
Which may have been at the end of the year in a meaningless game. Who knows? In that entire career of his that goes back to 2011, he's missed 2 football games, and he's been a starter in all of those games that he played other than one game his rookie year. So I don't know if he's the typical guy who's 37 years old and is going to be cool being a backup when he's started virtually every single game he's ever appeared in his career.
That'd be fantastic if they got him. I would be so excited if they got Cam Jordan to be the third guy in that rotation at defensive end.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
It would be great.
And they love having old guys in there. And he's a little bit of a – I think, one thing D'Amico's done on the defense this year is he's shown that he wants to be a little bit more versatile. So in specific situations and specific matchups, there's times where you want beefier defensive tackles out there, and they haven't had them. Cam Jordan's a guy that, because he's like 6'4", 290 or so, he can play inside if you need him to. He can play on the end when you need him to stop the run. He can play over the tackle. He can play the wide nine. And they they just love older defensive linemen. They love having that experience and those old guys in that room.
Yep. So I'm going to.
And Derek Barnett's still out there.
Derek Barnett is still out there. Yeah. He is. This
is the only fan base in America that probably would be equally pleased Bosa or Derek Barnett.
Yeah.
That because Derek Barnett wouldn't make as much money. No. And we'd say, like, okay, well, he's not Joey Bosa, but look at it. He's got 5 sacks each of the last 2 years.
We know what we're getting with Derek Barnett. Yes, absolutely. We have not yet touched on the
Joey, you know who's had 5 sacks in each of the last 2 years? Joey Bosa.
Joey Bosa. Is that right? Is that true?
Yes.
That's hilarious.
You've got Derek Barnett, probably at like $3 or $4 million a year. Maybe I can't remember what he made last year.
He made $5 million.
$5 million last year versus Joey Bosa for the same production.
Yep. We've not touched on we've not dug into the A.J. Brown trade yet. We got a couple minutes here to do it. This one was way more anticlimactic than the Myles Garrett trade. This is one that pretty much everybody involved was acknowledging was coming on June 1st at some point here. I don't know, as a Texan fan, Seth, someone that roots for the Texans that lost to the Patriots in the playoffs, how much does this elevate the New England Patriots in your mind that they have an actual number one wide receiver
I think
on the team?
It's a combination of two things that I think that makes them scary. It's one, that Drake May was the best deep ball passer in the league last year, and you think, okay, well, we've seen this before. Whether it's C.J. Stroud, go back to Pat Mahomes, guys who are young passers who are really good at the explosive downfield throws. Defenses start to figure out a way to take that away from you. I think defenses will do that this year to Drake May, but A.J. Brown is still a lethal threat down. And B, you pair him with Josh McDaniels, who's going all the way back to, hey, you throw Randy Moss in with Tom Brady and let's see what we can do. I think it opens up a lot of possibilities for them to become to continue to develop their run game and be more of the underneath passing game. So it's the Patriots. Like, as it is with every team, they were going to have to grow. It wasn't like they were just going to step out there and be the same offense statistically, especially with a tougher level of competition. So this should have been bigger news than it felt like it was. It's just that it's been a foregone conclusion that it was going to happen for about 2 months now.
Well, it's a foregone conclusion. It's also become sort of this, like, sidebar punchline to the whole Rossini-Vrabel storyline that's been going on too. Like it has been pretty inextricably interwoven into that, because prior to her leaving the Athletic and all the salacious stuff coming up here, Diana Rossini was the one who was reporting all of the A.J. Brown news with the Patriots.
All the A.J. Brown stuff, and this is where the insult to injury really comes in with the whole Rossini-Vrabel alleged affair. It's that we've seen all the clips of her, being gaga over Mike Vrabel and everything when she was speaking, like saying all this stuff publicly. Meanwhile, her husband is at home. But the fact that her husband is a huge Eagles fan, that she wasn't just possibly having an affair, cheating on her husband. She was also actively. Allegedly trying to hurt his football team.
Helping engineer this trade somehow.
Depending who you are and what you care about in life, that might be the bigger crime here.
Yeah, what do you think?
Hey, your wife's cheating on you. It happens. But she's also actively trying to destroy your football team.
What?
That witch!
No! It's crying. All right, let's get to
God. Why have you forsaken me?
let's get to headlines. We'll talk a little Astros, Texans news. And yes, we'll dig in. There wasn't just the A.J. Brown trade and the Myles Garrett trade. There was other news going on around the NFL yesterday. We'll get to all that in headlines, brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic, coming up next. But before we do that, I want to get you guys sleeping better at night. And that was me right there snoring probably 10 years ago, something like that. It was about 8 years ago. I went.
2022. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. I'm going to Pender poll that topic we just hit with the veteran defensive ends that are out there. Mm-hmm. Who do the Texan fans out there have a thirst for the Texans kind of making a late free agent push for here? Clowney, Von Miller, Joey Bosa, Cam Jordan. I'm going to see what the people think. And I'll put those average annual values that Spot Rack has in there for each of them because that matters. So be on the lookout for that. I'll do that during the next break.
Clowney's almost like he's like your fun uncle that you don't know if you don't want to entrust him to watch the kids for the weekend though. He's Uncle Buck. He's Uncle Buck.
He's Uncle Buck. Yeah. Uncle Buck.
I wanted to be sure I threw that Uncle Buck out there because as soon as you say you don't trust him around your kids, people started. No, I mean like in an Uncle Buck type of way.
And
he's a little too much fun.
Right. Lets the kids party, play with the stove, things like that.
Yeah.
So let's get to headlines here. Astros, no game yesterday. They've got the Pirates in town for 3 games starting tonight. The big one will be, I think everybody's looking forward to. Boy, I'm pondering going to that one tomorrow. We'll see, but it's Spencer Arrighetti versus Paul Skeens. Yeah. The Astros awake this morning, Seth. 5 games back in the division because Seattle won last night.
What the hell? We were sitting pretty there for a while.
2.5 on Friday.
In the 2.5 days.
2.5.
Well, 5 games back.
5 games back in the division. Now the good news, they're still only 2.5 back in the wild card race right now.
Yeah.
So the wild card race is the at least as of June 2nd is the shorter avenue into the postseason. But
I like the way that these potential pitching matchups work out. So you got Bubba Chandler versus Mike Burrows tonight.
Yeah.
Which cool, whatever.
Burrows going against his old team.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So you have that dynamic.
Yep.
Then you've got, which I feel like that favors the Pirates.
Probably, but hey.
So, but then you've got the marquee Skeens versus Arrighetti. Arrighetti with his 1.34 ERA.
Yeah, baby.
And then you've got like Jared Jones, who currently has a 10.38 ERA, going up against Kai-Wei Tang.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what Jared Jones' deal is and whether he probably just had one horrible outing or whatever. But
Either way, I'll take a guy with a 10 ERA going against you, especially after going against Miziolowski or whatever the hell his name is on Sunday. That was brutal going against that guy. Pumping it up there at a $104, man.
I think I feel like you've neglected Kai-Wei Tang a little bit in our discussions of the starting pitchers so far this week.
I don't know if I have. Because the skiing thing is just such a marquee game.
Yeah.
That's why. But no, Tang. No, I respect Tang, man. He's been really he's been good as a reliever. He's been good as a starter. That's been a nice pickup.
Tang on a Thursday evening.
That's exactly right. Big day in the NFL yesterday. 2 massive trades. The trade that we were all waiting for, the A.J. Brown trade to the Patriots, ended up going down. A first-round pick in 2028, a fifth-round pick in 2027. But that trade was smothered by the news of the Myles Garrett trade to the Los Angeles Rams, where the Cleveland Browns trade the reigning defending defensive player of the year to the Los Angeles Rams for young Pro Bowl defensive end Jared Verse, and then a first-round pick in 2027, a second-round pick in 2028, and a third-round pick in 2029. This is not hyperbole. This is one of the biggest trades in the last couple decades in the NFL.
This is okay. So with trades, I hate like where people feel like you have to judge a winner and a loser in a trade, because this is that dynamic where you got 2 teams that are at different places in their life cycle, and I think people are underestimating just how good Jared Verse is, because that's a lot of to give up a guy who's going into his 3rd year, who was a defensive rookie of the year 2 years ago and a Pro Bowler last year, and who is a very impactful player above and beyond his sack numbers. That I really hate feeling like a lot of people, the knee-jerk reaction is, oh my gosh, I can't believe the Browns got hosed. Now, one thing that you have to do with a trade is see these picks, and that's where I can understand people saying, yeah, sure. I'm sure the Browns will just crush it with that first-round pick they got. Yeah.
Well, and that pick right now, if we go by the odds board, that pick is going to be the 31st or 32nd pick in the draft.
Right. Now, the Browns do have 2 first-round picks next year. They've got 11 overall picks. Yeah. So their ability to maneuver, perhaps, and get one of these quarterbacks from this prematurely declared illustrious quarterback draft.
Yeah. What's more likely to factor in, their ability to maneuver and get a quarterback, or their ability to suck this year and just go ahead and take whoever they want near the top of the draft?
That's what's weird about it, though, too, is that the Rams were perfectly willing, reportedly, to give up picks instead of Jared Verse.
Yep.
But the Browns insisted they wanted Jared Verse, according to Jay Glazer.
Yeah.
Which, okay, if you're trying to jockey for position to get a quarterback, then why not just take the picks instead of a guy that's going to help you still potentially have a good defense?
I think, it's a good question. I think, look, they won 4 games with Myles Garrett last year. So I think the threat of them all of a sudden winning 6 games because they have Jared Verse is probably not an imminent threat.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, too, it's just that very, very few teams, especially in football, ever want to outright tank.
Yeah.
It's more of a just making realistic decisions for the future. And it might, Jared Verse isn't going to be as good as Myles Garrett. Very few people ever will be again. But you're trying to take a guy that might be here for the next 8 years as a young player.
The Browns 10 years ago did one of the most outright tanks in the history of team sports. The end result was they got Myles Garrett, who they just traded yesterday.
How many playoff games did they end up winning with Myles Garrett?
Yeah, as many as you and I did.
Was it only one playoff appearance?
No,
Myles Garrett?
No, it was 2. No, actually,
they won a game.
They beat the Steelers in a playoff.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield won a play. Baker Mayfield, who they also got from that tank.
That's right.
A year later,
got to get rid of him.
He won a playoff game. They got rid of him too. So the whole tanking thing is a little ludicrous.
Why would you keep Baker Mayfield when you could pay $240 million to Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, I know. It's just silly. Texans news. E.J. Speed, according to Aaron Wilson, out for the season. We knew he was going to be out for at least part of the season with a torn quadriceps tendon. Turns out the damage was a little worse than originally thought. He will be out for the season. Texans waive City Sal, who will always, to me, Seth, be known for playing like 9 snaps in that Jacksonville game last year and getting smoked.
City Sal, who I like to remember as... Wait, who's starting?
Why is he starting?
I forgot. That was the end of the rotating left guards.
Yeah.
They tried Juice Scruggs and Laken Tomlinson, and they rotated them, trying to figure out who's going to be best. And then they decided, you know what? Actually, guys, it's City Sal.
Yeah.
Then they just said, okay, let's go do the old thing again where we just bring Titus down.
Yeah. So City Sal, he is gone now. They waived him. OTAs again today. They had OTAs yesterday. The Texans. Today's are open to the media, so we'll see who they have at the podium today. Who are you rooting to hear from today, Seth? I've not seen who's going to be at the podium.
You said this during the break. I want to give you credit, young Cub reporter.
Thanks.
David Montgomery, because David Montgomery is one of the biggest and key acquisitions of the offseason, but also is a very good interview.
Very good.
So that's more. I care about that more than anything. If one of these practice squad kids, one of these future practice squad kids is a hell of an interview, throw him up there,
Put him
too.
up there, yeah.
Entertain
me. Yeah. Dance around, kid. Let's go.
David Montgomery, we've already heard from Will Anderson after he got his contract.
Yeah.
As much as I love Daniil Hunter, he doesn't tend to give as many good sound bites, which is one of the reasons, by the way, which I saw a couple different people say, well, Jared Verse, he's a good young player, but he's not even a top 10 edge rusher. And then they had a list of their top 10, and Daniil Hunter wasn't on it.
Yeah.
Daniil Hunter's got the 6th most sacks in the league since 2020. Daniil Hunter is awesome, and nobody talks about him. It drives me insane. And maybe if he was just a little bit more, you know what? Be obnoxious at the podium.
Yeah. Bombastic.
Sorry, I want Daniil Hunter to get up the podium today and start talking smack about how Myles Garrett ain't going to do squat for the Rams.
That'd be funny. Now, he needs to be there to go to the podium. He wasn't there last week.
Yeah.
Daniil Hunter. I'm with you.
Don't bring that up.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, a couple other quick news notes. Junior signing with the New York Giants, so he's back. This feels like a total nostalgia play. The Giants signed Odell Beckham Jr., Juju Smith-Schuster, and Braxton Berrios yesterday, and the memes were hilarious of like
they're
these
trying to
old
be
guys.
the best receiving core of 2018.
Yeah, it was really funny. It was really funny.
That is, I honestly, this if I were a Giants fan, this would be the first thing that would test my enthusiasm of this offseason.
Yeah, man.
I mean, in some respects, the Giants are going back to the old 90s Giants in terms of physicality and size and all of those things. A lot of Bill Parcells type of things going on. But, like, the appetite for nostalgia has to have a limit.
No
and
doubt.
Odell Beckham Jr., who's got 80 catches over the past, 4 or 5 seasons.
He ain't
it, man.
He didn't play football last year.
And it's not like the Giants were great when Odell Beckham Jr. was there.
No, that's true, too. That's true, too. Hey, by the way, another quick note. Rick Adelman, former Rockets coach for 4 seasons back in about 2000, the late 2000s to 2000 teens, including coaching the Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady teams, passes away yesterday at the age of 79. He's a couple weeks away from his 80th birthday. So thoughts and prayers to the Adelman family. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. ESPN had a long piece yesterday, 100 days away from the start of the NFL season. So they had 100 nuggets in there, predictions, bold predictions, best bets, position battles.
Nuggets.
The Texans were in this long piece good 8 to 10 times, and some categories that have us very, very excited about the upcoming season, including one expert who thinks they might go all the way this year. We'll have that for you coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I thought this was
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message. I'm fired up by all this trading. Let's get somebody with Baker Mayfield's charisma and fire. Need that on a good team. I don't know if that's a Texan fan wanting Baker Mayfield or if that's a...
Oh, no, that's a Texans fan wanting to trade for Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, man.
That, with charisma and fire and whatnot.
We got talking about that a little bit last night on the stream that I do with Landry and Reggie and Cody Stutz. And we got talking a lot about CJ and the press conference and the contract situation. And, you know, the opinions kind of vary on just how in or out the Texans would be this season, you know, with CJ, depending on how it goes. To me, the biggest thing that doesn't get talked about when people talk about CJ Stroud, and we'll get to this ESPN article, I promise, but just while this is on my mind.
Screw the ESPN article.
The biggest thing that people don't acknowledge when talking about moving on from CJ Stroud is, okay, now what? What's the plan B?
Right, yeah. And that's where I think things have changed. You know, you can trade for a Matt Stafford. You can trade for a Tom Brady. You can sign a Sam freaking Darnold.
You can.
I don't think it does. You don't feel as beholden to having to go through that life cycle of being bad, hoping that your number one overall pick works out.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he sucks. Now we got to go somewhere else.
And I guess that'd be the thing I'd have to go back and look. Those names you just mentioned, there's other, Aaron Rodgers, there's other guys, Matt Ryan, although that didn't work out. But I'd have to go back and see just how much writing was on the wall that those guys were going to be available a year from now, that kind of thing.
Well, now, when you say Aaron Rodgers, I assume you mean drafting Aaron Rodgers late in the second round as a not as a.
Well, I just meant his availability for the Jets a few years ago.
Yeah,
I'm not saying these things work out. Sometimes they don't work out. Only one team can.
That's true.
Win
his
a Super
availability
Bowl.
Coming off of the last few years that he'd had and going into all of a sudden there was a chance. There was a vibe. It made sense when the Jets did it.
Yeah, he's a year removed. He's a year removed from 2 MVPs.
Yeah,
So that's and the Packers were ready to elevate Jordan Love at that point. So that's
and going back to Aaron Rodgers, you don't have to pick a guy high in the first round. There's just multiple different ways you can do it.
Yeah. So that's and I'm not saying if CJ has a bad year, just hold on to the guy just because he's shown flashes of things. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'm somebody who I need to know what my options are going to be.
You need to know what your options are going to be. I do. It's an interesting thought exercise to go through. All right, what would the fan reaction be if the Texans pulled off some out of nowhere trade of C.J. Stroud for another quarterback?
For a veteran quarterback, like the equivalent of the Goff-Stafford trade.
Right. Like where at this point right now, let's say that. Let's say for Baker Mayfield. Yeah. So not a marquee guy or anything, but a viable starting NFL quarterback, one who beat the Houston Texans this past year.
Yep.
I think that's where it's probably a good test of, man, I don't think the backlash would be nearly as high as it might be in other places.
I think it'd be.
I think quarterback.
I think it'd be very mixed if it was Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield's a tough one. But I guess just the thought of trading away C.J. Stroud, I think there's people who are in C.J. Stroud's corner who still wouldn't be as PO'd as if, say, you trade C.J. Stroud, obviously, after his rookie season.
Well, the equivalent trade for the Goff, because Goff, similarly, like a little further in than C.J. is now, but was a good quarterback, but who had felt like the Rams clearly felt like we were winning in spite of him and because of our defense and our running game.
And you got the most out of him when he was a young quarterback before people had picked out his strengths and weaknesses.
Exactly. Yeah. And then getting Matt Stafford, I think the equivalent of that would be if they traded for Joe Burrow. I think Burrow and Stafford, current Burrow and Stafford older when they traded for him.
What if they trade C.J. Stroud for Deshaun Watson?
The Browns are taking most of the cap hit on that.
People are curiously silent about this potential trade for Deshaun Watson.
I enjoyed this ESPN piece yesterday. 100 days to the 2026 NFL season. Predictions injuries, and more. And basically what they did, Seth, they got all their Nugget hussies and their draft analysts and their former players, and they got them all together in a virtual room and said, fellas, here's 10 or 12 things I need you to send me, and we need 100 nuggets here.
And let's get crazy. They called it their Diddy party. Yeah. They said, this is the ESPN Diddy party.
That's right, man.
I was surprised that they put that on the headline.
It's a strange
bold
branding.
Move. Yeah.
It was strange branding by them. So we're not going to go through all of these, obviously. I've got the list of the ones that are Texans related directly or adjacent to the Texans. I think out of the chute, the most interesting, not the most interesting one, but the first one that pops up here is the section with the 10 MVP candidates. As we just got done talking about CJ, if we're looking for a barometer of where CJ Stroud is, maybe compared to earlier in his career, they have 10 MVP candidates. Seth Walder has these. Seth Walder was charged with putting these MVP candidates together. He's got 10 of them. They're all quarterbacks, and none of them are C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. 2 years ago, C.J. would have been, I would say, at the middle of this list of 10. He, coming off his rookie year, he was on the odds board a top 5 MVP candidate. He's not even on the radar now when guys like Brock Purdy and Justin Herbert, who he's beaten twice in the last 2 years, on there. Jordan Love is on there.
The guys after 2023, if you had said, hey, he's not going to be on, CJ won't be on the MVP candidate list, these 10 guys, you would have understood Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson and Pat Mahomes. Yep. You would have, Drake May, you would have said, like, who, wait, no, him? Is he turned out that good?
He was still in college at the time.
Yeah, that's where, like, you're like, oh, okay, you must say, like, so it wouldn't have, it would have made sense at least.
Yeah.
The ones that would raise the eyebrows, I would think, were honestly, if you said, hey, 3 years from now, he's not going to be listed above Matt Stafford, you'd be surprised that Matt Stafford was still playing at the level he is.
Not only playing, but is the actual reigning MVP of the league.
Yeah. Joe Burrow wouldn't be a surprise. I think Jordan Love and Brock Purdy would be the two that you'd think, like, oh, what happened? Wait a minute.
If someone had told you.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So that jumped out at me. Not that I'm upset about it or even surprised by it, but anytime you see it in writing, it hits home. Yeah. And I think if the Texans are going to win a Super Bowl this year, CJ needs to be on a list. If they were to make this a fluid list throughout the year, and they do, it's called the odds board. But I think if they're going to win a Super Bowl, CJ Stroud needs to be in the top 8 to 10 of MVP candidates when the end of the year rolls around. I'm not saying he needs to be the leader in the clubhouse, but he needs to play at a level where he's at least in sort of top 10 consideration. Mm-hmm. I don't think Texans have a really good defense. I just don't know that the rest of what they have over on the offensive side of the ball is good enough to make up for CJ being middling at quarterback. He needs to play well. He doesn't need to be elite, but he needs to play well. Next one here on this list of nuggets for the upcoming season, 100 days till the start of the season. Bold predictions. Dan Orlovsky makes a bold prediction. If I can page down to it here.
Says that the Texans will be fueled by their defensive line. They'll be a Super Bowl team.
They will be the number 1 seed in the AFC and go to their first Super Bowl. Dan Orlovsky, who was very high on the Texans throughout last season. Yeah. Very high. He is high on them again. Texans will earn the number 1 seed in the AFC and go to their first Super Bowl.
Somebody else had made the comment about the.
Hang on. That was
Aaron Schatz.
That was Aaron Schatz who had that bold prediction. No, Orlovsky's bold prediction is this: the trend of defensive lines dominating the league will continue to be at the forefront. Yeah. And he lists the Broncos, Eagles, Patriots, Rams, Seahawks, and Texans. If you want to this is what he says: if you want to figure out who are going to be the deep playoff run teams, look at these defensive lines. And he says Broncos, Eagles, Patriots, Rams, Seahawks, Texans. So Orlovsky is kind of making a soft prediction the Texans are going to be hanging around all season and the postseason because of the D-line. Schatz is flat out saying that the Texans are going to the Super Bowl this year.
Orlovsky said that before the trade, too, or he would have written that before the Myles Garrett trades. It's even they doubled down on that. Yeah. The Rams already had a bunch of good defensive linemen. I think the interesting thing about him including the Patriots and the Seahawks in there is that those guys are really good defensive lines, but that are almost kind of no-name defensive lines, because even their better players, like Barmore for the Patriots, are just guys that are they're not going to be sack masters or anything like that.
Yeah.
And that's what the Texans looked this offseason like they're trying to be a little bit more like those types of defensive lines, where you've got some barroom brawlers on the inside.
Yep.
You've got big, strong, tough, physical dudes. And those are exactly the types of defensive lines that the Texans had so much trouble with. They got physically overpowered by guys on the Seahawks defensive line and guys on the Patriots defensive line.
They absolutely did. So it's just skipping down again to Schatz, NFL analyst Aaron Schatz, the godfather of DVOA, as we like to call him. He says this about the Texans. You know about their defense, which is one of the 2 or 3 best in the NFL. The offense made improvements on the O-line. The addition of David Montgomery, and the return of Tank Dell should move them up above the league average. I wonder how many of these national people know that Tank Dell is not doing anything publicly at OTAs so far.
The big, and then the big thing, too, though, is that I think that I feel like they act like, oh, he's going to come back and then he'll be just as good as he was his rookie year or whatever. I don't think they're doing justice to just what a comeback this would be because of how bad it is in the injury.
You know what's that? They're acting like it's just an ACL tear that you get surgery and you come back from and you're the same as you were, ignoring the fact that he's been gone for an entire season.
Right, and that he'd also been having a rough go of it. He wasn't having the same type of season in his second year.
That's right.
The big tell is if they say if he comes back to be slot. If they don't realize he's not actually a slot receiver, then you know they're just looking at they're just throwing names out.
That's a good one. That's a good one. All right, next nugget in this ESPN article is they ready us for the 2026 season. They have a section for best bets. They have one Texan under best bet. They've got things like Cardinals under 4.5 wins. They've got divisional predictions. The Texans prediction, I like this one. David Montgomery over 774.5 rushing yards this year.
Yeah. Oh, 100% I'd take that.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good one. Look, he's the one time in his career he's had fewer yards rushing than that was last year with the Lions when Jahmyr Gibbs very much became their main guy. And I think
he was only off by 60 yards. He had 716 yards still.
Yeah, so I think if he stays healthy, then that's a foregone conclusion. That's right there is just does David Montgomery stay healthy?
You're betting on health
because they're gonna run the ball a lot, and whether you love that or hate that, they're gonna run the ball, and hopefully they're just better at it this year. But even if they're not incredible at it, I think by sheer volume, David Montgomery will get that much or more.
So they had Benjamin. We mentioned Aaron Schatz earlier. Benjamin Solak. We played some of his audio on the show before. We met him in West Virginia last year. They had him list the 10 best position battles, or I guess the 10 most compelling position battles. The very first one he lists, Seth, the very first one. I don't know if this is in any particular order, but it's the first one he has. Jake Andrews versus Keelan Rutledge for the center position of the Houston Texans.
Real quick before we read some of it, Ben Solak is, I think he's secretly or quietly a Texans fan. I mean, he openly say how much he loves D'Amico Ryans and the way they operate and everything. But I'm trying to figure out whether he's kind of like Kay Adams in that every fan base thinks that he loves their team.
He's batting his eyes at everybody. Yeah.
Kay Adams goes and plays all flirty with a few of the Texans players and talks about how awesome they are, and people think, oh, she loves us.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden on the internet, you see her doing the exact same thing to 31 other teams.
Yeah, he's doing it like guys from the Jets or some ratchet franchise like that. Yeah. So I don't know about Solak, but he is compelled by this position battle. He says the Texans made one of the more surprising picks with Rutledge. He was considered a fringe first-rounder, played all of his college snaps at right guard. That spot is owned by the recently extended Ed Ingram. Left guard will likely go to Wyatt Teller. Rutledge was cross-training at center during the pre-draft process, but for the Texans to get immediate play out of their first-round pick, he needs to beat out an incumbent starter in Andrews. Kicking to center can be an overwhelming task, and Rutledge might not be ready week one.
I think we know how these things go. There will be a competition, but whenever it's a first-round pick, it's a little bit of a weighted competition because the personnel people believe in their evaluation and all that. So I think that Rutledge physically looks the part, and if he plays up to his scouting report, he should be better than Jake Andrews, and yet he's never taken an NFL snap before. So I think that he's the favorite to win that spot, but it's just whenever you're making a position change, it's never a foregone conclusion that the guy's going to be better than anybody or even capable. Not to mention, every first rounder can also just be an abject bust.
Yeah, no, of course, no question. I thought it was very telling, at least, about how open that position is right now, that when D'Amico was asked last Thursday a direct question, I think from Cody Stutes, about Jake Andrews and Jake Andrews' kind of physical transformation. Jake Andrews looks bigger this season than he did last year. It was a direct question about Jake Andrews, and in that answer, D'Amico Ryans did not mention Jake Andrews one time. He talked about the overall center position, and they've got 6 guys in camp that have played center before. So I thought that was pretty telling because D'Amico is not a guy who's afraid to directly gush or be honest about somebody he's asked about.
Yeah, I think it's a genuine wide open competition. I
agree, yes.
And weighted towards the first rounder. So as it goes. But it's not impossible for somebody to beat the first rounder out. So I think that's the one spot that's really up for grabs on the team right now. And I think the other spot, if you were to list the defense as a 4-3, but they play with 2 linebackers usually, but they do play their base 4-3 defense. Let's call that a starting spot. The third linebacker.
Third backer, yeah.
And I think right now that's a wide open count. I mean, that's extremely wide open.
Yeah, and if you
I think there's 5 different guys that wouldn't surprise me if they end up taking EJ Speed's role.
Yep. Or if none of those guys are popping, maybe that guy is on another roster or on the street right now. Who knows?
Yeah, I think that it's more likely. I think in that situation, it's very, very likely that it's somebody on the roster because if they're not, they don't have to be super enthusiastic about them, and that's one of those things where, all right, they just play nickel more often than maybe they'd totally prefer, but I think one of these guys will step up.
Yep, I hope so. Then we should mention here, if you missed it earlier, Aaron Wilson of KPRC Channel 2 reporting EJ Speed out for the year. So whereas the initial reporting with that torn quad tendon was he's going to miss 5 or 6 months, I guess after the surgery, we've got a little more clarity on that. He's going to be out for the season. So that spot Seth is talking about is wide open for somebody to take hold of for the whole year.
That's what sometimes it happens, Sean, because the imaging isn't always not always as accurate as we love to think it would be, especially when there's a whole lot of swelling or something.
Yeah.
But that's the worst feeling in the world when you wake up from surgery and the doctor's like, "Hey, turns out it was way worse than we thought."
Have you had that happen to you before?
Yeah. But it was already really bad, so it was just kind of like more, all right, cool.
Where's my morphine?
It's like I found out that after a car accident, my coffee had spilled as well. Oh, no, the upholstery. I thought we could salvage the upholstery, but now there's a coffee stain on it.
That's great.
Damn it.
That is great. All right, the next category here in this article, second-year bumps. So guys who are rookies from last year heading into year 2, that 5 guys who could take jumps in their second year. And this is Matt Miller, one of their draft analysts, identifying these guys. None of them are Texans, but 2 of them are in the AFC South. So I thought they'd be worth mentioning here because that impacts the Texans. And I don't think it's a big surprise who they are. They're the number 1 and number 2 picks in the draft from that year. Cam Ward, Tennessee, quarterback. And Travis Hunter, they list him wide receiver / cornerback, Jacksonville Jaguars, and reports are he is going to play both of those things. It looks like this year it's going to skew more towards defense, according to reports. But of the 2, Seth, Travis Hunter and Cam Ward, who would you be? Probably the position alone makes this an easy answer, but which of those 2 would concern you more if they take the second-year jump that Matt Miller predicts?
You said it. I mean, the position matters more, and I think the Titans will be improved on defense just by virtue of Robert Saleh and then some of the additions they made. So Cam Ward, who's got 2 new veterans offensive front of them. They draft Carnell Tate. They bring in Wan'Dale Robinson. They already had Calvin Ridley. It seems like the environment should be better for him
New
this
OC
year.
with Daboll.
Yeah. That's the biggest question mark of it all. I don't know if Daboll at this point feels to me like he's one of these classic, hey, he's a QB whisperer. Oh yeah, when did he get that reputation? When he coached Josh Allen, and at no other time.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, all right. So,
But boy, did he whisper.
Yeah,
God, did he whisper.
He knew how to whisper he whispered to Josh Allen, throw the ball to Stephon Diggs. And look, and it worked. It worked.
And he whispered, and nobody could hear him, and he was whispering, and it was really neat.
And it's not like Josh Allen fell apart after Brian Daboll left.
Yeah.
So, that's the biggest X factor for me is I don't know if Brian Daboll's actually any good.
Yeah. I didn't watch a ton of Cam Ward last year. Who would, other than the 2 games he played against the Houston Texans? And in those games, go figure, the Texans defense did a phenomenal. They shut him out in one game, and then the other game was a 16-13 game where he made 2 plays in the fourth quarter to score the only touchdown they had.
It was one of those things, just from talking to people in Tennessee, too, it's that, Cam Ward is very mature, so he is classic. All kinds of stories about him being the first in the building, last, like all that stuff you want to hear. But that B, he really was trying to go through that process of playing within structure, but the structure would break down before he even had a chance to do it because the O-line play was so bad and the receivers. So it seems like if they can actually give him some structure to play in, he's very willing and eager to do that. It's just that there was just so little structure last year.
What do you think about Travis Hunter, his prediction on a big year 2 for Travis Hunter?
I think, look, he did some impressive things versus the Texans. And I worry about him more as a defensive back than as a wide receiver. But I just, it's probably not going to happen until they really throttle back this dream of him being a two-way player and let him focus on playing defense.
You sent me the video of the magnificent Gladstone on his cell phone walking around at practice looking like somebody yesterday.
I didn't realize he was so tiny. And I'm not saying that as an insult to our short kings out there. I'm saying like frail looking.
He's skinny as hell, man.
And he's so young that it looks like there's a teenager in charge.
Yeah.
When I say he's small, I mean like he looks like a teenager.
Do you think he was really talking to somebody, or do you think he was trying to flex a little bit when he was just walking there with the phone on his ear, looking like he's, hey, I'm out here making deals, man?
I think he was pulling the time-tested maneuver of I don't want to talk to the person I'm walking past.
That's a good one.
You always got to be sure they can't see that it's on the home screen as you're, I know if somebody's doing that to me, if they really like turn away from me so I can't see
the screen.
The home screen is.
I did that the other day.
Guy's talking to his home screen.
It's a good tactic, man. All right.
Or if you've got AirPods in, but you still have the phone up to your ear.
Yeah.
Once.
1,000%.
I was like, I don't want to talk to this guy, so I put the phone up to my ear. I'm like, oh, crap, I've got AirPods in.
Oh,
this
God,
doesn't make any sense at all. So then I mouthed, I was like, they're dead. They're dead. Pointed to my AirPods.
Oh, that the AirPods are dead.
To the guy that I was trying to avoid. I was like, the AirPods are dead.
Dead battery, yeah. I'm just using them as earplugs.
I'm trying to avoid you, but my AirPods are dead, and that's why I'm, okay? Cool.
The guy's like, all right, no problem. A couple more things on this ESPN list. I would tell you, go out of your way to, if you're a big NFL fan, go out of your way to find this, because it does these 100 things in blurbs that are very consumable. And sometimes when it's long when articles are long like this, it's very consumable and easy to skip around. The next thing here, Seth, that impacts the Texans, the 5 most improved teams in the NFL. This is Matt Bowen picking his 5 most improved teams. The Texans are not one of them. They're 12-5 last year. I think to say they don't have as much room to improve as some of these other teams do. But I think what is interesting is that of the 5 teams, 3 of them are on the Texans' schedule, and they're all in the first 7 weeks of the season, and they're all at NRG Stadium.
Ooh.
The Bengals in week 2, the Cowboys in week 4, and the Giants in week 7 are all on the Texans' schedule, and Matt Bowen, the other 2 teams are the Saints and the Raiders are the other 2 teams he picks.
The Bengals are an interesting one because they really bolstered their defensive line.
Yep.
Most notably with Dexter Loyan, but also Boye Mafe and Jonathan Allen. And that's obviously been the issue with the Bengals. It's like, man, you've got Joe Burrow, you've got this incredibly potentially awesome offense, but they just get done in by having one of the worst defenses in the league. I just don't know. I don't know. I guess, are you just hoping to get, if the Bengals can get to be a mediocre defense, then they can be one of the best teams in the league. As long as they hold up the offense. Now, I don't know. Is it enough to win a Super Bowl? I don't know if in this day and age, if you can be so heavily weighted on offense anymore and win a Super Bowl with it, but they can be a much better football team.
Well, and they're getting the Texans are getting them in week 2, where presumably they're going to be at their healthiest. So all the guys,
but also still trying to figure it out on defense, and maybe they haven't gotten automatic with it. Guys are still thinking their way through things.
No, I think the thing that concerns me most about that, if Bowen is accurate with his assessment of these 5 most improved teams, and again, the 3 the Texans play are the Bengals, the Cowboys, and the Giants. I think the thing that's concerning there is that 2 of the 3, I think, already have the makings of being a dangerous team, the Cowboys and the Bengals, on offense. So if they improve, I think the Cowboys and Bengals, improvement for them means they're playoff teams.
Yeah.
Whereas improvement for the Giants, the Giants were 4-13 last year with a rookie quarterback who we don't know if he's even going to survive to week 7, and all kinds of turmoil in the locker room right now, all that going on. I think the Giants could improve and still be a bad football team. Whereas
I disagree with turmoil in the locker room, but as far as the actual Giant, like the optimism Giants, incredibly unfounded at this point.
Yeah.
And like Jackson Dart, if there's ever a quarterback poised for a sophomore slump, it's the guy who basically played college football in his rookie season, and defenses have figured out a way to handle and deal with that. Not to mention, can he stay healthy? But it's early in the season. You're right. Malik Neighbors might not be playing at that point, and I don't know about Cam Scatabo either.
Yeah, we'll see. So last one, Benjamin Solak again. 5 must-watch games. These are in chronological order, not order of preference. But week 1, the very first one he lists, Bills at Texans. 5 must-watch games on the not the 5 must-watch games for Texan fans. 5 must-watch games in the NFL this year, and he's got the Bills and the Texans in week 1, noon. Such a great game. They put it at noon on CBS. But he talks about how this is a matchup the last couple seasons it's been really good, where the Texans have exposed Josh Allen in some ways, and in some ways exposed Joe Brady too, who was promoted from the offensive coordinator to the head coach of the Bills. Yeah,
they brought in, you've got a new defensive coordinator now for the first time since whenever McDermott was hired. It'll be a different defense. I guess this is when there's an in-house promotion like this and you keep a lot of the same staff around, there's a reason that in-house promotions are so historically bad, and one of them is that whatever old baggage there was and whatever infights or grudges people had against them, it gets 10 times worse. The guys that get passed over, or the guys that are disgruntled that McDermott maybe got fired or whatever, it just comes with so much baggage. It always feels like a recipe for disaster with me. And that's not something that it's not going to be reported and you're not going to see it necessarily. But they had issues last year where I felt like Joe Brady as an offensive coordinator was looking like a guy that was in love with the passing game when he should have been leaning into his run game. And that's when he's got a defensive-minded head coach who's probably telling him, hey, we do have James Cook.
Yeah.
We got one of the top 2 rushers in the league. Why are we moving away from him in this 3-point game right now?
Yep.
And now without that backstop, I don't know exactly what it looks like with Joe Brady as a head coach.
We'll find out in week 1. We'll be the first ones to find out in a real game in week 1. With the Texans and the Bills at NRG Stadium. Can't wait. Countdown is on. Seth, I got a text. I know who's at the podium today. Are you ready?
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryans, obviously.
I've heard of him.
Will Anderson Jr. is at the podium today.
Good.
So we get that.
So we're going to get at least one question about him wrecking practice.
Yep.
Yes.
Nico Collins.
I'm not criticizing that question. It's an appropriate question.
Yep.
Okay, Nico.
We get Nico today. Yep. Fresh off getting a nice pay raise. And we get Jake.
Oh, yeah, we didn't get Nico Collins' press conference after they redid his deal,
We didn't,
right?
yeah.
That's not really a press conference type of scenario.
No.
Okay.
And I'm assuming this means he's also practicing. He didn't practice last week when we were there. But so Nico is going to do podium today. And Jaden Higgins. Higgins is an interview, so that's not bad.
No, and Jaden Higgins.
Anytime you get Will Anderson at the podium, the floor for that day at the podium is like a B+. They could put two mutes up there after Will, and it's still going to be a great day.
Jaden Higgins, we played that Steve Smith Sr. audio. Gosh, it was probably a couple months ago now. But I do think he's an underrated guy to watch league-wide. As a guy who really, I think, grew a lot in terms of understanding NFL football, where he fits in the offense, all of that. But he's so much like Nico Collins in his ability as a big guy to sink his hips and the way he's capable of running his routes. I feel like he might very well follow that same trajectory of Nico Collins, is where hopefully at a faster pace, but where he's unheralded the first year, and then all of a sudden, oh wow, look at this guy. This guy's polished. He's probably put on a little bit of just mature body weight and everything. And I think he's got a lot more potential than people realize.
He's one of the biggest X factors for this team this year.
Yeah.
If Jaden Higgins, if he's one of those guys that we just did the category. Year two players, 5 of them that could take a big leap. That somebody, I forget who from ESPN, I think it was Matt Bowen, picked them. And, one of them was Cam Ward, one of them was Travis Hunter. If at the end of the year we're talking about Jaden Higgins as one of these year two guys that took a big leap, then I think that spells really good things for what this Texans offense looked like throughout the year. He needs to become the number 2 kind of playmaker on this team. When we went through that exercise last week, Seth, of fill the Daniel Jeremiah 12 foundational pieces of a team, and 3 of them were offensive playmakers, and we were struggling to get 3 of them, and finally I think we almost just we conceded putting Dalton Schultz in there.
Yeah.
Jaden Higgins needs to be the answer to one of those 3 this season for the Texans.
The funny thing about Jaden Higgins is because if you don't have an electric 40 time, you immediately, people think of you as a certain type of way.
Yep.
When you look at his actual measurables, and we know now that teams care way more about the GPS data and everything than they do the actual 40 times. But he's in the 85th percentile or above for just about everything except his 40-yard dash. So, when it comes to his vertical, his broad jump, his wingspan, arm length, height, weight, all of that stuff, he's up there. It's just that some of the more traditional stuff that people like to look at for the eye-popping factor isn't there, but that's exactly how it translates with Nico Collins in a lot of ways.
Higgins and or Knoll have to take big steps up this year. This is not I think it's a wide receiver room that people can get excited about because it's so young, especially with those 2 guys. But we don't know what Tank is right now. I think Xavier Hutchinson has kind of established his level, which is fine. I think he's going to be in the league for another 5 or 6 years being a wide receiver 4. But I think if Xavier Hutchinson is one of your top 2 guys, then you're probably a little challenged at wide receiver. Going to carve himself out a nice career. But you got Nico, who's elite, and then the Knoll Higgins factor is the huge question mark in that room. If they make the strides that I think the team hopes they can make and thinks they're capable of, then this is going to be a really exciting receiving room. If they don't, then they're going to have trouble at times against good defenses.
Well, and I think that's when you think about last year, the first half of the season offensively, when they would have loved Jalen Knoll to get on the field more, I think, and because people were clamoring for it, or more targets and all of that. The problem is that he's sitting behind a veteran in Christian Kirk, who just flat out is going to know and understand how to play slot receiver a lot better. And I think there were times where Jalen Knoll just wasn't where he was supposed to be right on time and in the routes, and CJ. It's hard for CJ to trust a rookie when they're playing that way. So it was going to take some time for those guys to get it going, especially when you got 2 of those guys in camp that when you heard D'Amico last week talk about how far ahead they are at this point this year than they were last year, I think a lot of that is I think people think of the offensive line, but really it's the young wide receivers who are now a lot closer to being veterans, and you don't have to be working on the remedial stuff with them.
Yep. All right. This time tomorrow, we will be 7 minutes into our conversation with Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. He will join us at 7:30 tomorrow. We'll have a nice long conversation with Nick about the offseason, look ahead to the upcoming season, and this will be the last time We talk with him here between now and training camp, so you'll want to be tuned in for that tomorrow at 7:30. All right, up next, Nico Collins got a pay bump. Could this player also be in for a pay bump? Because his contract sure does look good for the Texans right now. We will have that for you coming up next.
Hey, maybe you just got a pay bump. You get a promotion and you start thinking about, oh boy, all right.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, top of the hour, we will do the Tuesday Petty Cast. We got a lot of petty to get to today. I don't know if we're going to get to all of it, but we've got a lot of petty to get to at 8 o'clock. You can start texting your petties in, things you're feeling petty about, 713-572-4610. We'll also circle back to I'll say the two big trades from yesterday. The A.J. Brown trade feels a little anticlimactic when it's juxtaposed to the Myles Garrett trade, but we'll get back to that in the 8 o'clock hour as well. In the meantime, and again, a reminder, this time tomorrow we will be talking to Nick Caserio. He'll join us at 7:30 on the show tomorrow. So we got a busy week here on the show. So Bucky Brooks, Seth, who is a former player, sideline reporter for the Jacksonville Jaguars. You and he have talked on podcasts together before. We like Bucky
teammates.
Brooks. Oh, you guys were teammates back in the day?
We were together for like half a season back in the day. Yeah,
there you
1997.
Go. There you go. So he put together his list of the 5 best, what he calls star players, the star position on defense. It's the Jalen Petrie position.
Yeah. That's funny. I knew exactly what you were talking about, but I'd forgotten that's what we were going to talk about right now. And when you said star, I thought like, oh, the biggest stars in the league. Yeah. No. So the whatever you want to call him, the Joker or whatever, the safety / slot corner / linebacker position.
Yep. And so
it's becoming more and more common in football these days.
Yeah. And Petrie has really. Jalen Petrie's really found his home playing it the way that D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke have him playing it now. It was tough sledding for him. D'Amico's first year here, he got benched late in the season that year. He's been outstanding the last couple of years. Got a new contract, and he's got a lot of Pro Bowl, All-Pro mention this year. He didn't make All-Pro and he didn't make the Pro Bowl, but maybe some of that is due to the ambiguity of the position that he plays. Those things tend to get voted on, like safety, cornerback. Yeah, no, it is really and that's how football always struggles to keep up with the way the game is evolving. But he describes a star as a multifaceted playmaker with an alpha dog mentality who is capable of mixing it up in the box while also possessing the coverage skills to match up with wide receivers and tight ends in space. Yes.
And flashes pass rush skills.
Indeed.
So all of that makes sense, yeah.
Makes sense. Jalen Petrie fits that description. He's third on Bucky Brooks' list behind Cooper DeJean of the Eagles, who's still on his rookie deal. I'm going somewhere with this. Derwin James, who just signed a $25 million a year extension.
Eep.
And then Jalen Petrie is third, and his extension that he signed last year kicks in this season. He signed a 3-year, about $40 million extension, so his average annual value is $13 million. If Jalen Petrie has another season this coming season, like he's had certainly last season and maybe the season before, is he the next candidate to get the Nico Collins treatment?
Because the pay bump out of nowhere.
And by they I mean Nick Caserio, but I think D'Amico Ryans too, love Jalen. I mean, they love Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, I guess, if you had to put top 5 most beloved players who are a combination of attitude, performance, and work ethic, it feels like Jalen Petrie would be on that top 5.
I think the locks for that list are Will Anderson Jr., Kamari Lassiter, and Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
And then after that, I think there's a bunch of guys. I think Azeez Al-Shire is on that list as well. Notable that they're all on defense.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and Nico's the guy that they just extended. So
he might
based
be the
on
fifth.
those criteria,
he might be the 5th. So, I think that's where my mind goes, and that's where I think about the precedent that gets set when you don't see a lot of NFL teams do what the Texans did with Nico Collins.
I guess the one thing about the Nico Collins extension was that at the time, it looked like, okay, they're just giving him more money and the Texans aren't getting anything out of it. And it turns out, and credit to Texans Cap for alerting everybody to this, that the Texans did clear up some cap space when they did that by adding some voidable years.
Yeah.
So in reworking his deal, it wasn't like the classic, hey, you give us this. So, but they did get some space out of it, which makes you wonder, all right, are they... It wasn't maybe just out of the goodness of their hearts. They might be clearing space for a deal that's already in place.
No, they might.
For some kind of trade.
They might. It is funny. Like, it's like the counterintuitiveness of what we're saying here is funny. Like, they cleared up more cap space with this Nico restructure. Well, how did they do that? By giving him $17 million.
Yeah.
You know, like, ostensibly they gave him more money, but it's the restructuring of things without getting too deep into the cap. I just think when I saw Petrie right below Derwin James on this, I'm like, well, Derwin James just got a contract that's twice as much as Jalen Petrie's making right now.
Yeah.
And if we go by behavior, the behavior of the team and the GM over the last week says that if it's one of their guys, and Jalen Petrie is one of their guys, he might be in line. If he has another big year, he might be in line to get a little more scratch, Jalen Petrie.
I guess the one thing, the one thing with Petrie compared to some of the other guys is that he's much more on the linebacker, like the safety / linebacker side of things. And then he's got some liabilities in coverage. Like, we know you don't want him you don't want him locked up with no safety help over the top in man coverage on the slot receiver.
Yeah.
The Texans learned that 2 years ago. And I guess that's where it might skew things a little bit. It gets really hard trying to compare these guys because every team uses them a little bit differently.
Sure.
But that fifth defensive back role now, it's certainly more valuable. And I think, that'll be I think that somewhere next year, depending on what kind of year Petrie has and everything, that maybe that ends up being a thing, but I'm not worried about it. I don't think it's that imminent.
No, it won't be anytime soon. It's just, he did it with 2 years left on Nico's deal. Jalen will have 2 years left on his deal a year from now.
The other thing, too, is, look, I used to tell people, like, listen, don't worry about the cap space. The Texans will be a little bit creative, and they've got plenty of cap space in 2020, 2026, and 2027.
How's that going right now?
That's when you start pushing money off into the future. Yeah. At the beginning of this offseason, the Texans were in a very good shape in 2027. They're now, I think they've got the 7th least cap space in 2027. They've started doing some more aggressive Howie Roseman type of stuff. Well, they're spending a lot of cash, but they're managing to keep it off of the cap. And that is the kind of thing where you look at, if you're C.J. Stroud, man, they're doing a lot. They're being really aggressive to try to make this team better right now.
Yep.
If you need to see a commitment that the team is actually trying to do things better, they're doing all of that stuff. Like, if you're the quarterback and you're wondering what are they doing to help around. And I think the carrot on the stick there is, all right, look, CJ, we might not do a deal this year, but what do you think is going to happen if we win a Super Bowl? Like right now, you don't deserve a market-setting deal. If the Texans' offense improves by a bunch and you win a Super Bowl, we know what happens.
They'll have no
contract after that.
They'll have no choice.
You're going to get an incredible contract.
Absolutely.
And that's a nice big old carrot on a stick. The carrot outweighs the stick in that scenario.
Yep.
You have the guy.
Yes.
The guy's got to wear one of those hernia trusses, one of those weightlifting belts that the stockroom guys do, just to hold on to the stick.
The
at that
stick
point.
is bent down almost like a fishing rod trying to pull a marlin out of the ocean. Like that's it's a tiny stick that's bent down with this huge steroid-fueled carrot at the end of it.
They got to go get a carbon fiber stick to hit.
That's exactly right. So, and you know what I would point out too, that when you point out like how the cap is looking moving forward. Credit ownership, too. Ownership being willing to overspend on the cash compared to the salary cap. And I'm trying to keep this from getting too nerdy, but to do it the way the Texans seem to be doing it, which is doing a lot of credit card stuff, like pushing things into voidable years and future years, using the mechanisms you have in place to be flexible with the cap, you need owners that are willing to shell out a lot of cash to do that. Mm-hmm. So credit with the McNairs for that. All right, let's get to the petty cast. A lot of people are texting in their petties right now. We'll certainly get to those things you're petty about. So we'll do that. We got a little football. We got a lot of basketball that we'll get to in the petty cast. Tuesday, 8 a.m. petty cast is coming up next.
Early returns out of Texans OTAs are KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we do it every Tuesday at 8 a.m. Pettycast. We get exceedingly petty about things going on around the world of sports. Now, the very first one I had for the Pettycast was a clip I saw yesterday of Seattle head coach Mike Macdonald, Super Bowl winning head coach, really good head coach. And it was a press conference. And a lot of coaches are doing press conferences these days because OTAs are in session. So the caption said, this was Mike Macdonald when somebody asked him about the Myles Garrett trade, which of course impacts Seattle because now the team that's viewed as being right in the power rankings of the NFL, the Rams, just got better. They got Myles Garrett. Here's what the clip was.
Bro, I really don't care. I don't care. I just care where we're at. It's not trying to be a chotch, but just don't care.
Okay. And so come to find out, as you indicated to me here, that is a Twitter, and Twitter's gotten better at this. You know, they kind of crowdsource the truth on some of these parodies or clips that are mislabeled intentionally.
It got a community note.
Note.
This is actually a clip from August of 2025. Which, look, I'm no chronology expert,
right,
but that seems like it was well before the trade for Myles Garrett.
So I'm petty towards social media and the internet. That's the pettiness.
Petty towards modern life.
Getting me.
Where you just, even though you feel like you got your head on a swivel, and but the depressing part though is, okay, we say Twitter's gotten better at it, and yet the post is still up there, and people still react to it and respond to it the way, like, as if it's a real thing. And nothing happens to those accounts. There's so many, that ML football account and some of these other accounts that just grossly take things out of context or just flat out tell lies. Those accounts remain.
They do.
Yeah.
They do. Urban Dictionary defines chotch as a noun.
Yeah.
A person, usually male, who attempts to exhibit a cool and popular look, but generally comes across as either an a-hole or a total loser.
Not trying to be a chotch.
Did he use chotch properly in that cut right there?
I don't even know what was in response. What the actual answer was in response to.
Yeah, I don't either. I guess he did. He said, "I'm trying not to be an a-hole." Chotch is an a-hole, I guess. I always viewed chotch as somebody who's not only an a-hole, but they had a lot of body spray and
yeah. No,
hair.
it's not. Yeah, it's somebody that's trying too hard or whatever. Yeah, it's like the middle-aged guy who's dressing like he's 18 years old.
Yes,
what a chotch.
Yep, total chotch. This is Steve Smith Sr., who we know best from being on the NFL Network, but I don't know if he's making a move. Well, okay, ESPN owns the NFL Network, so we're going to start to see a lot of crossover like this. He was on, I believe, First Take or Get Up when he gave this assessment of the Minnesota Vikings quarterback battle right now, which is led by Kyler Murray is reportedly leading J.J. McCarthy to be the starting quarterback for the Vikings. Here is Steve Smith Sr.'s assessment of that.
What do you expect from Kyler Murray?
God bless him. Justin Jefferson probably needs to read that book that A.J. Brown was using on the sideline. I don't see a chance. And the fact, J.J. McCarthy, you know who could beat J.J. McCarthy? Anybody with a heartbeat. And Kyler Murray, good luck. I hope things improve for him. I hope he stays off the Call of Duty and start getting his playbook.
Steve Smith is just like he's petty at J.J. McCarthy for sucking.
That
little Call of Duty
about
shot.
him, a story about him playing too much Call of Duty in lieu from a long time ago. It is now.
That'll follow him.
Follow him around.
Yes, that'll follow him everywhere.
Maybe that'll end up being a good thing. I've seen reports that he's grown and matured a lot since then, and I don't know. I think Kevin O'Connell has done a really good job with guys like Sam Darnold. I mean, he basically turned Sam Darnold's career around for him, and I don't underestimate what he might be able to do with Kyler Murray, he does have incredible physical skills.
Absolutely, yeah. It's first overall pick for a reason, no question.
I think this is the thing. I think Kevin O'Connell made Sam Darnold a smarter quarterback. Yeah. I think he has just like Gary Kubiak did for a lot of quarterbacks, because he's got a curriculum. Because it's almost like a paint-by-numbers way to process things mentally, that he takes quarterbacks and gets the most out of them by giving them a system to work within. And it's just more of it's a way to think about football and to make decisions. And sometimes guys haven't always had the best coaching when it comes to that side of playing in the NFL. So I'm very intrigued by Kyler Murray. I'm not intrigued by J.J. McCarthy.
I am not at all. No, I'm intrigued just to see where it goes with his character 9. But
J.J. McCarthy was a victim of another one of these types of takes that we just played from McDonald's, where there's a clip of him at a press conference. There's no audio with a clip, but somebody tweeted out the clip of the press conference and put a fake quote on top of it.
Oh, jeez.
And people ran with it.
Yeah, that's
people
scary.
had all kinds of hot takes. I'm guessing it was talked about on the radio at some point.
Yeah.
Without people. Okay, I clicked on the video and saw there was no sound and thought immediately, okay, well, this is bogus.
Yep.
But millions of other people didn't.
They don't do the work.
And they all vote.
Yep.
They all vote in elections.
They do, yeah. They all vote. They procreate.
And that is a bipartisan alarmist take I get nervous about what people are using to base their election decisions on how much, like the sheer quantity and volume of fake news that they're seeing.
All right. So Rich Paul, who is LeBron James' longtime friend and agent, was on a podcast. He was on with Max Kellerman, actually, on Max Kellerman's podcast, and had this take on the Jordan Pippen Bulls championship teams. So we all know LeBron is, kind of chasing Mike. In the eyes of many, it's the two of them chasing each other, whatever. It's mostly LeBron chasing Michael in the eyes of many. This is Rich Paul's take on the Jordan Pippen championship teams.
I think Scotty's rings are just the same as Michael Jordan's. Why not?
Because he won the best player on the team.
Yeah, but he was the most impactful player on the team.
I get it.
What do you mean he wasn't?
Listen, I get it.
If you unplug Scottie Pippen off that team,
sure.
Jordan's 0 for 6.
Sure,
could be.
Who knows? But
if
you
could be.
But if you replace
Scottie,
but replace Scottie Pippen with another All-Star. No one does it without another All-Star.
Replace
him with another All-Star. He's going to win more than one.
You can replace him with another All-Star, but just because it's an All-Star don't mean it's Scottie Pippen.
No question. I'm not saying
right.
6. I'm saying, but you're going to win some.
Okay, I think it's a wild take.
To tell the most impactful player on that team. I understand what they're saying. If you want to make a point about Scottie Pippen, there's ways to do it. claiming that he's more impactful than Michael Jordan.
Come on.
You know?
Come on.
Oh, you think you're a great pastry chef, huh?
No, that's...
Well, let's see how good you are without flour.
Right.
Huh?
Yeah.
The flour is the most impactful thing.
That anytime someone goes, yeah, that guy's the best player, but this guy's the most impactful. Like, people do that all the time.
Oh, you're parsing words. And
this so-and-so is probably the MVP of the league, but you know what? His teammate is actually sort of the MVP of the team.
Yeah,
they try to sound smart, and that's what Rich Paul is doing there. And I also think there's always the ulterior motive of trying to somehow downgrade Michael Jordan because LeBron is his guy, has been his guy forever. There were a couple good retorts to this that were entertaining as we do the Pettycast here on a Tuesday. This was Tim McMahon of ESPN, which this is the conventional. If you were debating Rich Paul about this, I think this is where Kellerman was trying to go with it. But Tim McMahon of ESPN did a really good job.
Look, if you unplug Dwayne Wade from the Miami Heat, LeBron doesn't win titles there. If you unplug Kyrie Irving from the Cavaliers, they don't come back from 3-1. If you unplug Anthony Davis from the Bubba Lakers, they don't win a championship. Let's spin it forward to right now. If you unplug Jalen Williams from the Oklahoma City Thunder, I sure as hell hope nobody's looking funny at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for coming up one game short of knocking off the Spurs, for taking the Spurs to 7 games. It's really hard to win a championship when you don't have your co-star.
Yeah.
That's a pretty obvious statement.
Yeah, like if we're just randomly unplugging people, then you got to do it for the other guys, too.
Right. So as if like LeBron won all his championships with no other good players on the floor.
Yeah, it was silly. Now, this was Stephen A. Smith getting a little more gangsta about the whole thing, saying he will not tolerate any Michael Jordan slander. It'll never happen on First Take.
When you bring up Jordan and you talk about Pippen and what Jordan wouldn't be without Pippen, if they didn't have Pippen, they'd have had somebody else. Just like LeBron had somebody else, just like Steph had somebody else, just like Wemby's got crew, just like Shea had people. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got somebody, okay? We understand that. But it doesn't take away or diminish the greatness of Michael Jordan, who, by the way, is still the greatest closer in NBA history. You can try that nonsense someplace else. It ain't working because it all comes back to First Take, baby. And I'm right here to knock down that drivel, that nonsense. It ain't happening.
Stephen A. is leaning into his persona more and more lately. And I'm here for it. I'm entertained by it.
That was good by him, and not just because I agree with it. There's times where I think there's sometimes because they have him on air so much.
Yep.
He does so many hours of content that there are times where it feels like he's just in auto mode and he's not saying he's doing the Stephen A. Shtick, but not making any sense at all. So I really appreciate those moments where he's like at his peak there. I can't, honestly, he probably does what? 7-8 hours of content a day?
Yes.
And I know, look, this is not hard rock mining or not physical labor. It's just hard to keep your brain straight when you're doing that much content.
It's mentally taxing. I know nobody in a real physical job wants to hear that, but it is mentally taxing.
Right. No, and it's hard. It's not physically grueling labor, but it's hard to be. He can't be peak Michael A. He can't be peak Stephen A. For 7 hours a day.
Yeah.
And so he's got to do it in little vignettes.
Fix his spots.
I wish he would just at some point scale back and go back to doing just be on there for the show and nothing else. Don't do your radio show or anything, because I think he might be the most potent force in all of sports media.
He's pretty good, man.
It's just, I don't know. I feel like they're spreading him too thin.
Yep. This was Mark Titus, former college basketball player, several years ago, and he's been out in the media for a long time now. He's part of Barstool. So this is him talking to Brandon Walker, who's one of the hosts of Barstool. And if you want to hear someone that's petty about OKC getting eliminated, a happy version of petty, take a listen to Mark Titus being happy, petty as hell, that OKC eliminated from the playoffs.
This was the most enjoyable hate watch I've ever had in my life. This was, and I'm not saying this because it's recency bias. I truly mean this. I hate the Oklahoma City Thunder more than I've hated anything in my life. Yeah. I f***ing despise those motherfuckers. I hate them so much. Yeah. And it's not just because of like what they won one championship or like they're a good team, because the Thunder, this is what makes them stupid, is that they like to point out everybody hates the team that won the championship.
Right.
Well, now you didn't chip. I still hate you. I played basketball my entire life. I didn't give much to the game. I understand that, Brandon. I suck.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. I suck.
Sure.
But as I look back on my life, if I was to tell my life story and not include basketball, I would have nothing. Everything in my life is because of this sport. And these terrorists from Oklahoma City have come along and are trying to ruin something that has meant so much to me for 40 years. They are just they're taking their pants off twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week, and they are all over what I love and I've held close to my heart dearly for 4 decades.
I think this is the angriest. This OKC team is the angriest basketball fans are at a style of play. Even more.
If you get into we're in the era wars now. You know, it's been fun. You know what? It's fun because us, the old heads, have been, whining about the state of modern basketball forever. No, it's everybody's favorite version of basketball was whatever it was when they were 20 or 22 years old.
Yeah.
But I feel like now the millennials are being pulled into the mix now too. So now it's millennials versus the Gen Z version of basketball. So it's nice to have you on board, you grumpy old codgers.
Absolutely.
You millennials.
Called them terrorists.
Bold move, calling the OKC and terrorists.
Yep.
Okay, go there, Mark. Go there.
Yeah, that's bold. All right, this next one is actually adjacent to the Texans here. It goes back to the quote that we played ad nauseum over the last few days of C.J. Stroud talking about his contract situation, in which he said he's trying to improve every day, and he felt up his end of the bargain in that respect. Damon Amendolara, who used to be part of the Infinity Sports Network and was on this station for many, many years. He's over at Sirius XM now. He heard it the way many other people heard it, Seth, that it was C.J. Stroud digging in, taking his side against the Texans, talking about the totality of his work, holding up his end of the bargain, and that pissed off one Damon Amendolara.
Nobody's ever had 5 INTs and 5 fumbles in the same postseason. He just did it. After that, to say, I've done my part for an extension. Oh, no, you haven't. No, you haven't, because we can all agree on this. Had C.J. Stroud just been a little bit better, let's just say he wasn't a disaster. Let's just say he was pedestrian. Let's just say he didn't firsthand try to give away 2 games. The Texans could have easily played in the Super Bowl. They could have easily played in the Super Bowl. C.J. Stroud was essentially the reason the Texans didn't play in a Super Bowl. And he has the gall to say, I've done my part. Man, that's a guy that doesn't get it. That defense holding up their end of the bargain. D'Amico Ryan's D holding up their end of the bargain. The guy that isn't, you, CJ, you should have played at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, this is man, it's the use of the idiom benefit of the doubt that immediately made people think that CJ was saying, I've done my part for a new contract.
Yep.
I just, because everything he did before, leading up to that, in a 3 or 4 sentence statement, was picture perfect. He said, I let my agent care about that. My job is to play football. But as soon as people hear a version of held up, what's that? Hold up my end of the bargain. What did I say? Benefit of the doubt?
Benefit of the doubt,
Sorry. What an idiot. So as soon as he said, hold up my end of the bargain, that's what it feels. It immediately your brain thinks he's talking about the contract. And I don't fault Amendolara for going there. I don't think he probably actually listened to the whole clip or thought about it as much as we did. But I get it. That's where sometimes the young players, they sometimes don't quite grasp the idioms that they're using and use them correctly. And it's not CJ's fault per se, but it leads to people mischaracterizing what you're saying.
It comes with a tone. That idiom comes typically, you got to scrub that tone off that idiom. It inherently has a contentiousness to it.
It's almost like I have a hard time with this because no matter how much when I try to talk about game management with quarterbacks, and no matter how specifically I lay it out, and I'll explain, Peyton Manning was a good game manager. Tom Brady was a good game manager. It's an aspect of being a quarterback. That part of it, I'm not calling Peyton Manning a game manager quarterback or Tom Brady, but there's a game management aspect to it. Yeah. And no matter how many times you explain that, as soon as you start talking about C.J. Stroud's game management or the Aaron Rodgers game manager or anything, people think you're calling him a game manager.
Right.
Because it's such a triggering phrase.
Yep.
It's so, and they get all angry about it. So, yeah, I think it was all about that. I've held up my end of the bargain that would think, oh, he's saying he deserves a new contract. And they ignore everything else that he said in the statement.
Yep. And his behavior, and we pointed this out multiple times since he said it last week, but I'll point it out again here. His behavior, both what we've heard about, in terms of communication with the team and with his teammates and the workouts, and even just the physical transformation. He has the appearance, and everything we've been hearing is this is a guy whose demeanor this offseason has been the opposite of somebody who would say, well, I've held up my end of the bargain.
Clint had we're in the petty cast. Let's stay petty.
That's okay. We're almost out of time.
Oh, okay. So Clint made the point yesterday that, hey, if there was an imminent contract, then CJ probably wouldn't be out there at OTAs because he's not going to risk injury. That's classic. You just we're close to a contract. I'm not going to tempt fate and get injured at OTAs and potentially tear everything asunder. I agree with him. I think it's a really good point by Clint. I do wonder though if part of it with CJ is that he is doing everything the right way. I think, and to do it the right way, but then B, also you could argue, just wants to be sure the organization understands that he's doing everything the right way.
Yep.
But I think it's a really good point by Clint.
Yeah.
That might be a breadcrumb that tells you that they're probably neither side is necessarily expecting a deal to get done. Well, I will take that as a valid breadcrumb.
Yes, valid breadcrumb. We're going to have Nick Caserio on tomorrow. I'm sure we'll talk about CJ Stroud at some stage.
Exactly what's going on.
That's what I was just going to say. Is if you want to know,
I'm going to lay it out for you guys and tell you exactly where we are in the negotiations and what our counteroffers have been.
Yeah, what percentage of the way are we through putting the entire contract together? I'm sure we'll get that.
I feel like we've held up our end of the bargain.
I do too.
And I think we deserve that from him.
7 years now we've been doing it. All right, let's circle back to the Myles Garrett trade. Could the Myles Garrett trade actually be a trade that gets the Rams 2 All-Pro players? We will explain coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I thought this was a grand slam by C.J. Stroud.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, I put up a poll a little bit earlier of those the 4 defensive ends that are free agents out there that the Texans may or may not want to sign. We'll see, but they got a bunch of cap space now after restructuring or readjusting Nico Collins' contract.
Oodles of cap space.
So I put up a poll. Do you want to guess at it a little later in the show as to who the Texan fans would want out of Bosa, Cam Jordan, Clowney, and Von Miller? We'll do that later. We'll do it in the 9 o'clock hour. Okay. Now, as far as defensive ends that actually are changing teams,
What if I had said no? Like, no, I don't want to do that.
I would have been very, very out of character because I know it's one of your favorite things to do is guess at the Pender polls. So Myles Garrett gets traded yesterday, and there are so many angles to the Myles Garrett trade. You know, given the fact that he's going to the team that, despite the fact that they're in the exact same division as the actual defending Super Bowl champs, the Rams, I think, are getting the treatment this offseason as the front runner for the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, it really
even more yesterday.
Oh, it is. It's I would imagine if I were a Seahawks player or fan, I'd be like, bro, we just beat that team 2 out of 3 times, including when it really mattered in the playoffs, and then we went ahead and won a Super Bowl. And these guys are the favorite. I think the one thing about the Seahawks is they do have a brand new offensive coordinator that you got to figure out. You know, it's not a slam dunk that anybody can take Sam Darnold and turn him into what he was.
It's a huge variable, man, and I haven't seen a lot of people talking about that either. It's a huge variable. So we can talk about the Cleveland side of this thing because that's really interesting. Just given the fact that they got a current, I'll say established. He's only been in the league 2 years, but it's been 2 really good years for Jared Verse, plus draft capital. Where are they going with this? We have not yet talked about this, and we've had multiple people ask about it on the text page. The possibility that Aaron Donald could be looking at this Rams team now, and the possibility of him playing alongside Myles Garrett. And I think, and we'll hear from Michael Brockers here in just a second, who's been on with us pretty recently, former Ram himself, former Rams defensive lineman, former teammate of Aaron Donald. Before we play this audio, know that everything we've seen on the internet of Aaron Donald, that dude is still in killer shape.
Right, yeah, he still works out like a maniac.
Yes.
He hasn't played since 2023. But you could say, right, but he's been working out like he's a football player since 2023, and his body will be fresh. And
that's scary.
Yeah, I mean, let's see, this would be his 5-year-old season.
Okay, yeah.
So he's not over the hill yet.
No, not at all. Not at all. And like you said, 2 years of tread that didn't get used up by playing football the last couple of years.
They retreaded his tires.
They did. So here's Michael Brockers, former Ram defensive lineman, hinting at maybe a return of Aaron Donald.
I would say that I do have some information that might be considered as some knowledge that others might not have. But I will say this. My guy is staying ready so he doesn't have to get ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I if it were anybody except a former teammate, I would have paid that no mind. That feels like that classic, like that thing Craig Carton does all the time. We're like, well, I know something, but I'm not going to tell anybody. Yeah, that's okay. But now this feels like it would make total and perfect sense.
Oh yeah.
Now if
Donald wants to do it, if he wants to do it, yeah.
If he wants to do it, and it's like, okay, were the Rams last year not a good enough team to entice him into coming back and potentially winning another Super Bowl?
Right.
But I think the thought of him playing next to Myles Garrett would be the thing that would be that extra cherry on top.
Yeah, absolutely.
A 290-pound cherry on top.
Yeah, no question about it. I wonder what it would take to get him to do that. You know, is it something where he would want to come back and give them a discount just in case rings and play with Myles Garrett? Or, you know, do the Rams need to make more, you know, do they need to do some things with their cap to get Aaron Donald? Because look, let's face it, if Aaron Donald were to just say to the NFL, not to the Rams, but just say, hey, I'm back.
Yeah.
And I don't know when he retired, I don't know if he still had years left on his deal. Like, I don't know if the Rams still have the rights to Aaron Donald. But let's just pretend for a second that they don't, and he were a free agent. What do you think Aaron Donald would get on the open market coming back after?
On the open market?
Yeah.
Somebody would give him – because, JJ had all of his injury concerns by the time he got later in his career, even though he was still producing. People are going to be a little bit nervous about his injuries. With Aaron Donald, I don't think you have that. And I think somebody would give him – I think somebody would give him a Danielle Hunter type of contract, a 1 year or some kind of modified 2-year deal where whatever what's Danielle making this year?
35.
Yeah,
and he's making
something like that.
He's making 40 next year.
Yeah, I think he would get paid, if not more. He wouldn't get paid like he would when he was in the prime of his career or still had just played a season or anything. But I think there's some team out there that would figure out a way to give him an extremely lucrative 1-year deal.
1-year deal in the 30s somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, because like I said, every workout video you see of Aaron Donald since he retired, he looks the same as he did when he was playing.
And he didn't have those same injury concerns that JJ did.
No.
I mean, the only time in his career since the year in his career where he missed a good chunk of time to injuries, in 2017 he played 14 games. So I would call that significant only because he almost always plays every single game other than like the last game of the year. And then in 2022, which is second to last year before retirement, he only played 11 games. But by all standards, I mean, there's a lot of 30-year-old defensive tackles that you see, he missed 6 games one season. You're not going to bat an eyelash at it.
Yep.
I think people would treat him like he was just very much a healthy, younger. They would treat him like he's younger than 35 years old.
Do you feel bad for Jared Verse that he went from the team that was the leading Super Bowl contender on the odds board with good ownership and a good quarterback, an MVP quarterback, to a team that has horrible ownership, is in cold weather, probably going to win 3 games this year, and has a quarterback that accounts for $120 million on their cap?
Yeah, I feel he's going for, and really more
Welcome
than anything,
to the league, kid.
He's going from one of the teams that has one of the most respected front offices and organization in terms of the way they operate, and that he's going to the Browns, which as an organization, you know what? I mean, put the Browns in South Beach. Oh, they already have the Browns in South Beach. Yeah. It's called Miami Dolphins.
The Dolphins. Yep.
So, I mean, if you send them to Miami or you send them to Cleveland, like any warm weather locale, if it's an organization that's just a mess, then it's probably, and it's not changing his contract. Browns are not even, they're not even allowed to give him an extension, which is good from the Browns' standpoint. They get to trade a guy without having to immediately give him a brand new deal. But he has to wait a year before he's even eligible for an extension. Yeah, that part of it on a pure football side of things, that sucks. Now, he is going to a good defense at least.
He is.
He's not going to an atrocious defense in miserable circumstances.
And it's a good fan base too. Like, they're rabid about their football there. So that
he's from Ohio and Pennsylvania. He was born in Ohio, but he went to high school in Pennsylvania. So he's from that region. So maybe that softens the blow a little bit.
Yeah, or did he get his blood?
Maybe he was happy to be away from everybody.
Maybe did his blood get thinned out? He went to Florida State and then he went to the Rams. He hadn't been in that cold weather for a long time. I will say too, that's probably a more fun division to play in than the NFC West. I know there's good teams in the NFC West, but
there's more hardcore rivalry.
Yeah, the AFC North feels the most like a college conference.
He's an AFC North type of player.
Yes,
like his game is just physically brutal. I love watching him play.
Yep.
So I think that if I were a Browns fan, I would be telling my other Browns fans, like, listen, man, look, all right, I'm going to show you some cut-ups of the way this dude plays. And this is like a Ravens or Steelers style of football player.
Yeah.
He's just physically is one of the strongest football players I've ever seen. He's like a defensive line, slash outside linebacker, but he's more of a defensive end type.
Yeah.
He plays in LA, he was playing in a 2-point stance, a lot of a defensive end. He's like a James Harrison type of mindset and player and all of that. Yeah.
I really like my gut reaction. I really like this trade for the Browns. And I know it sucks for Browns fans that you're trading Myles Garrett, who's the greatest player of the new era of Browns football, like the post Browns leaving to go to Baltimore era, like since they came back in as an expansion team. Myles Garrett is, to me, undoubtedly the best player they've had in this modern era of Browns football. This would be, if we're trying to localize this here, the feeling I always get from reading, on Twitter, following Browns people, listening this morning to hear what the reaction was, and listening yesterday afternoon. If Texan fans want to imagine what this was like, this would have been like trading J.J. Watt after his third Defensive Player of the Year award in 2015. Like when he was at the peak of his powers, because J.J. started getting hurt after that. J.J.'s only 5 years in at that point. Myles Garrett's 9 years in. The injuries to J.J. make the comparison a little bit clunky chronologically, but in terms of the emotion of what this guy means to the franchise, a franchise that as a franchise hadn't the Texans at that point, and the Browns hasn't done anything in terms of Super Bowls or getting to a Super Bowl, your emotion and your hope in that team is wrapped up in your great players. They just traded their greatest player yesterday.
I guess what offsets it a little bit, I understand exactly what you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
and it's easy for me to say this because I don't have an emotional, part of this. Yeah. It's that Jared Verse is really, really good, and he's very, very young. So if you're a Browns fan and if you're a Browns fan who's accepted that it's probably going to be at least another year or two before we're really relevant again, you're bringing in a guy that, likely isn't going to be as good as Myles Garrett because very few players ever will be as good as Myles Garrett again. But he is a really good young player who's going to be around if they are able to turn it around. Totally. But I'm also, if I'm a Browns fan, I got to concede that, okay, you guys have been telling me the same story for a long time now.
100%.
Like, hey, just wait. Just do wait. Yeah. Because that's what they did, as you pointed out. That's what they had with Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
He was a part of that. He was going to be a part of turning it around, and then he'll be there, and he'll still be young and viable when Deshaun Watson comes onto the team. And, all right.
Yeah. I mean, and that part's fascinating, too.
Sean, they 100% became, as I said at the time, the Browns traded, even if it worked out with Deshaun Watson, they traded for the right to be the 2020 Houston Texans.
And here we are.
They had an awesome defensive lineman on the team.
Yep.
And J.J. Watt. Deshaun Watson played really well in 2020. They were still a horrible football team.
Yeah.
And they didn't have any draft picks.
Yep.
And lo and behold, there you go. The Browns became the exact same thing.
Yep.
They had a bunch of money committed to a quarterback. They didn't have any draft picks. But, hey, we got Myles Garrett.
Yep.
Great. A lot of good he's going to do you.
Yep. We brought up the Giants a little earlier in the show, and I kind of made the offhanded comment that, they're going to have turmoil in the locker room. Former NFL player has views on political differences in the locker room.
Well, this is Aqib Talib, and this is
no. This is tease. We're up against it. Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah. So that'll be coming up next. Stay there. Yeah. But I want to tell you about Houston Powder Coaters.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we head towards the top of the hour here, towards the 9 o'clock hour. Hey, tomorrow, 7:30 on the show, Nick Caserio will join us. So we'll talk to the Texans GM for a nice commercial-free half hour or 40 minutes or so, as we always do with him when he joins us here on the show. We'll have the national chatter about the Texans. Boy, the longer the offseason goes, it feels like the more bullish people are getting about the Houston Texans and the offseason they've had. So we'll have some national chatter about them that was making the rounds yesterday. When we were talking earlier about we were talking about the teams that could be most improved in the NFL this year. There's an ESPN article that had 100 different nuggets of best bets, predictions, proclamations, things like that. I think it was Matt Bowen who had, these are the 5 teams I think will be most improved. And 3 of them are on the Texans schedule, and they're all before the bye week, and they're all at home. Bengals, Cowboys, Giants. The Bengals and Cowboys, I think, improved for them could mean that they're playoff teams. The Giants, I think, improvement for them could still mean that they're not very good. I just think they're the worst of those 3 teams, certainly the worst quarterback situation of those 3 teams right now, not knowing what Jackson Dart is. I kind of made the offhanded comment as I was saying, here's why the Giants scare me the least, is that they may have some turmoil in the locker room, which you disagree with that you don't think there will be.
Well, yeah, if any, like if just because there might be political differences between Jackson Dart and other players that's going to cause turmoil in the locker room, that would be the exception. Yeah. If it did cause turmoil in the locker room, I think that was a whole lot of people heaping on their thoughts and their biases or whatever about how athletes must feel about stuff. Yep. Because in my long history in the NFL, there have been a boatload of big-time political disagreements that largely are non-factor as to whether or not you have a good locker room. Yeah. And so that's I just don't. I don't buy it at all. Like that's something that people want to put on. It's people being unable to, I guess, comprehend that people can have political differences and actually cohabitate and work together without it being the end of the world.
Yeah, and obviously the difference with this one is that Abdul Carter did seem to have an issue with it and went public with it. Whereas
right. Well, no. he can have saying guys don't have issues with it. I'm saying it doesn't mean that there's a locker room.
No. I'm only saying this one is getting all this attention because of Abdul Carter.
Gotcha.
So that's all. But I haven't listened to Aqib Talib yet, so I'm going to let you set this up.
So this is Aqib Talib on what's Skip Bayless's deal there? It's on Underdog.
I
it's called
forget.
the Gridiron Arena or something like that. The Arena.
Yeah.
So here's Aqib Talib talking about why he doesn't think it's an issue.
It's so many different upbringings, so many different backgrounds in the league. You're going to have different political views. You're going to have different religious views. I don't think it impacts the locker room. They say you're not supposed to talk about like politics. Man, f that. The locker room talk about everything. And you're going to have guys who believe something you don't believe. And y'all going to talk about it. It probably turn to jokes. In our locker room, we had my dog, Derek Wolf. He loved Trump. What, did he not? He was adamant about it. He loved Trump. Trump gonna do this and Trump gonna. We used to argue with him and play around and laugh and joke. And at the end of the day, we all was at the wedding. He had married. We all up there in Vail at the wedding, kicking it like that's our brother. To this day, we link up. Woof, that's my brother. He loved Trump. Oh well, it is what it is. Everybody got that attitude. It'd never disrupt the locker room because that's not what we there for.
I love that.
We're here to win chips. It's guys from all different walks of life. We coming together to win the chip. Now, if it's a guy here like, bro, I'm making my cash. I don't give a about winning, bro. You think Nah, that's going to cause a riff-raff in the locker room, man.
Yeah, I feel like Aqib Talib has been the best voice in any of this in explaining how it is.
Is that nail it?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yep.
That's honestly, like Will Anderson is a devout Christian. Aziz Alshire is a Muslim. Yeah. Clearly, they must hate each other. I know. They talk about it. Yeah. They have. I think the political debates could get big and heated, and yet everybody's cool. The other one is being, like evangelical Christians versus somebody that's arguing, literal interpretation of the Bible versus, somebody arguing for evolution. That gets pretty heated at times.
Yep.
And it's different from locker room to locker room, but it's more of a sign of if you're having political disagreements isn't going to create a dysfunctional locker room. A dysfunctional locker room will be affected by political disagreements. So
sense.
it's a cart and a horse thing.
Yep.
If you've got a good locker room, you can have any amount of disagreement about non-football things and be cool with each other.
Yeah.
If you're a dysfunctional locker room, then that's when it's a problem.
Okay.
Like you already had problems to begin with if you guys can't handle having some political disagreements.
I love what he said. I love what you're saying. I'm curious, and I think the way you frame that is perfect, which is, yeah, if it's already dysfunctional, drop that in, and it's going to get exacerbated. What in your experience, what is the biggest thing that leads to a dysfunctional locker room?
Oh, okay.
And I don't know, have you been in a dysfunctional locker room before?
Yeah, I mean, there's dysfunction everywhere, so it's a matter of degrees, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's everything that Aqib Talib said right there. Guys that are just too selfish, and especially if you've got loud guys who are your highest paid guys are supposed to be your leaders.
Yeah.
Then that can be really bad. Like exactly what Aqib Talib said there. And I think the other is just if you have an absence of veteran leadership or you don't have enough strong leaders in general, then it's like a preschool without the teachers around.
Yeah.
What happens 5 minutes after the teacher leaves let's say a 6th grade classroom.
Right.
Hey kids, I'm not going to be here for 27 minutes. Right. It's mayhem, man.
Yes. They go unattended. Yeah.
So if you don't have enough older guys or enough veteran leaders or enough just mature guys or the right kinds of guys, then that just naturally leads to mayhem.
Yep.
So and then sometimes it's I guess sometimes it depends on like the stress level of how the head coach operates with things.
Sure.
It's a really good question.
Yeah.
I'm going to that's something I should do a power ranking on. I never really thought. I know what bad things are, but I have never thought about like the actual hierarchy of what really creates a bad locker room.
Yeah, I mean, I think Talib's thing he brought up at the end there seems logical. Like, I think about the Texans, and I think, okay, there's a chance that if you ask Will Anderson what in your mind leads to a dysfunction is the biggest thing that leads to a dysfunctional locker room, my first gut reaction was Will going, I've not been in a dysfunctional locker room yet, except that there's degrees of dysfunction. And while I'm 1,000. This version of the Texans don't live at the extreme end of the dysfunction. They have had dysfunction in the locker room before.
Yeah.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson was a Texan for a few months.
Right. Well,
Steven Nelson was a Texan. Maybe it boils down to certain individuals for the teams that are at the far end of a lack of dysfunction.
Well, and like with Steven Nelson, I don't know if that was. It seemed like it was him versus Caserio more than anything else. So I don't know about him specifically, but with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, we have more evidence of
he lost
exactly
games
what's going on.
for them,
and that was a classic. Yeah, if you got guys who are pointing fingers and everything, that gets ugly real quick when guys start. When guys start just flat out blaming others, which goes back to what Aqib Talib was saying.
Yep. Well, and credit to D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. They saw the problem, and they moved on from it with CJ.
Yeah.
Now it left a big gaping hole at safety for the rest of the year.
And it's one of those things, too. If you have a good locker room and you've got a good culture, then it sticks out like a sore thumb when a guy isn't operating that way.
Yep. Which that was definitely a case of that. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Listen next hour for your shot at a pair of passes to the live viewing at the Dynamo Soccer Celebration on June 11th. We'll tell you more about that in the 9 o'clock hour, but we'll be giving away tickets in the 9 o'clock hour. Grades for the Texans offseason, and we had Aaron Schatz picking the Texans to go to the Super Bowl earlier. We've got somebody predicting a Super Bowl win for the Texans. What are the national folks saying about the Houston Texans and Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans? We will have that for you coming up next.
Early returns out of Texans OTAs. Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, good to be with you on a Tuesday. Texans back at it at OTAs. Media will be out there with eyes on it today and on Thursday this week. And then mandatory minicamp next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So a lot of Texan stuff popping here. And then we will be into the long slog of mid-June through late July with no football.
And as we've complained about before, NFL players don't get arrested nearly as often as they used to.
Yeah,
although
it's a shame.
Josh Jacobs is contributing to the cause, and he was released though.
He got let go with no charges.
He was. That's right.
Yeah.
So he's part of the problem.
Yeah,
it looks like he did nothing wrong at all. Yeah, Rashee Rice.
Yeah.
Rashee Rice is still,
dude.
He's still helping us out a little bit.
Rashee Rice is shouldering the load right now, man. Like he's doing more than his fair share.
The arrest rate has plummeted in the NFL over the last few years,
it's very
and
disappointing.
It's made for a boring July.
It's very disappointing. So the folks nationally are talking quite a bit about the Houston Texans. By the way, stay tuned here in the 9 o'clock hour, and we're going to be giving it to a live viewing at the Dynamo Soccer Celebration, June 11th, which is the first day of the big event coming here to the U.S. For soccer. Mike Renner, CBS. Guys on CBS Sports were giving grades to teams for the offseason. Here's Mike Renner, NFL analyst on CBS, giving his grade for the Houston Texans.
I liked where they are as a team and how this pushes them over the edge. I think it's the very first time I feel good about this offensive line, really, in the C.J. Stroud era. I think the additions that they made, whether it's Keelan Rutledge in the draft, who I think is a plug-and-play interior offensive lineman, or Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith in free agency, you just raise the floor of this offensive line. I think this is the first time where there's not a starter up front where I'm like, oh, that could be bad. I think all of them at least are serviceable. And I think you'll see the results of that in this offense because of it. And then secondly, the Caden McDonald pick in the second round. Truly, like, the one missing piece from this defense was a space-eating nose tackle in short yardage situations that can really plug it up in the middle. And that is... he was as good a guy as you could have gotten in that regard in this draft, maybe in like any draft. The guy is exceptional against the run. To get him in the second round, I think was fantastic value. So those two reasons are why I'm really high on this Texans offseason. This team should be the favorites in the South now going forward.
A- is with the grade that he gave him. I don't know that he ever said the letter grade there, but he gave him an A- for their offseason.
And I think one thing you heard him say there is that, hey, they've got serviceable guys, which, okay, well, that's not something you would give an A for. I think most people these days feel like that, all right, hey, if you've got 5 serviceable guys, then you can have at least an adequate offensive line. You don't have to have any superstar. Like, they had Laramie Tunsil, who's an awesome offensive lineman for a long time, while meanwhile having atrocious play. You'd rather have 5 serviceable guys than, and I think the potential for at least 2 of those guys, or possibly 3, to be more Pro Bowl caliber guys. But I think there's going to be more stability and just less dysfunction on the offensive line now than there has been in the last few years.
They definitely seem to have guys that are wired the same way on the offensive line, and that's where I hesitate a little bit. I'm as excited as I've been about the way they've gone about addressing the offensive line. I still have so much PTSD going back to the Bill O'Brien era, honestly, about this team just not ever being able to completely put it together on the offensive line, really since Gary Kubiak was here, if we're being honest, that I hesitate to let my excitement get to like, oh, they figured it out.
No,
I gotta see what it looks like.
Yeah, and that's exactly how you should feel when because free agency is always dicey. Free agency is the most dangerous because you're taking guys who are already viable pros, and it's easy to think just, oh, we're going to plug and play. And the reality of it is that it doesn't always work out, and even you're more likely to get a good performance out of than you would out of a second or third round pick when you have a free agent, but it's still not a guarantee. And then the other part of it is, and one of these clips we'll play will address it, but it's just the injury factor with the offensive line.
Yep. Here's J.P. Acosta, who was on this CBS show with Mike Renner saying Texans are all in on this year.
I think the Texans offseason really is telling us that they are planning to put all their chips into the table to make the Super Bowl this year. I think the Wyatt Teller deal and Braden Smith deal are both structured similarly to where, like, this is the year. They're going to get everything while this defense and this team in general is still relatively cheap, while C.J. Stroud still is on his rookie deal. Go try and win a Super Bowl before you have to make that decision.
So, okay, the part that he said there is go win a Super Bowl before you have to make that decision about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Which sounds simple enough.
Oh, it's easy. Yeah. I mean, he's right, you know.
I do think, though, when we get back to the carrot on the stick dynamic, I like the way he framed that, which is, hey, you know, like, okay, maybe we don't do the contract this year, but hey, C.J., all you got to do is go win a Super Bowl.
That's it.
And, what do you think, we're not going to pay you?
Right.
And you'll get, look, we're willing to pay a certain amount right now, but you come back here with a Super Bowl championship on this team that we've spent aggressively to build around you, and then the sky's the limit, my friend.
Is there a scenario where the Texans win a Super Bowl and C.J. Stroud doesn't get paid after this year?
Doesn't get paid. I guess what would be have we seen anything like that?
I
mean, the opposite was Joe Flacco pulled the most brilliant move of all time, which was not signing an extension and then going on a run that nobody, including probably Joe Flacco himself, double up and cashed in on that.
Greatest wager of all time.
Yeah, so there they emphatically paid their quarterback.
Right. And if CJ does what Flacco did, he'll be the highest paid quarterback in football.
Jared Goff, it was a few year lag on it, but you go to a Super Bowl and you think, oh, okay, young quarterback going to the Super Bowl, there you go.
But then they paid him. They paid him though.
They did pay him. You're right.
Yeah. He lost 13-3 in a Super Bowl. And they still paid, and it was acknowledged that he was the thing that was kind of holding them back a little bit, and they still paid Jared Goff. Now that was a different era.
They paid him a couple years after, also, right?
I think they paid him in 2018. I'm pretty sure. I'll look it up, but either way, the Rams were the first ones to pay Jared Goff before he got traded for Matthew
You're right.
Stafford.
He did get that contract whenever it was after the Super Bowl. To actually win a Super Bowl as a quarterback and to not sign a deal. It's tough because usually the quarterback, with some exceptions here or there, is pretty much one of the huge driving forces to a Super Bowl victory. But you go back to, I don't know how they handled it with Trent Dilfer or Brad Johnson in the immediate season afterwards. I'm guessing they didn't get mega contracts or anything, but it's likely going to be a much different scenario if CJ wins a Super Bowl. It's going to be included in it will be a much better performance out of CJ Stroud.
Jared Goff agreed to his deal the week before his fourth season.
Mm-hmm.
4 years, $134 million with $110 million guaranteed. That was big money back in those days.
And that was he gone in his third season.
It was after. They went to the Super Bowl in his third season. That's right. Yeah. So he got paid. Even though I think most people around football said, "Oh, I don't know," and then 2 years later they got to trade him to go get Matthew Stafford.
He still got the contract, even though they weren't in love with him.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And so
that's what I'd be telling CJ. All you have to do is win a Super Bowl, CJ.
That's right.
It's not that hard. Somebody does it every year.
You don't even need to win it. Jared Goff didn't even score a touchdown in a Super Bowl, and he got paid.
We're not asking the impossible here. All we're asking is that you do that thing that somebody does every single year. They win a Super Bowl.
The Texans are the Texans are changing the game a little bit here for the NFL with the way that seemingly things are dug in with. It feels like on the outside, at least, that things are dug in with CJ.
Are they though? I mean, the Ravens did it with Lamar Jackson?
I'm just saying, 3 years ago or 2 years ago, Trevor Lawrence got a $55 million a year deal and hadn't done squat in the NFL.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray, I guess were the Ravens changing the game by doing what they did with Lamar Jackson? I don't know. I mean, they probably made offers to Lamar Jackson that Lamar just didn't like. I don't even know if the Texans are talking to CJ about a contract right now.
Yeah.
I mean, Lamar had won an MVP already within his first 3 years, so I'm sure there were talks of contracts going on.
Right.
Yeah. But I think the fact of the matter is, a quarterback that had accomplished what C.J. Stroud has accomplished in 3 years. If this was a couple years ago, where the league felt a little more liberal about who they were giving contracts to, would have at least offered that would have been competitive.
I guess I just don't look at it as much as a change necessarily, because it's not something that teams haven't been doing. You know, like it was 2023 when Lamar Jackson finally got his extension. It's not like this was like long ago back in the old day or anything.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott played his 5th year on the franchise tag.
Yeah.
I think they're stemming they're stopping a burgeoning trend in its tracks.
Yep.
Let's call it that.
Okay. Let's get one more from JP Acosta saying that, oh boy, here's my rundown. JP Acosta on why, he didn't give the Texans, he likes what the Texans have done, didn't give them an A. Here's why.
I gave them a B largely because I think the offensive line additions, while they are good, I wonder about some of the injury history for both guys. Wyatt Teller has missed a lot of games in previous years. Braden Smith has been in and out of the lineup. And if those guys go down, you're sort of stuck in the same spot as you were last year. So I think the offensive line additions and their additions in general, even include David Montgomery to help out in that run game. If they can really iron out that run game, I think they're going to go really far. But I think the offensive line still has a little bit too much variance to give them an A.
That's kind of where I am with it too. Like I just don't. I need to see what it looks like with the offensive line. I need to see these guys they signed who have had health issues the last few years be available for the majority of the season. Those kind of things. Well, I mean, we're kind of downplaying that. I know when they signed those guys, and specifically I'm talking Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith, that it got brought up. But as the closer we've gotten to these guys in uniform, now that they're at OTAs, we don't talk about that much anymore, that both guys have been dealing with things the last couple of years. You know, I think that's worth noting.
As far as because Cody Stutes had the good wrap up on all of the quarterbacks who had or had not been extended, and it was between the 2016 and 2023 NFL drafts, 27 quarterbacks were selected in the first round. Of those 27 quarterbacks, 14 didn't receive a contract extension after their 3rd year.
Yep.
So I think that it's been a trend and it's been done way more often, but it's still not necessarily the slam dunk standard thing that you're gonna do.
Well, that's when I'd need to see who the 14 are. Like if you're talking like Zach Wilson, Trey Lance,
the guys that just flat out didn't work out.
Yeah, like CJ's not in that category, obviously. So I'd be curious who the 14 are. Like I'd be more curious who the guys are that are in that gray area that CJ resides in right now. Like I would argue like Trevor Lawrence and Kyler Murray belonged in the gray area. Their teams caved and gave them contracts. Arizona, it worked out horribly for. Tua, granted after year 4, that worked out horribly for the Miami Dolphins in the end, you know, and so we'll see what happens. See what happens with CJ. But I'm with Acosta on that. The O-line, I like the way they went about it. I like the individuals they picked up on the offensive line, but I need to see it work out. I need to see it executed. This is Tony Diggs, who's one of the McAfee minions there. He's the guy in the cowboy hat that sits next to Connor the Mullet. And he had some really nice things to say to Texans, the McAfee show.
Let's go to one half of the hammer. Don! Cowboys, AP Tone, 100 days out from the NFL season. Who's winning the Super Bowl on this June 1st?
I have the Rams playing the Houston Texans, and I have the Houston Texans winning the Super Bowl.
Holy
Tony,
I did not see that coming. Congratulations to the plus 1,700 Houston Texans on getting a nod from an AP NFL voter. AP Tone. Yeah. Holy hell, what do you like about him?
Well, I like what CJ has done this offseason versus last offseason when he was touring the world with Micah Parsons and talking a lot. He's really just gone to work. He's been in the gym. He cut his hair. I like what they did with their offensive line, brought in David Montgomery, and the defense only got better, and they were the best defense of all time last year, so I like the Houston Texans.
Okay, so his timeline's a little off. His Micah offseason was 2 years ago.
Yeah, that was, I didn't...
minor correction.
Yeah, people do that a lot with CJ's offseason is they kind of just... Because he was quiet last year, I think they forget about the fact that he was quiet.
Right.
And I've heard a few different people talk about how, last year, remember he was doing all this stuff and doing that. No, I remember that was 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah.
Last year he had kind of just
laid low.
I think that part of it, I think there's been a steady kind of narrowing of the focus and an understanding. And CJ talked about it himself, like that. You learn something every year and you start to learn what you should and should not focus on. That doesn't mean that he was a complete jackass or something 2 years ago. It's a steady process over time that you figure these things out.
Yep. Last one here, national folks talking about the Texans. This is Chris Sims of Pro Football Talk with Mike Florio. And he loves the way Caserio is going about building this team.
They continue to make all the right moves in Houston. I mean, again, if Howie Roseman is the king of GMs in the NFL right now, Nick Caserio is second. They get in front of contracts. They take care of guys that deserve to be taken care of usually. It's incredible team building. And, yeah, with this case right here, again, wide receiver is a dicey position, no doubt about it. Like I always joke, there's 20 top 10 receivers. Really, it's deep, it's talented right now. But Nico Collins was definitely being paid less than players that I would go, no, he's better than this player. And so I can understand that. And, of course, he's been a model citizen and a great teammate and done all the right things there. He's super important to how good they are. I mean, he's been one of the most explosive receivers in the game, and last year, if he didn't have that, injuries with his hamstring a little bit, it could have been even a bigger year statistically. But good to see them get that done. And yeah, Nico Collins for me is a top 10 receiver in football and deserves to be paid like one, and maybe even better than that, really.
I do. That is one big thing. You can say what you will about the dollar amounts they end up arriving at with some of these guys that maybe, are they overpaying a little bit? That gets a little complicated when you consider for guys like Will Anderson and Derek Stingley, the extensions don't kick in for a couple years. So when you average it out with what's still left on their rookie deals, the deals look a lot better than just what the agents season is at. I like that he gets out in front of this stuff. I like it. Just all you got to do is take a look 4 hours north to see what the opposite of that is. Mm-hmm. And Jerry Jones just kicking the can down the road with things, and waiting till the last minute, pissing people off. Ending up trading Micah Parsons for the whole thing,
And with, I without knowing exactly how it all worked out and what was given and not given up and everything, just even with Nico Collins, where they did give him a pay raise, they also added voidable years and cleared up some cap space for this year. So it might end up not being completely without team-based reasons. Yeah. It might not have been just, hey, here's a nice gift, what have you, that they might end up using that for an aggressive trade at some point. Then the pieces of the puzzle will really come together.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Well, by the way, Texter, Trent Dilfer got the boot after the Super Bowl. Yeah, he did. Yeah. He wasn't even their leading passer that year for the season. It was Tony Banks.
No, that was the example and I told you that's what I think CJ, somewhere in the back of his mind, after spending the entire season playing carefully and cautiously and understanding the defense was the driving force, there's got to be a part where you're like, I can't be Trent Dilfer.
I don't want to be Trent Dilfer.
I can't be the Trent Dilfer of this team.
Yeah.
I have to be something more than Trent Dilfer. It's in a golden rule of life. When you try too hard not to be Trent Dilfer, you end up he's even worse than Trent Dilfer.
The worst version of Dilfer, the one that throws 4 picks.
So, Sean, you're 100% right. The numbers of the guys that didn't get after extended after their third year, it includes a whole lot of Dwayne Haskins and guys like that, obviously. I think the Baker Mayfield is one of the ones where you wonder, okay, in the modern, even a few years later, does he become a guy that totally would have gotten extended? It's been like a 5-year trend of it happening for a lot of guys drafted really from 2017 and later, where they started getting an extension after the third year. But it's still not a hard and fast rule. It's been a strong trend.
I think everything's getting handled the right way right now with the Texans, regardless of what precedent is and how other teams have done it. The Texans are handling this the way I would like them to handle it, which is really at the end of the day all I care about. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We did a Pettycast a little bit earlier, the weekly 8 a.m. Pettycast. There is one particular player in the NBA who there was too much stuff to put him in the Pettycast. He gets his own mini Pettycast coming up next. But let's give away some tickets here right now. Call now, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5, pair of passes to the live viewing at the Dynamo Soccer Celebration. This is on June 11th, Shell Energy Stadium, featuring action between Mexico and South Africa. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. This summer, Shell Energy Stadium is your destination for a packed schedule of international matchups, live music, watch parties, and more, all part of the Houston Celebration. Presented by Kroger, Houston's home for the World's game. So call now, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 is on their way. Mini Pettycast coming up next.
The Drive with Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I would say that the national reaction to Chet Holmgren and his complete no-show in the conference finals, and more specifically Game 7, where he scored 4 points, had 4 rebounds, and you watch the highlight reel, and he's just getting shoved around by Victor Wembanyama. Like, he just didn't show up.
Yeah.
This is the reaction that I've been seeing to this, Seth, on social media, TV shows, radio, things like that. This, granted, we haven't had a ton of time since it happened, but it's got a lot of C.J. Stroud post-Patriot game vibes to it. Where
the way he was being handled, where he was just like, for a complete week, he was the focus of attention.
He's been, and it's been since Saturday. So we've had 3 days. In 3 days, there's been more talk about Chet Holmgren than there's been about the actual matchup that starts tomorrow in the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
Because he's been so bad. And like C.J., he was a number 2 overall pick. Unlike C.J., he got paid. His contract kicks in this coming season to the tune of 5 years, $239 million, and everybody's turned on him. He was an all-star. The Thunder were viewed as the model franchise after last year's title because they had their 3 young guys, Jalen Williams, SGA, and Chet Holmgren, and they locked them all up to max deals, and this is a really smart way to do it, and you got your 3 guys, and away you go. And now it's all, maybe OKC needs to get in on the Giannis talks. Like, it's just totally shifted.
Yeah, it's been awful to watch.
My heart's broken for Chet Holmgren and his stupid face. So this is, so we've got a sort of a mini Pettycast going on here. This was Shannon Sharp on the nightcap with Chad Ochocinco and Joe Johnson talking about Chet Holmgren.
I didn't play well enough. I'm an all-NBA, I'm an all-defensive selection, and I didn't play like that on either end of the ball court, and this one's on me.
Right.
I want to apologize to the Thunder fans, and I want to apologize to my teammates. Got down. But I promise you, if we're ever back in this situation again, it will not happen again.
You will be.
Don't do all this we, because guess what? We ain't collect $240 million. You did. We weren't on the all-NBA team. You were.
Right.
The difference is Shea accepts accountability, he takes responsibility, and that's how you grow. But see, to try to obfuscate and to try to place the base of a team, no. What shot did you shot that didn't go down? You only shot the ball 2 times more than me, and I didn't get my big ass up off the couch.
Shannon is so funny, man.
Did he? Did Chet Holmgren kind of brush off?
Yeah, he was doing a lot of in his like the little scrum around his locker after the game. It was a lot of we need to do this and we need to do that, and not a lot of him pointing the finger at the man in the mirror, so to speak. Yeah. So Shannon did not like that, which he was very clear about there, including the use of the word obfuscate. That was strong.
Damn.
Good job by Shannon right there.
Impressive.
Yep.
That part of it. That's okay. So since we're comparing it to the backlash that CJ got, I can't remember. Did people think that CJ didn't take enough personal accountability for it or not?
I don't think so. Not that I remember. I'm sure the text page will remind us if he did not take enough personal accountability.
Yeah, actually, the listeners would be better. Let us know if you felt like he didn't take enough personal accountability for it. He definitely didn't point the finger or anything.
No.
I do feel it's tough when you're also a quarterback and you're trying not to, there is an element of, there's sometimes when you pile on yourself too hard that it almost intensifies it. People don't give you credit for being self-critical. Mm-hmm. I watched Jared Verse in an interview on The Pivot where he was like very accountable and was talking about how they didn't handle the adversity in the Seahawks playoff game well enough, and he was very openly saying, I should have been better there, I should have been more of a leader, something like that. And Ryan Clark was taking that as an opportunity in the quote tweets to basically pile on Jared Verse.
Yep.
So I'm like, sometimes when you try to do and say the right thing, you actually get piled on even harder.
CJ, after the game against the Patriots, and I don't know if this was in the press conference right after the game or if I can't remember if he did an exit press conference the next day, but he took full responsibility. Said, I look back, I feel like I let people down. I take full responsibility.
I feel like I let people down. Yeah. So you didn't get anything like that from Chet Holmgren?
Apparently not. Okay. Not in the eyes of Shannon Sharp, at least. Nothing that I saw either. This is Iman Shumpert. He was on Michelle Beadle's NBA podcast that she does with Chandler Parsons. And Shumpert says Chet needs to conjure up some good old-fashioned hate for Victor Wembanyama if he's going to be facing him every year.
He want to play the politically correct game, and we don't care. Like, there's this, we're just playing, we're out here to play. And Chet, if you just take this personal, you'll have a better showing. Just take it personal. Like him, he don't like me. I beat him back then. They done beat us this time. When I see him next year, it's on. Like, it's going to have to be personal because I think he's letting the game go because he's trying not to make it personal because he's trying to fit into it. But it's like, bro, all-star, champion, on the best team, and you are a 7-foot killer. Go at him. You don't like him now. If you liked him before and you was just like, I don't know why y'all doing this and I'm the champion, I get it. But now that he done sent y'all home, can I get some hatred?
At the very end there, he says, conjure up some hatred.
He's got to treat it like Rocky IV.
Yes.
He's got to go off and in the entire season go up there and go to Siberia, find the best Siberian basketball players you can find in Siberia, and train against them. On stilts. Put them on stilts.
Find a cabin that you live in on top of a mountain, and you have Wemby's picture kind of, slid into the slot in the mirror right there.
Yeah.
Like every time you walk over to that mirror, there's Wemby staring. There's a old Frenchie Wemby staring you in the face.
Slowly remove the pictures of all your loved ones until you're only focused on Wemby.
Yep.
But then at the last moment, freaking Adrian shows up and screws up your whole process.
I know, the whole
but you
mojo.
still win. You still win.
The whole
and you
mojo.
win over an entire nation.
Boy.
You have the Soviets chanting USA. USA.
Is she the biggest?
Hold on. USA.
USA, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. And then Rocky said, if I could change and you can change.
He basically, a lot of people give Reagan too much credit for tearing down the wall.
No, man.
That was Rocky. That was Rocky that did it more than anything.
He ended the Cold War, despite wet blanket Adrian showing up on the scene. You're right.
Adrian is a commie if I ever saw one.
This is Michael Wilbon on
She let us strike at the pet shop, is what I heard.
The old pet shop.
She let all the animals free.
The old pet shop in the neighborhood, yes. Michael Wilbon on First Take yesterday. And again, this is a player who they signed to a max deal, and everybody loved the fact that the Thunder had locked up all their young players. Wilbon, after a bad Western Conference Finals for Chet, says this.
Do you run it back? No. I hate what happened to Chet Holmgren. He just didn't post. He had a game. He had no game. And so now I believe that that's very likely Chet Holmgren's last game in an Oklahoma City.
Now, you said that to me this morning. You said you thought Giannis was going to end up.
Why wouldn't you be calling me?
So this is...
So Chet's done.
I don't. That's the whole thing.
Sam Presti was a genius for giving Chet a deal last year, and now Chet's done, and he needs to be traded.
He's giving. You know what? Yeah, he's getting 100% the C.J. Stroud treatment. Where, but even worse because he's an all-star this year.
Right.
It's that people are basing everything about how you should feel about Chet Holmgren as a player based on that series or that game specifically.
Yep.
In a Game 7, mind you, like you know who was kind of lackadaisical and lacked energy in the game before? Wembanyama.
Yeah.
You looked like he was tired and his legs were tired. Pump the brakes on the guy that huge contract because he's a really good basketball player who's been part of a championship already. This you got to get rid of him.
That's the other thing.
You can't operate in this environment.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. That's the other thing too. It's not just the Chet individual, and I'm not the biggest Chet fan in the world. I do think he's a little overrated. I always have. But I also acknowledge he's become a better player than I thought he would coming out of Gonzaga. But you touched on the individual part. Like, yeah, he's an all-star. You gave him a max deal for a reason. But the other thing you just mentioned, like, usually you would do something like this, like, well, we got to change up the formula because we're never going to win a title with this group now. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. We've already won one championship with the guy.
Right.
It's like a key part of it. Now, I guess the difference now is you live in this age where Wembanyama is a huge factor. And he wasn't a factor before.
But and I also love. We also live in an age where somehow people are operating by the previous old rules of Wembanyama is going to be with the Spurs for 20 years.
Yeah.
Who the hell knows?
You don't know.
This whole. You know what it is? If anything, it's a cowardly bowing down to Wembanyama and acting as if because he is who he is and because he's on the Spurs that they'll be. It was Game 7.
Yeah.
Like there wasn't. It was like there was some unstoppable force that's going to roll through everybody every year, and how are you ever going to get over the hump with Chet Holmgren on your roster? I don't know. Everybody settle down.
Here's Kendrick Perkins saying Chet was soft and Chet was scared.
It's one thing not to show up and say, you know what, at least he went down swinging. But he didn't swing a punch. That showed no heart whatsoever. One thing that Oklahoma City is not, one word we could never put on them is soft. But what Chet Holmgren showed is that, hey, man, I'm soft and I'm scared. He was scared throughout the entire series. By the way, this guy's getting paid over $200+ million. He was a first-time All-Star this year, third-time All-NBA. I mean, damn, bro. Shea looked defeated, and he didn't want to throw his guy under the bus, but you could tell when he got asked about it throughout the course of the Western Conference. They asked him about it, and he was left speechless.
Yeah. And just to be clear, what Kendrick Perkins is talking about there is this cut from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander when he was asked after Game 7, what do you need to do to get Chet Holmgren more involved in the offense?
What are some things you think you can do to help get Chet a little bit more involved offensively?
Yeah,
– 17 seconds that was right there. Yeah. And I don't know how much longer it went after that, but we just, there's only so much dead air we can put out there on the radio. So I would say, the premise of this segment was that Chet Holmgren is getting the C.J. Stroud treatment. I think this is even more extreme than C.J. Now, C.J., there might have been more people out there talking about it because it's the NFL as opposed to the NBA.
Yeah.
But in terms of what the actual things being said, there's a lot of people that are just questioning his manhood. I don't know that was ever the case with CJ. I just think they thought CJ kind of yipped and choked in that game and took too much on his plate and made a lot of bad decisions. I don't know there were a lot of people saying, you're soft, you were scared. I mean, I'm sure there were people saying that.
Right, yeah,
but not to the degree they seem to be doing it with Chet.
No,
Yeah.
I think that, and you go through an entire series where, he scores, Game 2 he had 10 points. That was his max in the entire series. That was it.
A 7-game series, wow.
Yeah, he averaged 10 points per game in the series.
Okay.
Which, I mean, it's the playoffs, and it's not like he's, that prolific. But
No,
still,
it's way
it
below
was
his
just so
average,
much about him versus Wembanyama.
Yeah.
That I do agree with the sentiment that, look, everybody has stinker performances at some point, and this was a stinker of a performance for him. But to just abandon him based on that, abandon everything else, including the championship that you've already won with him as part of that, and think that the best course of action is to get rid of him completely versus, all right, well, let's hope that he uses this as fuel. That, I don't know. I couldn't bring myself to that.
I just think it's wild how quickly it turned on him. It was just, that's crazy to me. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys have going on In the Loop. We'll find out what the question of the day is with them. The Texans, as it turns out, have more cap space than I think most people thought they had. According to Texans Cap, $30 million in cap space. Who would you like to see them spend some of that money on? I actually put up a poll with 4 names. What are Texan fans rooting for when it comes to the pursuit of a end? We'll talk about that coming up next. We mentioned earlier in the hour, and congrats to Nick in Friendswood, who's on his way to the Dynamo soccer celebration on June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Headed out to OTAs after this. Get some eyes on what the Texans are doing out there. The guys on In the Loop will be jumping in here shortly, and we'll find out what the question of the day is. Everybody back in the saddle. Reggie's back from Italy. John Lopez is back after being off yesterday. Figgy Fig is here, so the gang's all here today. And we'll talk to those guys in just a couple minutes. All right, so Seth, you and I earlier in the show talked about how Texans Cap, who we highly recommend giving a follow to on social media, at Texans Cap, does a great job with all the contractual stuff. If you're interested in that side of the NFL, it's a great follow, especially if you're interested in the Texans and how they're doing things contractually. Which, by the way, Nick Caserio on the show with us at 7:30 tomorrow, so make a note of that. Apparently the Nico Collins adjustment to his contract came with some voidable years, I guess, that have now opened up some current cap space for the Texans to the tune of $30 million, which is the 8th most cap space in the league. That feels purposeful to me, that the Texans, I don't know that you just randomly open up more cap space in the offseason unless you just feel like we need to have a ton of dry powder for the trend, but $3 million is typically more than if all you're looking to do is just carry enough to make one-off or transactions or pickups because of injury during the year. Mm-hmm. $30 million it seems like an exceedingly big amount to have.
That's what, yeah. If you want, teams usually like to have between $10 and $20 million of cap space to operate during the season. Mm-hmm. They've already signed all their rookies, right?
Yes. They're all there.
Yeah, and it feels more and more like they're planning on doing something.
Yeah.
And it also makes me feel a little bit better about them not just giving a gift to Nico Collins because he's a swell fella, but that at least, usually it's not always it's not always clear whether did Nico have to sacrifice anything in terms of his leverage or anything to tweak his contract and add those voidable years. But usually if you're going to tweak a guy's contract, you give him a little bit more guaranteed money or a pay boost in the short term.
Yeah.
So that part of it makes more sense too. If you're somebody who is like, why are the Texans just doling out money for no reason whatsoever? Mm-hmm. It may have been a part of just them also wanting to create this cap space for a deal that, I don't know, just maybe is already done. I mean, not all the deals that are agreed to before June 1st end up being executed on June 1st. Yeah. Some people thought that the A.J. Brown trade might not happen until a few days after June 1st. So maybe the Texans already have something and hear something about it in the next few days.
Maybe. We'll see. So it's got a lot of people speculating. And I think you would agree with this, Seth, that one of, if not the biggest needs on this team right now that you can go out shopping for with veterans out there that are free agents would be the depth behind Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter. You've talked about that being a concern of yours going back to free agents, the original free agency back in March. You've you've been singing that tune for the entire offseason.
Yeah, Derek Barnett and Danico Autry, they gave you a whole bunch of playing time and production last year. Derek Barnett's had 5 sacks in each of the last 2 years.
Yep.
Not to mention, I think it's 8 fumble returns for touchdowns. Is that right?
It's at least 2.
Is it 8?
Yeah.
Oh, it's 2.
It's at least, it feels like 8.
You're the numbers guy.
It feels like 8 because one of them came against the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So I asked this question because that is, fortunately for the Texans, one of the positions out there in free agency where there's still a lot of capable veterans out there, maybe the most capable veterans, is at defensive end. And all these guys, I think, could be beneficial to varying degrees to the Houston Texans. So I asked this question. According to Texans cap, the Texans have $30 million in cap space. They could use it to sign one of the following defensive ends with, and I'll give you the average value that SpotRack, a big contract website, estimates for each of these guys. So here we go. They can have any one of these 4 guys. Joey Bosa at a little under $14 million a year. By the way, I imagine any of the 1-year deals, 2 at the most. Cam Jordan for about half that, $6.7 million a year. Von Miller, $5.8 million. Jadeveon Clowney, $5.7 million. So in descending order of average annual value. Bosa's out on an island of his own at $13+ million. The other 3 guys are all in the same, within $1 million of each other, $5, $6, $7 million bucks. Bosa, Jordan, Miller, Clowney, got a couple hundred votes so far in this poll. If you want to go vote, you can go to @Sean T. Pendergast. Who do you think is winning this poll right now?
I think, personally, I like Cam Jordan. Okay. And Cam Jordan also, the last few years he's been playing about half the reps. He hasn't missed a game or anything, but he's in his late 30s by now. But he's already at a point where he's kind of a rotational player. And
so he would be here for sure.
He'd be a rotational player on a really good football team and an exceptional defense, which is something he might be missing a little bit. He's tasted what it's like to be on a good football team early in his career, and now he's been in kind of a miserable situation for a few years. But he doesn't have as much name brand appeal. With stuff like this, I know when it comes to the public at large and how they view aging free agents, it's all about the bling, the name brand. They get very NBA-like here. Yep. So I think the name that carries the most bling, especially here in Texas, is Von Miller. Okay. So I think, even though it wouldn't be my choice, I think Von Miller won the poll.
You think Von Miller won the poll?
Yeah.
He did not win the poll. It's still open for 21 more hours, by the way. We'll check it tomorrow and see.
He's not currently leading the poll.
He's not currently leading the poll, Von Miller. Nope.
Von Miller, who, by the way, I think he had 8 sacks last year.
Did he?
9 sacks last year.
Where was he?
Yeah.
He's in Buffalo.
Washington.
Right? Oh, it was Washington. Oh, Buffalo was 2 years ago. That's right. Yeah. Bosa was in Buffalo last year. No, he's not leading. He
was a pass rush specialist. He was not a starter for Washington.
Okay,
and he hasn't been a starter for a few years. I mean, he plays a lot, but yeah.
Yep. So no, do you care to take another stab at who's winning this poll?
Okay,
right
I guess just out of nostalgia, Bosa is a popular name.
He is, yeah.
But a lot of people are wondering, okay, maybe this would be everything comes full circle, and I think Jadeveon Clowney is winning.
Jadeveon Clowney is winning. Okay. Yes. Now, do you care to guess what
these are for? These guys all have a lot of strengths and weaknesses that I think cancel each other out. They've all got really good name brand appeal.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Clowney won with 28%.
You get a ding. You're within 5%. 32.1%, Jadeveon Clowney. Second place, Cam Jordan.
Okay.
26.4%. This is one of the closest 4-choice polls that I've ever put up. Clowney, 32.1. Cam Jordan, 26.4. Von Miller, 24.3. And probably because of the price tag, Joey Bosa, 17.1%. Again, we have average annual values projected for each of these guys. Bosa is on an island of his own. He's twice all these other guys.
Yeah.
Or projected to be that at least. So Bosa in last place. But, yeah, they're up for at least nearly a third of the people are up for a nostalgia tour with Jadeveon Clowney, Seth.
I think it would be an interesting one. I think the thing with Clowney is like whatever issues Bill O'Brien might have had with either his practice habits or whatever it might have been, he's at an age now where they're going to be telling him, no, you're not practicing today.
Right.
And he's a different guy than when he was a younger player. He's been around the world. He's like, you know who he is, Sean?
Who is
he's
he?
Braveheart.
He's William Wallace, yeah.
Remember when William Wallace came back to his little village?
Yeah.
But he's been out and he'd seen the world. He knew how to speak Latin and all this stuff.
Do you think Clowney speaks 5 different languages now?
Yeah. So he's not the same young lad that left.
That would be
He's
amazing.
come back and he is a man in full.
That would be amazing.
He steadily produces. Now, he might, in a lot of ways, he might make more sense than any of those other guys, because what Clowney is really good at is he makes plays versus the run.
Yep.
He'll blow people up on first down.
Yep.
And, a guy like Von Miller at this stage of his career is probably best suited to just come in on passing downs. They already have Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter to be in there on passing downs. What they'd really, if you want to be able to give Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson fresh legs and give them a blow every now and then, it's have a guy like Jadeveon Clowney in there on first and second down, and he can be disruptive and all of that. And then you bring hitters on third down with fresh legs. So that might make the most sense.
Yep. I would agree with that. That would be fun. Now, the one thing I'd want to ask Clowney, what all went on with you being angry about them letting Myles Garrett line up wherever he wanted to in Cleveland?
Yeah.
And you took issue with that, and then he left. So I would want to know what went on with that.
Reportedly he left in the middle of a practice day. Yeah. He just left the facility, and nobody knew it. Now, he said that was misreported, but it was it didn't end pretty there in Cleveland.
No. All right, so there you go. Jadeveon Clowney. The majority of these fans want Clowney back.
To be fair, how many players have there been where it has ended pretty for them in the last 10 years in Cleveland?
Yeah.
It's just generally nobody leaves is like, oh, we're going to be amicable in this divorce.
Very few.
No, it's more like, I never want to see you again.
Yes.
Take whatever you want.
Yep.
Just here, leave it. I'll leave everything. I'll leave my entire. You get all the furniture. You get the dog. Everything. I'll leave it here in Cleveland.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Look who's back. John.
He's back.
But we've seen John recently, not yesterday, but Reggie is back in the saddle again.
My apologies.
I was hoping you'd come back with an Italian accent or something like that. Man.
Oh, we're going to get to that.
I have not come back with an Italian accent. I have come back having to try and stop myself from thanking service people by saying grazie.
Yeah. Okay, good.
It is a problem.
Yeah, you weren't there long enough to come back with an annoying Italian accent. But you a couple of the choice words or pronouncing Italian words. Like, I don't know, you're supposed to pronounce spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
What is it?
I don't know. I just took a wild guess.
Oh, yeah. Don't be the guy that announces every Italian word like it's like you were born in Sicily.
Well, stay tuned.
Oh, okay.
I put together a quiz. Is Reggie that guy?
Oh, meaning the guy that comes back and it's all about where he just came from?
Yeah, he drops little hints and said, they just know how to live over there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I would totally be that
1240.
Guy. Yeah, 1240. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Got to get out to OTAs. So I want to make sure we get the question of the day in here with you guys.
Yes. What are things that most people think are essential, as in draft picks for the L.A. Rams?
Yeah.
But you don't really use them.
Clearly not viewed as essential by them.
But you don't really use them.
Okay.
Socks are mine.
You don't wear socks a lot.
I don't wear socks very often.
Do your shoes stink?
No. I take care of my shoes. I take care of my feet.
You do?
Yeah, every day.
In Texas, you have those sweaty feet.
There's this thing called foot powder, and there's some things that you can put in your shoes. And I keep it right next to my shoes.
Okay.
I only wear socks like at weddings and stuff.
Sean knows this for me. Just goodbyes in general. As we call it, the old Irish goodbye.
Oh, yeah.
I like to call it, because I've been to Ireland, I call it the Gaelic.
I have another one. I actually have another one for Seth. Work email.
That's what I have Sean for. Sean tells me when I need to check my work email.
I know. Don't worry, Seth, you got this in your work email. I would say, in the spirit of your socks, and I'm sitting here giving you crap about socks, on underwear sometimes.
Wow.
You know?
Yeah.
That's really constricting in the hot weather here. I'm not afraid to go commando every now. Not today. You know,
Not today.
nothing
Thank
to
you.
worry about.
Thank you for
There's
that.
nothing in between you and me other than a thin layer of gabardine like Kramer back in the day.
Is it because you're going to training camp? Is this a professional courtesy?
No, I wear it at training camp. I don't need that type of smoke. I'm just saying, like in general, like certainly around the house, like whatever, you know.
Yeah.
So that
I mean, around the house, you're trying to remove layers generally anyway.
probably, yeah. We're going to use all these rooms, Amy. Let's go. So the fullback in football.
The fullback.
Yeah.
The fullback in football is a good one.
Yeah, viewed as essential. But now just slide a tight end in there. You're fine.
This one might be a little bit controversial.
Yeah.
Fitness trackers.
Oh.
I think they're a waste of time.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
I
walked 10,000 steps. So did I, but I didn't keep track of them.
No, but I like that feature. I like that feature on my iPhone, though. If you carry your iPhone with you.
It'll remind you. It keeps you out of getting into a bad loop of just like being inactive.
Sedentary lifestyle. It does. When you the thing on the iPhone health app, the thing that does that for me, Seth, is when I pull up the bar graph of the last 10 days of
and you're
steps
like, I
you've
missed
had.
a couple.
You got that one little one. Like you got most of them look like anywhere from a mid-rise to a high-rise building, and then you got like those 2 days that are barely like Yoda's hovel in Empire Strikes Back. Like, probably should do something today. So I don't totally agree with that, but I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Okay. So things that are viewed as essential, but they're really not.
I mean, realistically, just pretty much anything invented in the last 100 years, other than some of the medicine.
Yeah.
I
said U.S. mail. The U.S. mail.
Oh, don't do this.
Yeah.
Don't do this.
Oh boy.
You don't need it. You don't need it.
There are many people in the U.S. mail system that are, very important servants
who listen to these shows.
Oh yeah, I've been hearing from them.
Yeah, you know what you are, Lopez? You know what you are? You're the guy who said, "Oh, it's dumb that we have to bundle all these cable channels together." and now you have 20 different streaming services and everything.
Yes.
You would be 6 months into no postal service, you would be wondering why you have to spend $20 to have a letter delivered to somebody.
Yes, Lopez, if we did this question of the day 6 years ago, Lopez would have said cable TV.
I have to mail this letter to Oklahoma. Okay, which mail service do I use for that one?
Actually, there's no mail service to Oklahoma. You can send it to Nebraska. And someone will walk it there possibly.
Exactly. All right. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTAM FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. You're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. All right, I'm going to go out and get in the heat.
Yeah, man.
Go see what's going on
in
out
the
there.
Mix.
Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and an arrivederci to you.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, back in the set. Always here. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Ciao, gentlemen. All right, let's get going here.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno indeed here in the loop on Sports Radio 610.
That guy.
What's happening, Houston? I am indeed back in the saddle with you, Reginald Latitude. Of course, the OG John Lopez back as well. Figgy Fig always holding it down.
Never left.
Not once. Yeah. Always here for you. Always appreciate seeing y'all. On the various different ways you can get involved with the program, please do that on today like any other. There is indeed the text line, 713-572-4610. But also, we appreciate the Mo Cameron and Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. Fellas, you miss me?
Yeah, strangely enough.
Not convincing. Not convincing one bit.
We did, right, Figgy?
Yeah, kinda.
That's fair.
No,
you know what? Luke was cooking.
Yeah,
Luke was
look,
cooking.
I will say the week went by quick because Luke did an amazing job, man. Luke was cooking, but I did miss you, Reggie.
Yeah. I did have a bet with Figgy. You did listen to the show while you were in Italy, didn't you?
Did you check in at all at any point?
I think technically no. I did check in when I got back stateside.
Oh, okay. Well, so who wins the bet, Figgy?
I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
Basically a no.
I guess, yeah.
I did think
it's
about
fair.
it once, though. I did think about it once.
Yeah.
But then I was like, oh, look at the vistas.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
See, I would have bet money you would have checked in as soon as you woke up or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
oh, I was
I'm
checking
getting
in
ready.
on
Let
stuff,
me turn.
but I wasn't checking out. Plus, when I woke up, it was still very early over here. Like, if I was checking in on the show, it would have been when I was out and about in the middle of the day because, they're 7 hours ahead. So 10 o'clock here is 5 p.m. over there.
Yeah.
I'm getting active, baby. So checking in on the show was not going to be easily a part of what I was doing. But, of course, y'all were rocking and rolling, and y'all had some stuff going on as well. So you talk about checking on stuff. When I did wake up, let's say I woke up at 7, it was midnight around these parts. Things on the night would have concluded, whether it was NBA conference finals, Eastern and Western during points, or there was a number of times where I'm like, oh, well, look at that. The Astros don't win a baseball game.
Yeah.
Oh, well, look at that. The Astros don't win a baseball game. In fact, I know that some people seems like are indeed happy to see me, hear me back on the air. I appreciate that. I imagine there's a good amount of people that are like, hey, Reggie, go back to where you came from because the Astros you left and the Astros started winning.
Mm-hmm. They did. And here's where it was, because last week I've been of the opinion that, look, I know they've done it before. So many things are stacked up against them. From the pitching to the injuries, we know the story. Just down the line. And people not performing to the level they should have, all of that. But last week, Figgy can attest. I was like, well,
I think a lot of people was like that. I think me, Luke, and Chris talked about it yesterday, where we kind of wasn't really sold on this winning streak. It was cool, but I think in our hearts we know they're not going to be what the Astros was.
Well, and that's why it's funny because just 1 week, not a week, has me back in that place where, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, because, when we started kind of feeling it and they started, Imai had a good performance. And he had another one this weekend.
Buddy, he was going back and forth with the Miz over there in Milwaukee, and that dude is incredible right now. Didn't he throw, 14 to 16 pitches, 100 miles per hour?
Something like that.
In a row?
And then they got some other pitching. Obviously, Arrighetti did his thing. They got Allenbear came in here and did his thing with the combined. With the Santo, with the combined no hitter.
I'm gonna say Santa, all right.
with the combined no hitter, and I was kind of like, maybe, you never know. And then now I'm looking at them again, and I'm like, well, they're still 7 games under 500. The lead that the Mariners had went from 3.5 to 5, despite the Astros winning some game, and I'm just like, it's kind of, where I am. If it's not one thing, it's another with this squad.
Been there.
Yeah. If it's not one thing, it's another, because it was the pitching, then it was combined bullpen, and then it was, okay, they're coming around, then hitting goes dormant a little bit. It's just up and down, and so I'm still, as much as I was like kind of squinting my eyes and saying, okay, maybe I'm kind of back to like, I don't know. I don't know with these guys.
Yeah, that's interesting because obviously going back, right, the win streak starts with, starts with your sweep of the Cubs, a Cubs team that is not good per se, but they are above 500. I think they're like 4 or 5 games above 500. Then you get the Rangers, you win 3 out of 4 there. And that's, that is a finishing out
long
road trip where you're playing some really good baseball. You come back, you do indeed lose to the Brewers, but as we talked about, this is a pretty damn tough baseball team. It's one of the 3 or 4 best teams in all of baseball, and you took one off of them with a little bit of a laser show there.
Yeah.
And I mean, in addition to all of that, like obviously you've had a good run of things. What is that? 7 of your last 10?
Yeah.
You have victories there. That is the style of baseball that it felt like, hey, you need to do until the reinforcements are coming, and the reinforcements are coming. It seems like today you will get Josh Hader back in there. And I immediately go, okay, that is something that is notable, right? Not just that Josh Hader is really good, but one of the things that we've talked about with this Astros team, and it's not the immediate issue that they're dealing with, obviously, but one of the things we've talked about, or at least I've thought about, is, man, once you get to that bullpen, you have things that feel decently good. The shout out to, De Los Santos, and shout out to even Santa that's come up, or Santa, I should say it properly, that's come up and done some things. But they ain't no Josh Hader that comes in and shuts the door.
Right.
That changes the dynamic of what we're talking about. That gives you more edges in your opportunities, and that it makes the margins just a little bit wider again. And these are the things once you start getting some of these guys back, that it seems like actually all of the news on injuries is indeed moving guys towards actually getting back to playing baseball. And if those things come along, it does feel like now you're moving yourself towards actually getting to the place that you need to be, especially because the AL still sucks. Like, I know the AL West, the Mariners are finding their groove, so that might not be the path into playoff baseball. Of course, we're still early, understand that. But the wild card,
now they're in the hunt for the wild card.
Really and truly.
They absolutely are. But here's the thing, and this is why I said if it's not one thing, it's another. That's where I kind of am right now, because you're right. Josh Hader coming back, huge, important, get right there. Obviously, Hunter Brown, is in the mix as well. But then I saw Abreu, and I'm like, he seemed to be doing all right for a while, then gives up the loss on Friday. More walks, more very hard hit balls. I think he's averaging, of the 22 or so, 14 were 95 miles an hour. So Abreu is all of a sudden, still not the guy we like. It's like it's up and down, up and down.
So can I get you to the place where you now put Josh Hader instead of Brian Abreu and see how that makes you feel?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But you could use the Brian Abreu. That's one part of the formula that you've always had, to have those two guys at the end, and Abreu is not the guy.
Right, but I mean, you've seen some young guys come in that they give you some feel of that, right? Like that was the issue for me when Josh Hader was not playing, is that you don't have anybody that's some facsimile of that, and the dude who you were hoping could maybe have the stuff to step into that.
Yeah, you can close the game now.
Right, he completely fell apart. But all these young guys that have come in that you go, okay, these are good relievers, none of them have the ceiling to be the closer guy. A few of them have the ceiling to be, I can
7,
set
8.
you up.
Yeah, 7, 8.
I can set you up. And that feels like, hey, now you have the pieces, Joe Espada, to put together, bullpens that can get you to close out baseball games.
It's more of a like you shouldn't, and you're not going to say no way, no chance, because technically they're there. The division is very gettable. Wild card you mentioned. It's just kind of like a palms up, like, man, here we go again with this or that. But you're right. If you got Kaiwei Tang, you got I really like what I've seen from Santa. Some of these other guys, obviously the Brian Kings and the Okerts of the world. Who knows what you're going to get there on a day night to night basis. But it's just one of those things where I feel like the Astros, they've taken 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, and even though they were 7-3. Let's see what it goes. By the way, you have the A's coming in after this Pirate series.
Yeah, and
so that could be huge.
It very well could, right? You can get games back in that circumstance as well. You mentioned one of the things that I wanted to bring to you because, of course, being in Italy, I know that I had the capability of talking with you guys, but I let you guys do what you was doing while I was doing what I was doing.
Yeah.
And so I did not probe you on this question, which is you get Tatsuya Imai back out here, and again, you're seeing progress. Like I know that he even him talking after the performance, which again we talked about him going heads up, so to say, with the Miz. I'm always very terrified of his name because it got all them vowels in there in weird places. It's one of those. I'm about to say something I probably shouldn't. Is it like Polish or something? It looked like one of those.
Mizorowski?
Yeah, okay, you got it.
I think
I haven't done the research on it.
It must be, yeah, it must be, yeah.
But that dude was dealing, and Imai looked like he was completely where he needed to be. That was legitimate pitching battle, the type of thing that you anticipate when you're paying him $18 million and you're acquiring him from Japan. In that, it was one elevated slider that got taken deep. Other than that, like, they were going up toe-to-toe. He also threw, 110 pitches in that game? So, like,
I wanted to go some more.
And, yes, he goes to and that was the big thing for me, is that he had the confidence to, through some way, I don't know exactly what the way was when she gets into the dugout, but Espada says he came in after the 6, and he was like, I got more in there. I can go back out there. And Espada said, I'm like, well, I'm sure you can. Right? But that is meaningful when you consider a dude who was talking about lunchtime not being at the right time a month or 2 ago. Right? Like, these are things that go, all right, now that's another guy that if he continues to progress, which again, we're seeing the first time it happened, it was a point, right? When you get another time, now you have a line segment. A third time, and it looks like you have a line that you can really deal with. Yeah. Sorry to bring geometry into this, right? But the trajectory is very clearly being established for Imai towards he's a dude that is going to be in your rotation that you feel good about. Hunter Brown on his way back. Yeah. Sensei Urgeti still dealing. Right now, we're starting to put together a rotation that you go, Kaiwei Tang looks like he can handle things for you. We'll see what Mike Burrows has for you tonight. Yeah. You're starting to put together a rotation when you also have it with your bullpen, knowing you have Yordan Alvarez, who has remained healthy. Some of these other guys now, Christian Walker, who has been a stand. Like, you're putting together things that make me go, if you continue to, at least right now, even in that 2 steps forward, 2 steps, like it's playing above 500 baseball in this short stint before you get all of the elements back together. And now can you play even better than above 500 baseball to get you to wild card contention, and now we can go play baseball.
See, I thought the best thing from Imai was the fact that he was some of the grit that we thought he just didn't possess. wanting to go back out there, challenging batters. A few walks, but not as many as in the past. He's only had 6 walks in his last 3 games, and being able to get the strikeouts. So he finally has that grit that we thought wasn't there. That's going to go a long way. Even just wanting to go out again after the 6th inning was important.
Yeah, and even in through this, he's seeing things. You're hearing him talk about. This is what I really enjoyed because we talked about the excuses, and boy did we talk about the excuses. He's doing the thing where those same things, even in successes, he's talking about it. Like in this game, again, he's talking about finding where his landing point is on his off leg, and he's like, okay, it feels like I'm figuring that out. So he is just a meticulous guy, right? But so even when it's going well, he's talking about these things, which feels good because, again, it feels like you're getting progress. Oh, I say all that to say, I feel more confident about the Astros than I previously had. Now, of course, I get to do the rapid response of I was gone, I came back, and look at all the numbers of this. I did not go through the process of it. Now, as we've talked through it, how do you feel about this Astros team?
I think you put it right. You feel better. They just need to string together something. And 7 out of 10 games is no joke. But does 7 out of 10 games, can you repeat how much can you repeat that? Well, the prospects are better, so you feel better because obviously Hader and the pitching staff that we're talking about right here. Just want to see them put it all together for a consistent month. Maybe that's it. Get a month in.
I mean, the next month of baseball, like the next few weeks. There, you mentioned the A's are in there, right? So it's Pirates starting tonight. Mike Burrow's on the mound for you, and I believe the Chandler fella that's over there, he ain't looked all that good this year for the Pirates. So, this is just, if we're talking pitching matchup, this is viable and feasible, right? But you got the Pittsburgh Pirates for 3. You've got the A's. You've got the Angels who, Mike Trout looks better, but it's still the Angels. You got the Kansas City Royals, haven't been a good baseball team. You've got the Detroit Tigers, haven't been a great baseball team. The Guardians, okay. But you've got.
But there's your month.
You've got opportunities.
Yeah, there's your month.
It's not the fullness of the month, but that's like half of a month there where you have an opportunity through, within just the schedule or the difficulty of the schedule, you have real opportunity here to continue the progress that you've established over the last week. So I am genuinely excited. Like I'm feeling now. You know me, I be on some hopium sometimes, and that Italian wine helped that along a little bit too. But I'm looking at this going, all right, Astros, can you take advantage of a circumstance where the AL wants to come to you?
Well, Mike Burrows is going to be big today because you mentioned it. Bubba Chandler, not a real good pitcher for the Pirates, hasn't had a good start to the season. So if he can get that done today, then you can battle with Spencer Arrighetti. Oh yeah, he's facing Paul Skeens, but that's okay. But that's okay. Spencer Arrighetti.
By the way,
Arrighetti Skeens gonna be all right.
No, this another opportunity to see a bona fide pitchers duel. That we'll talk about that tomorrow. By the way, while we're here. We haven't talked about it. I don't know. Have you talked about it at all? Have you looked at? And it's not of actual importance to us. We're in the AL and everything. Have you looked at the NL Cy Young? Sick.
The Miz, Skeens. Who am I missing?
Don't forget the Santana cat out there in Philly. Are you familiar with one Shohei Ohtani?
Yeah, he's doing all right.
Do you want to put a reliever in here because Mason Miller is sick? Like, I'm missing dudes right now. Oh, Chris Sale in Atlanta. NL Cy Young is crazy.
It's going to be nuts on that side for sure.
We'll talk about that a little bit later. But Astros get going today versus the Pirates after a day off.
By the way, Texans taking the field right now. We're going to have D'Amico at 11 live right here. No real info yet. They're just taking the field other than Tank Dell is walking on the field without a helmet again. So it doesn't seem as if it seems like OTAs are off the table. We'll see after this.
Well, I mean, they prepped us for this.
Yeah.
Did you do the thing that I did? Even though they did. They prepped us for this. D'Amico set us up. Nick Caserio set us up. My lizard brain, when I saw that he did not have a helmet, was like, damn, still?
Yeah. No, we did. We absolutely did. It's what you were. It's you wanted to be pleasantly surprised, but not surprised that it didn't happen.
Yeah, I was hoping that they were doing the old under promise over deliver. Nope, it's just keeping the expectations low, which it seems like they need to be when it comes to Tank Dell. But yeah, as you mentioned, we will keep you up to date with whatever we're seeing out of training camp, or rather OTAs for the Texans at over there at NRG Park, or I guess it's Reliant Park again. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Speaking about those Texans, are they in real Super Bowl or bust mode? What would be the all-in move. That's what we saw the Rams make yesterday. 713-572-4610. That's the number to text to get involved. We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing, and they've been doing it for 50 years. When they started, gas was 59 cents a gallon. Yeah.
Join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that one.
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Oh, man, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula with you. And Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, rolling with you on this Tuesday in the great city of Houston. We were talking about it going into the break. OTA activities continue for your Houston Texans, getting themselves ready for the 2026 season, or as C.J. Stroud said it, the 2026-2027 Texans season, which I love the expectation of it. He's like, we're going to be playing in 27. What you mean?
Is that fair to say?
January?
Yeah.
February? You know?
Why not?
They better.
Is the last regular season game in 2027, though?
I don't believe so. Well, it actually might be.
Yeah, January. Yeah, January.
So technically, I guess it is.
That's right.
Yeah.
Even though that's not how we typically do this. But somebody on the text line said that we got to bully this man Tank now to get him out there.
What are you doing, man? Get out there.
I mean,
you need Ime Udoka out there, man. Just quit being soft.
Call the people B words.
Yeah. Stop being soft.
Oh man, no. But here's the thing. In this circumstance, one thing I feel fairly certain on, I'm going to say 95% certain on, Tank Dell ain't the reason why he's not on the field.
Yeah, no,
Tank Dell been around there looking like a kid that's just waiting.
He looked like he on punishment.
No, actually, not a kid.
Yeah.
And I hope that this comes off right. He looks like a dog that is waiting around that sees that you done gotten some food. He's just waiting for you to drop a little bit off the plate. He's like, let me get a little bit of PT, coach.
Yeah.
Let me get in this drill. Come on.
Yeah, just hop on in. Just hop on in there.
Like I won't even do too much. Just let me hop in there a little bit. That's what Tank Dell. So
It'd be so sad looking at people that's out for the year and they just be walking around with the football, throwing it up and down,
just spinning it. And
stuff. They
stuff.
be looking so bored, man. I'll be feeling so bad for people like that.
Oh man, but he's one of the guys that honestly I was hoping. Your hope's back. He gives you some explosion. But ultimately, this team, you were asking, like, is it fair to expect that they're playing in January? 100%. Like, the expectations for this team are sky high. I mean, sky high. There's people that are looking at the schedule. We did the schedule thing very recently, and they're going 13, 14.
Yeah.
Very reasonably so. You know?
No, I absolutely agree. But 26-27, technically, you can do it in the regular season, but I think he's talking about the postseason, and that's all good. That's all good.
Yeah, but then, you ask your question, especially when you see the big news that happened yesterday during the time of this program. I know that that Chris Partee and Luke. I keep wanting to call him Luke Ridnour. I don't know why that's happening.
Goodness gracious!
Oregon. Real basketball sicko thing to say. But
he was kind of cold in college too.
Yeah,
man.
he was,
and he was traded for everything in the NBA.
Yeah.
But and Luke Morrow, they took you through it. But yeah, the Los Angeles Rams trade for Myles Garrett. So now the best pass rusher in all of the AFC quite probably is Will Anderson Jr. But the Rams already had the best roster in all of football, and they went and they acquired the dude who broke the sack record last year. Like, that is an all-in move, as all-in as it gets. And the question that I think we both had separately and that come together here is, what would that move be for the Texans if they were in that same place?
Not only what would that move be, but my question was more, we've just been working under the assumption the Texans are all in, and I think that's fair. They're doing it their way. But are the Texans really in Super Bowl or bust mode? Because it's not just the Rams. The Patriots have made a couple moves, including AJ Brown. Is it just FOMO for me? Because I'm like,
yes.
Now that right there, or those right there are a couple of teams that are in like Super Bowl or bust. It's undeniable.
Yeah, they got to win it this year.
It is undeniable.
Type time.
Patriots, AJ Brown, which, by the way, I think he's going to do pretty dang well, over there in
You tell me a big body, big play receiver with a quarterback that likes throwing it downfield is going to go well together?
My goodness.
They did pretty good with Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, they did. So maybe it is just FOMO, but there is no question from anyone in the NFL, anyone watching the NFL, those teams are going for it. And it just got me thinking, are the Texans really in Super Bowl or bust mode?
I mean, I'm not sure if they are.
Yeah,
I'm not. I feel like they want to compete for a Super Bowl every year. You could see as clear as day they building the roster to compete for the next how many years? 5 to 7 or whatever.
They're building.
Yeah, they're building. They trying to stay around for a long time and not try to have a 1 year or 2 year flash type deal. So I think, I think they're trying to win the Super Bowl. I don't think it's Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way of putting it, right? Because we talked about this before, and we got a little pedantic with it, and I will raise my hand on it, the idea of the or bust. What is the bust situation here?
Right.
And I don't personally see that. But the particular moves that we're talking about, I don't know that I see the comparison really on either side, right? Because the Patriots move, we'll start there, where they acquire A.J. Brown, a dude who we knew.
Yeah.
They were just the Eagles were just waiting for the June 1st so they can move on from a player, this contractual situation would be more amenable. That one is the Patriots had a need at wide receiver.
Well, sure.
Like, it was clear that they needed to upgrade at that space, and there you go. This is a dude who is very much available. They make that move. With the Texans, where is the place on this team that you go, there is a clear need starting-wise for them?
No, there's not. And I feel, we've talked a little bit about maybe – rush end, maybe, defensive tackle, I know they drafted, but
all that's depth,
but
right?
All that is depth. So there's not like a glaring need right there.
And so that's why I would put that to the side. This is where we come back to the Los Angeles Rams, because you can't say they had.
Yeah, I was going to say, what was their need?
They didn't, right?
Yeah.
Jared Verse is a very good two-time Pro Bowler in this 2 seasons.
Yeah.
He was a defensive rookie of the year in his rookie year.
Yeah.
Like, this is a very good pass rusher. They just decided, bump it. We are going to go from the best roster in the NFL to unquestionably the best roster.
This is
in the NFL.
This is like Golden State Warriors getting Kevin Durant at this point.
Absolutely, that's a great way to put it, and that's why I was asking the question. Like, if you look at all the big Texans moves this offseason, did any of them rock the NFL world? Like, ooh, they are all in. Let's go to David Montgomery. Was that one where they went, ooh?
That's probably the one that did where everybody said, oh, okay, that might be a nice little pickup.
But he's replacing Chubb. He's just another guy that's like
and unique. And you honestly,
and I'm not downplaying it.
Yeah.
Right.
All I'm saying is the one that makes your head spin. David Montgomery was a really good move, but look at the Texans.
And here's the thing.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, and you're right. You're right about that. But in some ways, I feel very good about the Rams. I think you've heard that in the way that I've talked about them. In some ways, both of these teams we're talking about, whether it's the Patriots or the Rams, they're winning the offseason, not the Super Bowl right now.
Sure. And that's why I'm asking, is it just FOMO?
And I think it is, right? Because if you listen to a lot of the smart people in the football world, they gush over what Nick Caserio did. I can't remember who it was in this moment, and I will search it out so that I can attribute it properly. But there was somebody, was it Chris Sims? There was somebody in the analysis space that was saying that, like, Nick Caserio is basically that GM outside of Howie Roseman. And that's based largely off of the offseason that you saw and the way that they went about things in a fairly, moderated way, but where they answered all these questions in a way that feels like it's plausible. Like, that's more what this team needed in this case.
Right.
I would be interested in what is the over the top, haymaker of a move that is equivalent to the Myles Garrett, but also I think that it would have to be for a Myles Garrett type player.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that is the thing that you're looking at, and I do wonder where is the place that would be the most useful, because it's not anywhere on defense, right? In the same way that it was for the Rams. I think the Rams thing is Myles Garrett is a dude who lifts all boats on your defense. And Jared Verse, while he is very good, like, he did not have good conversion of sack rate.
Yeah.
Like, he very much created pressure, but the pressure didn't turn to sacks. The pressure turns to sacks for Myles Garrett, as evidenced by the number 23. Right? Or was it 23 and a half? Am I forgetting? Right?
Yeah.
I think that was a clear change that was necessary. And that's the upgrade that you're seeing with the 3 first-round pick values within that trade. Where is the position that you would need that for the Texans, especially offensively, that kind of upgrade from what you already have?
Well, again, the only one I would have said that sort of, rocks the world, so to speak, the NFL world, would have probably been running back. But that's a tough one to get. And that's not to downplay David Montgomery by any stretch. But even other teams, have one where you kind of sit back in your chair a little bit. Kansas City went out and got Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
The Broncos went out and got Jalen Waddle. And I'm not saying it's the equivalent of like an A.J. Brown or a Myles Garrett, but it kind of made everybody sit up in their chair a little bit. And that's why I brought the question up. Do these moves, Reed Blankenship, David Montgomery, were those ones that made the rest of the NFL sort of sit up in their chair even a little bit?
The Blankenship one, I think it did.
Mm-hmm.
I think that one did. The David Montgomery, it made us sit up in our chairs,
Mm-hmm.
and that's one of those things where if they don't know, they will feel it,
Mm-hmm.
right? They'll realize that, when the Texans are capable of getting into the red zone and punching it in, it looks a little different. I think that the text line has come to the answer that I was going to come to, which is the upgrade would be big-time wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm surprised that you didn't get there because I know that you were looking at, is there an opportunity to get a wide receiver? But that is a place where I think the wide receiver room right now you have to lean on the idea of development. But it's like, okay, there's some interesting stuff that happens here if Jaden Higgins continues to take this progression.
But again, that's not – they are Super Bowl or bust mode. But counting on development is not Super Bowl or bust mode.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying is that's the place where you could reverse in this instance of whether it's Noel or Higgins and this name that comes up is really interesting. Like if you somehow pry away Justin Jefferson, you go, okay, that would be the equivalent.
That's what I'm talking about right there. That would leave no doubt, right? And that's why I thought it was an interesting question because, just in the AFC, Patriots, Chiefs, Denver, they're making moves.
They all made moves.
And
they were close.
Yeah.
They were really close.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why I come back to Tank Dell, the idea of, man, depending on when he actually is available, also, do you get to see that explosion? Because in theory, I look at this, and you have guys like Higgins can make explosive. Nico clearly can make explosives, but the guys who you go, that guy is a take the top off type, explosive type player.
A game changer.
Tank Dell is supposed to be that. He has been that, but what does it look like if and when he returns?
You can't depend on that.
Jalen Noel.
Yeah.
And so you are a Jalen Noel injury away from going, damn, do you even have that within your wide receiver room?
Yeah.
And that's the only thing that I go, that would be the opportunity for you to make that crazy move. But I don't think it's necessary. It's just one of those things where a team does it and you go, damn, we can't do that too?
Yeah. It's like, that there's no doubt that is Super Bowl or bust. I'm not saying the Texans aren't, but they haven't made that move yet.
Yeah, they trying to stay the course so they could be relevant for the next 10 years or something.
Yeah.
That's what it's saying, like they moving light.
Mm-hmm.
And this is another one that comes in that's interesting. They say, what if you went and got George Pickens? That'd be kind of close there, but I don't know how much I'd love the ambiguity of stepping into the contractual situation there.
Yeah, but I think that would fit the mold.
That would fit the mold. Yeah. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question today, inspired by that very same trade that we were talking about. Myles Garrett to the Los Angeles Rams. The Rams give up a first-round pick, a future second, and a future third-round pick. Picks, not really a thing that Les Snead and the Rams care too much about. So question of the day, what are things that most people view as essential that you just don't really need, like the Rams with picks? 713-572-4610. Respond, and we'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about Kalshi, the world's biggest soccer tournament.
You have nothing to lose. 800-323-8922.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig, and apparently Matt Schaub here with you. Jokes though. If you happen to be looking on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live streams, you'll see that Figgy's training.
Yep. Shout out to David, and that is not Matt Schaub.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure that we didn't have a quarterback.
He said he never got Matt Schaub before.
Really? All right, so we're just opening up new doppelgangers.
Let me see, David.
You, huh?
Let me see. You got a little Matt Schaub. Little Matt Schaub.
It's a little Matt Schaub.
Really?
I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
If you had to put a percentage, what percentage Matt Schaub is David over there?
38.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's not far from what I was thinking. You are 38% Matt Schaub over there.
Yeah.
In the control room.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's get to our question of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Text in 713-572-4610. What are things that most people think are essential that you don't really use? This is inspired by Les Snead and the Los Angeles Rams, who just yesterday shook up the NFL world with a trade that nobody expected, except for like Benjamin Albright, who apparently had been ringing the bell on, hey, this thing could happen. Remember, we were talking about it, Todd Monken not having talked to Myles Garrett in his time.
That's when it first
coach.
hit me. I was like, because he said it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have any contact with him.
It kind of makes sense now when you look at all of that.
And now Myles Garrett, a Los Angeles Ram. And in making that trade, the Rams get back Jared Verse, two-time Pro Bowler, Defensive Rookie of the Year in his rookie season in 2024. They get a first-round pick in the 2027 draft. They get a second-round pick in the 28 draft, and they get a third-round pick in the 29 draft, which I've seen some people equate to 3 first-round picks of value, which I think I would go with. Obviously, you have the first-round pick next year. Jared Verse, 2 years into the league, and is a player that is very much like if you select in the first round, you would want Jared Verse, right? And you still have 3 years of control. That is a first-round pick to me, right? Like that's value. And then the second and the third, I think.
No, I'm with you.
I'm there. But yeah, the Rams not really valuing that.
We don't need no stinking draft picks.
I find that to be interesting because this also, the way that they're going about it, I understand the urgency, but it makes you go, so why did you use the 13th overall on Ty Simpson again?
I saw something that was actually very intriguing.
I think I saw the same thing.
That they used that knowing they were going to trade for Myles Garrett because they basically
got their quarterback in the tuck.
They have their quarterback for when they don't have a draft pick. They can develop. No, I thought that was pretty intriguing.
And I get that, but the only thing about it is Ty Simpson feels like the type of player that you need to make sure that everything that you have around him is pretty good in order to make it work. Now, of course, we haven't seen him play. Maybe I'm wrong about that. We'll see.
Well, I'm just saying contract-wise, it's a perfect strategy.
No, I hear that. But the question I have is, okay, if he's the type of guy that you need to make sure you surround him with stuff, and you have given up these picks that you have, these 3 first, second, third, and this is a team with a lot of young guys that need to get paid relatively soon, and now you just took on the Myles Garrett contract. I do wonder, are you going to be able to keep those guys around Ty Simpson? And once Ty Simpson comes up in maybe like 2 years, because remember, Matt Stafford has 2 more years after doing the little mini extension. If we're saying that you go into, what is that, 27, 28, the 29 season with Ty Simpson, here you go. But you're looking around, you go, hey, there's a lot fewer of the dudes here that made this roster the best in all of football.
I actually kind of like that strategy because Myles Garrett's contract hit really isn't as much as you think it might be for the Rams. While he's a Ram, I obviously I understand what you're saying as well. But if you're gonna go get Myles Garrett, that's the way to do it if you have confidence in Simpson anyway.
Yeah, because they wouldn't have had a quarterback.
Nothing.
Yeah, I guess they ain't want to roll the dice like that.
All right, so enough with all this football. So clearly, they're like, we don't give a damn about no stinking picks, even though everybody else, it's the currency of the NFL. So similarly, what is something that everybody else cares about that you're like, could take it, could leave it, don't care?
Yeah, it's just considered essential. And I gave mine earlier, so I'll go through them quickly. I'm curious on yours. And, of course, our listeners at 713-572-4610. I said umbrellas. I don't own an umbrella.
I own an umbrella, but I'm with you. I don't use it. It stays in my car for emergencies, and then when an emergency happens, I just run.
Or I'll just
just run through the rain.
Yeah. Or I'll just park in a place where I can sprint to underneath the awning or something.
Because it's more hassle than it's worth to open it. Like even if I keep myself drunk until I get car, by the time I'm doing the whole thing, fighting,
and you're still getting wet.
The whole
Hey, just man up and just walk through the rain.
Yeah, exactly.
Walk through the rain like a real man.
Exactly. Socks.
All right,
I ain't with you on that.
Nah, you lost us. We was with you. You started
umbrellas.
Out strong.
We were together.
We were together as a crew, as a staff record label crew. What? Really?
I don't wear socks. I'm not wearing socks right now.
But you be wearing the boat shoes.
Boat shoes generally, but I take care of my shoes.
Do you have regular sneakers? Do you wear socks?
I'm wearing some today.
You ain't got the boat shoes?
I got my Under Armour on.
Yeah, nasty.
Yeah,
so no socks.
No socks. But I take care of my shoes. I keep right next to my shoes is a little spray thing for your shoes.
And you got the odor eaters?
And then foot powder.
Gold Bond?
Yeah, no, not Gold Bond. It's one of those froofy ones that my wife got.
Oh, you got the fancy
Yeah,
joints.
but it works. It works. My feet don't stink, man. They're you want to smell them?
No. What kind of offer is that? I came back from Italy, and you welcomed me back from Italy with, would you like to smell my feet? I want you to think about how that sounds.
They're delightful.
Speaking of Italy, actually, my answer falls in line with this because Italy is a place where people love this. Obviously, everywhere people love this. Coffee.
Yeah.
People need coffee to live. I'm like,
I can't believe you didn't have a single cup.
No. Well, no, I had a
like a
latte.
No, the little one.
No. I didn't have an espresso or anything. I did have a latte, but it was like mostly milk, really and truly. Man, I don't need the caffeine to get things done. This is where the braggadocio will come in. I'm a sheer power of will all-star. Like I did not flight to Italy, and I just thugged it out until it's time to go to sleep.
Big mistake.
It worked out perfectly. Worked out swimmingly. I have decided I do. All right. I need to wake up. We're gonna wake up. Like I recognize I'm lucky in this way. Not everybody lives like this, but I'm like, so what am I drinking this coffee for? Because it doesn't taste good.
Oh, it's delicious.
No, it's not.
It's delicious. Figgy, what are some essentials? Everybody thinks they're essential, but you're not necessarily.
I'm trying to think of something right now, man, because I think you took mine, the Fitbit thing. Now, I got the Apple Watch because I thought it was cool, but I don't even use it.
Nah, you don't need them.
Yeah, I don't even use it. I'm debating on if I should get a real watch.
And people always say, well, you got to get your 10,000 steps in. And my wife has one, and she goes, oh, I'm at 9,800. I'm like, well, then I guess I am too. I mean, it doesn't because it doesn't
you
matter.
You bumming somebody else's Fitbit? Like, that is the wildest thing that I've heard.
It doesn't matter. Like, what's the magic thing about 10,000 steps? Do you stop? Is 12,000 too many? It's like, come on, man, you don't need that. Just get your walk in.
I mean, it is good to kind of let you know what your kind of daily activity is and, for accountability reasons. But, I think you're right. It's not as essential as maybe we make it. I say that as I have my smartwatch on as well. This one comes in on the text line from the 504. They said a new smartphone every 2 years.
That's a good one. Yeah,
that's a good one.
I think I'm getting to that point where I'm like, I'm not even fazed by a new phone now.
Just trying to run it till the wheels fall off.
Yeah.
The only problem is the wheels fall off a lot sooner than it feels like.
Especially with Apple, they force you to get a new phone, man.
Yeah.
And then they said a luxury car, luxury brand cars, and
I'm here too.
That is a good one. I will say, it is a can't go back proposition.
Oh, once you get one. Yeah.
Once you feel that taste on a regular basis, you will not debase yourself. Like everybody has had the car. Maybe you haven't. Maybe you've lived a better life than I have. But everybody's had that instance, I think, where you had the cloth seats, and you're like, man, cloth seats are fine. I don't get the idea.
Then you get leather.
You get them leather seats, and you're like, man, damn them cloth seats. I don't care if in the summer it's crazy and I got to crank my AC. I don't be damned.
See, I never got that feeling because I got a car that's paid off, and once in a while, if I get in a rental car, I'll be like, man, maybe I should get a new car. But then I'm like, nah, this baby paid off and it's still running good. I don't get the urge or the FOMO to try to get a new car because it's a 2026 or nothing.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of things. I said U.S. mail earlier. I'm not going to get into that.
Don't do that.
We don't need that whole discussion. We've had
disclaimer: John Lopez's opinions are the opinions of only John Lopez and do not reflect the opinions of Odyssey Houston, Sports Radio 610, nor In the Loop and myself.
Yeah, if Lopez was president, he would get rid of the USPS.
I would
and leave everybody.
I love mail carriers.
And all those people would get jobs though because they'd work
doing what? Smelling your feet?
No, they would have jobs. Every postal office would turn into a dispensary, so you'd make more money.
So go from delivering mail to delivering weed.
How fast would I get?
Wait, you about to make the mailman the weed man?
How fast would I get elected? If I said
that's an interesting question.
America, I have a proposition for you. We're going to get rid of the Postal Service because we don't need it anymore.
Nope.
However, everyone who works at the Postal Service, they are going to be converted to weed dispensaries because I'm going to legalize marijuana across the country. I would get elected in 5 seconds.
I don't think that's the case. I don't want you to get into politics ever because clearly you've not done the polling nor the groundwork to figure this out.
I'm getting votes already on the text line.
I don't think so. Somebody said alcohol. Someone else said lamps. You think what do we?
You need lamps. You need light.
Yeah, I was like, are we just talking about
or
the
just
idea
a regular
of light?
lamp?
Or like individual lamps. We're not living in 1830. I feel like people is not as essential anymore. I don't know. Somebody said a new side piece. I don't understand.
Is that essential? Is it really essential?
I don't understand what we're doing here. Yeah. Maybe I'm the one who's missing out on all this. And then on the YouTube page, Brent says, "Someone make David smell his feet and confirm." We're not going to do that.
Oh
to David.
Wow! Oh man!
Don't do that.
Don't do that. This ain't no intern type stuff, man.
A little hazing.
All right. That's a little question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right. Coming up next, the Texans doing a little OTAs, and that means that DeMeco Ryans will step to the podium and talk. So coming up next, we'll hear from the head coach of the Texans after yet another day of organized training activities for your Texans. We'll do that next.
C.J. Stroud addressed his contract. Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's get going here around the NFL as we are waiting to see, the conclusion of today's OTAs, organized training activities for the Texans. And then we should hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans. Apparently out there on those practice fields, Derek Stingley just caught a pick six on an out route from C.J. Stroud to Jaden Higgins. Sting jumped the route, caught it.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Yeah, who threw it?
C.J. Stroud threw it on an out route. Man, look. I don't know.
Yeah. That's the thing about having a team like this.
Yeah.
That's you're like, oh, cool. Oh, wait.
Well, on other teams, I feel like it would feel less good because you're like, oh man, the quarterback. On a team like this, you're like, maybe Sting just did the thing.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't know how to feel about that.
Yeah, it's that Alonzo Mourning meme.
Yeah,
you're going.
So yeah, that's happening. Apparently, several starters aren't practicing 11 on 11 out there. We'll give you some more updates as we see, and it seems like Lewis Bond continues to have. Be a name that pops up. It seems like that's been the case while the Texans have been doing OTAs. Some other things that are going on around the NFL, something that just came down around the NFL. Edge rusher Derek Hall, or really he's an outside linebacker, at least is the way that he is referred to, and the Seahawks have reached an agreement on a 3-year, $42 million deal. Yeah, just an outside guy getting his money for the Super Bowl team. It feels weird because I know Mike McDonald, the head coach of the team, in response to the big trade of yesterday, Myles Garrett saying that he did not care too much about it, or he did not move him, I guess.
Yeah.
And then they're like, we're just gonna sign our guys and make sure that we keep on trucking here as the Super Bowl.
Didn't he say we don't care? I don't care, bro.
Yeah.
Didn't he say something?
Yeah.
I think he said it like that.
I don't care, bro.
Real dismissive. Do you agree with him? Do you think that the head coach of the Seahawks, who again is
buy
in
or
the division,
sell
in the division,
It's already in my file.
Okay,
it's already in my file.
You're welcome.
I'll move away from that one then. But yeah, that one I was like, okay, all right. Some other things that are happening. Let's talk about the big trades then. Why not? Why don't we? The Eagles indeed agreed to a trade to see A.J. Brown go to the Patriots. A couple of draft picks are involved in this deal, and A.J. Brown will go from his 11 to number 1 with the Patriots. The picks involved, mind you, are a 2028 first-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick. So 2 firsts for A.J. Brown. First and foremost, like, what were your thoughts? Because we kind of knew this was happening. This was one of the most poorly kept secrets in the football world. What was your immediate reaction to seeing A.J. Brown join the AFC champion New England Patriots from last year?
Look, man, I immediately went to Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels with A.J. Brown. It's really weird because they won a Super Bowl. He was successful. He was very, very much productive with the Eagles, but it never quite, as a lot of people know, never quite seemed to be a good fit, and he never quite seemed to embrace everything. I think this is, I'll put it, the way a lot of people say it these days. This is a problem. This is a problem, A.J. Brown, with the Patriots. And if you just think, no big deal, that, they still have some issues, and, who knows, you mentioned it earlier, the long ball with Drake May, the play action, some of the things that they can do to set him up, and then the fact that receiver after receiver after receiver have excelled, like this with Josh McDaniels. I think this is something to watch, man.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
Like, this is a team that now has a dude that you have to account for offensively, which it did not feel quite like that was the case, with all due respect to, like the Kayshon Bouttys of the world or whatever for the Patriots. This is a dude, A.J. Brown is a legitimate, a defensive coordinator has to start their game week by going, that guy right there, number 11 or now number 1, what are we doing about him before we talk about anything else?
Right.
And now DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke, it feels a little different because of the defense that you have here, but even still, right? Like, that's a guy where I would have interesting feelings about how does Derek Stingley or Kamari Lassiter, depending on who the Texans have matching up with him, how do they match up in ways that I don't in any other game? Like, it is quite a privilege to be a Texans fan right now and face off against any team and just go, okay, so right, whatever you're bringing,
we
over
got
here.
you.
Okay. So a little bit less than okay so with the physicality that A.J. Brown has, especially knowing they're going to utilize it. It's one of the things that I found surprising about this deal. And again, we knew it was coming, but the idea that this breakup even happens for the Eagles is mind-boggling to me. Because A.J. Brown ain't slowed down in his actual abilities.
No.
He's slowed down in their ability to use him.
And his ability to, I guess, embrace what they do over there. And could be as simple as just a personality conflict. It just didn't work with Jalen Hurts.
That's what he's saying, right? Because they were good friends early on. Who was it? Goodness gracious, one of their defensive linemen.
They grew apart.
Yeah, and then A.J. Brown says, that there's nothing happened. That sometimes you just drift away, and that sounds insane.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
For your quarterback and your best wide receiver to have that as the dynamic seems insane. And honestly, you know where I'm going to go with this. Feels like a failure of leadership.
Yeah.
Feels like a failure in the dude who's supposed to be at the top of this all and maintaining these relationships.
I don't think
That's
you're
part
wrong.
of your job.
No, I don't think you're wrong. I think Jalen Hurts is an incredible talent. I've been a big advocate of his, even when he struggled last year. I thought there were other things at work. I love Jalen Hurts, but you are not wrong. At some point, you have to make that work. I mean, go look at number 11 out there. There's not a lot of guys like that. You have to make it work. You have to figure it out.
Yeah. So that move was consummated. The other one, obviously, Myles Garrett bids farewell to Cleveland. He wrote a really interesting piece, including the line, "I wish I could have done more for you," which I found to be interesting. Also, before that, Todd Monken, the obviously new head coach of the Cleveland Browns, earnings said, "I wasn't assured Myles Garrett would be here when I took the job." And I find that to be fascinating.
I find it very fascinating. And I also, not apples to apples, but I'm catching a little bit of a David Culley vibe with Todd Monken.
That is something that Benjamin Albright made note of. And I hadn't considered it, but I was like, really? Because
he's the guy that the general manager put in there to set up the next guy. I really believe that.
I think a lot of people felt that way because it was, I wouldn't say a running joke, but like a statement that he probably wouldn't be there once they move into their new building.
He's going to have to move. He's going to have to do really, really special things because clearly they're not. I mean, they want to be competitive. Who knows with Deshaun Watson and everything else, but I don't think they're building for 2027.
No, I mean clearly they're not. Like they've there's been very clear circumstances that point to that. It feels like they are a 2028, 2029 proposition, the Browns, including, now they have draft capital, 2 first-round picks next year. I think they have 11 picks total.
That's what I'm saying.
They've just been stacking young talent.
It's one of the reasons why I think this makes sense, right, for them is that their timeline is such that they're trying to really be able to play and maybe have a quarterback in 2-3 seasons. Myles Garrett will be 33 at that point. Like, you need to extract the value in the meantime. And I think that Jared Verse is a very good acquisition for that because he is already a dude that like
still young.
You don't have to worry about what he is, but he is young. And there's still opportunity for development. I mentioned that like he gets a lot of pressure, but those pressures don't always turn into sacks. I do can help develop to where, boom, here you go. But I also wonder, how good is that Cleveland Browns defense actually? Because they were pretty good, but Myles Garrett changes some things. Right, and Jarrett Verse, not saying that I think he's any good, any bad, but he was playing in a defensive line that had some really, like Poona Ford, Kobe Turner, like there were some real dudes next to him.
Yeah.
I do wonder what it looks like here, and if that actually helps the Browns be a little bit worse.
Well, it's very rare that you get that I feel this way about trades, and I'm curious what you think. I feel like everybody else has to decide, okay, who won this trade. I think both teams are got to be really, really happy with this. Is very rare where both teams are like perfect. You know, it's just perfect for what we need.
In a weird way, though, it's. Of course, you're right.
Yeah.
Both teams win. It's perfect. I look at the Rams and I go, you really ratcheted up the pressure.
Well, they wanted it, and they embraced it. And look at their division. You that's the first place all these teams look. I mean, their division has a Super Bowl champion. They've been a Super Bowl champion. They have really good teams in that division. And sometimes it's okay to say, we talked about this earlier. Super Bowl or bust. Anything short is not going to be satisfactory, and we want to do everything we can to get to a Super Bowl.
For sure. So continue to watch that space and what happens. One thing that is for certain, Myles Garrett is off of your schedule as the Houston Texans now, unless you go to the Super Bowl, which at that point, I would welcome that challenge, right? I would welcome that challenge of playing in L.A. versus for a Super Bowl.
Let me ask you this, Figgy. You've got a lot of people still in Cleveland. I just said I think this is a good trade for Cleveland. Are they embracing it, or is it a heartbreak?
Honestly, I think a lot of people, it's crazy to say because it ain't nothing to root for in the Browns outside of Myles Garrett, but I think a lot of people was kind of tired of him a little bit. I think that rubbed people the wrong way, that whole Radio Row thing and him requesting the trade and then signing the big contract and all that stuff. Yeah. That kind of been the talk for a few years now about him just kind of playing for him. So I think a lot of people are fine with it. Of course, some people are making it a big deal because you ain't get 4 first-round picks, but I don't think you're going to get –
Well, I thought Reggie laid it out perfectly. Jared Verse is a first-round pick.
Yeah, no, it is. That's very important. He might be too, but depending on what team want to get him that bad. But I think just in the NFL, you ain't getting no ain't nobody sending out no 3 first-round picks, 3 seconds, and all that type of stuff. So this is probably the best value the Browns could get for him.
We continue around the NFL here, and some thoughts and prayers are in order with the passing of a legend in the NFL space. And I will turn to you here, John Lopez, as a journalist, because Larry Fitzgerald Sr. passed away at the age of 71 years old. Obviously the father of legendary Cardinals wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald Jr., but also in his own right, saying the word legendary a lot, but it fits, legendary journalist that covered the NFL for a very long time, especially Minnesota. Like, what was your recollection of him and his work?
I crossed paths with him a little bit. I was never, I never got to be like real close with him, but crossed paths with him a lot. Clearly, everything that you hear about him, clearly the man that he, raised, is a reflection. That's how you know. Your kids, is a reflection of what you raised. But I know people who know him very, very well, and obviously class in every sense of the term, but also to be able to raise a kid like that and separate yourself is difficult. Separate yourself from the league and still be unbiased and be able to do it. Just a great sports writer. I mean, just absolutely respected and broke some boundaries as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, a black man covering Minnesota sports and starting in black media, then getting obviously more opportunities in, I guess, more traditional, more legacy media, and making a name for himself in which his son comes in and he is his son.
Yeah.
Right? It is not just that here's some kid, Larry Fitzgerald. It's like, no, that is Larry Fitzgerald Sr.'s son.
That's how he first was known when he was at Pitt.
Right.
Like, oh, your dad's a sport. All the questions. First time I ever covered Junior was when Pitt came down and played Texas A&M, and I did a little feature on him. And I remember everybody asking him about his dad. Like, oh, your dad's a sports writer. What's that like? Not knowing this guy's a Hall of Fame receiver to be, it's like it was a balancing act for him, no doubt.
Yeah. So rest in peace, condolences to his family and all of his friends and all the people who his work and his life touched. This moment, Larry Fitzgerald passed away at the age of 71. One more thing before we go here. Russell Wilson has made a decision on what his next path in his career will be.
Speaking of thoughts and prayers to the CBS studio show.
Wow, that's strong. Really? Dude. Russell Wilson will accept the opportunity to be an analyst for CBS Sports as opposed to taking what was apparently an open offer for him to become a backup within the New York Jets organization.
Do you know how many?
Or was it Giants?
You know how many eye rolls we're going to have this year with stuff that Russell Wilson says? Like he's such a corny guy, and
he is taking over from Matt Ryan, though.
Oh my gosh! I'm lying when I say this. I'm telling you up front. I'm lying when I say this because I'm going to watch, but I don't want to watch this crap. I don't want to watch Russell Wilson on CBS in their studio show. I just don't. I'm just being honest.
Dangerous.
He just rubs me the wrong way, man.
All right. So there you go. That's around the NFL.
He's going to wake up dangerous. He's going to, all this other stuff. Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see what it is when you get to CBS broadcast.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, actually, right now, we go to someone who does not make me roll my eyes. He's the head coach of the Houston Texans. Talking now after yet another day of organized training activities. It's D'Amico Ryans.
When you see the progress that continues to happen for Derek Smith Jr., what do you see from him specifically in the growth each year?
What I've seen from Stingley is, he comes out and he's as consistent as ever. He's in mid-year form already here in May and June. He's making big-time plays as we've all seen him make. He's doing a great job in coverage of being sticky, being exactly where he's supposed to be. And one thing I'm most proud of in Sting is this, and this is our entire group. Like when you see a young guy make a play, one of our young corners, they make a play, bat a ball down. Like to see the excitement from Sting, Kamari on the sideline of them encouraging the young guys with the plays they're making. That's what I'm most excited to see.
What have you seen improve most since the start of OTAs, communication, tempo, alignment?
The most improvement I've seen from our team is the pre-snap communication offensively. Our defensive communication has been lights out. So we're way ahead of, again, where we've been in the past because of that communication. Us just playing smarter, being a smarter football team, understanding situations better. I feel like we're in a really good place right now.
Coach, two players that had the season kind of looking down last year, Green. What have you seen from them as far as their offseason and around OTAs?
Yeah, starting with Jalen Smith, I feel like Jalen is taking a really nice jump in his second year. He's put in the work. Although he was down with injury, he's came back stronger, looks faster. He's making a lot of plays out here on the practice field. So I'm excited and encouraged by his development of what he's been able to do. Also, Jalen Reed, you can put him in the same category. Young player, second year, he was able to play more snaps for us towards the end of the year until, he had an injury. But, man, he's been lights out when it comes to his communication, starting with the punt team communication, him being that PP for us, put a lot on their plate. He's handled it really well, doing a great job in the meetings and also making it translate to the field. So I just love to see the growth, and that's what I expect. That's what is expected for our, year two players. And I'm excited about that as a coach to see what they're going to do this season.
What do you, how do you feel about your running backs catching the ball in the backfield, and what can that skill do for an offense?
The backs, they're doing a great job all camp. Like we've been working more with our backs, with the routes, catching some passes out of the backfield, some option routes, some screen plays, and all the guys have handled that really well. Coach Bear has done a great job working with those guys on that. Just landmarks, hands, all of the fine details that go into that. But we have a good group of backs. All the guys have really good hands, can catch it well, secure the ball well. So that'll be a really good position for us this year.
You talked about the pre-snap work with the offense gotten better. That obviously a situation last year. What has happened to make it better? What are they doing to make it better? And what's happening that you say it is better?
And when I go back and I look at film from our last year OTA practices, we had trouble just snapping the football, getting plays started, right? And then communication, the play clock going down in last year's practice. So now when I look at it, like we're ahead. We're doing a better job with our cadence from the quarterback position. All three guys are using voice inflection really well. They're getting our defensive line to jump off sides several times. They're using their snap points, the cadence, the rhythm, and timing. They're changing it up a lot, which does wonders for our offense. When you talk about operating fast and you operate at your pace, you control the tempo, and our offense is doing a better job of controlling the tempo this year, and I'm excited to see how we keep going with it.
Aziz and Henry have played a lot together at the linebacker spot. For those guys behind them in linebacker, what are the big challenges they need to work on here at OTAs and then be ready for the training camp this year?
Yeah, there aren't many challenges for our guys at the back end. We have a very seasoned group, veteran group. They've played a lot of ball together. They communicate really well on the field. They have a lot of good celebrations together. They know each other really well, and they're really tight, not only on the field but off the field. And it shows, it translates on the field. You see the way everyone's in sync with our secondary. It's going to be tough to throw the football, and it's been tough, for our offense during this camp to throw the football when the defense is exactly where they're supposed to be.
There was a familiar name on the list of college football Hall of Fame nominees yesterday. D'Amico Ryans was on that list, man.
Say what?
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, wow. Wasn't expecting to hear that one. You caught me off guard there. Man, that's haven't thought much about it. That's humbling. A lot of great players play college football. So for my name to be even mentioned on there, wow, that says a lot. That's humbling. I'm thankful for that. See what comes of it. Anytime you're on a list, you want to win it, right? So now, but no, that's wow. That's credit to all the guys I played with too back at Alabama. Take me back there to at a rough start to my career in college, playing for 3 different head coaches. But it taught me a lot about commitment, how you stick to your commitment no matter what. And I was committed to the University of Alabama, although we had 3 coaches. And I wanted to impact the university in a positive way of getting them back on track. And so I got them back on track, and then Saban came in and just took it over and won all the championships. No, but I'm a proud alumni, man, of Alabama, proud of everything, the institute, everything they stand for, the program that they have there now, wishing them much success.
How have you seen the bond between Will and CJ grow in their time that they've been here together? Do you think that them being so close, despite being on opposite sides of the ball, has helped with the leadership of your team?
Yeah, our leadership has grown tremendously. Will and CJ, now they're going into year 4. So they are those veterans who, when our young guys come in, those are the 2 guys that everyone is looking to for the leadership, for how we do things here, in Houston. And they do a great job of carrying that banner for us. They represent everything that I want as a coach, and I'm proud of those guys as our 2 leaders. They're close, of course, off the field. On the field, it's a little touch and go. Will gets a little close to CJ too many times, but they make up afterwards, and they're friendly. But it's cool to see both of those guys going back to 2023 when we picked them, to see the relationship that has blossomed over the past 4 years is pretty special.
Along those same lines, Coach, as far as bonding is concerned, you have a special bond with all your coaches. Can you talk about the one that you have with Danny Barrett?
And Danny Barrett, he's been, invaluable to me. Danny he was here in Houston before I got here, long time coach, played for a long time. So for me as a coaching staff, as you're building the staff out, you want wise people around you. And Coach Barrett is one of those guys, that wise counsel that I need. And he's been a rock for me in the background. He's helped me with a lot of different things. When it comes to scheduling, it comes to how to better serve players. Danny has been there. He's done it. He's seen a lot of things. So he's always cool, calm, and collected. Nothing, gets Danny rocked one way or the other, right? He's always steady. And that's what, as a head coach, that's what you need. You need someone who can steady the ship. And Danny he's been that guy for me for the past, 4 years. And that's why he's my assistant head coach, because he's that special.
Coach, can you talk about the cerebral side of these guys? You mentioned going back looking at OTAs from last year and this year, but you also bring the new guys in. Their cerebral approach, are you seeing a better maturation of about the same? All of them looks like checkers, until they finally get in there and find how well they can retain it and then put it out on the field.
When it comes to the cerebral part of the game, I feel like our coaches have done a really great job, a better job of teaching our younger guys to get them acclimated much faster than we have in the past. So the teaching techniques and methods, have changed, and how we're trying to utilize that to better serve these younger guys coming in. I see it come to light on the field. We have rookies they're stepping in and they're playing and communicating just like the vets almost in some instances. So as a coach, you stand back like, man, I'm proud of not only the rookies, but I'm proud of the coaches, because I know all the extra work that they put in with our young guys, and seeing it on the field, it's special to see. And we have smart rookies, and that helps. You got really smart players, tough football players, but the above the net game is where you win in this league, and we've added a lot of young guys who are definitely mentally strong.
Go ahead.
DJ?
Two-part question.
A little louder.
Two-part question. What have you kind of just seen from Jalen Higgins, how he's been able to progress against you, and quick update on EJ Speed?
Higgins and Speed was the question, is that correct?
Yeah, no. The update on EJ Speed. And I've seen Jalen Noel and Danny Higgins progressing here too.
And Higgins has done an outstanding job. That's from day one, from him coming back. When I seen him for the first time coming back, it's like, well, you see a physical difference, right? You see a stronger, you see more chiseled out receiver. Then we step on the field, he's playing faster, he's playing stronger, he's making all of the tough catches. He's playing extremely fast. So he's taking advantage of his offseason. Right, and he's really improved in a ton of areas. That was the first area for him, is just how can we play fast consistently, and he's doing that right now. So that he's going to have a great year. Can't wait to see it. EJ Speed, he had surgery last week, and we'll see how that recovery process goes with him. But that's the update so far.
When you look at a guy like Garrett, it's kind of hard to get a good gauge on how much he's progressed from year one to year two on the field, but in ways off the field and just in the short sample size, where have you seen him kind of improve from last season?
And one thing I've challenged Tay on is just taking more of that vocal leadership approach. Although he's a second-year player, he's a rookie who came in, played a ton of snaps for us, starting at left tackle. He has leadership traits, leadership qualities. I just want to see. I'm trying to empower him to allow those qualities to show, allow the guys around him to feel that leadership that he does have. So he's doing a great job so far. These OTAs, he's came back in shape. He's ready to roll. He's looking really good. So he'll buy for us this year. He just keep leading by being vocal, not just by what you do on the field.
You've mentioned a couple times about CJ being here a lot this offseason, a little earlier than kind of previous years. Is there any light you can shed on his relationship with Nick, anything they've done in particular to kind of help that grow and help that pre-snap process and just them being on the same page?
With CJ and Nick, I've seen both guys there communicating much better, and it's year two of a system. When it's year two, right, you understand we're not going through the install for the first time, right? So there is some recall from what we've done in the past that allows us to speed up what we're doing in year two. It's to be expected, but the way they're communicating, right, CJ has ideas and thoughts on different plays, the formations, things that he likes, right? We try to do our best to implement those things as well. So it's just the coach-player relationship is definitely, I think, is headed in the right direction. They're growing much closer. They're communicating better, and that's what it takes. Right, for a good offensive coordinator, good quarterback, we have to work hand in hand. And those guys are doing that. It's been outstanding. And also Jerry's done a great job as well with the communication with CJ, what he's done with Davis, Graham, all the guys. So I'm pleased with where we are right now with our quarterback position.
Tamika, you mentioned the growth of the players. What about Nick Haley? Where are you seeing some specific areas where some of the offense being better this year? Can you just have a quick follow-up? Thank you.
Yeah, for Caley offensively, we've been able to install more play, more wrinkles to what we did last year. So it's exciting to see a different look. You'll see some different things from us offensively this year, and he's growing as a coach. The communication, how he's meeting, how he's calling the plays out here on the field, how he's leading the guys. He's doing a great job.
Do you have an update on Marlon Klein and not practicing? Thank you.
No. All right.
There you go. That's D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the Houston Texans, after yet another day of organized training activities for your Houston Texans. Let's break it down a little bit. What's happening, or what we heard from D'Amico Ryans, because there was still some interesting stuff. I was wondering if, last week you get the very first OTAs or first time to talk to him with the OTAs. There's some things that's clearly going to be front of mind. There was still some interesting stuff that he got into here as well, John.
Well, clearly, toward the end of the availability there is what really kind of piqued my interest with the dynamic between C.J. Stroud, Nick Caley, and him talking about communicating much better. We would expect that. But the other thing that was interesting is he said C.J. has some ideas and thoughts on formations, and we try to do our best to implement those things. That was part of the issue, for lack of a better way of putting it. And then he also said, from Caley's perspective, they've been able to install more plays, more wrinkles, and he said you'll see some different things from us offensively this year. That right there, to me, again, if it's something that they can implement, I think you still run your offense, the Patriots' offense, but you still try to appease your quarterback by giving him something here.
Well, that's the question I ask: is how much does this look as much like the Patriots' offense? Because one of the things that we were thinking about when you bring in Caley anyways, and things that he said himself, that I do wonder if he said, and he, kind of in trying to promise within his head, and then he gets into it and he realized, I can't get all of this done, was, no, this isn't one offense, this isn't the other, this is going to be our offense, we're going to make it that. But we've all, and you're a craftsman, you're a handyman, we've all, started a project where we bite off too much, and we go, oh boy, I'm going to have to pare back the scope of what I'm doing. I do wonder if there was anything in that within Nick Caley where, I'm going to do all this and I'm going to do all that, and you get into the season and you go through the limited availability through the offseason and you go, okay, we just can't get to all of the offense that I want. Now, of course, that would not be a good thing to hear.
Right.
But if you're trying to spin that forward to this year, one, the idea that, hey, man, they're communicating better does leave open the possibility that they weren't communicating well before.
Yeah.
But two, it does sound like, as you mentioned, all those things within that answer do sound like maybe this is going to be a more interesting and possibly innovative offense.
And I think that's something that we need to watch carefully as we go through minicamp and then training camp and obviously into the season, because you often hear me say, watch what they do, not what they say. What they've done is double down on this offense with the offensive linemen they've brought in, with the run game, emphasis, with some of the things, the tight ends. What they've done is say, no, we're going all in on this offense. But if they can just tweak it a little bit to appease C.J. Stroud, then maybe that's that happy place that they can meet in the middle.
The word that comes to mind for me is elevate.
Yeah,
they need to elevate the offense. And one of the things that I think is a huge potential for elevation is something that D'Amico said pretty much midway or somewhere in there within that, where he was talking about them utilizing cadence. And this sounded like a defensive coordinator talking about it from that perspective, that ground level perspective. And you remember, not just a defense coordinator, dude who played linebacker, understands how very much that snap count matters and what's happening here. And he almost sounded like he was glowing. He sounded very proud.
He said it does wonders for our offense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Better job at controlling tempo. These are the things that help you take the one play that you could run just bare bones, this is the play, and then you run the play, but you use tempo and you use cadence and you vary it that way, and you get two completely different results. Those are the things that we were asking for at times last year, and it's awesome to hear that at this early stage of the process, they're already very intentional about that portion.
Yeah, no, I agree. The other thing that stood out to me, and this is the second week in a row, he was asked about the receiving room last week as well. The second week in a row, when he's asked about the receiving room, it becomes a discussion about Jaden Higgins. Yeah, like he was asked about Higgins and Noel. Noel wasn't really mentioned that much, but on Higgins, he's talking about just the transformation physically that he's had, the speed, bigger. I think he talked about how cut he was, etc. Taking advantage of the offseason. I think they have extremely high hopes for Jaden Higgins. That there's for Jalen Noel, but he second week in a row when they talk about the receiver room, he's talking about Jaden Higgins.
That also sounded was the other place where I marked it down in my notes that it sounded like he was talking with pride. Almost he came through. He was like, "Look, man, Higgins has done an outstanding job. And everybody's doing a great job, but he was like, he's playing faster, he's tougher, he's difficult catches, which these are things that you absolutely need from a player of that caliber, especially." If you're going to have a number 2 wide receiver or a dude who's going to be a pseudo number 1. Seth was making this point earlier today, and it's not a wild thing to say is like the trajectory that Nico Collins took. It's not it's not like it's far away from what's possible here. Not saying that he's going to become Nico Collins because, hey, that'd be an unfair expectation to place on the dude. But he mentioned that, and D'Amico Ryans finished, or maybe not finished out, but of the notes on that point that I wrote, he said it with a lot of gravitas.
Yeah.
Extremely fast, which again we were just talking about it earlier. Like the idea of who do you have that has that explosive capability? Do you have it all in Jaden Higgins, where you go, hey, if we need you to be a big body and box out a defender to get the football, can you do that? Can you be explosive? All those things sounded like, from an OTA's perspective, D'Amico Ryans, you could hear it. You could hear it in his voice. Just a little bit of what the head coach said after these organized training activities on this Tuesday, June 2nd. In the loop here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's get into a little bit of what's popping, including another unfortunate passing. This one ties into the Houston area. We'll talk about that and more next.
Hughley returns out of Texans OTA. 2222. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on this Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You just heard the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans, on these airwaves after their organized training activities for the day. And here in a little bit, you will hear from Will Anderson Jr., the star of the show, in a very, very particular way.
Mm-hmm.
He will from after OTAs. I keep wanting to say practice, but I'm like, technically it's not practice.
Yeah.
Right? It's activities.
It's voluntary, man.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Saying that's not practice is crazy.
It's
to me,
activities.
It is totally practice.
They are organized activities.
That sounds nuts.
And DeMeco was talking when you just heard him. He's like, "Oh, he's been great. All these workouts we've been doing."
Just imagine telling your loved one like, "Oh, that's not practice.
That's not practice.
Sure looks like practice.
They are working out and
quacks like a duck."
I threw my wife off yesterday because I ordered some monitors, some speaker monitors, and I called them monitors.
Yeah.
And threw her all the way off like, no, this TV is a monitor. Like, these are speakers.
That's funny.
And I'm like, they call studio monitors.
They used to a lot more.
Yeah. So, they practicing, man.
Fair enough.
If
So,
they wasn't practicing, we'd be able to record the whole doggone workout then.
Well,
right?
we'll try real quick and see what happens.
Yeah.
We'll try that.
It's practice. They practicing. That's what.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But yeah, as I mentioned, Will Anderson Jr., you'll hear from him here in a little bit. All right, what's popping? I hate to start with bad news, but this one hit me personally. I'm sure you understand this, Lopez. I am a child of Houston Texans. I love basketball, so the Rockets was a part of my love, and I am 34 years old. So right in the time where I am getting to be a bona fide adult, right, or towards the points when I can really think about my fascination with the team. Rick Alderman is the basketball coach of my Houston Rockets, and unfortunately, yes, Alderman passed away at the age of 79, just shy of his 80th
Did you know
birthday.
he was ill?
I didn't.
I didn't either. Did you, Figgy?
No, I
that
didn't.
came out of nowhere for me. Rick Adelman, it's oftentimes he's kind of overlooked as that's a team that could have and should have perhaps.
Oh, and an original San Diego Rocket too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I not only everybody else talks about had Chris Paul not hurt his hamstring. Hell, had Yao Ming not gotten hurt, they would have won it then. They could have.
I kind of go back to him when he was coaching the Kings. Kept going up against the Lakers.
Yes. All right. I mean, best
that was
head coach in Kings history, right?
That Kings team was good, man.
All right, I'm glad you brought that up because the thing about Rick Adelman, that I always think of is kind of tough luck by the draw.
Mm-hmm.
Not only with the Kings, he could have won 3 championships and maybe should have won 3 championships with 3 different organizations. Portland was a badass championship level team
early
when he
90s.
was there. Oh boy, Jerome Kersey and Drexler and all these. I mean, that was a squad. That could have been his first championship, but of course ran into Bulls and others. Then you have Sacramento, Robert Horry and all.
That's early on.
And you talk about Shaq.
And Shaq.
Yeah, man.
That could have been a championship team.
Yeah.
And then the Rockets.
07 to 11.
Yeah, with Yao. I mean, this dude could have done it with 3 different teams and just a great dude. And I was fortunate to cover those early 90s teams and that Portland team and Sacramento, of course.
Yeah, I always go back to that Sacramento Kings, man.
Man,
Mike Bibby, Bobby Jackson.
Oh, he could put a squad together.
Christie.
And just tough luck.
Chris Webber.
Just tough luck.
Yeah.
No, so, I mean, rest in peace to a former player and a very
Peja
good
Stojakovic.
Oh man, I love me.
I used to love that Kings team, man.
It was a fun basketball team, and that's one thing you can say about all the squads, that the ones that you mentioned at the very least, they're fun basketball teams, which I don't think that should be overlooked. I have an added benefit for coaches that not just are successful, but are capable of having a fun basketball team or a fun team just in general, because those things are not they're not things
mutually
that you have
exclusive.
Well, no, the other way, right? They're not things that have to happen together,
okay.
right? In sports, you're trying to do 2 things at once, right? You're trying to entertain, but you're also trying to compete. And sometimes the entertaining gets in the way of competing, and teams and people are like, well, we got to focus on the thing that's going to keep my job.
Yeah.
I love it when you have, whether it's players, whether you have coaches that are like, no, we can manage to do both these things at the same time. And it feels like Rick Adelman teams did that.
Man, I'm looking at his Blazers teams. Good Lord. Lost in the finals in 1990. Lost in the conference finals. Lost in the finals in 92. I'm telling those were the ones where I was really like, oh, boy. And then you talk about Sacramento. I mean, it was great. And, by the way, can coach a little offense, too.
That's right.
Coach a little offense.
And now, I mean, his legacy stands on its own, but then also his son, Alman, the coach of the Nuggets, continuing in the family business. So salute to the family, condolences to them, the passing former Hall of Famer and former Rockets head coach Rick Adelman. Some other things that are popping. Josh Hader bike. It seems like that is going to be the case. The closer for the Astros. It does seem like he is going to make his way back to the big league club and return. He's been killing it at both Double and Triple A. This is something that it feels like the Astros desperately need.
Yes, it is. It's going to be a game changer. A texter earlier when we were talking about, I'm kind of wondering about Brian and Brady. You may well hear about that during confessions in a little bit. But Hader would have that game they lost. I guess was it Friday night? Anyway, they would have won. Yeah, they would have won that game.
Oh yeah,
they would have won that game with Hader. Because Brady blew it, the walks and the hit and all that stuff. So that big get to get him back. Logan Van Wey has already been optioned back. Hasn't he been optioned already 3 times, or at least twice? That poor guy. They call him up, use him a little bit, and then send him back down. I don't know how many options he has left. Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe if it's Logan that ultimately made his way back up. Maybe it's not Hader in the immediate term.
No, he got sent down.
He got sent down. Okay.
Yeah, to make room for.
That's
Hader.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need to do better in my reading of the internet. I'm reading the internet correct here, though. Mike Burrow's on the bump for the Astros tonight as they start a 3-game set versus the Pittsburgh Pirates. It is Bubba Chandler on the mound, a man who has a 4.85 ERA and a 1-6 win-loss, which that doesn't sound that great. Except Mike Burrows is a 3.6 win.
Yeah.
He's 3-6 with a 5.40 ERA. So hey, we'll see how this goes for the Astros.
You don't want to blow this one, man. Because then you got Skeens tomorrow.
Yeah.
So pretty important start for Mike Burrows here.
I think so.
Yeah.
And honestly, Mike Burrows is in that place where once you, because again, we're getting closer to Hunter Brown returning. Once you get Hunter Brown back, especially the way that Spencer Arrighetti has been dealing, and then with Tati Imai on the mend, on the return to looking like
Arrighetti.
Those are three guys that you look in what is probably going to be a 5-man, maybe at times 6-man rotation, and you go, you got guys that are now talking about musical chairs for those final spots.
Kai Wei Tang has been decent enough.
I feel good about him. Right, like
so there's 4.
Right.
Yeah.
So is Mike Burrows one of those guys? Today could be real helpful in having some level of understanding on how you feel about it.
And if we're being honest, Mike Burrows has been a big bust. He was one.
Well, I mean, how big can it be?
He was one of the guys that Dana Brown brought in. It's like, okay, he's going to be one of the guys that solidifies things. And
where they had him penciled in when the season started.
Wasn't he
what,
3?
2 or 3?
Yeah.
It felt like that was the case. But also, it kind of felt like that because you didn't have a lot of guys. Like, we knew that coming in. We were like, you don't have a lot of front end of the rotation guys.
I didn't think he was going to be this bad.
Right.
No, but honestly, the realistic expectation that was there, and you'll remember if we go back, like, obviously we were hopeful, but the realistic expectation is he could be a back end of the rotation guy. And right now, he's feeling like a back end of the rotation guy.
Yeah, but they had higher hopes.
Agreed. Strong
they had
agreed.
much higher hopes.
No, I'm with you there.
Yeah.
So that's happening there. A couple of Texans go on. CD So, we hardly knew.
What's your favorite memory? Because there's only one.
My honestly,
that's a trick question.
Yeah.
What's your favorite CD So memory?
One time, I feel so bad for CD So because he exists as the epitome of, man, y'all can't do this.
Yeah.
It can't get to this, right? Which was, man, who they're doing this roundabout of who's going to play at left guard, and we don't know. Well, let's just throw CD So in there, and we were like, it can't be.
It can't be any worse than this, right?
Stop this.
Remember their reasoning? Oh, he had a great week of practice.
Yeah.
So we went and threw him out there. I was like, what? We at the moment.
In real time.
Yeah,
like,
this
wait,
isn't
what?
like in retrospect. We're like, he had a good practice and you put him out there.
And I will never forget his name, and it's not his fault because he had no business being out there.
No.
That's not his fault. He did not tell himself to go start football.
Yes.
They told him to go start a football game.
Yeah. That's our best and worst memory right there.
Yeah, so happy trails to CD So. And unfortunate news for EJ Speed, reported earlier this morning by Aaron Wilson, KPRC2. Further tests for EJ Speed, the linebacker for the Texans, revealed that quad tendon indeed fully torn, so he is out for the regular season. There isn't that hope of him returning later on the season that there previously was. So the linebacker circumstance that obviously you needed to answer regardless. It's not like you were just going to wait till November or whatever. But it's clear that that's going to have to be a circumstance that is fully handled for the entirety of the season. EJ Speed is not coming.
Jake Hansen and Wade Woodaz. That's your depth.
Yeah.
I know the other guys out there, Jake Hummel and others, but no, man, that might be something to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Not might. It definitely is.
Yeah.
It definitely is. Great point. Peter Lambert has looked good. I feel bad not mentioning Peter, not Paul and Mary Lambert. A couple more things here before if I can get a couple more things in here. We have a college football Hall of Fame ballot. Now, of course, it's a full ballot. There's hundreds of people on it, but one of them on it. Well, a few of the notable names: Mike Leach, Cam Newton, D'Amico Ryans.
D'Amico Ryans is on it. And by the way, he got the news during his press conference. He's like, what? Really? I'm on the ballot? I don't know where D'Amico clearly, a hell of a linebacker. I don't know where he would rank in terms of the names at the top of this.
It feels like it'd be difficult.
It'd be difficult.
With all due respect.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably where the surprise comes from because we're talking about the names that feel a little bit more likely, and I think you've written some of them down. RG3, in addition to, obviously, I mentioned Cam Newton, Mike Leach, Melvin Gordon, incredible at, Wisconsin, AJ Hawk, Jackie Sherrill.
Yeah.
Those are names where you go, that pops off the page for their college work. D'Amico, obviously, very good player at Alabama, don't get me wrong. I don't know if it falls in with those.
I don't know how many they're going to put in. I'm not as familiar at all, really, with the process in the College Football Hall of Fame. It's a little vague. It's a good Hall of Fame, by the way. It's in Atlanta. It's worth visiting if you ever get down there.
I will keep that in mind.
It's really a good Hall of Fame. They have videos and everything, even dating back to the 40s and 50s. It's a cool Hall of Fame. But deserving, but I don't know if he can get there ahead of these guys.
We'll see. We'll see. I believe that the actual announcement of finalists will happen later on
I think in
the
January.
year.
Yeah.
And so, January, in fact, is when it'll be announced. and the inductees will formally be honored during the National Football Foundation's annual awards celebration in Vegas. All right, that's a little bit of what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's hear from Will Anderson Jr. after another day of OTAs. We'll do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports 2010 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You got the whole crew together. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this Tuesday in the great city of Houston or wherever you are. And however you're listening, thanks for making us a part of your day. Just want to remind you, as a public service, make sure you paid whatever you need to pay, whether it's mortgage, rent, all that.
Oh, yeah. You always do that, and I always forget.
Wait, what? So you forget after I give you a reminder?
No. I always do it when you give me the reminder.
Okay, see, that's what the reminder's for.
That's exactly
I
right.
Okay, good. So I should keep doing that. That's useful to the. Okay, very good. I love that.
You should see how it works if you don't do it. See what happened with John Lopez.
All of a sudden.
I know how it works.
We start getting texts on the 5th from everybody around.
Get that pink slip on the door.
Everybody's like, hey guys, I had to pay a late fee because Reggie wouldn't remind me that my rent is due.
Exactly.
I'll do that for you, I promise.
Those apartments be tripping with those slips too, man.
Crazy.
I'm like, man, why y'all doing all of
They be
that,
getting real
man?
aggressive. Funny story. So if you don't know, I was out for a little while last week, and so I got back to my apartment, and as I'm walking down the hallway, I see there's something tucked in the door, and I was like, y'all bet not have.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but y'all bet. And it was just like a notification or something. I was like, okay, good, because I can't believe that they would do some level of charging me or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, thankfully that was not the case. All right, let's head back to I keep calling it NRG, Reliant Park, Houston Stadium for the time being.
That's right.
Away from World Cup to hear from Will Anderson Jr. after another day of OTAs.
He may have to consider taking you out a couple of plays because you keep wreaking havoc on CJ, but when your mindset is on that field, it doesn't matter whether it's OTAs, practice, or anything like that, and you only know one speed.
Yeah, most definitely. I believe in the process and preparation. Anytime I step on the field, it's an opportunity to get better. And like you said, no matter if it's OTAs, training camp, walk through, jog through, I'm learning how to be a pro still. I can't do jog through because I ain't gonna lie. You gotta. Either I'm going to be on the sideline or I'm going full speed. But that's me training my body to be in these positions that I'm going to be in the game, training my hands, training my footwork, turning the corner, throwing by, setting edges, everything like that. So for me, it's like I've only been wired one way, and that's to go full speed.
Will, you've been to the playoffs 3 straight years.
Yeah.
Y'all been to the same place. Is it fair to say that Super Bowl expectations are something for the squad?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. I think like the additions that they went and got, in the offseason have been great. I think what we want as a team is right in front of us. I told the guys today when we broke it down, I said, man, it's a confidence thing. I said, look, everybody in the circle will believe that this is a Super Bowl team, and everybody raised their hand. And I said, well, the front office, the coaches, they made the decision to bring you here because they thought that you could help us win that Super Bowl. So you're a Super Bowl caliber player. And so for me, like I look at this team, man, and we got Super Bowl caliber players all over the field. And it's just about taking that next step. And I thought since the 4 years I've been here, this is like, it's just as being on a team that's so fast. Getting to this has been the OTAs that we've had, offensively and defensively, man. Everybody's locked in. I love the rookie class that we got, man. They're adapting really well, getting into the building early, taking care of their bodies, staying extra, doing meetings, staying extra on the field. But that's the culture that's been built here. Everybody's buying in. So like I said, like this OTAs has been like the best OTAs I've seen, with everybody buying in, offensively, defensively, offense doing their thing pre-snap or whatever it may look like, defense getting lined up, coverage stuff, D-line stuff. So like it's just been a great sight to see, and I'm excited for the future of this team.
Well, there have been a lot of great defenses over the past couple of decades, whether it was the old Ravens or the Seahawks, et cetera, Buccaneers. When you think about that, how much is that something to beyond the winning, but trying to set yourself up to that kind of standard when people are talking about the Texans as one of those kind of defenses?
Yeah, most definitely. We want to be a staple defense. We want to be a household name defense. Like we want to be one of the greatest defenses to be out there. But I think it starts at this time. It starts doing OTAs. It starts in meetings. It starts getting out on the field for pre-practice. Like that's how you become a great defense. Taking the little details in your game and fine-tuning them. And it was like, if you think you know the standard, if you think you're doing the standard, you're not, because the standard is so much higher. So like more is required, for us. You know what I'm saying? So like everybody's been buying into that standard. But we talk about being the best defense in the league. It starts now at this time, and I think everybody's buying into that and believing that in their heart.
Will, when you look at the guys the defensive end room, Dylan Morgan's back, there's
Yeah.
some new faces there. What have kind of been your early impressions of those other guys in the defensive end room?
Yeah, man, super athletic, really long, man, can get off the ball really well, use their hands really well. They know the attack system. They bought in super early. There's been a guy that's been here with me for 4 years to see his progression and see how he's been doing. He's having a heck of a OTAs, and I'm excited about him. Dominique, he came, I think, from the Chicago Bears. A good guy, can pass rush, man. I'm excited about him too. And we have a rookie, Harsh. He's been great, man. I told him, I said, man, you're way more advanced than me when I started as a rookie. So I'm excited about that room. A young room, excited, they're hungry. And we just got to keep the ball rolling, man. Keep buying into the system, keep buying into the culture, and great things will happen.
Well, I know you have a good relationship with him, so how sharp are you yesterday to see Myles Garrett and Los Angeles Rams?
Man, it was crazy because, like, this has been, like, an ongoing conversation, like, when we work out or we just spend some time together and hang out, man. And, like, I think Myles is a great guy. You know what I'm saying, man? He's put so much into this game, put so much into the Cleveland Browns, man. He gave it his all. I'm happy for this opportunity that he has, man, a new start somewhere, man. I know he's going to be the same Myles, man. So, like, huge shout out to him, huge congrats to him, man. I can't wait to see. I told him I'm happy you leaving the AFC. He can go somewhere else. But, man, no, I'm super excited for him.
Hey, well, what do you do to help elevate the younger players in the defense?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I think for me, like, I think taking that next step of leadership and differentiating the difference between talking to Will and talking to somebody else has been, like, a really big challenge for me, man. But I've been taking this step of, like, grace. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember how it was when I was a rookie and how hard it was. And, like, it wasn't easy, especially coming to a system like this, coming to a place where the standard is super high. So, man, just giving the rookies grace and be like, man, you're okay. You're good. You're here for a reason. They chose you for a reason because they thought you're good enough to help this team get somewhere that we've never been before. But like I said, their mindset has been really good. They have been great in the building, great on the field, great in the meeting room. So it's like, it's not a lot that needs to be said to them because they're already on it so much. But, man, just tell them, like, this is only your first, second week of OTAs, man. Don't be too hard on yourself. You know, take some time to reflect on the good things that you've done. Don't always look at the negative, like, you did it good. How can I be consistently at doing this every single day?
Well, kind of a two-parter off of that question.
Yeah.
What's that fine line as a leader of, okay, grace, but also we have a standard here that you need to live up to, and then I'll ask the second one after.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, I think that the fine line is just how you're connecting with them and how you're saying it. There was a couple of times, you know, where it got a little, like, Will came out, but it's just a couple of times you got to dial it back because not everybody responds to how you may talk to them. Everybody's different. So, but I think the sense of urgency that I led with and what I'm talking with, it's, you know, becoming easier to understand because, like I said, like I told the guys, I've been here for 4 years, and in the last 3 years, we haven't got past the second round. You know what I'm saying? So the sense of urgency in the building is high. What we're trying to achieve is high. So, like, you can get with the program or, you know, figure it out. But I want everybody to figure it out because I want everybody to be here, and I know that they're here for a reason. And so just the talk of sense of urgency, being on the field, being in Indy, being in practice, like, how much more do you have to give? How much is your urgency going up? And I think the guys have been responding really well to that.
And real quick, the offense has been working on pre-snap a lot.
Yeah.
You talked about saying it's better from the defensive side. What are you seeing that's so much better than last year? The fact that they couldn't get plays off, et cetera.
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, you talk about CJ. CJ has really taken that step, man, of getting the guys lined up, moving with urgency, but he's been the commander back there. He's taking that step as a leader back there to get everybody lined up, to, you know, take the initiative, like, hey, man, like, let's go. And everybody's rallying behind him. And then you got guys like Wyatt Teller, who I love, man. He's been that energy booster on the O-line, getting guys moving around, picking guys up. So I'm excited about that group. I can just see the growth in them already, man. The offense is moving at a much faster pace. I think Kaylee has been doing a good job. They got Foster with the tight ends. Dalton Schultz, as you know, man, those guys are rolling. It's competitive. And I laughed the other day. I said, man, it's going to be a fun training camp because you can see, like, the anticipation of everybody getting out there and, like, man, it's going to be one of those where it's going to be a battle every single day. Like, the physicality on the edges have up big time with Foster coming in as a tight end, like I said. So, like, all of those things that that they've been working on, they've been doing a really good job at that.
With you and CJ coming in at the exact same time, I wonder what has the bond with him and your relationship with him meant to you in your career being in the city?
Yeah, man, it's meant everything to me. Like I said in my press conference, like, it was great to come in with somebody and you wasn't alone. You know, we was 2 and 3, so we piggybacked and relied on each other a lot during this process because we were going through the exact same thing. And to see each other's growth in this game and to see the pressure, I know in my mind I look at pressure, I always think, like, it's not pressure, it's an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? It's an opportunity to go out and continue to be yourself. I think now the only thing that's risen is like I want to hit that next stage of my game. You know what I'm saying? Not because of the contract, not because I owe it to myself, because I know how much hard work I put in. I know what I put into this game. So, like, that's what I want for myself. So it's really nothing about the money, man. It's just about the work that you're putting in, the preparation and the process. And that's why I'm always big on preparation and process, is because I told him, I was like, you can't get to your destination without the preparation and the process. So for me, like, how much more can I up my preparation? How much more can I up my process to get to where I want to be as a player? Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Oh boy, Will Anderson Jr., big money defensive end for your Houston Texans after another day of organized training activities. Is it fair to say that we know that Will Anderson Jr. is like, he's a great talker, you love him, good quote. It sounds different still now than it did previously?
I think that's fair. I think that's absolutely fair, because he kind of had variations of the same theme over and over again, at least 3, maybe 4 different times in that availability there. I mean, Super Bowl. I mean, just flat out.
There's that portion of it.
Super Bowl.
He said, and let me see if I can actually read my chicken scratch that I had here. There was one point where he's talking about the defense and he's talking about the standard. If you think that you're at the standard, you're not. Mm-hmm. That was a rough quote because I'm trying to write down quickly, but that sentiment was absolutely there, which is like the standard is so high that if you think, man, I'm hitting it, you're not. He sounded J.J. Watt like.
The program or figure it out is what he said.
And when he said figure it out, I was like, isn't figuring it out getting with the program? It really feels like figure it out was a stand-in for something that I should not say in front of.
Figure out what your next move is.
I feel like he's saying figure it out is a stand-in for things that I cannot say in front of these nice ladies and gentlemen that are in front of me right
figure
now.
Figure it out means figure out where your next stop is going to be.
It's another word that starts with F, I'll tell you that, but it's not figure it out, right? No, but he's clearly stepped into his era of I am running things, right? And obviously,
actual veteran, actual 100%. Experience. Like, it's one thing to call a second or third year guy a veteran, and they're like, maybe not. No, this guy is it.
And it doesn't feel put on.
The standard bearer and the standard setter. Yeah, it's not put on.
Something like him saying, in the 4 years I've been here, this has been the best OTAs. Who, in the midst of doing their work, is taking an accounting of how's this compare?
Mm-hmm.
Right, like it just feels like it's that level.
Especially OTAs.
Yeah, especially OTAs.
But he's been so meticulous in trying to make himself better and trying to bring all of his guys around. Was there anything else? Obviously, there was a lot of things in there, but what jumped out to you?
Okay, I got another mention, right?
Yep, Foster Moreau.
Yeah. My guy.
Foster, your guy. I'm the one that came in as soon as they acquired him. I'm like, I like that guy.
Reggie, I knew he'd be a Hall of Famer, man. I just knew it.
Oh, yeah. It was you, Reggie, all along.
I always believed in that guy.
That's always been my guy.
I think Reggie was giving me a hard time about Foster Moreau when they got him from the Saints. I'm like, this guy's pretty good. Not that I'm the Foster Moreau, expert by any stretch, but I thought he was pretty good. Twice last week, two different people. D'Amico Ryan did, and then C.J. Stroud brought him up unsolicited.
I think Woody Marks.
There's 3. And then today, and they got that Foster guy over there. That's 4 times.
And it's not just that he said his name. He said the edges have gotten stronger, like more physical.
Yeah.
They added Foster, right? Like that speaks 1-to-1 to the thing that they were trying to achieve and the dude who was there to achieve it. And it is evident from the dude on the other side who's like, I have to run up and actually work with these guys. Obviously, pads aren't on yet, but he's like, that dude. That dude does the thing.
Yeah.
And he spoke to some of the other guys in that he said that he sees in that offensive line group like that it's going to be a fun training camp.
Wyatt Teller.
Wyatt Teller comes up in here as well. Like it speaks to, obviously he knows, right? He knows what those guys were added for, but the idea that he feels comfortable saying it, he knows that those guys are already speaking to some of that, which again, it's necessary. That needs to change for this offense.
And we were talking earlier. What exactly is Super Bowl or bust? You don't have to ask. You don't have to ask him about Super Bowl or bust because that's what he is all about right now. So talk about we want to be the best defense in the league. Want to get to where we've never been before. Absolutely, Super Bowl or bust is one of the things that he said. No, this is what his goal is today.
Man, are we gonna have to keep an eye out for this Harsh cat?
Sebastian Harsh, who I had to look up, full disclosure. I was like,
I think he showed up in like the rookie mini camp video that the Texans did. A really good one, mind you, on the Houston Texans YouTube page where Rod Wright is mic'd up talking to the guys.
Yeah.
He showed up a few times there, but again, my brain is built to if you're not one of the kind of premium. I'm like, I'll find out when it happens. But getting a Will Anderson Jr. mention ain't a bad place for me to start looking into it.
Again, when they come up unsolicited and just start mentioning certain guys, it's worth noting. It's worth paying attention to. And Sebastian Harsh, he talked about,
especially as we're talking about that edge room and who's going to be the guys that support Will and Daniil. But yeah, there you go. Will Anderson Jr., leader extraordinaire for your Houston Texans, talking after another day of organized training activities. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's talk about ability.
and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us. Kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. I feel like we're headed toward a very ugly incident in the NBA Finals.
Oh?
Yeah, I really do. Because as we're watching, the conference finals, and we're all familiar with the nuns, the Salesian nuns of St. John Bosco that are big fans, and
are we all familiar with them?
They were highlighted in just about every game, at least in the conference finals. They were darling. I mean, they became just one of those things that went viral. The Salesian nuns of St. John Bosco, and as we were watching it, I remember texting my son. I said, I think the Spurs have kind of unlocked the secret here. Like, no one could possibly, talk trash or criticize nuns, right? Like, no one could.
Oh no, what are we doing?
And then he said, "You realize they're playing New York, right?"
Yeah, them folks do not care.
They do not care.
They're gonna do something, aren't they?
That's a
whether it's a player, whether it's a celebrity.
Get out of here, you nuns!
Yes, you bleeping nuns. I mean, I can see it happening. We're barreling toward a really ugly incident because like they kind of unlocked the secret. Who's going to criticize nuns? Wearing their habit and, older and cute and, the little videos of them dribbling basketballs and blessing Luke Cornett. And
if there are nuns in the way of the Knicks in a championship for the first time in like 50 years.
Yes.
They bleep them nuns.
I'm like, yeah, you're right. There's going to be a problem here. It's going to be on CBS News or ABC News or CNN or whatever, because they're like, oh, so-and-so, blasphemous. They criticize. I think.
Yeah, no, I think so. No, for real.
Who's gonna have the nerve to do it?
Yeah. And look, I'm not even counting the people online because
that's different.
People online criticize anybody. Anybody can get it.
No, I think somebody's gonna say something.
Yeah.
And it's gonna get ugly. Like, what if it's a player or a coach or something? Bleep those nuns.
Yeah, I think that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I mean, there are certain individual athletes that I absolutely love. And I mean, some of these are not unique, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some people are just evident, right? Obviously, Tiger Woods is one of those, everybody loves this guy as an individual athlete. I think Serena Williams falls in line with those. And for me personally, as somebody who loves tennis, I'm with that. I don't know, did you hear that she's set to return?
We'll come back.
She's set to return to tennis. She had gotten hurt late last year, and people were like, that's the type of injury that happens when you're like trying to make a return. And she was like, no. And now we know for sure. She's starting with doubles, but it's ahead of Wimbledon, and the theory would be that, hey, if it goes well, maybe I hate this.
Maybe just doubles.
You think maybe she just goes Wimbledon doubles?
She wouldn't be the first, right, Figgy? You're more of an expert. People have come back just to play doubles, right?
Yeah, kind of for fun though. I don't think because it seemed like this is more like I'm ramping up type of deal.
But you hate it.
I hate it.
Why?
Like I love watching Serena play. One, I kind of hate the old guy that sticks around the quad. You know what I mean? Like you went to college. I'm sure. This has to happen at Texas A&M, where you have some dude that graduated, but he just kind of hang around.
Oh yeah. Lots.
That already is something that I'm not fond of. But on top of that, I really hate seeing the last of a great player being a diminished version of a great player. And I think that we are barreling towards that with Serena Williams in a place where it felt like she had already kind of ended this fairly well. And that even still, it had been a little bit of a dip, but it felt like, all right, this ends fairly well. We can still remember her as a pretty great. Like, I know that there's the desire to get out here and play tennis again. I know she's been doing these GLP-1s or whatever. I just feel like this is going to get to a place where, I feel with Tiger, where it was like, dude, it's not making me feel good whenever I see you out here.
How would you say the same thing about Aaron Donald?
If Aaron Donald comes back out here,
it's out there.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's out there.
But it could go bad. But he's also.
But see, Aaron Donald went out early though.
Yeah, he's just 35 right now.
Yeah, he went out kind of early, earlier than expected. But I think the Serena thing, this would look like kind of like Michael Jordan coming back for the Wizards.
Right.
Yeah, where I mean, it'd be cool to watch, but it's kind of like, man, this ain't the same Chicago Bulls Michael Jordan.
I mean, she's lost a lot of weight too, though.
Yeah,
It might be a good thing.
Yeah,
it might be a good thing.
I don't know. It feels like, hey man, this ain't the same drug we was getting high on before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this is cut. And I mean, if you are such an addict where you're like any hit helps, sure. But I like to consider myself an elevated addict.
Yeah.
Like, I only want the pure stuff.
Yeah, I wonder if she got tired of them kids. Like, I gotta get out the house, man. The old Tom Brady.
That's happened before too.
Yeah. Look at that. We're selling male-dominated industries.
I'm tired.
Usually it's the man who's like,
I'm
hey,
tired
I came
of
home and I would like to go back to work.
Hey, I'm tired of my husband and these kids. I got to get out the house and do something.
Yeah. No, that's happened too. Yeah.
Somebody said, Reggie, this isn't about you. Tina Navratilova came back at 43 and still won. Yeah, maybe so. Like, it's possible that happens in Serena, if there's anybody in women's tennis that you think could do it. Here's the thing, though. Women's tennis right now, strong.
Yeah, it's real strong.
It's real. Like,
it was strong when she was in it.
Right.
Towards the end.
Towards the end, right? And that's the thing is, I don't know that this is just going to be, she's coming back and we know that that's going to be that way. If it does, cool. Like, I'll appreciate the story. It's Tiger at the Masters again. But I am afraid that it's going to go the other way.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I was been watching Reggie's IG from time to time when he was in Italy, just kind of watching and seeing all the cool places he's going. And I got to confess, Reggie do something that I kind of do as well, which is whenever he take a picture, he always throw up the H. And I feel like I do the same thing because I have no other way to pose. Like I don't know what to do with my hands. So I'm wondering if Reggie do the same thing just because, hey, what could go? I mean, if nothing else fails, just throw up the H in every picture.
I am terrible. I am terrible at posing in photos. So yes, like you
hey, let me just throw up the H.
You got me perfectly square, man. Being in Houston makes it so easy, man. You've got the built-in.
You can't go wrong with
my
that.
hands, throw up the H, baby.
It's easy, it's good.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that. I do the same thing. I know back in the day when I was younger, we used to throw up our hoods. So I used to, lack of a better word, gang signs. Not gangs like that, but throw up the hood or something like that. I used to.
That's what you're doing with the H.
Yeah, I used to flip up the bird. I used to flip the bird in the picture. People do that type of stuff. But now I got to the point where I'm like, man, I have no other pose.
What am I going to do with my hands? I got nothing.
Or sometimes I might cross my arms a little bit and try to look tough, but I have no good poses.
By the way, if you for some reason really care about like my Instagram and you want to see what I'm talking about, because figure you're right. If you go to my post about Rome in the very last slide, and I made it the very last slide for a reason, I am posing in a tux in front of St. Peter's Basilica, or with St. Peter's Basilica in the back, and I had no idea what to pose, how to pose. Like I had a glass in my hand, and even that wasn't helpful.
You know what Reggie likes to do? I noticed, and maybe it was just in a couple of pictures that I happened to see. He does the head tilt back a lot. He tilts his head back a lot.
Again. Not intentional, just bad at it. Just bad.
Us fat people can't do that. We're going to see all that double chin and neck. We got to kind of turn to the side and look.
He tilts the head back.
I am just bad at posing. That's all.
We're going to see that triple chin if we do it.
Yeah.
I'm not good at being on camera.
Yeah, no, I'm with you though, man. Like I try to get to a point where I don't throw up the H and I try to do something else. But I'm like, man, you can't go wrong just throwing up H-Town, man.
That's right. As somebody said, I'm sick of people doing the heart sign with their hands. All right, so what's wrong with hearts now?
Yeah.
Now you being mean. All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And speaking of me going to Italy.
You went to Italy? I hadn't noticed.
I've tried I've tried to minimize my self-talk. I have tried to do
with mixed success.
And so with that being the case, and seeing as we want to have a little fun on a Tuesday, Lopez, you've got a little bit of test for me, don't you?
I got questions. All right,
you've got questions.
Is Reggie that guy after a trip to Europe?
Let me see if I am indeed that guy. Find out along with us next.
Early returns out of Texans OTA. 81-222-2222. All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, that's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us here on this Tuesday. A Tuesday in which your Texans got another instance of organized training activities done. Various different things happening out there. The Texans social media page, that they like putting some stuff out here. Seems like Lewis Bond has been getting some real burn and some opportunities with some good routes. Like, this might be an actual thing. I might have to raise my hand up and say my bad because I think you recall I was fairly dismissive of Lewis Bond. What, 6th-round pick?
Yeah, just like you were of Foster Moreau.
No, see, all right, see, I was joking about him being my guy, but I was not dismissive of Foster Moreau. Come on now. Yeah, you ain't going to do that to me. We're not going to do the full Looney Tunes side switch right now. Yeah. But Lewis Bond really showing. Now, I do wonder if he's a guy where when you get more opportunities with pads on and like in the full speed of things, if what he's been able to do right now shows up bigger, or
take the pajamas off like Dan Campbell said.
Right. Because sometimes we have these off-season all-stars, and then you get to the real circumstances where you would need them, or it's things that are closer to what game speed is, and it goes, okay, well, maybe not quite so much. I don't know. But this is a good start. It's better this than the alternative, right?
Absolutely is. How was Italy?
It was gorgeous.
Yeah.
It was picturesque.
Wait, you went to Italy?
Yeah, I did. If you're not familiar, if you had not heard.
Has he mentioned it today?
Did you?
Only a couple times.
Get out of town.
Maybe 4.
I had a friend get married in Italy, and so I spent the week in a few places in Italy. Rome, Florence, and a town in the countryside of Tuscany called San Gimignano.
Hey, you pronounced that pretty well.
I like trying to pronounce things if I can. San Gimignano.
Okay.
Did you do the homework I gave you?
Oh, yeah.
I tried. I tried to do the homework. I was looking for Texans fans, and I will be honest, I found 2 Cowboys fans.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah. That was a little unfortunate.
Yeah.
So that's all.
You should have talked to them as if they were Texans fans. Like you're not.
Oh yeah. That'd have been interesting.
Houston, right? Houston. Yeah. Act like you're from out of town.
The group that I was with put the kibosh on the ordering in the absurd accent. They were like, absolutely not. And then I'm an idiot. I didn't write down the other 2, so I did not remember the other 2 to give them a shot.
It was just those 2.
Okay.
And we're having fun. Like, we all get excited, get to go to a trip like that. I'm glad you did. I was talking to you off air. It's over there, and you should have enjoyed it. However,
okay.
Is Reggie that guy? Do you think he's going to be that guy? Figgy, he's shown a couple little hints already today.
Yeah, you get to weigh in. You be the judge on the text line, 713-572.
You got some questions lined up?
I got some questions for you.
Oh, boy, here comes the interrogation.
So when did you get back?
I got back on Saturday. Well, I got back stateside Saturday because I was going to a second wedding. Remember, I had back-to-back days of weddings, but I got back to Houston Sunday.
So we're working on 3 days back.
Yes.
How many times have you talked about the pasta over in Italy compared to the pasta here?
Not once.
Ah, come on.
Not that. Hand to God. I will be. I'm gonna.
How was the pasta?
Do you feel like the pasta is better over there than here? Or is kind of the same?
I think that there's a lot of good pasta, I think that it's a lower floor. But if you're talking about ceiling here, you can get pasta that is similar, I think.
I'm surprised because that guy would have said, well, in Italy. Have you complained or talked about American bread, cheese, or wine since you've been back compared to what you had in Italy?
Figgy?
Yep, the wine.
It was the wine.
It was the wine.
I had a lot of wine.
The wine in Italy.
Yeah.
I could never go to Kroger again.
Oh, I'm not buying off the shelf at Kroger. Are you ridiculous?
Just to give you a short version of what I gave Fig was there was a day that the group that I was with did a couple wineries, wine tastings. And so on that day, I had a bottle of wine with lunch with sandwiches. So that was two glasses there. I had Hugo Spritz. And then we went to the winery. Winery number 1 gave us 5
Yikes.
5 wines.
Yikes.
And of course, this isn't quite a taster, but it's also not a full glass. So it's somewhere in there.
Yeah.
And then there was the second winery gave us food and 7 wines.
Yikes.
So that's 15 drinks. And buddy, I was still good. Like no hangover, none of that sort. So I was like, hey man.
The wine in Italy, Figgy. The wine in Italy.
It's magical.
I'm looking for some Italian music right now for this.
That's right. This is another tell. And you might be wearing one right now. I don't remember that shirt. Did you buy any Italian shirts or clothing and, mention it or wear it in passing here?
No and no.
Really? That looks new.
No, I've had this for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
And
you ain't buy no clothes or nothing?
No, I honestly didn't buy very much, but that was because of a natural constraint I had. Because I was doing the 2 weddings, I was like, I have to be able to pack for a carry-on only. I couldn't check a bag in order to make my maneuvering quick. And so I went through this with a duffel bag. You remember the duffel bag I went to the Super Bowl with? A duffel bag and a backpack, and that's it. I went for a week.
That includes a tuxedo.
That includes a tux packed into a duffel bag. So I did not have room for any trinkets, unfortunately, for you guys. I did not bring you back any souvenirs.
By the way, for research purposes only, did you wear the same tux that you wore in Italy to the wedding in the States?
Yes, I did.
The same as that one?
Same tux.
Without going to the dry cleaners or anything?
Didn't have an opportunity.
All right. Just asking.
They were happy that I was there. I mean, I took a shower at the very least. You make it seem like I rolled in there dirty.
Hey, that question yesterday.
Yeah.
So,
I couldn't pack 2 full wedding outfits in there.
All right, so this is a tell.
What's up, Ron?
This is a tell as well. If you're that guy, once you're in Italy and it gets good to you, and you're walking around maybe in the countryside, you try to take that artsy picture of like a doorway, or a cobblestone street, or an alleyway. Did you feel it? Did you take those?
Buddy, I got 13,000 of those. My phone is chock
Look at
full.
the shadows on this doorway.
He sent us a picture of an air conditioner. That said
that's
Daikin.
different.
Well, no, that was because of the Daikin. But honestly, my phone is chock full of
he gets the shadows just right and take a picture of the cobblestone streets. That's that guy. That's a guy.
Reggie was like, this is phenomenal.
Yes, you don't see stuff like that. Oh, speaking of which, have you mentioned to anybody or talked about how Europe changed you?
Oh no! I think you guys know I'm not that guy.
Well, I've even said.
Do you look at life different now?
That's what I say. Like one thing I've said about people and about traveling in Europe, you learn they know how to live there. That's something I always say, and maybe that can be perceived the same way.
Yeah, so
they do know how to live in
they
Europe.
really do.
Yeah.
Like one thing that is very evident when you go is that, hey man, you have dinner and you're waiting for your check. Just wait.
Yeah.
Like they'll get around to it.
Yeah.
There is no urgency on bringing you the check and getting you this money, getting this money. They're like, chill. And you just have to deal with it. So that was interesting. The thing that I did say was it did just going experience. This is my first, I guess not first full international. Well, yeah, first big international.
Yeah.
I've done like a cruise and stopped in places, but that feels a little different. And I was like, yeah, I got to expand my horizons. That was the thing. So if that counts as I've changed, then I would say
yeah. Once you go once, you always immediately want to go again. Here's one. Have you? Well, actually, you kind of did earlier. Have you used any Italian words, air quotes, by accident?
Yes. Yeah. I have been fighting for my life over the last 3 days to not, whenever I get food or something, to not say grazie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just got back from Italy. I'm used to saying grazie.
Which is funny because while I was in Italy, I was pure American tourist. I did not do enough of the learning of the basic, greetings and such. And so there was a lot of, you know how Americans will do that where we just kind of smile and nod and just they'll figure out what I mean.
I do that to my cleaning lady that don't know English and she's Spanish.
And so the one that I knew I could do really well, I got you on the grazie. You know what I mean? I got you on that one. And so that one stuck. And then I got back and I'm hopping in the Uber right in San Antonio, Texas. And I'm about to grazie. Oh, dang it.
I just came back from Italy.
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, that's force of habit. I spent some time in Italy.
All right,
ciao. Have you talked about how you miss walking everywhere?
I mean, I have not talked about how I miss walking, but while I was there, I was like, yeah, we don't get a chance to do this as much.
It is pretty cool. It is very cool.
And I was helped out by, and I was listening yesterday when Luke was talking about the the fact the World Cup adjustments that were happening downtown.
Yeah.
And how, like, it's kind of crazy how Houston is neither walkable nor drivable.
Yeah.
And I was like, that was one of those, I gave him as he was talking. Yeah.
He's not wrong. So what was the best part?
Oh, man. There's a lot of best parts, which, again, sounding like that guy. If the best food that I had, oddly enough, was a croissant that I had in the bed and breakfast that I had in the Tuscan countryside.
Why don't you go over there and get one?
Man,
book your flight.
I'll be back. I'm headed out. I'll catch y'all next week. No, there was a lot. I mean, it's just the vistas. Everything is picturesque. And all of the pictures that I've taken and some of them that I've posted, none of them do justice.
Oh, there you go. There's one. There's one right there. He just did one.
Which you want me to lie? You want me to lie? None of them do justice.
Oh, here's a picture of the blah, 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 but it just doesn't do it justice. Oh, I forgot one. Did you go to a museum and spend too much time there because you felt like you needed to? Because you really had to appreciate the art?
Yes, but that's me at museums anyways.
Yeah, you are kind of a museum guy.
So, but
a lot of people just like stare at a painting, not knowing what the hell they're looking at. But they're acting as if like, oh, look at the
acting like you reading that long ass paragraph right there.
I think what he's really trying to say here is blah 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 blah.
You want to know
1596? Oh, that's the year.
You want to know how much I am that guy? I have pictures of just the plaques so that I can like have the context. Oh yeah. All the way.
I got one. Do you think Reggie going forward, just in a regular conversation, be like, oh yeah, when I was in Italy.
Oh yeah.
My mother-in-law, God bless my mother-in-law, she went to Africa, I want to say, a couple years ago. Every single talking point. Oh yeah, when I was in Africa. Oh yeah, they got this nice little thing in Africa. You could be sitting there talking about the
McDonald's.
Yeah, McDonald's. Oh, in Africa, they're McDonald's.
There were two McDonald's on either side of the Pantheon when I went there, and I was like, word two?
Did you have any American food there? Fast food?
Not.
Yeah, good for you.
I'm like, look, man, come on,
you got American food at home.
I got it at the crib, man. We're not doing
You know, one of the best things about there, and this is me sounding like that now, though, and I'm sure you'll agree, is like, it's great to go to their awesome restaurants and have, whatever. But the street food, just getting a quick croissant with ham and cheese is like, this is the best ham and cheese I've ever had in my life.
It really is the good part is that you don't have to plan, especially in Rome particularly, but a lot of places, you don't have to plan where you want to eat. You can, or you just pop in anywhere and you can usually get a pretty good bite. But yeah, it was a fun time. From the 832 on the text line, how did people react when you said you were from Texas? Lit up.
Oh yeah?
Lit up. Like, obviously, there's a certain level, they know what America is. But there, some people, like I have a friend who is from Louisiana, and lives in Dallas, and so like, hey, where are you from? Texas. Texas. Hey. Like you ain't gonna say Lafayette. You don't know what Lafayette is.
Yeah, everybody know Texas.
There was a circumstance because there was a lot of people from Chicago on this trip that were like, from Chicago, Texas. Hey, Texas. Yeah. We big in Italy.
And the Italian women,
gorgeous. But more often than not, looked really young, which made me feel, I was like, okay, I'm getting older. Because I was like, why she look 12? That's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a fun time. And I will offer you guys this. You ready? I have a story that reflects poorly on myself. That if at any point, actually I have two, but one of them I'm actually wanting to tell. I might give you the second one. At any time, if you want me to tell this story, you guys have a free reign to force Reggie to tell the story.
I'm putting it in my notes right now.
Hey, we could talk about the story in the mixtape if you want. I'll clear it out for
this is my gift to you. I have one that makes me look pretty bad here, so I'll throw that one up there. But a good time, and again, real big thanks to Luke Morrow for sitting in for me for the time.
Who's Italian, by the way?
He is
That's
Italian.
That's irony.
Yes, yes it is. Yes, it is. I went to his motherland and I defiled it.
He's going to Nigeria next week.
I would
as payback.
I would absolutely just a spite trip to Lagos.
When I was in Nigeria.
That's funny. All right, man. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Text in, let me know if I'm indeed that guy based on our quiz there. All right, coming up next, ESPN did a really interesting piece, John, about where, we're 100 days out from the NFL season, and so they had 100 nuggets and stuff, and a number of them allude to the Houston Texans, including one really big, bold prediction. Let's talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I thought this was a
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Tuesday is going well. It could be going even better here in this 1 o'clock hour where we will be giving away a pair of passes to a viewing party for Mexico-South Africa with World Cup action getting going here in just 9 days. And so keep it locked for that opportunity. But also, it's official. Josh Hader bite. Astros are activating him.
Huge for them. If nothing else, just to bolt the. Well, let me ask you this. I had this as a confession, but it's really a little meatier than that. I could kind of see them cutting bait with Brian Abreu at some point. I really could.
Do you feel like they need him right now?
They had needed him just as a
with
backup.
Josh Hader back though.
But now with Josh Hader back, when do you pitch Brian Abreu? Serious question.
Do you put him back in his old role?
When you're getting blown out or when you're losing? Or when you're blowing someone out? Like, very serious question. When are you confident to pitch Brian Abreu?
Yeah, right now it's not there. But, I mean, in theory, he has been that setup guy, and, like, he should be able to work his way back to that still.
We thought he might, and then he didn't.
Yeah. No,
I don't mean to be harsh, but like if you look at and I'm liking Alamir Santa, I really am.
Yes,
a couple of outings and part of that no hitter, and clearly a couple of good innings yesterday. You got Kaiwei Tang is going to be a starter, but he can fill some roles in the bullpen as well. When you shorten the rotation,
yeah, maybe if you get enough of these guys back and it feels robust enough, maybe he makes that transition back.
I was looking at it, I was like, man, I don't know when you can pitch him.
Yeah, because I'm sure you could probably find somebody to take over that setup man role, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, that's a fair perspective, right? That he could be on his way out, and honestly. I mean, isn't he?
His velocity is down. The hard hit balls are up.
Yeah, isn't he nearing the end of his deal anyways?
Nearing the end of his deal and no more options. It just kind of hit me. I was like, ooh, it might be something that they're considering over there.
It's possible. Mm-hmm. It is possible. All right, 100 days to the 2026 NFL season. ESPN put together a piece for this pretty robust one, I would say, where all hands were on deck. A lot of ESPN staff did this as of yesterday, and they have all sorts of different nuggets and predictions and position battles that they're interested in. And so I kind of just want to take you through some of this, particularly the ones that have anything to do with your Houston Texans, and get your see how you feel about this. And so I'll just kind of bounce through some of these, including, and I'll start with some of the predictions, right? And some of these, like the Ravens will be the last undefeated team in the NFL, is one that's in here. Like looking at their schedule, a lot of heavy.
Is that a real one?
That's a prediction that they have, right?
Man, what's up with the love fest with the Ravens?
Crazy.
I think it's schedule based, right? A lot of teams are having big time battles, including your Texans, week 1 versus the Bills. Big time battles early where their schedule.
It's just kind of funny though, because I felt like they lost a lot of key players.
They did.
They got a new head coach.
They're going to need to figure themselves out, but they don't have a team that made the playoffs on their schedule until November 1st when they face.
I think they tied with the Rams for. I guess Vegas got them tied with the Rams with the most wins.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we need to come back to some of these because maybe you like the bold predictions. But one of the predictions that they have, and this comes from Dan Orlovsky, he says that the trend of the NFL's defensive lines dominating the league will continue at the forefront, including, obviously, the Broncos, Eagles, Patriots, Rams, Hawks, and Texans. How do you feel about that one?
I think that's absolutely the way that the entire NFL is going. I mean, look at what – now I know they had first, but look at what the Rams have just done. It's like, we're going to – have to compete in this division at this level, and look at the teams that advanced the furthest in the playoffs. They all had that.
That's the thing is like he's saying that you're gonna have to go have that in order to go deep in the playoffs again, which does bode well for the Texans and probably makes sense as to why I will say in this instance, my guy Aaron Schatz, NFL analyst for Football Outsiders, formerly FTN Fantasy now. He says the Texans will earn the #1 seed in the AFC and go to their first Super Bowl. This is the bold prediction that involves your Houston Texans.
I've seen a couple people here lately talk about Texans in the Super Bowl, and I'm not going to disagree too much because we know that they can get there with the defense. I feel as if the contenders in the AFC have done more with big splashes on the offensive side. Depending on what you think about the Kansas City Chiefs, they still got Kenneth Walker. That's your Super Bowl MVP. We just saw what the Patriots did with A.J. Brown. Those final big pieces offensively, I think, might be the one thing I would be hesitating on.
But it just, we saw them have this kind of this formula, and they were able to win 12 games last year. And it feels like this offense already, DeMeco Ryans gushing about how much further they are along than last year. And, of course, it's evident because last year it was a new offense that they were trying to figure out what it was. They were trying to figure out who was going to be the practitioners of it on the offensive line, right? A lot more of those things are stable coming into this year. But also then you should be able to find higher heights with this offense. And you pair higher heights with the defense that has gotten better somehow.
That's the one thing that they have going for them. They don't have to be a big lighted up offense at all. They just have to be, serviceable. That said, we've talked about this today. You can project all you want with Jaden Higgins, and it's good to hear the things that we've heard about Jaden Higgins. You can project about Tank Dell getting back. You can project about David Montgomery can certainly up the workload, but those are still just projections as opposed to Jalen Waddle, we know what he can do for Denver. A.J. Brown, we know what he can do for the Patriots. Kenneth Walker, we know what he can do. I think that's the slight difference.
The 1 seed is the interesting part here.
Yes.
The idea that they are going to top the – this is a conversation we've had, implicitly every time we talk about anything is just, you look at what the AFC is and you look at the Bills, obviously, with now more reign for Joe Brady at the top of it. You look at the Patriots adding A.J. Brown to what they're doing offensively. You look at the Baltimore Ravens being probably healthier coming back. You look at who else are we talking about? The Jaguars with another year of this. The Kansas City Chiefs maybe, obviously having Patrick Mahomes back off of the injury. You look at the Denver Broncos another year into that. You look at the Chargers bringing in Black Mike to help hone that offense.
Yeah.
There's a lot of potential teams out there. And it still feels like there are people that have this bubbling feeling that the Texans are going to put it all together and be better than all of them.
And it's fair. All I'm saying is that there is certainly some good Kate else what you just did.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, some other things that come in this 100 days to the season. And you were talking about bets, and you were talking about David Montgomery toting the rock. Good bet, bad bet. Otherwise, David Montgomery, they say you should take the over on 774.5 rushing yards.
Ooh, baby, that would be sweet. I think I will. I think that's a good bet. I think that's a good number that you want. If he can get to that 774, what?
774.5. So obviously 775 would win you the would.
If you can get to 775, I think you're onto something. Yeah.
I think that because it feels plausible, in fact, because Dave Montgomery is apparently coming off of a career low in rushing yards, 716 last year. Even if they are splitting carries between him and Woody Marks, I think that he's still going to be running back one within this, and obviously barring injury ends up being part of this, but they're going to emphasize running the football, and if they can do it with any level of effect, buddy, that feels like that's it. Easy.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I don't think it's going to be a 50-50 split with Woody Marks. I think he's going to get the majority.
That's what I think it ends up being something like 65-35.
Yeah, something like that.
I could easily see it being that, and so hell, I might see. Could you see a circumstance where he pushes 1,000?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is what their entire offseason was hinging around.
Correct.
Run the ball, offensive line, power ball, safe passes, shortened sticks.
I'm honestly kind of surprised the number is basically at 775 yards.
Yeah, I think it should be higher.
I would so not like I'm giving betting advice. However, that one feels like, hey, yeah, if I was indeed planning on putting some bets on here, I would do this. They have 10 position battles within this 100 days to the NFL season. The NFL or ESPN rather put together, and Ben Solak, nerd guy himself, for NFL analyst for ESPN, has a Texans position battle on here as one of. In fact, he has it as the very first one that he mentions. That is a position battle to watch. Can you guess?
Right tackle.
It is not right tackle.
No. Tight end.
It is not tight end.
What is it?
It is center.
I was just about to say center.
I was leading you to space. I wanted you to hop in there.
You know what my problem is?
You don't think it's a battle?
I just don't think it's even close to a battle.
In what way?
I think it's going to be Keelan Rutledge. Day one. Let's go.
Really?
Yeah.
It doesn't even feel like we've gotten that effect from OTAs though.
We haven't, but I just don't. Look where they drafted him. Look at what he can bring. You know, the veterans around him. He's there for a reason. And again, that's my problem. I could be way off, but I just don't even think of that as a battle.
I think it's more of a battle.
I think so too, man. I don't know how y'all feel about the reports of Jake Andrews looking like he bulking up a little bit.
Oh yeah, of course.
But so I think it'd be more of a battle than we will want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm with you, Lopez. I'd rather have Rutledge start.
Mm-hmm.
I hold it to me like a blanket. It's nice, right? Because remember, I was pretty early on. Like, if the fullback plan ultimately has to be Jake Andrews again, you've given him heft around him, and you know that he is capable of doing the mental part, which as a center actually is the most important part of the job. If you're telling me that he has found a way to bulk up a little bit so he's not going to get thrown around as much, that's a good thing for me because I was already kind of having to get comfortable with the idea of that being the worst case scenario. If Jake Andrews wins this, even if it's just Keelan Rutledge has not done this snapping the football and being a center enough so he's not prepared for it, I think a Jake Andrews that is somewhat heftier and with another year of doing this, because remember, he hadn't done this very much himself when he started doing this last year. So that gives me a little bit of comfort that I can hold on to going into a football season.
Yeah, again, this might be a me problem. I just don't see that.
Yeah, if you'll allow me to do a segment that I like to call Reading, this is what Solak actually said, right? Texas made one of the more surprising picks in the first round with Rutledge, considered a fringe first rounder, but critically played college snaps at right guard. That spot owned by Ed Ingram, at least it seems like. We'll see what that looks like, if this is a more of an all-inclusive internal interior of the offensive line battle. But he goes further. Rutledge cross-training center during the pre-draft process. But for the Texans to get immediate play at the first-round pick, he has to beat out Andrews. Kicking the center can be an overwhelming task, which, again, is what we're talking about here. So that's one of the things that comes up here. 5 must-watch games was a section that they had in this 100 Days to the NFL piece. And the Texans are on here.
I'm guessing the opener.
No need to make this difficult. Week 1, Bills at Texans.
Yeah. Right. That's huge. That's huge. Yeah.
It's funny, though, because when we were talking about it, that's not the one that we were coming up with as, like, the big game of the season that you would, like, circle as this is the one, right?
Well, I know I mentioned it just because I think it's going to have, it potentially is going to have
playoff ramifications.
Well, seed ramifications. That could be for the number 1 seed in the AFC,
right?
Conceivably, I'm trying to think what the other one would be. You're not talking Texans Cowboys, are you? That you were mentioning.
Because we had talked about this when the schedule come out. Texas Cowboys was one that we came up with. We talked about Green Bay a little bit, especially like later in that season, or later in the season rather. I know that it wouldn't have that AFC implication as we've talked about,
right?
But yeah, that one feels like a late game between
maybe the Ravens,
and then the Ravens one is depending on what they look like, which is a little bit more up in the air than we had considered, or that we had, I guess, could have anticipated going into it. Some of the other ones that they mentioned in here. Broncos Jags in week 2, Packers Bears, which obviously like that's huge there. Chiefs Rams week 13 has gotten so much bigger.
Chiefs Rams has gotten a lot bigger week 13 for a number of reasons.
And is that a primetime game?
I've got to go back and check, but I believe isn't that the first one that they're playing? No, it was the Seahawks matchup between. But Chiefs Rams is going to be a very interesting one because obviously the Trent McDuffie side of it, and now, hey, Patrick Mahomes, depending on where he is in his recovery, you got big Myles Garrett coming after.
Look at number 95 over there. He's coming for you.
By the way, do we think that Garrett's getting 95 off of Poona Ford?
I didn't know that.
He better.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be expensive, that's for sure, to get it.
It'd be cool to see Myles Garrett with a single digit or something a little funky like that.
Yeah. All right. Finally, now they had a top 10 listing here in these 100 days till the NFL season by the ESPN of positional rankings with the biggest position upgrades. And the Texans just on the outside of it, however, You know what the offensive ranking is that would have been that they just missed. I think they technically would be 13 if I'm reading this correctly.
You're talking about biggest offensive upgrade?
Mm-hmm.
Tight end.
No.
Running back.
You're making this more difficult.
Why?
Offensive line.
Oh, I thought you were talking about skill position players. I don't like this list.
All right, very good. Very good, very good. But yeah, those are the things where the Texans come. It's all largely positive, man.
Out of curiosity, what did they have there at the top?
Oh, when it came to
biggest positional
biggest positional upgrades in the NFL, as I scroll and Arizona Cardinals running backs.
Okay,
they invested a lot there.
Yeah.
Like they had Michael Carter and Amari Demarcado. That's awful. But Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algiers. Like they have 2 starting caliber running backs that they brought in after having maybe not one.
Yeah.
But yeah, some of the stuff that there's a lot more within this piece. Maybe we go back at some point and even the bold predictions and do them. But the Texans, a lot of really interesting positivity towards this team from a national landscape, which doesn't always feel like that's the case. Landscape look at the Houston Texans.
Yeah, no, and I think you get used to it because the Texans they've got that buzz. You know, a lot of people also they don't like the Texans, they don't respect the Texans. No, the Texans are going to be all about it this year.
And they better be. They better because the expectations are ratcheting up. But honestly, when it comes to that building, it seems like the highest expectations that are there for them are within the room. And D'Amico Ryans and Will Anderson Jr. are going to make sure of that on any given day. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. And baby, this summer, Shell Energy Stadium is your destination for a packed schedule outside of international matchups. There's live music, watch parties, and more, all part of the Houston Dynamo soccer celebration presented by Kroger Houston's home for the world's game. And so right now, let's give some passes away. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
Caller number 6 right now will win 2 passes to the viewing party on June 11th, featuring action between Mexico and South Africa. The passes are courtesy of Houston Dynamo. And again, being caller number 6 right now to 713-572-4610 will get you the opportunity to win those. It's the start. It's the start of that big tournament, baby. And you have an opportunity to have passes to that viewing party by just being caller number 6 right now. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we typically hand things over to Figgy for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so a woman was shot in her car at a stoplight. And the person who did it won't face any jail time or charges.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
I got to hear what's happening in this story. We'll do that next.
CJ Stroud addressed his contract situation after OT.
leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. So a woman was shot in her car while she was at a stoplight in Nebraska, and the shooter won't face any jail time or even be charged with this.
Okay.
How you feel about that?
Oh, not great.
Feels bad. Feels bad, man.
I think there's got to be a twist here.
Yeah, I'm hoping, just for the sake of hopefully this isn't a sad story, I'm hoping that this is one of those instances where the shot is being used in a different way. Like, was somebody out here taking pictures?
Was she actually shot, like, with a gun?
She was shot in the arm.
With a gun?
With a shotgun.
Shotgun. Oh, I know what it is.
All right.
It just hit me.
All right, let's go to the story from ABC News.
Dog left alone in a truck apparently set off a shotgun, shooting a woman in the arm just outside a store in Nebraska. According to Scotts Bluff police, and this is no bluff, the driver went into the store to buy something when his dog accidentally triggered the shotgun, hitting a woman at a stoplight who had her arm out the window.
And I know what happens to dogs when they bite people. What happens to dogs when they shoot people? Now, I don't think there's going to be any kind of criminal or civil liability for the dog, but what we are talking about is recklessness on the part of the dog owner, leaving the firearm in a place where anyone can access it. I mean, think about it. If a child had gotten the gun, we'd be talking about this in a very similar way, but a dog clearly had touched the gun in some sort of way, his paw, nose, whatever it may be, and it went off. This is a loaded firearm in a gun. I'm looking at Nebraska law. Maybe there's a theory of second-degree assault here for recklessly harming someone else, but we'll see where this goes because I don't think any charges have been filed as yet. It's Nebraska. What are the laws when it comes to having a gun inside of a car? Well, the officers told us it has to be either unloaded and or put in a place where no one can access to it, right? There's an issue also, I think, civilly, where this woman who was struck, right?
Right. Could she sue the owner?
I think so. I think there's an argument here of saying you had a firearm in an illegal manner. It was left in a way that anyone could have accessed it.
Yeah, that's the part. He's not in the woods, I'll put it that way, or she.
The dog is.
Yeah, the dog is, for sure.
Yeah, just imagine if you...
Why do you sound like you're trying to get this dog hemmed up?
Hey, don't blame the dog.
Hey, if it was somebody else, they would have got charged. Yeah. This dog is scot-free.
Let me find out this is Bob. Figures like finally figured out a way to send him away.
Was it a white dog?
Oh, I have no clue. But that's a crazy situation. Just imagine being at the light, minding your business, and pow.
And then you look over and...
What? The dog had to be scared, though, because dogs be scared of everything.
Although it could be a bird dog, and they're not scared of the loud noises. Yeah.
I think that the person and the dog were in cahoots. I feel like they knew that there was.
It was all set up.
Yeah, they knew that there was a loophole in Nebraska law.
Well-trained dog,
and they were like, "Hey,
you know what's crazy? With this situation happening, it could have ended really bad.
Yes,
but the dog is gonna get off scot-free. But if the dog would have bit the person, they probably would have had to put the dog down.
Correct.
So the dog is better off shooting somebody rather than biting somebody. Because you could just blame the owner.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Today I learned.
Yeah.
I would have never imagined.
Yeah.
So if all the dogs out there listening, just shoot somebody. You won't get in trouble. The owner would get in trouble.
Yeah.
That dog's going to beat that case. What?
They ain't even going to look at the dog like he did something wrong.
No.
How's the dog supposed to know?
Look, you see the owner got all the blame.
Did you see a picture of the dog? What kind of dog?
I didn't see the dog.
Okay.
I didn't see the dog at all.
If you had to guess what kind of dog it was.
I bet it's a little one.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's a little.
It's probably like a lab or something.
Don't say, hey.
Whoa, wait, what? Labs are above?
Now I crossed the line with this. I was just on the airways telling
Labradors.
I was just on the airways telling all the dogs that's listening out here to shoot somebody, and they get away with it. But once I say it's a lab, now I'm taking it too far.
That's too far.
What is that? A mini dachshund?
A what?
Dachshund?
It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So, Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle, who once was coached by D'Amico Ryans back in San Fran. He is in Washington right now. He playing for the Commanders. And they caught up with him I'm guessing this was after OTAs. They asked him about the defensive pieces.
He likes them.
They got, and he likes them a lot. And I would love to see the transcripts from the answer he gave right here.
What do you think about the new pieces they added defensively, on the D-line, OA, several guys?
We got some motherfuckers now. Excuse my language, but OA, he can go. Charles Omenihu can go. Caleb Vaughn can go. Tim Settle, he can go. Who else am I missing? Then we got D. Wise back. You already know he can go. We got DA coming back. He can go. Jerzon can go. Payne can go. It's going to be exciting, bro.
Can you guess what his favorite cuss word is?
Oh, yeah. I saw the video.
The S word.
Is that the S word? Okay, I was going to say.
Yeah. He replaces commas with the S word.
Yeah.
You know what?
He does.
I feel similar sometimes. Like I understand. I understand where he's coming from.
Do you use it like that though? He was using it a lot.
I mean, it's
you was
rare.
about to say it then. Bleep.
I've worked in radio and in media enough where that that switch triggers for me, so it does not happen. And also, like, I've let off of it. There are times where maybe you might catch me in that. The question I have is, where is his switch? Because Javon Kinlaw, he's not new to this. And this seemed to be in somewhat of official capacity where he's talking to a microphone. He was letting them ring out.
Yeah, he was.
He was. To the point, I'm like, man, is this real? Like, I thought it was a fake little AI video or something. I'm like, man.
No, I saw the video, and it's, like I said, instead of a comment.
Honestly,
was this at the podium?
No, it was kind of at the tent, like the tent,
like off to the side.
Yeah.
But he still knew he was talking to like the assembled media.
Yeah.
Look, I would understand it if this was just a regular conversation at a bar or something like that. I wouldn't blink an eye. Well, I'm like, man, you doing all that cussing, man? You putting all these producers that got to play this piece of audio to work.
Can you imagine? If their local team is running this live,
we just have to cut it down. Yeah. You know what? We'll get back to him later.
We'll hear from Javon. Needless to say, he really likes it, but we'll hear from Javon later.
Yeah.
What would they have? They just take that word out on the transcript?
Oh, yeah. It would just not be in there.
I don't know if they
can't take the mother. They can't take them out, though, right?
Of course they can.
It's just, we've got some parentheses, guys.
Now I want him to come to the Texans so I can see what they're going to do with the transcripts. It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Question for y'all. Do y'all think Ty Lawson hates OKC fans more than Vernon Maxwell hates the Utah Jazz?
Oh, there's no way.
I want to say no, but I think I know what you're going to talk about.
Damn, you know everything I'm going to talk about,
I'm
man.
all over the place.
Yeah, you 3 for 3.
You can't get anything by me.
I know, man.
Nothing, huh? Okay.
Dang, that means you was on these internet streets too much.
I was bored, man.
Yeah, go read a book or something, man. But here's what Ty Lawson tweeted the other day, and I want to know what team you hate as much as he hate the OKC Thunder fans.
Yeah.
So this is what he tweeted: 4 things I'd rather do than be a Thunder fan. Number 1, play a hide-and-go seat with Jeffrey Dahmer in the abandoned Chuck E. Cheese. Number 2, be a Temu parachute tester.
Temu.
3, stick my boys in a blender. And I ain't talking about his kids. I'm talking about his manhood. And number 4, lick a porta potty toilet seat at Coachella. Y'all are some losers. That's what he tweeted.
Okay, so
he might, because that blender, man. I don't think Mad Max is doing that.
I don't think he ate the Jazz that much.
I actually think no one could hate a team more than Vernon Maxwell hates the city of Utah, city of Salt Lake City and Utah and the Jazz. I just think this is more creative. I think this is just him. Like, let me tell you how much I hate OKC.
I like the thought of like somewhere in 2030, 2040, 2042. It's just Ty Lawson somewhere on whatever social media we're doing or whatever we've moved on to that point, just continually giving Oklahoma the blues still.
Yeah.
I wonder
that would be equivalent.
I wonder what made them hate the fans so much.
I don't know.
Are they that bad?
I didn't think so. But maybe just it's a combination of it's like Vernon. It's not just the team; it's the city. He hates the city too.
Yeah, and their dogged defense of this team that I think a lot of people look at as unethical. Like people are just like, I hate y'all for this.
Yeah,
but see, I understand hating Utah, but man, I know that because he said OKC fan. He'd rather be things he'd rather do than be an OKC fan.
Yeah.
So
and then also
a lot going on.
We haven't talked about it in quite a while. Do people still hate them for stealing a team?
No, that's kind of faded away, had it. It's like a lot of people don't even associate it as much. Yeah, but that was a big part of it. I mean, that was early on. Yeah.
Yeah. So salute to Ty Lawson, man. Nuggets legend, by the way. As we continue on the mix. Oh, by the way, do y'all hate anything or any team that much?
I'm trying to think. I've told you I hate wealthy thrift.
Yeah.
But I can't specifically talk about a team. Oh, I hate Karl Malone, but that's,
I mean, I have rival teams that you kind of air quote hate or sports hate, but not like that. Not like that.
Look, I hate the Steelers. I don't hate them this much.
Yeah.
I do not hate them this much.
John Fisher. Yeah, it's like fairly individuals. Like some dudes that maybe you can have as stand-ins for the team. So in a way, maybe you could say I hate the A's.
I don't
John
even hate
Fisher in particular.
I don't even hate the Titans that much. It's just Amy Adams.
Yeah. I keep it real personal, right?
Yeah,
we take it to the right. He's like, all y'all, I hate your stinking guts.
Everything about you.
Yeah, he giving Vernon Maxwell a run for his money on this one.
Seems to be.
Where the real haters at? I don't see y'all on the text line. Where the real haters at, man?
Yeah, maybe don't nobody hate nothing. Salute to y'all.
We don't have real haters in the listenership.
Yes, we
apparently.
do.
Wow.
Yes, we do.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Shout out to Lizzo, Houston's own Lizzo. Very talented artist, good at playing the flute. And
yes, really good at playing.
Yeah, no, really good. She was at the rodeo, this past rodeo, and I heard the show was really good.
Okay.
So she showed off her talents recently, reviving something that was pretty much a legendary jingle for one of the kind of, I guess, is Chili's a legendary type of restaurant?
Close enough.
I mean, Chili's, I wouldn't go legendary. The jingle is. The jingle is legendary.
Yeah. So here is what she did to try to revive a popular menu from Chili's.
Okay.
Listen, I don't care how good Chili's ribs are. Lizzo is never singing the Chili's rib jingle, okay? Well, I want you to tell them that I will never, ever... What?
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. I want my baby back,
Chili's baby back ribs. I want my Chili's baby back ribs.
Playing the flute.
Is that a rib flute?
Rib flute? Okay.
Shout out to Lizzo, man.
Dude, that's awesome. That is, I did not see this one, Figgy.
That's good
That
money if
is
you can get it.
awesome. That is real. How many ribs they sell because of that damn jingle, man?
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. I think I would put that on whatever, like Mount Rushmore, top 10 list, whatever, of like jingles that live with a generation of folks. You know, like there's certain jingles that just, you can go and just into a crowd of people.
Just say it. Just say it.
People are going to join into you, and now you're going to make acquaintances and maybe friends just off of the fact.
And be hungry for some ribs.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so are we going over to Chili's to get some baby back, baby back, baby
I
back?
mean, I do need to figure out where I'm getting lunch already, so
there we go.
I could be talked into it.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. We was talking about hating and all that stuff.
That's right.
Shout out to John Lopez.
Hey, shout out to me. What did I do?
Yeah, so you've been screaming from the mountaintop about something you've been wanting to happen, and I think you might be getting your wish. So let me play this real quick for you.
U.S. Postal Service might not deliver in 2027. The Postmaster General warns Congress the USPS could
Smile
by
over there,
October, potentially halting mail delivery by 2027. The agency hasn't turned a profit since 2007, and officials say its financial decline could accelerate if it continues paying obligations like retirement benefits at current levels. Lawmakers are being urged to allow more borrowing, along with possible postage hikes and regulatory reforms.
There you go, Lopez. Yeah, celebrate,
cool
man.
in the game.
There you go, Lopez. Look at you happy, man.
I am not happy.
That day is finally here for you,
There's a big old smile on your face.
Look
I'm
at you,
looking at you,
man.
dead in your face right now.
I'm laughing with.
All you postal workers going away finally, per John Lopez.
I just like the way you played this. That's why I'm laughing. You played this. Well played, Figgy. Well played. It's incredibly sad. It's incredibly
Why are you smiling then?
But I am right. I've been saying it. It has been unnecessary, and it's losing money since 2007.
It's not a business. It's a service of the government.
But it needs to be able to be self-sufficient. 2007.
No, that's what the taxes are for.
Oh, so just let the government pay for everything?
To deliver the mail. That's what it's supposed to be.
I think
we pay taxes so that we know that there's a mail service.
I think somewhere between what you're saying and what I'm saying is the truth. But no, I mean,
congratulations, man. You got your wish.
Turn them all into dispensaries and legalize marijuana. Everybody's happy.
Lopez want them to be drug dealers.
No, not legally. If it's legal. Yeah.
Congratulations, man. You got your wish.
Why are you congratulating?
Just because you're killing the USPS.
You've been talking about this for years,
you're
man.
killing the mail.
You finally right. You got to brag about this one.
No.
You brag about any other thing when you write.
What I've been doing is offering an opinion that is sound.
I'm surprised you ain't coming here peacocking about this.
And now I didn't even know this was the case. And now just because I'm right doesn't mean I'm happy. I've been telling you it's been unnecessary.
You look pretty happy right now, man.
I can promise you, listener, as Reginald Atatula of In the Loop, the only mailman that I want to get out of here is Karl Malone. Mm-hmm. That's all I had to say.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
There you go. That's it.
Hey, Lopez. Hey.
So there you go. That's another fantastic iteration of the mixtape. Didn't realize how much I missed that in my life while I was not out here. But there you go. That's another fantastic edition. 1:20 p.m. every week.
Text Lopez and tell him congratulations, man.
See ya.
That's right. That's right.
Au revoir.
If you see Lopez out in the streets, if you're a postal worker, if you see Lopez out in the streets, just give him a nice little wave.
I love the postal workers. It's just
I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
Y'all are making me a villain for stating the obvious.
We didn't make you say this.
Based on fact opinion.
We didn't make you a villain. You decided to be.
I'm trying to celebrate you, man. You got something right.
Gonna celebrate and have a good time.
Again, 1:20 p.m. every weekday for the mixtape at the Figgy Fig on social media.
I mean,
if you see something mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, I think D'Amico Ryan said something interesting that I'm fascinated by. I think that it's an indication that they never want to go back to a very particular place. Let's hear that next on Sports Radio 610.
Early returns out of Texans OTAs.
21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been a fun day back. And I'm surprised for a little bit came back.
Where you go?
Like riding.
See, that's your fault. You see this? You see what's happening here? I am just trying to.
Figgy doesn't know this. You did say something about Italy during the break.
Yeah, I did.
So there you go.
But that was also as a joke, and it was off air because I knew that. Hey, I'm not trying to annoy people. But, you know, when you're off, well, at least me, I'll speak for myself. When I'm off for like more than 3 days, I come back and I don't know how to do my job. I think I did okay today. I think I did all right.
Pretty good, man.
Of course,
Glad to have you back.
Always carried and buoyed by you fine gentlemen and you listeners. So always great to be with you.
Glad you had a good time in Italy, too. Like, real talk.
I did, man. And so, but it compares nothing to being here with you fine gentlemen.
How about that? I know you're lying, but it's nice to hear.
That's correct. That is.
What did Javon Kinlaw say?
We got some dudes in here. All right. D'Amico Ryans talked after yet another day of OTA. Seemed to go well. And I don't just say that in the way that, hey, any day that you're in here working goes well, so to say. But no, he seemed to like really be glowing about various different things, including the offense and, the way that they are, ahead and the way that they're utilizing different counts, different snap counts, different cadences, tempo, the way that they're really seeming to embody it. But there was one thing that he talked about in the offense that really caught my attention, John. I think I even mentioned it audibly to you. And it was when he was talking about his now second year left tackle, Ariante Ursary. This was him talking about the young man at the left side of the offensive line.
And one thing I've challenged Tay on is just taking more of that vocal leadership approach. Although he's a second-year player, he who came in, played a ton of snaps for us, starting at left tackle. He has leadership traits, leadership qualities. I just want to see, I'm trying to empower him to allow those qualities to show, allow the guys around him to feel that leadership that he does have. So he's doing a great job so far. These OTAs, he's came back in shape. He's ready to roll. He's looking really good. So he'll be in a good spot for us this year. He just keep leading by being vocal, not just by what you do on the field.
Did that hit you funny at all? Because it did me.
Yes. Yeah. I was like, this is D'Amico Ryans going out of his way saying, hey, we're not leaving this to chance. We are going to make sure that Ariante Ursary is the next cornerstone of this offensive line room. We will never again find ourselves in a circumstance where we have an offensive line that does not have a rudder.
Yeah.
And we are going to not leave it to chance, not hope that one of these guys develops into it. We're going to manufacture. And not to say that manufacture's too strong because Ariante
try to build.
But we're going to make sure that Ariante Ursary is a leader in this room by hook or by crook.
Well, okay, that's fair and accurate. But one thing, the way it hit me funny was I didn't know that they were that sure already.
On Tay and
left tackle? That sounds like someone who says that's our left tackle for the next 10, 12 years. We were still kind of learning. They were still kind of, he had a good season, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But were you at the end of the season ready to say that's the left tackle?
I kind of was.
I wasn't. I didn't know. I thought it was too early. Like
it probably was too early, but I was like, oh, this feels like such a revelation.
But it wasn't like, he was, a Pro Bowl, All-Pro, like.
He had a solid season.
Yeah.
Like, I thought he would have just been solid.
Yeah. I think he had a better season than anybody would give him for because of the line that he was on, where it wasn't like it was an incredible line. So you kind of need the whole of the line for any individual to get a lot of respect in that way. But I've seen smart football people in various different places go, hey, do you realize that Ariante Ursary kind of had a really good season and we just kind of didn't pay attention to this?
Yeah, no, I get it. And I agree. I thought he had a good season, but I was just like some of these guys that end up being like stud left tackles for a decade or more, it right away.
Yeah,
I don't feel like we knew it. There were some signs there, but I thought that struck me as kind of funny.
The idea that he didn't look like a rookie after 2 games was like, okay, that felt telling to me.
And then the other part of it is like, I thought they were going to really lean on the Wyatt Tellers and and the Braden Smiths to be that guy, but for them to really lean in, and they clearly are. We heard them talking today about the way the Wyatt Tellers bring in the energy and accountability and all that. But it just hit me as like, oh wow, they're really high on him pretty quickly here.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. The question I have as we're talking about it, is I wonder if this also, if it goes off without a hitch, the idea that Ariante Ursary leader guy, does this open them or give them more opportunity to, if for some reason you go, hey, Keelan Rutledge is actually, we feel like he's better than Ed Ingram, that we don't have to lean on Ed Ingram because he is more leadership, or even Wyatt Teller, right? Because again, we're talking him as possibly center, but like there's still the possibility that he could play guard.
Sure.
And if he's out here possibly beating out one of these guards, it would be a kind of a weird circumstance if you're going, we're bringing in these veteran guys and they're supposed to be veteran leaders, but then you have another rookie.
The rookie and the second-year guy are the ones. But that's what you want.
Yeah.
In an ideal world.
And it works a lot better if you go, hey, this second-year guy, we're very much making him step forward into the light of you are a leader, and not just we anticipate you eventually being a leader, like you're a leader now.
It's also interesting. You talk about Keelan Rutledge maybe playing guard. It doesn't really matter to me.
Sure.
Well, it does, because I think they need an upgrade at center. But it doesn't really matter to me who's like the quote-unquote leader. If you just get the guys at left tackle and right tackle can just protect a little better. That's leadership alone, just playing better and protecting your quarterback.
And I was talking about this with T. Mill, and he's right? The word specifically to use where, hey, man, leading by your play alone, that is almost a direct quote to Laramie Tunsil, is it not? Right?
Yeah,
like the idea,
you don't want to just lean on that. Like, hey, man, I'm Laramie Tunsil. Don't worry about me. No, it needs to be more than that.
Right. And this also is a we ain't never going back.
Yeah.
Right. I will never return to that place where we had an offensive line that either was incapable of doing what we needed to do, or just did not have the mentality that we want on this football team. Like that has been the nature of the entirety of the offseason for this Texas team. We are making sure that the culture reaches every corner of this, and this is another instance of that. D'Amico taking personal responsibility for, I'm going to make sure that the culture that I build, that I believe in, that is important to me in integrating and doing what I want to do, is felt every single way, including on that offensive line.
Well, I mean, the other thing that was made clear last week and today, they really like the way these rookies are just stepping right in and buying in. Well, that's not just because they have the characteristics. It's because of the people that are already here, making sure that they have those characteristics and they fall in line.
No, for sure. So that I found that to be very, very interesting. Indeed. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and we always have appreciation for D&M Autolease for giving us an opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. Guys that I'm very happy to see. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, how you living?
How we living? How you living?
Yeah,
man. How you been?
Feeling great. Feeling
tell
great.
Him,
Reggie.
How are you? Tell him where you been.
Tell him again, Reggie.
Been in Italia.
Yeah. How's the bread and the cheese over there?
Delicious and delicious.
How about the wine?
And incredible and delicious. And I had plenty of it. I had a lot of good time there. It was great.
They got any dirty leg over there?
They do. They do indeed have that over there.
Ooh, boy.
I got you, John.
That'd be 2 seasons over there in Europe, boy. They love you or hate you, don't they? They love you. Ain't no in between.
That is correct. That is a correct accounting of what the circumstance is.
They either love you or hate you now.
See, man, by the way he's going, I feel good about you the other day.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, okay.
The way he's acting.
I don't know.
The way I'm acting?
I think Reggie just got a little innocent vibe to him. I don't know. Reg, you got a lady?
No, not right now. No.
Okay, see there. So yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a better trip than we thought. It's a better trip than we thought, boy.
You got some dub?
Hey, I don't know, but I know he was in the game in the fourth quarter.
Let's hope.
Look here, man. Look here. Not only was he over there where they love you or they hate you. Shoot, it was a wedding. They must have imported a few in for you.
Oh yeah.
Flew over a few with you.
Fine imports.
Hey,
Fine imports.
Hey, infernal hunting grounds right there.
We're not just talking about the imports of the Toyotas. We're importing Ferraris.
Oh, yeah.
We were importing Ferraris on this one. Yep. That was,
well done.
I want to make sure you know there's nothing wrong with a good Toyota, though.
No, there's not.
Especially
I was just letting you know what the landscape was.
Especially one with 200,000 miles
Nothing
on
wrong with it, man. It's good. Hey, man.
Don't sleep on Toyotas.
Hey, baby. Hey, let me tell you, man. You can get a lot of a Highlander.
I don't doubt it. No, I am very fond of a sensible.
You know me, Tyler, baby. That Highlander's kind of my specialty. I dive into a Sienna.
A Sienna? We going with the full family car,
hey,
huh?
baby, I don't mind them.
We got third row is what you're looking for.
Hey, man, I'm just telling you, I don't discriminate.
A lot of storage is what you're looking for here.
Three across, 3 deep.
hey, I take the bigger vehicle. It's all right. I mean, I'll take a Camry, but I'll take
your vehicle for comfort.
I'll tell you, I'm not afraid of a Sequoia. I promise you that.
Oh man. So yes, did we ultimately decide on if I am being that guy on the trip?
No, just a couple of hints of being that guy.
Okay, all right. I passed the test. I
Yeah.
passed the test. That's very good. That's very good.
In fact, I'm the one in the group who don't mind going and attacking that Sequoia. The rest of y'all go ahead
and you know what? You serve a very vital role in the ecosystem. You know, I want you to be appreciated and feel appreciated.
My old co-host said it's not taking one for the team if that's your preference, Ron.
That's just your preference.
Don't worry, I'll take it. I'll take that one for the team.
Hold on,
yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's not the one you wanted. You're being nice.
Oh man. We were talking about this, and I feel like you guys might get into it at some point. But obviously, the big news of yesterday that you guys, I'm sure, talked about a decent amount. Myles Garrett going to the Rams. We were talking about that. Like, clearly, this is an all-in move. I thought that was already the best roster in football, and then they went and made that move. Is there a place or a similar move that you could see if the Texans were to do that? That would be the one.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. I'm like, are you willing to take one of your young cornerstone players, which Jarrett Verse was, to go out and try to add something to the other side? Yeah, big. We're not talking about Cam Ridley. You would be like, and the name I brought up was Kamari Lassiter. Would you to trade Kamari Lassiter for hey, Justin Jefferson, are you not feeling what's going on there? Hey, McBride in Arizona, are you not feeling? Or Arizona, y'all really trying to rebuild and get something? You know,
Trey McBride's a good one.
Yeah,
I don't know why I didn't go there.
No, it made me ask the question this morning. You know,
because I think they would be a better football team if they did that.
Is it really Super Bowl or bust if you're not, for lack of a better way to put it, doing something like this?
Now we got run into. We're trying to build a dynasty.
Right.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay. All right, fellas. Excited to hear what you got on the program today. Lopez, fun to be back, man. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Or arrivederci.
Ciao, ciao. Ciao, ciao.
Arrivederci.
All right, you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Again, appreciation for D&M Auto Leasing with the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right, fellas. The drive is live. Welcome back, Reggie. And crew, the drive is live. And you can hear, as you heard there, Clint Stoerner. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see our guy Tyler Milner is in the building. We are in full effect. A lot to get to. OTAs. Is Mike Burrows pitching for his rotation life? Okay. John Lopez said yes right off the bat. Yeah, a lot. The finals, a lot to get to here on a Tuesday. I do, Clint, want to let the people know you got a chance to win a little action here in the 5 o'clock hour. It pays to listen to Sports Radio 610 and listen to Drive. And make sure you're listening in that 5 o'clock hour for your shot to win 2 passes to the Dynamo Soccer Celebration Viewing Party, June 11th, featuring action between Mexico and South Africa. Reggie will probably be there, so you can meet Reggie at that. But your chance in the 5 o'clock hour to win 2 passes to go check out that Dynamo Soccer Celebration Viewing Party. As we said there, featuring Mexico and South Africa. That's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. I do want to get to some things that D'Amico had to say earlier today when he spoke to the media, but I want to get to something more newsworthy that he spoke about. We talked about a couple of weeks ago that E.J. Speed had an injury that was going to require surgery and thought he would miss some time in the regular season. Here's D'Amico giving an update on a backup linebacker and really a guy who played 45% of the snaps last year, so that's a lot of snaps from your backup. Here's an update on E.J. Speed's injury.
EJ Speed, he had surgery last week, and we'll see how that recovery process goes with him. But that's the update so far.
All right. Also reporting, Clint, from Aaron Wilson, it was a fully torn quadricep tendon, partially torn quad, and he is expected to miss the entire regular season at least. That's what Aaron Wilson is reporting to go along with that comment from D'Amico Ryans. So it looks like they have to go what they have on their depth chart, or they'll be looking around to see for trades or cuts or whatever. But it looks like they potentially going to be without EJ Speed.
Yeah, look, more unfortunate news on that front because clearly, hell, I would argue he's the most gifted backer of the starting backers. I mean, just when it comes to gift, the length, the speed, the size. I mean, I would probably put him a step ahead of the other guys. And so you're losing your most talented backer. You're losing a guy that's a top 3 backer on this team, and as you mentioned, a big time role player. So more unfortunate news on that front. The good thing is, as I said, when the EJ Speed injury first happened, I'm not typically one to lean into I trust in D'Amico or trust in Caserio and just kind of be patient and let things play out. But this is definitely one where I slide easily into that category. D'Amico Ryans, really anywhere on the defensive side of the ball, but specifically at the linebacker position, I believe that he'll find a more than suitable replacement. Even if it's a lesser player, I believe that you'll get major production out of that guy. And given our defensive front and our secondary, that second level of our defense is who benefits greatly from the way this defense is built and how we're wired. Those are the guys that can play above expectations and should play above expectations. And so whether it's Wade Woodaz or Marte Mapu or Jake Hansen or –
Well, that's Woodaz get me every time.
Well, hell, you because you're a pervert.
Well, yeah, because I would do a lot with that.
Because you're a man.
If that was my last name, I might do a lot.
Yeah, this would.
Woodaz, baby.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. But I wonder if they go outside the building to bring somebody in. I wonder because, yes, those guys are in the fold, and I know Seth has said he likes Matt Powell, the guy they got from New England, a lot, but they got all those guys counting on EJ Speed also being a part of this. And I think EJ Speed is clearly a step up above all of those guys. And I wonder, do they feel like they got to fill that void to step up, or are they very confident?
Well, I mean, you know what this group has done. If the opportunity presents itself and it's on the defensive side of the football, they'll damn sure go get him. And D'Amico can identify exactly what he wants, and he's not afraid to go get it. So I would believe if somebody gets cut, whether it be in the offseason or somebody's available for a trade, it would obviously be not a blockbuster trade like we saw yesterday. It clearly wouldn't be one of those, but move some assets to bring in another linebacker if he so feels that we need to. I'm here for it, man. Make the move. Let's make it happen. It wouldn't shock me if he didn't sit steady with the guys that he's got and feel really confident about it, to be honest with you.
Text line chiming in, no faith in Toto or Harris. Toto, I'm guessing Toa. Yeah, a lot of confidence in him. I think he's going to have a big year and get paid next year by somebody else. And Christian Harris has been in Atlanta for a while.
You're crazy.
But as Clint said, there's a Jake Hansen, Jamal Hill.
That Marte Mapu, I think, is the one that they feel like could potentially to be that guy if he could flourish in D'Amico's system, which wouldn't shock anybody. Guys coming over here and having their best years, whether it's year 4 or year 10, they somehow find a way to have one of their better years. But you got Marte Mapu, you got Wade Woodaz, you got Jamal Hill, who's been here for a couple of years. You got Old Faithful Jake Hansen, who always finds a way to find his way on the field. Somehow, when people get injured, he finds a way to get on the field and have a good enough game to keep his ass around here as a not just a really good special teams player, but a guy that can get in and play big at that linebacker position. Like I said, here's the deal is I would argue that there's not a better linebacker crew, or not linebacker crew, there's not a better linebacker situation in the entire NFL. And if I'm wrong, there may be one. There's not many. when you're playing with this defensive front, the two edges in particular that are going to get all the attention that they're going to get. And then when you've got the two corners that you got along with Kalen Bullock, Roman center field, the space that these linebackers are going to have to get downhill, the space that they're going to have to play sideline to sideline, the space eaters that they have playing behind them so that they're not going to be overly exposed in their zone coverages. I mean, this is a linebacker's dream to play in. There's probably two or three other front with comparable secondaries and defensive line combination that will give linebackers the room to roam like Houston does. But there's not many, man. This is a linebacker's dream to play in this system right here with this group.
Yep. So E.J. Speed looks like he's going to miss the rest of the season. We'll see if they add a piece or they really just kind of look from within to try to fill that void. All right, Clint. Other things that D'Amico talked about, and that's really excited about young secondary players that may have a chance to take a jump, Clint. And it seems like this team, especially from an offensive perspective, it seems like that is a part of the plan, right? Like they didn't go out and go get an A.J. Brown or go get other big pieces somewhere. It feels like the thought process is from within. They'll have guys that'll take the steps that they need them to take, and of course D'Amico got excited about some young guys defensively. I do want to play for you what D'Amico had to say about Jaden Higgins, and Jaden Higgins is one that a lot of Texans fans, Cornbread on YouTube, it talks about him. A lot of people on the text line that there's a thought that he could take a next step. Here is D'Amico actually kind of singling out Jaden Higgins.
Higgins has done an outstanding job. That's from day one, from him coming back. When I seen him for the first time coming back, it's like, well, you see a physical difference. Right? You see a stronger, you see more chiseled out receiver. Then we step on the field, he's playing faster, he's playing stronger, he's making all of the tough catches. He's playing extremely fast. So he's taking advantage of his offseason, right? And he's really improved in a ton of areas. That was the first area for him, is just how can we play fast consistently? And he's doing that right now. So that he's going to have a great year. Can't wait to see it.
All right, that was him really sounding really excited and impressed about the offseason and what this could mean for a player like Jaden Higgins. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this as well. Guys that you think may take steps. Guys that you may, and I think there are guys on either side of the ball. They still have young guys on that defensive side, and obviously they're going to need some of these guys on offense to take steps. Is Jaden Higgins one of the guys that you look at that potentially take steps, Clint?
Shoot, Jaden Higgins is the guy. And I was going to say on the offense, but he's the guy on this entire roster for me. Jaden Higgins is the wild card. If Jaden Higgins can take the kind of step and development and growth and maturity from year one to year two that D'Amico Ryans just described when he first saw him this offseason, if that's real and that comes to fruition and actually you can see it in his play, then a lot of the Texans' problems are solved. Doesn't matter what Tank Dell comes back like, really. Doesn't matter what Jalen Noel can or can't do inside. Doesn't matter what Brevin Jordan is or isn't, or it doesn't really matter whether Woody Marks and David Montgomery are used game. We keep hearing they're going to be used in the pass game, right? It really doesn't matter. If you've got Nico Collins on one side and then you got Jaden Higgins on the other side at 6'4", 220, and he's able to play fast and not just be a complimentary receiver like he was last year, which I could see a lot of first-year player thinking about the play, thinking about the coverage, thinking about the pressure. Am I doing what I should be doing? There's an obvious step for him to take and play faster, just being able to read and recognize things and just being able to process the offense and what your assignment is. No doubt about it. But if he can couple that typical year one to year two growth with, well, all of a sudden he's a man amongst boys. All of a sudden he's bigger and stronger than he already was at 6'4", 215, and he's playing faster. That is a different animal. If you put just a competent run game on the field and you've got 6'4" on each side, one of them being a top 5, top 7 wide receiver in the league, and then another one of them being one of the quickest or the rising stars, if you will, in the league at 6'4", 215, 220 on the other, then I think a lot of the question marks about this offense really fall to the wayside. That is a hell of a 1-2 punch. It's a hell of a compliment to any kind of run game. You don't have to be great, any kind of run game. I think Jaden Higgins is the X factor on this team that could make all these conservative decisions and conservative moves that Nick Caserio's made. Jaden Higgins is the one that can make them all right.
Yeah, because you can't really count on Tank yet. Like, you can't look at that at least to count on going. I mean, he's still not practicing yet. We'll see what happens with Jalen Noel. Maybe he is somebody I think maybe fits into that. But you just start looking at everybody else, and it comes to a point where it's like, hey, he is the guy that if he can take a step. And when I say a step, like I think a lot of people were talking about that Nico step that Nico took from like year 2 to year 3. Like, no, that was an offense that was designed to go and make big plays, and he had 1,300. I don't think he's going to go from 400 to 1,300 yards like Nico did. I don't think that is the case. But, Clint, if they roll in here and Higgins with a healthy Nico, that means Nico is playing, and Higgins is around 750 and 800 yards.
Yeah.
And is where I think his strength could be in the red zone, a big red zone threat. That is an appropriate step up from the 400, 500 yards he had last year.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he just becomes a shadow of what Nico is, right? I mean, just a guy that maybe he's that difficult to tackle after the catch, or maybe he is the guy that is more of the 50-50 ball getter, the guy that can accelerate beyond DBs and go get the ball and be more of the go route runner, and Nico Collins can be a little bit more of the underneath guy, and you draw the attention, and we use Higgins over the top, which we did from time to time last year. But at the end of the day, if that guy can take his game to the next, and I don't just mean natural, well, he understands the offense a little bit better so he can line up right. I'm talking about get out there and defenses. And, have a certain, if we've got this play called and you get anything other than man-to-man defense, we're going to Higgins. You know what I mean? Like there's – if he turns into that kind of player, forget about it. Forget about it. I mean, like straight up, the moves that we've called conservative, to put it nicely, my complaining about not making big moves and the lack of weapons, it all falls by the wayside if Jaden Higgins is what D'Amico Ryans, I think, expects him to be based on what we just heard.
Anybody fit that on the other side of the ball? Anybody fit? Because I know you said Higgins is the X factor.
Well, I got a couple. I think Jalen Smith, that third corner is big. I think he's got a chance. I mean, we obviously know the likelihood of one of or both guys getting banged up throughout a 17-game, 18-week season. That third corner is going to be critical. But I think even bigger, D'Amico Ryans talks a lot about wrinkles and about being able to grow your defense. As I've said a million times, I think I love Jalen Petrie. I really do. But there's something about, in critical moments, having the ability to shift gears, pull Jalen Petrie off the field, slide Kamari Lassiter into nickel, and bring Jalen Smith in at corner. And now you've got 3 true cover defenders that can cause some major problems in man-to-man scenarios, with Kalen Bullock now roaming center field with that kind of sticky coverage underneath. That is an amazing card to be. I do think Jalen Smith being healthy and D'Amico Ryans talking about him and how he's coming along and maturing in this defense, I think that's the defender that I think changes the game. There's also a rookie, Kalen McDonald. Look, I think I don't know. I've not seen him in person. I'd like to see, what kind of body comp are we talking about? Are we talking about a kid that's going to physically be different year 2 versus year 1? Or are we talking about a guy that right now is physically a different animal? I don't know.
That's going to say D-tackles, rookie D-tackles, it generally takes them a minute.
Yeah, it generally takes them a minute. You're right. And if he is a guy that, boy, if he can get ramped up and get rolling inside, golly, man, and he don't even have to be great. If he can just get in there and be a guy that's worthy of being a quote-unquote starter on this defense with this rotation, you got something, man.
Yeah, they haven't had great,
yeah,
up there, and they have been this defense.
Well, if you really look at it, I mean, I know Tim Settle obviously is a big dude. I think if you look at Foley Fatukasi, I think was a big dude. But, you know, there's big dudes, and then there's big dudes by NFL standards. And again, I haven't been next to Caleb McDonald, but I would like to, when I do see him, if he's as big as I think he is, that guy would be a different animal inside if he could.
Tony Gwynn Jr. big as hell. Just big as hell. Yeah, no, it's not just big though to go along with it. He's big, but everybody talks about his strength.
Yeah,
like that is he just throws cats off of him, and that he's got like the weight room strength that plays on the field. You know that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Boy,
I can't wait to see that. If that is real and he's good enough right now, immediately, or even by mid-year, to show that on the field in game minutes. Wow, look out!
He ought to be able to take Andrews and just bench press him. Right?
Ooh, don't do that.
Bad MFer.
Leave Andrews alone.
Well, that's the thought that came. I mean,
you're right.
He's 240. All right, coming up, two things. Two things D'Amico had to say today, and it gets Clint every time. It gets him stuck every single time. We'll let you hear what that is and discuss coming up next.
All right, look, if you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, I need you to listen up one time, man. Hurricane season is upon us, and
Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. A lot happening on a Tuesday here live on The Drive. Your chance to win in the 5 o'clock hour. Stay ready for that. Get you some really nice watch party, a little soccer watch party for the Dynamo celebration. A little Mexico, South Africa.
Yeah, man. Stay ready for that.
Stay open and ready for that. Wide open and ready. Yeah, bust it wide open.
Bust it wide open.
Tell him bring it back.
Tell him to bring it back. All right, there's a couple things that Clint gets stuck on anytime this comes up from D'Amico Ryans, the head coach. And here is the first one, as he talks about what seems to be a kind of a major story, at least right now with this team. That is the relationship between his quarterback and his offensive coordinator. Stroud and what do they call him? Kales?
Oh, Kales.
Just a little too close.
Oh, Nicky Kales.
Too close. That's R. Kelly's nickname. A little too close.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. That's one of them. Kales. Anyway, here is D'Amico.
Ignition.
Yeah, here is D'Amico's. What is that? Here is D'Amico.
Dude, I don't know. I feel like
I forgot they're doing work.
I'm tripping though. This is different.
Looks
A
struggling.
little bit. All right, here is D'Amico talking about the relationship between those two.
With CJ and Nick, I've seen both guys there communicating much better, and it's year two of a system. When it's year two, right, you understand we're not going through the install for the first time, right? So there is some, recall from what we've done in the past that allows us to speed up what we're doing in year two. It's to be expected, but the way they're communicating, right, CJ has ideas and thoughts on different plays, the formations, things that he likes. Right, we try to do our best to implement those things as well. So it's just the coach-player relationship is definitely, I think, is headed in the right direction. They're growing much closer. They're communicating better, and that's what it takes. Right, for a good offensive coordinator, good quarterback, we have to work hand in hand, and those guys are doing that. It's been outstanding, and also Jerry's done a great job as well with the communication with CJ. What he's doing with Davis, Graham, all the guys. So I'm pleased with where we are right now with our quarterback position.
There you go. Jerry got in there too.
Jerry getting a little love.
Yeah. So that's something that's always going to stick out to you when you hear that.
I think there's just this time of year when they start talking about what they've been working on. I think it's important that we take note. I mean, we've heard from D'Amico twice now. We've heard about. In some form or fashion, the communication is obviously a big sticking point, which I believe should improve from year one to year two. It should improve when you've got a quarterback that's 3 years into the league. It's going to be his fourth year. It should be flawless. It should be a strength of yours when you've got that's asking for more command at the line of scrimmage and asking for more responsibility at the line of scrimmage. And so all of that is part of it. We keep hearing that. But the one piece in there that I think is important. And this is the second time I believe we've heard D'Amico talk about it. I know we've heard CJ mention it. The part that's important is we're doing things that CJ does well, right? I mean, this is the fact that this isn't like just an understanding of what every offense in Houston is doing from day one, is enough. But right now where this offense is, and where we feel like the expectations are for this quarterback and kind of the rock and a hard place this quarterback's in, it's refreshing to hear that they're doing things that C.J. Stroud likes to do, that C.J. Stroud does have some input into what they're doing offensively. And so now we'll see if that bears fruit. We'll see if that comes to fruition when the rubber meets the road in the season. But that's one thing that it's good to hear from the head coach, because clearly it's a big talking point throughout. We've heard the head coach say it. We've heard the quarterback say it, that obviously that's part of what's happening.
Yeah, well, like I said, I can't wait to hear from Nick Cayley on
Absolutely.
in regards to that when we talked about that, see if we get any even more depth on that. And then the other thing that gets you when D'Amico was talking about backside of the backfield in terms of being involved in the passing game. Here is D'Amico talking about that.
Backs, they've been doing a great job all camp. Like, we've been working more with our backs, with the routes, catching some passes out of the backfield, some option routes, some screen plays, and all the guys have handled that really well. Coach Barrett's done a great job working with those guys on that, just landmarks, hands, all of the fine details that go into that. But we have a good group of backs. All the guys have really good hands, can catch it well, secure the ball well. So that'll be a really good position for us this year.
Yeah, that lends it two things there, right? Is the creativity piece of this thing, and Woody Marks. Obviously, that's something that I think Woody Marks does exceptionally well and should be a weapon with this offense. And so to hear,
they said he was running all the route, though,
yeah,
the entire route tree.
Well, again, I always say, like just listen to what is getting repeated, and we've heard Woody Marks talk about running routes, and Kale's getting him more balls and running routes and teaching him to run routes and working these routes, and now the head coach gets up there and talks about the running back room, and he doesn't talk about running downhill, and boy, we're really getting good and disciplined in our pass protections, and we're getting really good and disciplined in our zone runs, and we're really timing things up with the offensive line, yada, yada. There's none of that. It was, hey, man, we're catching some balls out of the backfield. So is this an offense that's really, really planning on using – the running backs in exotic, creative ways in the pass game, or is this just all for show and off-season?
If it is the Patriots type of offense, which we've seen running backs in the passing game, we've talked James White to Kevin Falk in the early days. Danny Woodhead, they use those guys in the passing game a lot, and Woody Marks fits that.
No question.
He fits that, and maybe if you look at him at Mississippi State and at USC, he may fit it even better than some of those guys. That potentially may be one of the best things that he does is catch the ball out of the backfield. All right, want to pass along some Astros, some good Astros news, but Clinton Tyler, whenever there's good news for the Astros, there's bad news right around the corner. So there is bad news to go along with this good news, but we'll tell you all of it as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Well, you want to create a little good news for yourself. If you're looking to
detergent.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Good news. There it is. Might have a chance to hear that tonight as the Astros are on the diamond, and they will take on the Pirates. And it is official. Josh Hader is activated, and he will be in the bullpen. And if this thing gets tight, they got to go to the closer. Their $95 million man is down there ready to go.
So good.
Hey, one of the big guns. The big two we were looking at, Josh Hader, Hunter Brown, they have activated one of them, and that is Josh Hader. The other one is taking a bus to El Paso to pitch in El Paso. So they've got one of their two big guns that they wanted to get back. But as I said, guys, it ain't ever just having guys just coming off the IL. Always got to have somebody come off and then somebody go back on, just to even it out. And yeah, there you go. Thanks, Fred. The Astros, they're having to recall Zach Cole because they got to place Braden Shoemake on the IL with a right adductor muscle strain. Damn it, Braden. Zach Cole gets to come back. Zach Cole doesn't have to take that trip to El Paso, but. Braden and Shoemake, to be honest with you, like it's Clint had said a few times, there's something there with him. I think he's cooled off a bit, but he was somebody that could play short, play third, play second, and swung the bat. Got hot there when he first got here a bit, but he is going to the IL, and Zach is coming back. So yes, Josh Hader is back, but. Somewhere Braden Shoemake got in.
Well, I think the Stros lost a little bit of authentic swag right there. I think baseball players as a whole, I think a lot of it's manufactured. I think O'Shoe looked like he had a little authentic swag right there. So yeah, he may have cooled off a little bit, but the Astros lost a little bit in that category. Hopefully, it's they make up for it in other categories.
Yeah. They'll be fine. I do want to get to Mike Burrows here in a second. 713-572-4610. Do you think Mike Burrows is pitching for his rotation life right now? But I want to shout out my man, Real DJ Baseline on YouTube, Clint Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
My man looking out for us. My man said, Ron, FYI. Happy Go Lucky has some new drinks on the menu. Went over there this weekend. Got a new apple teeny.
Is this that frozen drink spot you found?
Frozen apple teeny? Come on, man. He said, thanks for the heads up on this place. Telling you. Damn, man.
Have you been back?
Yeah. But
you have been back.
I have. But listen.
John Dorian.
For work once. But.
Before work one time?
Before work.
You went over and said, hey, boy got a little frisky. Thought he'd slide on by and get him one. You didn't want to bring me and Tyler one?
Yeah, I did.
Damn, turtle dog.
Tyler wasn't here. That's why I didn't do it.
That's right. And I'm not drinking, so it's.
That's why I'm going to buy it. Oh, you ain't drinking it? Damn.
All right, now you got to drink it.
I'll take it. Frozen apple teeny, huh?
Sounds terrible. Not an apple guy.
I am an apple guy.
I've never had an apple teeny.
I wonder if they can run a little caramel in there for me.
Caramel? Probably.
Caramel with the apples?
Yeah? You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, I would imagine a place like that's got all the little fruity toppings.
Yeah. I want to see it. Apple teeny. Apple tea. I don't know why you had to say fruity toppings.
Well, I mean, like sweet fruity toppings.
Gummy worm?
Apple tea.
Yeah, well, that too. That,
Happy
yeah.
go lucky.
Probably
I want to see what it looks like.
I mean, imagine they got a little bit of everything there. All the little toppings.
I need to talk with somebody. Now, do you know, is this something that they're doing? Do they refresh it? Do they add things to?
They change their menu. They freshen their menu every few months.
Come on, man.
Bring in some new accoutrements.
You didn't realize when you went in the other day that it was new, that there was some new flavors?
Listen, I tunnel vision on the Miami Vice. That's
you went in for a reason. Yeah.
Well, yeah, most like you go to the mall, guys. You know what you're coming in there to get. I knew exactly what I was going. I was walking in there to get. Knew what was on my mind.
Yeah, you didn't even give anything else a chance.
Didn't even look. I didn't look at it.
That's fair. That's the way to do it. That's the right way to do it.
That's just me sometimes.
Go in there, browsing. Hell with that. Go in there on a mission.
I'm on a mission.
The showman.
I said, large? She said, did you want an extra shot? I said,
why not, man?
Why not? Hell, man. It's just 12.
It's just noon.
It's
a little lunch. A little nooner.
Yeah, right when they open. Yeah, not too bad.
Well, Ron changed the definition of nooner, didn't he?
God, how about that? Man, apple teeny. I want to see what that looks like. I might have to go over there. I didn't have to go to another basketball practice to pick some kid up.
You get time. One ain't gonna hurt you.
No, I'm fine. I don't know if I got to get there by 7.
Hell, you can probably DoorDash that thing. Tyler, see if he can DoorDash that thing, bro.
It is 14 minutes away.
I'm on it.
It's 14 minutes away.
Opposite direction, 28 minutes round trip out of the way. Can't do it. DoorDash it.
Yep, can't do it. Yep.
Make sure you add the caramel.
Boy, I'm telling you, that is. I'd like to, but I want them to run that caramel, and I want them to run it in with the.
That's when you mention this place, what's a hell of a business. I'll be honest with you, it's probably not conducive to DoorDashing.
When you get a chance to party.
By the time it gets to you, that old caramel will be floating in some apple teeny water.
That taco stand, they were ready to roll right with you next door. Yeah, they were. Burger joint too. Good for them.
The guy is drunk.
Real quick, Mike Burrows. Mike Burrows gets to start tonight, and we know that they have just reinstated Joshua Hader. That means, sorry,
you went full name on that.
Yeah, I did. That means we know if Hunter Brown is being forced to go to El Paso, he's probably going to be up soon, and we know he's pitching every 5 days. Is Mike Burrows, who is sitting with a 5.40, he is tied for the most home runs given up in the American League with 13. He seems to give up at least one every single day. 54 Ks, 21 walks, but he is there every single start, and he leads the team in innings. We've made fun of this and said that Mike Burrows has the old Burrows quality start, which means he's going to get the 6 innings portion of it. The 3 runs or less, you can forget about that most nights. But his last start, he did go 7 innings, 2 runs. But, Clint, he's got 63 1/3 innings. That is 16 more innings than anybody else on the team. So that is a big deal, and we talked about that last week with him, that he does eat up innings. He finds a way to eat up innings. But we know Hunter Brown is good, right? Hunter Brown's going to be in any rotation, correct? Spencer Arrighetti's going to be in any rotation right now. Hell, he's going to be in the Cy Young conversation. Do we agree, Clinton Tyler, that Imai, because he is the most expensive pitcher that they have on this team, that Imai, who has now had 3 straight starts, back-to-back starts where he's had quality starts, he is somebody that's going to get every opportunity to stay in this rotation, correct?
Absolutely.
I would think those 3 definitely are ahead of Burrows. What about Tang? Is Tang in front of Mike Burrows?
Well, let me save you some time. I don't think Tang and Lambert have a chance.
You don't think Tang and Lambert have a chance? They've just only been pitching better than them. You don't.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. But I do think when I watch.
What about Christian Javier too? Christian Javier double. He makes good money too. Double A now in Corpus. He could be on the road back to returning.
Yeah, I don't think it's happened. You're talking about the guy that they had slotted in a number 2 starter to start the season. You're talking about a guy that the manager's consistently told us, I believe it's him, that he's got some good stuff. He's got some good stuff. They're getting some good swings on. He got some really good stuff. And so, yeah, I think he's got real staying power. I mean, I agree with your point about Tang, Lambert. I think those 2 guys have earned at least a shot, but I think you can kiss Tang and Lambert goodbye if it comes down between him and them.
You think Burrows stays in? He's one of the 5.
Absolutely. It's a kick in the glass. For them decision makers to bite the bullet and and pick one of them other up and comers over him, no chance.
I just my only issue here, and I see Tyler is he's giving looks like he don't know how he feels about that either. Is like you can't F around right now. I give you one F around, and Imai maybe is your only F around because the amount of money he makes. But like they got to win games, like they got to win ball games. And Tang and Lambert have pitched, from a consistent basis, with the exception of the innings thing. And I think that is a big deal. I'm not going to say that's not a big deal, especially for how this bullpen has been taxed. But, oh man, Peter Lambert. I think 6 of his last 7 starts have been.
He's impressive. I just don't think there's any way unless the wheels just come off of Burrows again and just come completely off. Like
if he has.
Yeah, I just don't see it, man. I don't. This is a crew that, boy, when they make a decision like that, I mean, they're going to go down with that ship. I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to pick Peter Lambert or Tang over him.
Yeah, Pete Lambert.
Now, with the numbers, with
ERA under 4.
With the numbers where they are right now, they're not going to have to. I mean, that's just you've got. Hell, you can go to a 6-man rotation, even though I wouldn't suggest it with this.
I'd like to get Hunter Brown out there as many times as I can.
Yeah, I agree. You've already. I guess we've depleted the purpose of going a 6-man rotation.
Yeah, I'd like to get Hunter out.
So I guess you're right. Tang or Lambert or Burrows will have to. Yeah, will have to move. One of those 3 will have to be gone.
I would think. And these jackasses in Seattle are not slowing down. They've won 7 in a row. Won again yesterday. 5 games ahead of the Astros.
I think we got to hunt that wild card. I think that division's going. I think that the odds of that division writing itself to some degree is going to happen. I don't know if that wild card.
That division was an eyesight last week. I still know.
2.5 games, wasn't it? Right there, right, reach out and touch it.
Someone texted in our guy Jordan Alexander said Burrows is just ass and added a couple of S's for no apparent reason.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any. I don't disagree with any of the points being made. I don't think he's
the innings.
I do disagree. I don't think he's ass. I think there's something there. I think he's got some stuff. I think there's something there. There's a ability to get some length out of whatever.
That's a big deal. 16 more innings than anybody else on the staff.
Yeah. So I don't think he's ass, but I understand where people could be out on him if it comes down to Peter Lambert or Tang. I just don't think it's going to happen. You got some egos involved here, and these guys had him slated as a number 2 starter in this rotation to open the season. They've already got to eat crow on whatever the hell they were thinking about doing with Spencer Arrighetti. Yeah. MI has been better, but it's still not go out and outbid everybody to bring him in here kind of good. I don't see him.
All right, coming up as we continue right here live on the drive, will this make some of you believers in the leadership of C.J. Stroud? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, look, all my athletic
22. From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on a Tuesday, hanging out here on The Drive. We appreciate you jumping in with us, 713-572-4610. That's how you get a hold of us on the text line. YouTube and Twitch is in full effect. You can be a part of the conversation there. Make sure you're listening in the 5 o'clock hour for your shot at winning 2 passes to the Dynamo Soccer Celebration viewing party on June 11th. It will be action between Mexico and South Africa. You can win those in the 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned and get ready for that call to action for you to be able to win those passes. So that's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. All right. I wonder if this will I don't know if this is going to be football horny, Tyler. For Clint.
Maybe a chub.
I don't know, but I wonder, hearing it from somebody else, hearing somebody else describe what CJ's doing, because obviously Clint's not alone in this. I think there are a lot of people who question if he's the right type of leader for this team and this offense in particular. But his teammate, the guy who's been able to get money, Will Anderson Jr., he speaks about what he is seeing from the improvement of CJ and his leadership and others on the offense. Here's Will Anderson.
I think you talk about CJ. CJ has really taken that step, man, of watching the clock, getting the guys lined up, moving with urgency, but he's been the commander back there. He's taking that step as a leader back there to get everybody lined up, to, take the initiative, like, hey, man, like, let's go. And everybody's rallying behind him. And then you got guys like Wyatt Teller, who I love, man. He's been that energy booster on the O-line, getting guys moving around, picking guys up. So I'm excited about that group. I can just see the growth in them already, man. The offense is moving at a much faster pace. I think Kaylee has been doing a good job. They got Foster with the tight ends. Dalton Schultz, as you know, man, those guys are rolling. It's competitive, and I laughed the other day. I said, man, it's going to be a fun training camp because you can see, like, the anticipation of everybody getting out there and, like, man, it's going to be one of those where it's going to be a battle every single day. Like, the physicality on the edges have up big time with Foster coming in as a tight end, like I said. So, like, all of those things that they've been working on, they've been doing a really good job at that.
You've been wondering if they got guys on that side of the ball. That's real. He did call CJ the commander.
I don't like what Will's doing here.
He did call him the commander. He is CJ's the commander.
He's trying to one-up the General Mills nickname.
It's not hard.
And he's given Stroud this label as commander now. And that's, we know Mills is the backup. We don't need that disrespect. And Will's better than this.
I like it. CJ the commander. Man, we've got it all. We've got the captain, Joe Espada, CJ, General Mills. I mean, it's all.
Will's just trying to one up the general, and it's impolite.
Does that make you? Does it make you? Those of you who feel like Clint, does it make you feel a little bit? Are you believing? Does this make you believe? Hearing from Will, his teammate, and Will wouldn't lie, talking about CJ there, Wyatt Teller kind of being that guy. He pointed him out. Foster Moreau. We've heard. Boy, they love them some Foster Moreau. Boy, I tell you that they also. Are you feeling CJ the leader and maybe the offense starting to have guys over there that you said this offense really needs?
Let me be clear. There is absolutely nothing D'Amico Ryans
nothing.
Or Will Anderson or Tank Dell or Nico Collins or Dalton Schultz
Hannah McNair
or Hannah Urcal. There's absolutely nothing that they can literally shape their mouth to say that's going to change anything about C.J. Stroud's leadership qualities or the lack thereof.
He said that's what you were looking for. Get out. Get out. Get out of the huddle.
Everything he said, get out of the huddle, operate with a sense of urgency, communicate, get guys lined up, and I mean, hell, I expect what's the kid? I expect Graham Mertz to be able to do that. Hell, I expect every one of them to be able to do that. Why? I mean, why are you just now seeing that? I mean, that's not no. That's just what I'm saying. I'm not going to put stock in either side, good, bad, or indifferent. There's nothing that group can say. The only thing that is gonna move the needle for me is CJ. Whether I'm watching him on the field and how he's responding, how he's communicating, how he's directing traffic, how he's barking, and in pressers, how he conducts his business. That's it. Ain't nothing else. I'm through listening. I mean, I don't know what anybody. I love the conversation about CJ Stroud. Hey, I don't know. I'm just going to tell you, man. This team ride or die with CJ. Well, yeah, they are. He was drafted number 2 overall. He was rookie of the year. And what do you think the locker room's going to do? Come in there and tell you, oh, he ain't worth a damn. Get him up out of here. He ain't no leader. What do you think they're going to say? That's the silliest. That's the silliest thing I've heard the last 2 years is about how, oh boy, this team, this locker room's behind him. No, I mean, obviously they're behind. Guess what? If he got hurt tomorrow, they'd be behind Davis Mills too. And I mean, it's just give me a break. Yeah, no, there's nothing anybody else can do. This is a CJ show. Period. Point blank. And I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to hear it. I mean, I'm literally chomping at the bit for the next time he meets the media.
So that's you want to see it in action with your own eyes and how he speaks to the media, because he seems like his approach has been different. The one time we've heard from him with the media, and now we're hearing like from Will, his teammates, that he is with veteran guys up front. Right, this isn't a young crew. I mean, Wyatt Teller and those guys are veterans up front.
Vets. Yeah, look, I think
he is trying to take that initiative.
I think we got two things going for us here, Texans Nation. We got two things going for us. It's one, there's a different CJ. If there is a different CJ Stroud in there, which I think we may have seen a glimpse of in the first media session this year, but if there is a different CJ in there, a more rigid CJ, a hardened CJ, damn it, you're gonna see him now. Everything he's been through, like it's time. There's no. I mean, every day is extremely valuable. Number one. Number two is, they brought in some dudes that have been parts of what the NFL has called the more physical offensive lines in the league. Not by my evaluation or by D'Amico's evaluation. I mean, some of them lines that Wyatt Teller was a part of in Cleveland, some of them offensive lines that Braden
Smith has been a part
Braden
of.
Smith was a part of in Indy, man. Those were some of the more physical offensive lines in the game. And so if there's a different CJ in there, we're going to get it, right? If there is. If either one of those guys are the alpha, the kind of leader that we're talking about, maybe they emerge. There's a couple of situations here that could be big for Houston on the offensive side of the football.
Yeah. We'll see.
But no, Will ain't it.
Will ain't it.
I love Will. I love Will. I mean, hell, now he's making $50 million a year. You couldn't even pay him enough to say something bad about CJ. I was going to say you had to pay him $1 million. Hell, you couldn't even do that.
Well, he said his observation is CJ's really taking control of this thing.
That's line.
Getting them going off, not accepting anything less. Damn it, he's taking control of it. All right, Will Anderson also spoke about this, which I find interesting because I saw this article on ESPN. They did their 10 bold predictions for the NFL season. The Texans fell into one of those predictions. But here is Will Anderson Jr. speaking about the expectations, Super Bowl expectations that this team has.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. I think like the additions that they went and got, in the offseason have been great. I think what we want as a team is right in front of us. I told the guys today when we broke it down, I said, man, it's a confidence thing. I said, look, everybody in the circle will believe that this is a Super Bowl team, and everybody raised their hand. And I said, well, the front office, the coaches, they made the decision to bring you here because they thought that you could help us win that Super Bowl. So you're a Super Bowl caliber player. And so for me, like I look at this team, man, and we got Super Bowl caliber players all over the field. And it's just about taking that next step. And I thought since the 4 years I've been here, this is like, it's just as being on a team that's so fast, getting together. This has been the best OTAs that we've had, offensively and defensively, man. Everybody's locked in. I love the rookie class that we got, man. They're adapting really well, getting into the building early, taking care of their bodies, staying extra, doing meetings, staying extra on the field. But that's the culture that's been built here. Everybody's buying in. So like I said, like this OTAs has been like the best OTAs I've seen, with everybody buying in, offensively, defensively, offense doing their thing pre-snap or whatever it may look like, defense getting lined up, coverage stuff, D-line stuff. So like it's just been a great sight to see, and I'm excited for the future of this team.
All right, that was Will Anderson talking about Super Bowl expectations, and hell yeah, they got them. By the way, the bold predictions ESPN had said the Texans will earn the number 1 seed in the AFC and go for their first Super Bowl. You know about their defense, which is one of the 2 or 3 best in the NFL. The offense made improvements on the offensive line in addition to also bringing in running back David Montgomery, and the return of receiver Tank Dell should move them up above the league average. So
the arrow's pointed up.
That was a bold prediction. I think it is bold. I don't know that the number 1 seed thing is as bold. I could realistically see the Texans with their schedule. And they have some spots in that schedule. We know the back end where they go to a lot of cold weather spots. But you look at it like that is a team that has a chance if they're able to be offensively what they really want to be. They have a chance, Clint, to where I don't know that them being the number 1 seed is that bold of a move in the division they're in.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think you got to win 13 or 14 games to be a number 1 seed in this league. I mean, hell, your division, Jacksonville, won 13 last year.
Yeah, there was their sheet.
So, that's a little rich for me. That's a little rich for me. I think that first month, 5 weeks out of the gate is going to be tough. I think that finish that you mentioned is going to be tough. I think we've got and I don't want to say this in any way, shape, or form minimize.
Yeah, just say it.
Well, but the thing is, like, I don't want to minimize the run that they made last. Not all forget they had to win 9 or 10 straight games to get to 12 last year. Like that was. And you can look at it, and you didn't get several of the better teams you played. You didn't get their best. You didn't get their healthy football team. It took a lot of you staying healthy on the defensive side of the ball, catching some opponents when they were down several guys, and making just a ridiculous run that's hard to do for any team in the league to win that many games consecutive to get to 12 last year. Let's not just sit around here and act like, yeah, man, we last year getting to 12 was an easy trip. That was rough. Having to win, was it 10 or 9 or 10? It was 10, wasn't it?
9 or 10.
I think 10 was the first playoff game, right? But you had to win 9 in a row to get. I mean, that's a lot, man. So
yeah, but this team
I think
not.
The one is I think the one is a stretch.
I think that now the Super Bowl is the one that's hard. I mean, the Super Bowl you got to be most likely got to be the best team to come out of the AFC. Mm-hmm. That. I don't know that you have to be the best team in the AFC to get the 1 seed. Like I don't like. Yeah, I don't know that is like. I mean, if we're honest, last year I wonder. When the playoffs started, how many people thought Denver and New England were the 2 best teams? And they were the 1 and 2 seeds.
Yep. I think last year was an anomaly. For me personally.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, but I just wonder how many. Like, hell, last year, did you think Seattle was better than the Rams?
Who? No.
Going into the playoffs, did you think Seattle was better than the Rams?
I would have took the Rams.
Yeah, the Rams, they end up being the 5 seed. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, so, and I don't think people thought the Bears were the 2 seed. I don't think people thought they were. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're now it gives you the best chance. That 1 seed gives you a bye and it automatically puts you in the divisional round, which is. Man. But I think the 3rd place schedule where some of the things comparative to other teams and their division, like I think Tennessee may be a team that is getting better, but I don't know that they're ready to. I think their division is still doable compared to others. Like I think the West and the North is still going to be very, very tough. And then New England and Buffalo are 2 really good teams out east. So I think that part is doable. Again, like I said, I don't know that you have to be the best team. My man said, Chance Fly said, they could get the 1 seed, but still doesn't mean they're going to get out of the divisional round. But it does. And it increases their odds. And again, I'm not guaranteeing that they will get the 1 seed. But I think that is not as bold to me as Super Bowl rolling through. Show using haters' full government name.
Joshua, man.
It's Joshua, man. I did, man. Yes, it's Joshua Hader. Yeah, big Josh Hader. Joshua. What if he is just Josh? I mean, there's nobody out there that's just Josh, right? You've got to be Joshua.
Sure, they're
really
rare. Yeah, I think
rare.
Joshua's the.
I think it's got to be Joshua. There are some. I know some people whose name is just Dan.
Really, 3 letters.
Just Dan. I definitely know some just Toms because they don't want it to be the TH. It's just Tom. I know some Toms.
Thomas.
Thomas. I know some Toms, but yeah. All right, let's do a little real or fake. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. I say a statement. You tell me if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
Hurricane Preparedness Day is Saturday, June the 6th, y'all. That's this Saturday from 10 to 2. Generator Super.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as we're live on The Drive. Week 2 of Texans OTAs. We've heard from a lot of folks. D'Amico, Will Anderson Jr.'s, Jaden Higgins, many others. We've heard from a lot of, and we'll pass along some things folks have said as we have throughout the show. So stay tuned with us as we keep rolling through. It is a Tuesday, right? And we do this each and every Tuesday, a little real or fake. You can step in here on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch as well. We'll let you, I'll say a statement. You let me know if that statement is real or fake. Let's have at it. Tyler Milner, we'll start with your ass.
I'm always ready.
It's quite the ass. The Texans, they are a move away from being a true Super Bowl contender. Real or fake?
As much as it pains me, I got to say fake.
Oh.
I want that to be true, but I've said it a million times, just with my fandom and watching this organization since 2002 and failing to see them reach even to play in an AFC title game yet, it's hard for me to jump to that arena, so I'm going to say fake here.
All right. Wow. Tyler says fake. Clint, real or fake? The Houston Texans are one move away from being a true Super Bowl contender. Real or fake?
Yeah, I think it's real. I think a lot of folks right now would argue that they're Super Bowl contenders as they are with the additions that they've already made. If you add one move, I'm going to assume it's going to be a significant enough move to move the Super Bowl needle. So I would say real. The Texans are one move away from being a true Super Bowl contender. If that move were just enough to shake national media up, national NFL media up enough to be like, whoa, look out, what are the Texans doing here? Not even like, boy, this is breaking news. All it would be, obviously, but not that this is like blockbuster trades like we saw with A.J. Brown. Yeah, if that noise right there was associated with it.
Man, I thought you had something.
I did too at first.
That's a fake one, man.
Hell of timing right there. But yeah, no, I think they're one significant move away from absolutely being a Super Bowl contender on everybody's radar. I think a percentage of folks right now would couch them as a Super Bowl contender, given how good their defense is.
Side note: Josh Hader's middle name is Ronald, so that's a fun one.
Joshua Ronald Hader. Boy, they tried to mess up that last name, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
I will also throw into this discussion that all the talking heads around the national media were convinced that the Texans were a very true AFC Super Bowl contender last season.
They were. I think they thought Joe Mixon was going to be alive, but I think they were football alive. He's still.
Well, I think most to your point. I think. You know, it is hard, it is hard for a first-time play caller, first year in a system, cold turkey, just installing an entire new offense for that thing to hit on good enough, hit on cylinders well enough to win at that level. Even though Clint Kubiak went in there and did it, he wasn't a first-time play caller, but.
Damn it.
He did go in there and make some noise in Seattle.
Yeah, text line coming in, guys. Yeah, I'm not clearly I'm not talking about quarterbacks. All right, we're not. If they added Josh Allen, yeah, no, I'm not talking about that. Okay, not that. Similar. The thought was off the Rams. I think it is. I think it's real. I disagree with Tyler. I think it's real.
Fine.
If this team added a top 20 weapon, like a top 20 weapon to go along with Nico and David Montgomery, I really don't care what position it plays. If it's a receiver, if they added a top 20 skilled player to their team, I think this is a flat. I think that's what they're missing. I think they're missing another dominant presence on their offense that makes people have to think. If they did what New England did yesterday, if they added A.J. Brown, if they like that level, a top 20 level player. We talked about McBride earlier, the tight end from the Cardinals. If they added somebody that would completely change the way that this team looks or feels. And so I definitely think it is real. All right, real or fake, Clint? You can see Ariante Ursary as a future Pro Bowler, the left tackle for the Texans. Real or fake?
Oh, that's real as they come. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about a guy that replaced Laramie Tunsil last year in Houston, and nobody ever talked about him replacing Laramie Tunsil last year in Houston. Beyond when he was drafted, right? We're talking about a guy that came in and immediately ousted a tackle that was a top 10 pick, I believe, and that was paid, what was it, $12 million a year to come in here and be that tackle. So, and then he goes on to play well. Not only does he replace and not only does he oust one veteran tackle, but he goes out and plays well. I think there is a physicality to his game that I think is going to what they want to do offensively here. So I think I think there's a real chance that he's got several future Pro Bowls in his bag.
Yeah, I would say real. But based off what we saw his first year, now understanding it can be a hard thing to break through. It may be a while for people start to notice you, and the Texans have to play well and win. But judging off of year one, you could see him getting better and better as the season moved on, and I could see Ursary being a potential Pro Bowler one year. Again, as we said, we know it's a popularity contest at times. I'm pretty certain there was that year that I think it was last year. Wasn't it last year that Danielle Hunter had 15 sacks and did not make the Pro Bowl initially?
Yeah, it's past season.
Sounds.
So I mean, it can get a little dicey here. This isn't a quarterback situation. So, but I think he has absolutely played to that level. And I think he gives himself a chance there. All right, Tyler, real or fake? The Knicks win the uniform battle versus the Spurs in the NBA Finals. Real or fake? They
Smart
win.
Coming to me first. I do know style best on this show. I'm gonna go. You know what? Their overall schemes and their regular uniforms. I'm gonna say real. The Knicks do win this battle against the Spurs. But if you start involving them 90s logos for the Spurs, that is better than any of them.
That's a trick question.
Yeah,
when they had the colors. When they had the colors.
Yeah. That color scheme is undefeated, but other than that, the Knicks got it.
I think it is. I like the Knicks. Especially when they don't get some teams get a little too creative. They got a couple of them where it's a little too much. But the Knicks, when they have their straight original jerseys that they wear, I like the Knicks a little bit better than that. It's just Raiders knockoff that the Spurs are doing. When they do add the multitude of colors, that changes things. Fair. But I would go. I'm with the Knicks. Real or fake, Clint? The Knicks win the uniform battle.
No, it's fake as hell. It's fake as hell. I mean, if we're being completely honest, they both leave a lot to be desired.
Really? I like.
You just talking about the blue and orange New York written across the chest?
I like what I told you. I'm a sucker for classic. I like Alabama. I like
that's
Penn
not
State's
even. That's not even a good classic.
It is. Absolutely, it is.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I think the Spurs using the actual spur as the U in Spurs on their chest takes the cake for me.
That is a cool aspect of their logo.
I think, and then you tie that into Texas, you tie it into San Antonio. To Tyler's point, you start mixing them 90s. You start mixing them 90s colors or whatever color, those colorful Spurs unis. Then it's a no-brainer. So no, I think it's fake.
Their regular ones are just so boring. They're black and white.
Yeah,
I feel like you're watching a 1950 game or something every time you turn them on.
And I like black and white a lot more than I like blue and orange.
There's a class. There's the classic. I like the classic look of them.
I like San Antonio a lot more than I like New York.
Okay, well, this wasn't about
the Florida game.
I'm just giving you reasons. I mean, I like colors. I like cities. I like the part of the country. I like the weather. I like, there's just a lot to like about it. I like the fact that they drop a spur in there for the U. I think it's creative.
Stay with that, then. You can start moving off into the weather. Yeah,
you like them big women down in San Antonio?
I mean,
them women are coming out now.
Look,
the women? They've come out. They've come out.
Ron said, "Hang on now."
No, hold on. No, I'm just saying. Have you seen these? They bringing out San Antonio's finest to come in, Charles.
Yeah, no doubt.
to come, they had them. They had a crew of them lined up. Like, shut up, Charles.
They were saying that.
Yeah, they weren't.
They weren't them chicharros.
They weren't the women that Charles was describing. That was some of San Antonio's
Charles was just describing. I spent a lot of time in the Hill Country, Chief, and Charles was just describing them ones that he attracts, which there ain't nothing wrong with. There ain't nothing wrong with none of them.
Oh, more to love.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, real quick, real or fake, Clint. Russell Wilson will get into the into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Real or fake?
Phew, man. I mean, he won a Super Bowl. He's a 10-time Pro Bowler.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know how he doesn't.
Especially if they're going to let Eli. If they're going to.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how he doesn't. I mean, I think is he first ballot? Probably not.
You real or fake? You think he gets in?
I think he gets in. The first ballot thing, I have no idea. The Belichick debacle. So.
Well, he's not. Well, I don't think he was going to be first. But I mean, what he's done since the Denver, Pittsburgh Giants. I can't remember. I've lost track of all he ran into.
Right.
I think you nailed it.
What he's done in that time. By the way, also, if you go look a little closer, those years in Denver weren't as bad from a numbers perspective as some people think in their minds.
Go Big Blue.
Except for the year that he had Nathaniel. But the year after Sean Payton tried to just take his manhood weekly on the field in front of everybody, he had like 25 touchdowns and like 6 interceptions or something in that season. That they were. Listen, I think the TV thing potentially will help him. I think if he is somebody that is likable on television, I think that's going to help him.
What's up, guys? Russell
which shouldn't, but it will, kind of like your weather thing. And I just think some people forget, like, he carried those Seattle teams, not the ones that went to the Super Bowl, but you remember, like, he was 10-6, 11-5, like they were making the playoffs every year. And this is after they were a defensive team. This is after Sherman left. This is after, a lot of those guys bounced. And he was carrying teams that did not, like bad offensive lines that weren't great. But people are like, that memory has just been shot because he's corny. So
that he is.
Unlimited diarrhea.
He is. He's really just when he gets that gold.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait.
All right, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I really want to get people's thoughts on this conversation coming up. Do you think Wemby, as a non-American, can be the face of the NBA and the NBA be at its best, like we've seen in the 80s, in the 90s, in the 2000s? Do you think this league and this country is ready to have a Frenchman be the face of a sport and it be, don't make that face, Tyler, be alive and as big as it's ever been? We'll discuss that next.
That's not terrible. C.J. Stroud addressed his contract situation. 2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If you've seen Shawn Michaels of late, Texas kid or man
from San Antonio, right?
I think so.
Shawn is?
I think Shawn. I know it's not. I know it ain't Shawn Michaels. It's Shawn. He's got an odd. He's got a different last name.
Wonder where his bodyguard's from.
Diesel. I don't know where he's from. University of Tennessee though.
Did he really?
Diesel. Kevin Nash.
Go Vols.
No, I'm talking about his real bodyguard.
His real one? No, I don't know. Yeah, Michael Hickenbottom. That's his name. Michael Shawn Hickenbottom.
Sounds like a Harry Potter character.
Yeah. No, I mean, you talk about somebody, grew up in San Antonio, right?
He's just a sexy boy.
Listen, I know we age and stuff, but man, Sean just completely looks different than his character.
He's not your boy.
And some guys try to hang on to their look. I mean, Hogan stayed Hogan all the way to the end. His look.
Yeah.
Stayed with the blonde. I mean, he took it.
Bandana.
Sean said to hell with it.
He couldn't find
Now his hair was a big part of the sexy boy part of it.
Raw.
And I don't know, as Clint says, he could have gotten aggressive with that, but he just that is not.
No.
When I see his face, that music hitting is not what I think.
Yeah, I don't think HBK anymore.
I mean, it's not even just the hair. Even Hunter, even Triple H, although his hair is cut, still looks like Triple H.
It's the beard. It's the lack of hair.
Vince, I feel like Vince be like, man, we got to go a different direction here on this character thought. Let's look at the difference.
Look like
he's gonna have to get with advanced hair and get that hair growing.
I tell you, man, he's got Undertaker still looks like the Undertaker. I mean, yeah, another one. More Texas.
You see him right there?
Stone Cold still like Victoria. Still looks like Stone. Yes, come on, man.
Still stunning Steve Austin.
That's that Heartbreak Kid looks like Ed Harris now. Look, Ed Harris. If you ever seen Radio, the coach from Radio or Apollo 13, he looks like Shawn Michaels turning to Ed Harris. The Heartbreak
that
Kid.
Ain't HBK no more.
That is, yeah. I mean, that's not even the same person anymore, man.
No. In all seriousness, though, good for him for kicking some rough addictive habits he had.
Oh yeah, He found the Lord.
Yeah.
Did
he have some demons?
Did he have some demons?
Yeah, pretty bad.
He was pretty hated in the locker room.
I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
Substance abuse issues. Always love to see someone conquer that kind of stuff. That probably contributed to how he looks now.
That time they didn't know if he was gonna play ball and go ahead and hand that title over to Stone Cold.
Yeah.
And Undertaker was apparently standing at Gorilla at the curtain on the other side of the curtain.
Yeah.
Waiting for Sean just in case he didn't want to play ball.
He's a lot bigger.
He said,
than
what was he gonna do? I was planning on breaking his legs. Okay, Mark.
He is a little fella.
Another Texas guy.
Yeah. Houston, straight up. Yeah. Other basketball players will. All right, speaking of Texas, and I see some people chiming in on this already. If you look at the four big errors that where the NBA really jumped in, and we started to see that they made a decision that this is going to be a league about stars, right? The NFL, Major League Baseball is even different from that, more teamed. It's more the Yankees. It's more the Dodgers. Obviously, the NFL, it's more the team. The NBA was, when it got to becoming what it has been, it's become about stars and the players. In the 80s, Magic and Larry Bird kind of pushed this thing off, and they handed it to Jordan. And then Jordan and them handed it to Shaq and Kobe and became their league, and then LeBron came in and took over in that. And it looks like this is now being handed from like LeBron and Steph and KD to Wemby. Wemby looks like he is taking this. But this is the first time where a non-American is going to be the primary face of the league. And I wonder if the league can thrive at the levels it did in the 80s, 90s, and the Shaq and Kobe years, the LeBron years, where it was very, very popular and people were into it, whether you loved it or hated it. They were into it. Do you feel like the NBA and, more importantly, American viewers are ready to be good with and get behind it the way they were then with those other errors, with the face of a guy being a Frenchman?
I don't know. I think it's less with being, I know you're less of being a Frenchman and more about just not being able to communicate, clearly on a daily basis and connect to that level with just random NBA fans. I think the answer is yes.
You think it is?
Yeah, because I totally, I totally understand the dynamic of the non-American trying to be the face of an American league, and like how, as a casual fan, I obviously, I need the guy to want it, right? I don't know that Big Boy in Denver wanted it. You know what I mean? If he wanted it, I think people would have liked it.
You think so?
I think there was a chance. But anyway, where I'm going, I think there's a chance with this one because there is a blue collar mentality. There's a grit. There's a grind. There's a winner's mentality. Like there's a lot to like about and love about Wemby. There's very little that when you watch Wemby, you go, whether he's just talking or he's celebrating or he's playing. I don't know if I've ever watched anything Wemby's ever done and been like, yeah, it's a little much. He's tone it down a little bit. Or have I ever watched and been like, boy, this dude don't like the attention.
Well, the other part
this attention ain't for him.
The other part is he does feel almost Americanized, if that makes what I'm trying to say, Americanized or whatever.
Yeah.
Like his the way he goes about things is a bit different. See, like for me, like I don't think Luka was at maybe some point
Luka's
close to being the great player, and he's still young. But I don't think the league would be like, all right, Luka's going to be the star, and Luka's going to be the Jordan. Luka's going to be the Magic. I don't think that. Like, damn sure, I don't think Olajuwon could have just carried the league and him been the face of the league without a Jordan there, and that would have and the league would have, like, you can be, he's the best player or whatever, but would people still advertise it? Would it still be that popular? I want to say people are. We'll see.
From an advertiser's perspective, that game has changed. It's done a 180 from, like you brought up Olajuwon. Like from those days to today, I think the advertisers would almost prefer you be a guy that you could that is more worldly known, internationally known, versus the local guy. But I think I think the overall question, Ron, like I think it's a great one because there's something like I turn my father-in-law on who I don't know has watched a basketball game, much less an NBA game in 10 years. He's not a basketball guy at all. I'm not really a sports guy at all. I turned him on to Wemby the other night, and he said, "I'm watching every damn game in the championship." I love this guy. I mean, there's a fascination with how the alien thought, just how different he looks.
That's the part. He's just something you've never seen before and do the things that he does. Text line coming in, Ron. I'll answer that Wemby question and they would absolutely say, hell no. Wemby is an itch. Another person, are y'all serious? Wemby speaks English, shops at HEB. Nobody sees him as a foreigner anymore. I don't know that that's the case.
The minute Wemby opens his mouth, he's a foreigner.
And he played in the gold medal game for France against the U.S.
I don't give a damn where he's from, but it just in a sense of
Jupiter.
Like, the minute he opens his mouth, now he speaks English, but the minute he opens his mouth, you can tell he's. But again, even when he does, it's a likable. I think it's just going to appeal to the masses. It's a softer.
It's a different time too. Like I don't know. He could have been the face alone in 2000.
The game. I think the game has changed,
and people view it different.
I'm gonna tell you, man. He is a super, super likable dude. The way he goes about his business,
and very unique. Very unique. It just in what you're watching. There's like I ain't never seen nobody do that.
I mean, he didn't spend 2 seconds talking about himself when he had that Western Conference Championship MVP. He turned around and talked about his team. I mean, he went around to every teammate when he was done and hugged their neck. He didn't, and not that there's anything wrong with the other stuff, but it was he literally went to every teammate, trainer, coach, and hugged their neck. There was no dropping to his knees and pointing to himself and look at me type stuff. And it was literally about his squad. I mean, I just think that's going to, when it comes to all appeal to the masses, I think that's easy to like, man.
Yeah, and he feels different than Rudy Gobert. That's another Frenchman.
Yeah.
And when you
Rudy may have made a mistake when he touched all them mics during COVID.
Yeah, that got away from him. It's not been like since.
They lost a few fans.
You didn't really see a lot of Frenchmen measure people up with elbows the way that he did. So if they could, well, I tell you, if Adam Silver could get Cooper Flagg to really slide up there and be right there alongside with him, well, you got it perfect.
Yeah, you better win something.
He's an alien like Wemby. He might be able to make it happen.
Yeah. Got a stash like
you're talking about the commissioner, ain't
yeah.
you? The human penis.
Yeah, it's all fun and games till disclosure day.
I started talking. I thought you were talking about the kid playing in Dallas. I'm like, well, hell, he's about as common as they look. I mean, you might see him in the mall. Oh, you're talking about the commissioner with that old bean head.
Yeah, well,
what you got coming up?
How about them Texas women? D'Amico Ryan spoke after OTA today, and there's two guys, y'all. There's one on each side of the football that he spoke on. If either of these guys have a breakout season, look out. Houston Texans are going to make a run. I'll tell you who that is. We'll hear from the head coach, and we'll talk about them Texas women. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
You guys good?
Early returns out of Texans OTAs are very positive from Coach D'Amico.
Ready? Both sides, man.
NHL.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
How about them Texas women, y'all? How about them Texas women? They're beautiful, ain't they? They're beautiful, ain't they?
Always. Lone Star State only produces good looking.
You damn right. Well, I don't know about only, but I mean, just in general, good women. All shapes, sizes, beauty. I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. How about them Texas women, right? Today's Dirty's Daily is powered by Texas women.
Do it, lady.
I don't know if y'all been watching, if y'all watched what took place yesterday evening, really the last couple of days. But we got all Texas Natty National Championship in the College Softball World Series. Texas last night to get in, and University of Texas double-dipped Tennessee last night to get in. We got a Red Raider, Longhorn ladies playing for it all in the national title game. Well done to I know, Tyler. I mean, it's just
I'm just messing.
I would have liked for the Aggies to be involved. I mean, but the Red Raiders are out there. Boy, they're showing everybody if you've got money, you can. If you build it, they will come. There is no doubt about it. They've got a 1-2 punch on the bump that is absolutely nasty and came through big in the last couple of games. And the Longhorns, I believe I read where this is the third straight trip for them to the College World Series. I think I did
hear that stat.
Finals.
Yeah.
I did not realize that, but they got some. They got some monsters over there too, man. The Red Raiders and the Longhorns. It is an all-Texas national championship. Big shout out to all our Texas women out there. Red Raiders, wreck them. Longhorns, hook them. Y'all go do your thing. I need the Longhorns to win simply because I married a Longhorn. But other than that, I don't have much skin in the game. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy. I'll be honest with you boys. I found myself the last, call it a week, I found myself really plugged into
you've been really into
softball.
It, huh?
I mean, it's on my TV. I search through and find it on my TV. I told you last time, the fast pace keeps me in it. You know what I mean? Just they don't waste no time, and the way they've stacked NIL has allowed them to stack teams, and I mean there's two girls for UCLA, Ron. It's the first time it's ever happened. There's two girls, back-to-back hitters, and I can't remember their names. That's probably, if I was going to talk about them, I should probably remember their name. It's the first time back-to-back hitters, two hitters on a team, they hit 74 home runs this year combined. Just those two girls. I mean, they have stacked
one young
these
lady
teams.
from Texas, she had 30. She just hit 30.
Yeah, man, it's fun to watch, man. So looking forward to that, but congratulations to Texas Tech and congratulations to the University of Texas. All right, let's move on to the Texans. They were on the field again today, and players and coach met with the media after OTA practice, and it got me to thinking. He talked about a couple of guys, and I want to couch this as players on each side of the ball that I believe changed the game for the Houston Texans. Now, one of them more so than the other. I'm going to start with the wild card. I think Jaden Higgins. Is it Jaden or Jalen? I'm getting them all mixed up, and I got two of them here. It's Jaden Higgins.
Can't even blame you there. It's like 18.
Well,
Jadens
yeah. I mean, I was talking about Reed earlier, and Noel. I mean, it's anyway. Higgins is the one to me, Ron, that is the real wild card on this entire roster, and he's one that we've got to keep our eyes on. We've seen the workout videos throughout the offseason. Here is D'Amico Ryans talking about his 1-2 punch at wide receiver. Nico Collins, obviously, but the Jaden Higgins part of this is going to be big for the Texans. Here's the head coach talking about him.
Higgins has done an outstanding job. That's from day one, from him coming back. When I seen him for the first time coming back, it's like, well, you see a physical difference, right? You see a stronger, you see more chiseled out receiver. Then we step on the field, he's playing faster, he's playing stronger, he's making all of the tough catches. He's playing extremely fast. And he's taking advantage of his offseason, right? And he's really improved in a ton of areas. That was the first area for him, is just how can we play fast consistently? And he's doing that right now. So that he's going to have a great year. Can't wait to see it.
Ron, if everything that D'Amico Ryans has given us right there about Jaden Higgins, if that comes to fruition, this is a big enough play. Jaden Higgins is a big enough wild card to where if that happens and he's that good and he's that productive and he's that capable, all the conservative moves that we've cussed and discussed from Nick Caserio fall by the wayside. All the warts that this offense could have about this position or that position, or can they run the ball well enough, or can they do this? Jaden Higgins is the one player on this team that has the ability, if he lights it up the way that D'Amico Ryans seems to think that he could potentially light it up, look out, because this Texans offense is going to be serious. I think Jaden Higgins as a 1-2 punch, 6'4", 220 pounds, opposite Nico Collins. You put those two guys on the outside. Blocking obviously is not a problem, but now you've got a guy that we've seen him threaten over the top. We've seen him catch the go ball. You got to think he can catch the 50-50 ball, the back shoulder ball, things of that nature. But the way that he complements Nico Collins, if Higgins steps up, Ron, it is an absolute game changer for the Texans. All the stuff we've talked about with this run game having to be top 10 in the league, if Higgins steps up and is as big as his potential says he could be, then I don't believe you need a run game that's top 10 in this league. It takes the pressure off of absolutely every other piece of the offense. This is the wild card offensively for me.
Yeah, we've expressed the biggest thing is that this offense seems to lack at the very least one playmaker, one big piece that can go and make plays that doesn't have to make plays consistently that doesn't have to be designed for them.
Yep.
A player like Nico's on one. Like Nico can take a screen and he can take it 25 yards. Hell, maybe to the house if he needs to. Nico can take a slant and take it and make big plays. Nico can run past guys and go up and make big catches, and that they lack that. Like right now, the next closest person that you would say, I believe that guy can go and make big plays, to me would be Woody Marks, and I don't even know, how much we've seen of that. That's probably the next biggest mismatch you get. And so to me, if he comes and does that, that's what we're that the lack is. We don't know what he's going to bring to the table, and hasn't really shown that. And then Tank Dell is somebody who is injured, and you're not really certain on what you're going to get from him if you do anything. Yeah. And those are the two guys you look at. Can they fill those voids?
Well, D'Amico hit the nail on the head when he said, the one focus is trying to get him to play fast more consistently, because the drawback or the hesitation for me on Higgins is, and I don't know what it is. I'm just saying that this is where it's at. Like, is that what I saw last year? And look, he had a great rookie year, but what I saw last year was a level of timidness, a level of uncomfortable, a lack of confidence in some things. Was that he and his ability and kind of just how he plays the game, or was that truly, hey, man, I'm learning an offense for the first time and I'm not real sure what the hell to do, right? And so now in year two, the fact that he is not thinking, he's just playing, he knows he's not thinking, like, can he play faster like D'Amico Ryans is saying? So the minute he proves that, hey, I'm not, I don't lack confidence. I'm not uncomfortable with certain parts of the game. I'm not timid in certain moments. That was just uncomfortable because I didn't know the offense. The minute that becomes obvious, look out, man. Jaden Higgins is the wild card. He has the ability. Like I'm talking about, if Jaden Higgins is that good, it doesn't matter what the hell Tank Dell There's no disrespect to Tank Dell. I hope Tank Dell comes back and is the Tank Dell that we once saw. But it don't matter, right? We talk about Jalen Noel in the slot. Doesn't matter. We talk about Brevin Jordan staying healthy. Don't care. It is that powerful of a change if it becomes a guy that, let's call it this, if he becomes a guy that could potentially exist without Nico Collins, like if he becomes a standalone guy that can do his own things and doesn't just benefit from Nico on the other side, look out, man. This wide receiver room changes significantly. And CJ's year could change significantly as well. Let's flip over to the other side of the ball. D'Amico Ryans spoke about another player, and now this one obviously is the defense is a little bit harder to find breakout players that can change it because most of them have already broke out and we know who they are. But this player right here I think changes the game for D'Amico Ryans. It's Jalen Smith, second-year corner out of USC. They were really high on him last year a couple of times before being injured and being sidelined and not being – I really like this player. And I think you've mentioned multiple times depth in the secondary is a concern. Depth at the cornerback position is a concern, just generally speaking. I'm going to take it one step further, but before I do, we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on second-year corner Jalen Smith.
Yeah, starting with Jalen Smith, I feel like Jalen is taking a really nice jump in his second year. He's put in the work. Although with the injury, he's came back stronger, looks faster. He's making a lot of plays out here on the practice field. So I'm excited and encouraged by his development of what he's been able to do. Also, Jalen Reed can put him in the same category. Young player, second year, he was able to play more snaps for us towards the end of the year until he had an injury. But man, he's been lights out when it comes to his communication, starting with the punt team communication, him being that PP for us, put a lot on their plate. He's handled it really well, doing a great job in the meetings and also making it translate to the field. So I just love to see the growth, and that's what I expect. That's what is expected for our, year two players, and I'm excited about that as a coach to see what they're going to do this season.
Jalen Smith is the one for me. Obviously, talking about Jalen Reed there as well out of Penn State last year, draft pick out of Penn State. Promising. I'm a little higher on Jalen Smith, Ron. I think Jalen Smith's got real starter potential in this league. And maybe not on this team because you've obviously got two top-tier corners. But the step I'm going to take it further with Jalen Smith is I think there's a real – and D'Amico actually spoke to this last year whenever Jalen Smith was healthy. The ability for him – to him being D'Amico, to slide Kamari Lassiter into the nickel defender position, put Jalen Smith on the field. Now you have three true corners and three true cover defenders on the field at one time. Now that's just a wrinkle, but boy, that's a powerful wrinkle when your defense is actually your headliner for the season. So while Jalen Smith is a depth corner at this point in time, I do think you're going to need him throughout a 17-week season, but the Jalen Smith package of going to a all-out cover defender package with Kalen Bullock roaming middle center field, that could be a nasty, nasty wrinkle that D'Amico Ryans could throw out there at any time. So I think Jalen Smith, if he can stay healthy and take the year one to year two step, I think Jalen Smith has a chance to make a real difference with this defense. With a defense that really, to be honest with you, there's not many guys. It's tough to find difference makers out there, especially guys that haven't emerged. But Jalen Smith for me is one of those guys, Ron.
Yeah, and not only is it hard to find young guys, it is hard to find positions in which the Texans aren't strong at with established players, right? At every level, they're pretty strong at multiple spots in the safety position. They're strong on the outside corners, but a place it maybe is the third corner, and everything that guy could be able to do in this defense, and you find somebody like that. I think they wanted to use him a lot last year, and it just couldn't due to injury. Keep him healthy, man. Yeah, and so I could see how he could be. You could hear D'Amico's excited about him, and how they could use him. So that is a position that I think is open. Yeah. For an opportunity with that, and he's a player that can maybe take advantage of it. And when you have everything that surrounds you and everything that is coaching you, you're in a good shot to do that.
I got one more. Now, this is less likely because because the rookie breakout level may not be a reality, but if it does happen, even if it takes till mid-year for it to happen, I think this guy changes the defense in the moments down the stretch in the season, maybe even in the playoffs, in a major way. If Caden McDonald, the rookie second-round pick this year out of Ohio State that slid out of the first round that the Texans were able to get, if he has a breakout, let's call it half of the year, let's give him a little bit of grace to kind of get his footing the first half of the season. If he becomes a force on the interior of this defensive line, Ron, the way that he potentially could, I mean, it's not like it's a major stretch. If he becomes the level of force that folks think he could have in the NFL around draft time, if he can do that here in Houston, he changes the dynamic of this defense in a big way. Not only does he give you a guy that you can put next to Sheldon Rankins or what's my man's name? My mind just went blank. Tommy Togiai. I mean, we can get heavy rotation on first and second down and can anchor down and move mass. I mean, that's something that we hadn't really seen here, at least from guys that can stay healthy. If he does it, that changes the defense as well in a major way.
Again, just like we said before, that happens to be one of those positions, Clint, that they don't have an all-pro or potential Pro Bowler or potential Pro Bowler. And that D-tackle spot, a lot of people just think that's the one thing on their defense they don't have, and now they've filled it in the second round with McDonald. And the deal is with him is you don't necessarily, like, the scary thing at D-tackle is like, boy, you get a pass rusher. That's the one that you don't necessarily need him to be that. You need him to be a guy that can push the pocket back and to be physical and use his strength to push things forward so the quarterback runs right into those ends that are coming off. So just collapse things and then play strong in the run. So, yeah, he has a chance to be kind of that missing piece. They haven't had, I would say, an consistent above-average defensive tackle in this run here. And he could be that. But the only thing is, they say offensive line, defensive line, those are two positions that are harder for rookies to come in and make major impacts just because this is different than even where was he at blocking in the Big Ten?
Yeah.
Or going up against guys in the Big Ten, right? So yeah, that's the only wonder is if he'll be able to roll through with that. So, yeah, man, they got some dudes over there on each side that could be a big impact. All right, news and notes here with the Astros as they get ready for their game off of the off day yesterday. They're playing the Pirates, so the lineup is out. We'll let you know the latest there, and somebody is heading to the IL. Josh Hader's back, but somebody is headed to the IL. We'll let you know the latest of that coming up next.
Okay. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I thought this was a grand.
Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Law 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Remember, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, make sure you're listening. Your chance to win. It pays to listen to The Drive. It pays to listen to Sports Radio 610. In the 5 o'clock hour, you will have an opportunity at winning 2 passes to the Dynamo Soccer Celebration viewing party on June 11th, featuring action between Mexico and South Africa. Your chance to win in the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. All right, the Astros back at it. Mariners continue to win. They've won 7 straight. They've opened up a 5-game lead on the Astros in the West, and so as Clint said, it's time to
see a lot of baseball left.
Clint, I won't say it's time, but Clint's out here ready to move on, potentially to really concentrate a little bit more on that 2.5 out of the wild card.
Oh yeah, look, I'm going to tell you how they get there doesn't matter, and it's obviously the division. Somebody's going to run away with that joker. I wish it didn't happen.
The Mariners were the only team that you thought.
Well, I don't think they're going to run away with it because they're great. They're just going to run away with it because the division is so bad. I mean,
and if they start hitting, yeah, they could. They can. Well, they're rolling right now, 7 straight, 9-1 in their last 10. But that's where the Astros sit. They play the Pirates in a 3-game series where this pitching could be fun, especially tomorrow's matchup with Spencer Arrighetti against Paul Skeens. But Mike Burrows gets the ball tonight. Some news prior to getting into tonight's game and Mike Burrows. Josh Hader is reinstated, so Josh Hader is at the Daikin and could be eligible to pitch, and that obviously is a game changer. He has not been with the big club and pitched all season long. Hell, he was hurt at the end of last season and was probably a major reason why they weren't able to make the playoffs, not having their closer and biggest gun in the bullpen at the end of last season. But, yeah, they're not, but, well, they can't be. But, thanks, Rob. Excuse me. But he is back. But Braden Shoemake, he goes to the IL with a right adductor strain, so he is going to be missing time. And yeah, generally, okay, Braden Shoemake. But of the Sugarland guys that were up here playing a lot, you could argue he was at the top. He was playing as well as nearly anybody. Taylor Trammell is kind of gotten it going again. And by the way, he is once again today in a power hitting spot. And up here in just a second, but Braden Shoemake missing some time here, a guy they were able to put in multiple different positions in the infield. I'm not going to say it's the end of the world or anything close to some of these other injuries, but it is something that kind of changes things a bit with how well he was playing compared to some of the other guys.
Yeah, it's interesting that being able to play all 3 positions. How he's the guy that goes back down, and as you said, it seemed to be swinging it well, at least early on. But Bryce Matthews is a guy that's got a lot of flexibility with really all 3 of the infield positions that Shoemake was playing, as well as multiple outfield positions. So I think Bryce is probably the guy that allows you to make that move and makes you feel comfortable in keeping Taylor Trammell up, and obviously rolling with Bryce Matthews. These are good decisions that they're having to make now, right? With these horses coming back, you're going to have to make room for them on the roster and on the active roster. And unfortunately, some of the Sugarland guys that we've gotten used to see play, obviously going to go down.
Here's the lineup
Who am
tonight.
I lying to? Unfortunately, hell, I'm good. I'm happy for them.
Here's the lineup tonight. Jeremy Pena leading off at short. Jordan is in that 2 spot at the DH spot. Christian Walker, that 3rd, and then Paredes, right there behind him. And then, of course, in the 5 spot, Taylor Trammell in left field. I mean, they keep him in that power hitting spot, baby. He's in left field. Cam Smith and right behind him. Jake Myers in center. You just talked Matthews in at second base, and who has become now your everyday catcher. By the way, we hear a lot of updates. Anybody know how close Yiner is?
I mean, I ain't even heard of.
Kind of forgot about him.
I want to know. I want to know. Man. I mean, has anybody even asked about him?
Well, the same amount of players are being thrown out at second by the catcher. So
Christian Vasquez is catching tonight. By the way, you said has anyone? You were talking about Christian Javier. You said, has anyone fallen from grace further than Christian Javier? Yeah, Yiner Diaz was the first name that popped in my head.
That's fair.
As soon as you said it, I just kept it to myself to just keep it moving. But yeah, man, yeah. Who knows, man? I didn't heard. Is he doing anything double A? Is he doing any? Cheryl, somebody had.
He heard an oblique, right?
Yeah, he had an oblique. Isn't that what?
That's what Jake had.
Jake had, but isn't that what Altuve had?
That's what Altuve got. Yeah, we got some oblique problems.
But Altuve's, we're hearing him swinging the bat.
Is that what Jeremy had, or was it a back?
Jeremy had a hamstring.
Oh, it's a hamstring.
It's hard to keep up with these. But Altuve's already about to hit live pitching.
Yeah, he's coming. Old man strength.
He went in after Yiner.
Old man strong.
Yeah, too bad. All right, 713-572-4610. Mike Burrows, he gets the ball tonight. He has been out there every start, 63 in the 3rd innings, the most by any pitcher on the Astros team. He's got an ERA around 5.5, which is not great. He is tied for the most home runs given American League with 13.
Burrow had my ass!
And we're starting to see a mixture of health emerge as Christian Javier, depending on how you feel about him, Christian Javier is in Double-A pitching, and now Hunter Brown, the ace, is in Triple-A pitching. He is making a start against El Paso, so he may be getting close. Both of those guys could be getting close if you look at it where they are, Double-A, Triple-A. And then you have another mixture of guys who have really come on, who've been, quite honestly, pitching better than Mike Burrows has over the last, several handful of stretches. Obviously, Spencer Aguirre is one. Peter Lambert has been pitching really, really well. Tang has pitched well lately, and Imai's got 3 starts in a row. Do you get the sense that Mike Burrows could potentially be in trouble when everybody comes back healthy and putting themselves in position to kind of figure out who the 5 starters are going to be?
Well, he could be. Hell yeah. I mean, given what some of these guys, any of these guys that you just mentioned could be. I mean, I don't know who's going to be, performing, at their worst or not going to make. So he could be, yes. I don't think he will, though. I think there's a reason why Joe Espada keeps talking about, boy, he's got good stuff. He's got good stuff. He's really got good stuff. He just got, made a couple of mistakes and they capitalized on. I mean, this is a guy that they thought was the second best starter to open the season with. I don't think guys like Pooh have been good, but it's small sample size, and for a guy that I don't know if they had a whole lot of, they knew who the hell he was to start the season. Tang, they didn't know if he was a starter or a bullpen piece. When you're looking at the potential pieces that they would have to keep up, or keep in the starting rotation or move to the bullpen, I think Mike Burrows has got as good a chance as any. I think he's got a better chance of those other guys to stick around.
Yeah. The innings is a big part because it's tough because Clint, they got to win games.
Yeah.
Right. They got to put the best. They got to put the best dudes out there that gives them the best chance to win. And right now, it is hard for me to watch Peter Lambert pitch. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but it is hard for me to watch Peter Lambert pitch. And say, man, I'm gonna run. I'm gonna
ride with Burrows instead.
I'm gonna ride with Burrows over him. Again, Burrows had a 7 innings, 2 runs his last start. If he can put another one together, maybe he starts to do that because the innings are extremely important. I mean, he's got 16 plus more innings than the next closest person on like you think if he wasn't throwing consistent innings like he has, I mean this bullpen would be even worse.
Yeah, I just don't think there's any way that Joe Espada and Dana Brown decide to pick any of the other guys we've mentioned over who they thought was the second best starters. There's no way their number ends up falling. That's not injury related. Ends up falling completely out of the starting rotation. I think Tang probably goes back to some kind of long relief, maybe some kind of bullpen work before that happens. And I think Peter Lambert, as good as he's been, I just can't see them picking him over Mike Burrows. It's crazy to say it given the production that you've seen. But old Pete's been special, ain't he?
Yeah, I think obviously the timeline is when does Hunter Brown when Hunter Brown gets back.
Yeah, they got to move some cards around.
Yeah, they got to move some stuff because we know Hunter and Spencer. I would say this: Hunter, Spencer, and I think Imai are probably guys in the driver's seat just because of the commitment you've made to Imai, and then the other two. The commitment you made to Imai, and he's showing signs of life. You got to. Which
leaves four guys giving Christian Javier coming back. Christian Javier, Tang, Burrows, and Peter Lambert for the final two spots in the rotation. And if Lance comes back, you're really gonna have a traffic jam. So yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
But Lance really threw you off, didn't you?
You think Lance is coming back? Anybody? You think?
Oh, I think Lance is cooked. I think he's with the wife and daughters at the coffee shop.
Bury me in the H. Ooh, you should go get a latte from there, Ron.
I'll be honest with you, that latte didn't sit well with me yesterday.
Bubble guts?
He's rooster tailing up on the 20th.
Yeah, almost didn't make it yesterday at 5 o'clock hour.
Those coffee beans will activate that large intestine now.
That's probably what it was. All right, coming up, we'll give you an who wasn't at mandatory minicamp, or I'm sorry, who wasn't at OTAs today. They had a few, that mostly good attendance. Who wasn't there, and then another person who didn't participate. And when are you going to get alarmed if he's not on the field soon? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Speaking about getting alarmed, look, if you can't raise your arms, you can't climb stairs, you can't kneel down, it's time to get alarmed, y'all. If there's chronic joint pain that you're dealing with that's causing those things, and you can't play with your kids, you can't golf with the guys, you can't get through a workout, you can't go on a hike, can't even get outdoors with your people, hey, man, I need you to listen up. Look, Clint Stoerner here, Sports Radio 610 here. We're here to celebrate what you can do.
brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Looked like the Denver Broncos gave old Patrick Surtain a little extra money too. Pull a little.
Give him a little bread, a little extension on there, huh?
Yeah, just a little. Just said he can earn up to an extra $10 million this year. Definitely a guarantee of $5 million. He earns an extra $10 million if he makes it a Pro Bowl. An extra $5 million if he makes it a Pro Bowl. Last time he hadn't done that.
It'd take a serious injury for him to not make a Pro Bowl.
I'm telling you, man. He plays 9-10 games. He's good.
Done.
The respect that it carries his name. OTAs today, week 2 of the OTAs, and they have the Texans. Probably most teams have really good participation. The only guys that weren't there today, Clint, Danielle Hunter, he wasn't there last week. Sheldon Rankins wasn't there last week, and then Trent Brown. But all are expected to be at mandatory minicamp. One of the great things that the Texans do, either with most of their players or they've somehow come to some agreement, at least up to this point with C.J. Stroud, is they get out in front of their main players that they need to take care of, and they're just not a team that has a lot of holdouts during camp, during mandatory minicamp, during training camp. As you've said, I wouldn't step on the field where they don't put a lot of their players in the situation to have to do that. So they generally have good participation and great participation by their star players. Danielle and Sheldon Rankins and Trent Brown. Those are three vets that. I mean, I wouldn't say that they're not leaders. They're leaders, but they're not even the main. I wouldn't even say the main leaders.
Yeah.
They're
well, you're talking about vets. I mean, you're talking about cats that D'Amico knows they're going to take care of their body as good as anybody on the team. And you're talking about guys that are going to come in shape. You're talking about guys that are going to come in and not need a ton of work in this system to know what the hell to do, when to do it, and how to do it. I mean, you're talking about three guys that to maybe have an extended off season. So I'm not typically one to lean into that, but I think those three players you mentioned, I got zero worries about.
At the facility there, not practicing. Braden Smith was back, but he is working himself back from a neck injury from last year, making progress. Nico Collins didn't practice, and Tank Dell again in attendance, did not practice. Don't expect him to be back through OTAs. They kind of hinted towards that. I would wonder from you, people, you can jump in on this, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What's the camp, the deadline for you in your mind when you're like, all right, if he's not practicing by this point, then I'm having a hard time taking him serious about an impact he can have on this season with Tank Dell. Is it like, will you be alarmed if he's not participating at mandatory minicamp, training camp? Like, what is the time frame you look at where, all right, yeah, they're taking it slow with Tank, but if he's not on the field at this point?
Yeah, for me, it's training camp. I mean, okay. I need I think that's the safe bet, right? I mean, obviously, maybe midway through training camp. What I need Tank Dell to. We don't know if he's going to be able to crack the top 5. We don't know what this is going to look like when he gets back, right? But what timetable standpoint, what I would like to see is that he be healthy and be able to practice long enough to be in game shape if and when games start, if he is able to be active and play at that point. You know what I mean? Like can we get him back and get him on the field and doing football things with the team? Maybe not full contact drills, maybe not even 7-on-7, but can we get him back out there with the squad in time to get his legs under him, to get his cardio right, and to be able to play if the good Lord blesses him with the ability to recover and be the same athlete that he was before. You know, I think you start getting in the middle of training camp, now you're flirting with, does he even have the ability to get his legs back underneath him?
Yeah, he's got day one of training camp. We're all out there. He's got he's got to be in pads.
He's going to be
on the field, or this feels that we're getting
bubble
something. We're getting Christian Harris even worse. I mean, this is a 2-year ago injury.
Yeah.
Right? Is
this year 4 for him?
What year is it for?
Year 4 for CJ. He came in with CJ.
Came in with CJ. So, year 4, he came in with Will and CJ.
His contract's up after this year.
Yeah.
He wasn't a first rounder.
No, he was not.
Ooh, contract year. Yeah, he needs to be back. He needs to get on back out there and
he's got, again, this is a new offense. I'll leave it to you. I think it's a different feel if you haven't run it yet and been on the field to run, to just kind of reading your playbook. I think you need to get on there and get some timing. And I am, if he's not there day one and because I can understand we're going to slowly build up, and we don't need to have OTAs. We'll have you out there. You'll be in the building. You'll be around. You'll get stuff. We don't need people to see you. Maybe even mandatory minicamp. I'd like to see him back at mandatory minicamp. Because, guys, this has been 2 seasons.
What's the date? Do we have a date on that yet?
Mandatory minicamp?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to try to beat him.
Try to beat him to it?
No, I'm not going to beat it to him. I'm not going to take it. It is, what is it, the next week or two? Couple weeks? If not next week?
June 9th?
So June 9th, yeah.
This is AI, so don't take it at complete face value. I'm still looking
That
here.
sounds right. Yeah, June 9th. That sounds right. Hell, it's June 2nd.
That's right around the corner.
Yeah, that's very, very.
Next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, very, very close. So
Confirmed, 9th through the 11th.
Yeah, 9th through the 11th. I'd like to see him there, but okay, not gonna. I can see them say, let's keep slow. Let's slowly get there. They get out there in their damn training camp, which they'll have a week or so before training. They get at that damn training camp. And for me, and he's even working on that side field that Laramie Tunsil always worked at. I'm
Laramie Tunsil field,
that side field that is named in his honor. I'm gonna be like, okay, hold on, man.
What would that be? What a great play that would be if the Texans just labeled that the Tunsil field. just put a plaque over
Laramie Tunsil Senior
Laramie
Field.
Tunsil Field. Get your ass over to Tunsil Field. You ain't ready to practice yet.
Wow. Yeah, because and be honest, won't put it past them. Weird. We've seen weird stuff. We've seen Joe Mixon just disappear.
Yeah.
For the entirety of last year, and Christian Harris do the same. So, yeah, that is one to watch. All right, I know there are a couple of things you wanted to that you get stuck on, that you listen for, that really get you every time you hear D'Amico speak, and I know one of them has to do with a lot of the question a lot of people have, and that is, what's up with CJ? What's up with Nick Caley? The relationship between those two. Here was D'Amico Ryans as he spoke to the media earlier, addressing which I think is a hot topic, the situation between his quarterback and OC.
With CJ and Nick, I've seen both guys there communicating much better, and it's year 2 of a system. When it's year 2, right, you understand we're not going through the install for the first time, right? So there is some, recall from what we've done in the past that allows us to speed up what we're doing in year 2. It's to be expected, but the way they're communicating, right, CJ has ideas, and thoughts on different plays, the formations, things that he liked. Right, we try to do our best to implement those things as well. So it's just the coach-player relationship is definitely, I think, is headed in the right direction. They're growing much closer. They're communicating better, and that's what it takes, right, for a good offensive coordinator, good quarterback. We have to work, and those guys are doing that. It's been outstanding. And also Jerry's done a great job as well with the communication with CJ, what he's doing with Davis, Graham, all the guys. So I'm pleased with where we are right now with our quarterback position.
And listen, we'll find out when we see how things roll, if it's smooth once we start seeing them play in action. But are you liking at least what you're hearing right now at first when it comes to the relationship?
Yeah, look, I think it's obvious. I mean, there's been to some degree some lack of communication or some kind of pushback on probably Bobby Slowick and Nick Caley early on from CJ, and just the emphasis on them two communicating better and this and that. Like that's indicative of obviously there was some kind of issue communicating before with some of the change that we've seen. So yes, it's great to hear that they're communicating the way in which a true professional quarterback and offensive play caller should. But I think the big piece there for me is this is the second time we've heard somebody talk about doing CJ things. We heard CJ talk about it, that they've been working on this offseason. When asked about Nick Caley's offense, it was less about Nick Caley's offense and more about, hey, man, look, we self-scouted some last year, and we're doing things that I've done well in the past. We're focusing on some of that things, and we're focusing on doing things that our guys do well. I love that conversation. I love to hear that CJ's got input into what's going on along with Nick Caley, because the picture that was being painted before from the higher-ups, from the brass, was we just need CJ to take ownership of the offense. We just need CJ to come in and buy in. You know, we just need CJ to what was the other term that was used, but it was never, hey man, look, our offensive coordinator and our quarterback have to have a really great working relationship and complement each other and see the game through the same lens. It was never any of that from the higher ups, right? So
you had a feel of you better get in.
That's right. That's right. You it's a real feel of, hey man, it's our way or the highway. To hear C.J. Stroud and now DeMeco Ryans both talk about, hey, we are incorporating some things into this offense that C.J. does well and has done well in the past, along with what our guys do well. I know we've heard this song and dance before. It's unfortunate that we're here again, but the reality of it is it's where we are, and so that is exactly what you would hope this situation is. I just can't. It's a relief to know that, or at least to think, based on what we've heard from the head coach and the quarterback, to not, to at least feel like this isn't a get in or get out type of situation for your quarterback. It's a hell of a way to go about it.
Yeah, no, and you've said it. You were blown away. It should be. That's how it should be.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way. It's crazy that we just, a lot of the things we hear, whether it's Will Anderson or DeMeco or CJ or I'm sure Nick Caserio, any way you slice it, like some of the stuff you're hearing, you want to just go, man, it's year 4 with CJ. Like, these are things that we shouldn't still be working on or complimenting, that we're communicating well. What the hell going on here? But it's where we are. We got to understand where we are and who we are at this point. And I'd much rather it be, hey, CJ's got input on this, rather than, hey, Jerry Shaplinski's going to keep an eye on you, and your ass better commit to this Ostell-ass offense.
Or we'll go to Davis.
That's right.
Or something like that. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for the Astros as they're back on the diamond against a good Pirates team. Get the lineups and everything set up for you. And there's some news and notes. Josh Hader is back, but somebody is leaving the roster. Also coming up as well, NFL news. We're now hearing the fallout from some of these trades and moves, as well as an injury update on who was a key contributor for the Texans last year, and your chance in the 5 o'clock hour to win a pair of passes to go see the celebration of the Houston Dynamo and the watch party there that involves Mexico and South Africa. That's coming up all in the 5 o'clock hour.
You're being a real dingo right now.
Said hard.
symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest, and Clint's bouncing.
Jafaya.
A lot to get to. Want to get you set up for what's happening at the Daikin tonight between the Astros and the Pirates. But I did just want to slide this in real quick. As if you look up right now at those pictures, that's how those two feel right now. Right now, Myles Garrett is smiling from ear to ear in his photo, and Jarrett Verse looks like a guy that just out of nowhere went to bed 2 days ago in L.A., a Ram on the team that has a #1 Super Bowl odds to Cleveland. By the way, Myles Garrett, Opuna Ford, he was wearing 95, Tyler, for the L.A. Rams. They said, Sean McVay said, for him to get that 95, Myles Garrett had to have a conversation and a couple bucks. Garrett stepped in and said quickly, nah, it was maybe more than a couple bucks.
He's got plenty to spend, that's for sure.
Garrett added that Ford was had no issues and was willing to work out a deal. I bet he was. How much you think he paid for that jersey?
Oh, man.
How much you
Probably
think?
the price of a new Audi or BMW or something. Maybe even more.
I bet it was 100 stacks at least.
You think so?
Yep. Maybe even more.
Really?
So ridiculous.
I mean, you're talking about.
In my mind, like you know better than not, in my mind, I thought he probably gave him $50,000 and a watch. I guess depending on what kind of watch it was, but
you can split it up however you want. I bet there was 100 stacks involved.
$95,000 for 95.
That's not bad. My man looked at my man. Stop Sean looked at him right in this. He said, "Nah, man, it was more than a couple bucks." Say that
I ain't gonna
right
feel
now,
bad
Jack.
for you though, bro. I ain't gonna have any pity for you.
Boy, hey, there wasn't nobody more excited about that trade than Puna Ford. He said, "Baby,
lunch money.
Help me win a championship. My man can come off the edge, and he's gonna give me 100 stacks.
College fund. Let's throw this on in." I didn't know I was getting 100. Look at God coming for my number. Somebody out there, some team is hoping that Justin Jefferson gets traded and they're wearing 18. That's what I'd do. If I was a player, I'd seek out really great players around the league and just try to get their number.
It's like the lottery.
Just in case.
Just in case. Somebody want to trade. Hey, let me hold that. Let me hold that 7. Just in case Atlanta gets a little frisky and wants to trade Bijan Robinson. I got you. You're crazy. Right here. All right. Astros tonight. And the big news is Josh Hader. He is activated. He is activated, and he is back with the big league club. He is at the Daikin tonight and eligible to go if needed. Here is Josh Hader speaking at the Astros pregame. This is courtesy of Brian McTaggart, MLB.com. Here is Josh Hader speaking about his road back.
It's definitely nice. I'm able to compete now. Been counting down the days for sure. Definitely been a long journey for me. Obviously, off season in between, I never really got to pitch once I came back after the first one. So the second one coming down, it was like kind of tough, but we're here now. I did everything I could to get back as quick as possible, and I'm feeling strong. And ultimately, that's all I can ask for.
All right, that is Josh Hader, the closer, is back, Clint. And sometimes when we get in these situations, you just think he's back. And I do wonder if it will take some time for Josh Hader to get back to being Josh Hader, or does he immediately hit the ground running? He's obviously done a lot of rehab stuff, so he's not just coming up and not facing batters. But the hope and the need for the Astros is that he is, the elite closer that he has been most of his career and what they pay for.
Yeah, look, I mean, I got to believe a guy like that hits the ground running. It's not like he's just coming straight out of the rehab room, out of the training room. I mean, he's been on the bump in multiple games now, and I got to believe that he feels like he can do things that he was last doing on the mound, and at least hit those landmarks to give him a chance to get back. So now, to think that there's no rust, I think may be a tad bit unfair, but I'd be willing to bet you that sooner rather than later he'll be back to himself.
Yep, last time he's pitched, August 8th of last year. That's the last time that Josh Hader has thrown a pitch at the major league level. Not obviously the stuff he's done in the minors. So he is back. Good to hear from him. Zach Cole has been recalled from AAA Sugarland, and that is because the Astros had to place Brayton Shoemake on the IL with a right adductor muscle strain. So of some of the many Sugarland Space Cowboys that have come up, Brayton Shoemake has probably been among the best, especially the ones in the lineup. And they've used him all over the place. They basically made him what's our boy's name?
Dubon.
Yeah, they basically made him Mauricio Dubon. The amount of time he's moving, especially with the injuries they've had with Correa. By the way, Correa was moved to the 60-day IL with all of this stuff going on as well. But Correa and Altuve, so he is going to be out, and Zach Cole coming back up. But the big news again is Josh Hader's return. Mike Burrows, he is going to get the ball tonight. He had a really good outing his last time out, 7 innings and 2 runs in the lineup with him. Pena, Alvarez, DH, Walker, Paredes. Good to see those guys as the top 4 hitters. And then Taylor Trammell coming behind him, Cam Smith, Jake Myers, Bryce Matthews, and then Vasquez is catching tonight for Mike Burrows. And I think it feels like you've been getting this way, and I could see it. It does feel like Mike Burrows is pitching better over his last several starts. Obviously, his last one was good. He's more running to, he's got that one inning where he tends to give up home runs, and it may be, 2 or 3 guys on because he's gotten walks. But Mike Burrows, it does feel like from an eye test that he is throwing the ball better than he had been earlier in the season.
Joe Espada's used that crutch multiple times of just, boys, he's got really good stuff. You guys are going to trust me. He's got really good stuff, and he just, he got unlucky on a couple of pitches. Guys barreled up a couple of pitches. He's been on that. He's got good stuff. And when I watch Mike Burrow, I see it. I think he's probably a more difficult hit than some of these guys that we're throwing out there that may be performing better in the box score. So, I can see that. I think if you look, he's given up a ton of home runs, which obviously, is a result of that. Hey, man, it's just guys happen to barrel him up. Looks good for 5 innings, and then all of a sudden, bang, bang. Next thing you know, it's a 5-run game.
Or he'll do it in the first, and then
So I'm not. I totally get it. I'm with Joe Espada on that. I think he's a horse that you got to ride to the finish.
All right. All right, we'll see what they're able to do. They start a 3-game set with the Pirates, and the Pirates. This is not your dad or your grandfather's Pirates.
These ain't Andy's Pirates.
These ain't Andy's Pirates. Well, hell, it might be. Andy did get to a run. Shout out to Andy. I saw Andy walking through with some lunch. Damn it, Andy's retiring. Damn it. Need to get that weather for him one more time. But we'll see if they can get things rolling tonight as they will take on the Pirates in a 3-game set.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. OTAs started, but there was an injury update from D'Amico Ryans on EJ Speed. EJ Speed was thought to miss some time, to miss part of the regular season. Didn't believe it was a season-ending injury. Here's D'Amico giving an update on E.J. Speed.
E.J. Speed, he had surgery last week, and we'll see how that recovery process goes. That's the update so far.
That's his update. Reports from Aaron Wilson is it was for a fully torn quad tendon, Clint, not a partially torn quad, which was thought. But league sources are saying he's expected to miss the entire regular season at least. That's reports from Aaron Wilson. And if that is the case, obviously he is a guy who played between 40-45% of the snaps last year. And obviously the linebacking core is good with Azeez and Henry To'oTo'o, but obviously the depth is tested. And to think he had to play, a lot of snaps last year. Is this, in your mind, a move in which you think Nick's got to get aggressive to go outside the building, or do you think this is something that they can withstand and figure out within?
Aggressive, no. I think if something obvious comes across their radar, I think they make the move. I mean, I don't think D'Amico's had any problem being aggressive on the defensive side of the football to go get what he wants and what he needs. And so if they do feel like that, with the depth that they have now, that the answer's not there, it wouldn't shock me at all if they made a move. The reality of it is, whether they make a move or they roll with Marte Mapu or Wade Woodaz or even old trusty Jake Hansen. I just believe that D'Amico Ryan's going to make it right. I'm not one bit concerned about the linebacker position with the Texans. No discredit, no disrespect to E.J. Speed, but I trust that D'Amico Ryan's will figure out the best path to solid backup, solid depth at the linebacker position.
Yeah, he's a good player, but they will have a lot of options by the time the start of the season happens, right? They're going to be probably players they could trade for if they want to. And when we say trade for, we're talking about from a backup standpoint, and that's not giving up huge things. Like, this isn't a starter, right? If this is one of the starters, that would feel different.
I mean, it's somehow, and look, I don't know all the details. Maybe E.J. Speed chose. Maybe he took less money to be here in D'Amico's system. It wouldn't be the craziest thing a player's ever done. But it's not. I mean, to me, E.J. Speed's a starting level linebacker with most teams. I mean, he was really good depth here. But when you look at his contract, it wasn't like he was out there breaking the bank. I mean, see, he was somehow here as a depth player instead of somewhere else as a starter. So those kind of guys are out there, and I trust D'Amico to go find that guy.
Yeah.
If he's not already in-house.
Yeah, in-house. So that is the latest there, as E.J. Speed looks like he's potentially going to miss the entire season.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, we talked about the presser from Myles Garrett earlier. A.J. Brown, he appears to be elated to join the New England Patriots. He said wide receiver A.J. Brown talked about his first day with the New England Patriots. Here is their newest weapon.
Just talking to them, I'm trying to adjust and, walking up the hill with the uniform on. I was like, man, this is real, and caught myself one point in practice, wasn't paying attention because I was like, dang, I'm a Patriot, and just trying to take it all in as much as I can. Obviously, I got back to work quickly, but it's levels to it, and like I said, I'm enjoying it. It's obviously I know this ain't heaven, but it's close to it.
When you guys had what? Is this A.J. Brown?
If New England is heaven,
is this A.J. Brown?
Bad news.
What in the world? That is a look.
So
he went, heaven must be like. I was about to break it out.
He's letting them cats in Philly know, the ones that care anyway.
You think? I was gonna say, you think that
it's
was
heaven out here, man? Boy, it is hell in Philly, man. We win the national championships. You accounted for a higher.
They won a Super Bowl too.
I mean, that's what I say. National championship. Yeah, you won a Super Bowl. I mean, look. I mean, he had more. He had a higher percentage of yards for his team than anybody in football, and still wasn't happy. Still wasn't good enough.
No.
He seemed to be cranky quite often.
Good thing is he gets cranky. He just reads books.
Listen, he was the bigger man, though. He deflected on the questions about the Eagles. He said, "I won't get into the details about it, but I'm very excited for the opportunity. I'm here now. None of that stuff. What's done is done. I'm here, moving forward." How long is this going to last?
Oh, he's already done a sit down with Maria Taylor.
I know he's done a sit down, but how long is this heaven?
Till he doesn't get the targets.
Until he doesn't get enough. They lose a game and he doesn't get the targets he thinks that he deserves, and it's all of a sudden it's the same old.
How long is this going to last? I mean, Mike knows him. Like, there was a story out there where Mike said when he got drafted in Tennessee that he told them he wished the Patriots drafted him. Mike said, "Well, the Tennessee Titans drafted him." I have never heard anybody want to get to New England so bad.
The fake Oilers.
Does he? He's from Starkville, Mississippi. What is he, hard up on the corn or the New England clam chowder? What is
awful weather?
Big fan of The Departed?
I guess they were just winning when he was coming up, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A.J. Brown sounds like he'd be a shoo-in for what they were about back then, wouldn't he?
Right.
He loved Bill, wouldn't he?
He's begging for Belichick.
Yeah, begging for Belichick. I don't know. That is an interesting thing. Before we get out of here, I feel like Mattress Mac should deserve a little cash or something. For this, the New York Bar has taken a play out of Mattress Mac's betting book for the NBA Finals. As the New York Bar, they're basically doing the same thing that where he.
Those Astros, they're kicking ass and taking names.
There you go. Where Jim, had won $75 million when the Astros won the World Series after betting $3 million for the Astros win. They're trying to take out the same thing and do a similar thing for the Knicks right now.
Get your own gimmick.
Yeah, hell, if it works, man.
You got it. If you got it, man, take the swing, baby.
Yeah, for sure.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, go ahead and make the $5,000 contract will be paid out if the Knicks win. Because they're putting five down. Not quite like Mattress Mac, but
no one does it like Mac.
Nobody does it like Mac. $3 million is a little different, but yeah. Good luck for them. Good luck to them. Just they saw a good idea and had to do it. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets and your chance to win a couple of passes to the Dynamo viewing party. It's coming up on June 11th. Be some action between Mexico and South Africa. You can win those coming up in the next segment. Make sure you stay with us as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Summer's here, man. I'm getting outside all the time, golfing, playing, get on the patio, going.
Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a few minutes. Let's do it right now. Caller number 8. Caller number 8. Call right now to 713-572-4610. Phone lines are open. Your chance to win 2 passes to the Dynamo viewing party on June 11th, featuring action between Mexico and South Africa. Caller number 8. Tyler will take care of you. 713-572-4610. You got a chance to win a couple of passes to the Houston Dynamo viewing party on June 11th, featuring action of Mexico and South Africa. I think Reggie's probably going to be there. That's what it seems like. That seems like a Reggie thing.
Seems like right up his alley.
I said it. He nodded. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're a victim. Your chance to win. Tyler will open things up for you, and you can be our next winner. By the way, I can't wait to see the numbers on this. I just saw Ian Rappaport say that the Falcons and star wide receiver Drake London have agreed to terms on a massive new contract extension. He gets a 4-year deal, but we don't have the numbers yet. What do you think?
Ooh, Drake London.
What do you think of Drake London's going to get? Who I don't think is better than Nico Collins.
Oh, hell no.
But I think he's going to probably blow what Nico Collins. When I that massive new contract, the age of him, the age that he is, I bet you he really breaks the bank. Puts himself. I bet he clearly he'll be a top 5.
Top 5.
I think in pay. I don't think he is a top 5 receiver. I think it may push him in the top 5. Definitely in the top 10.
Ooh.
I don't think maybe I'm being.
Well, I ain't ready for that.
Well, listen, I'm not, but you know that it's his turn. Like he's. I mean, if he's going to get a new extension, and I think this is the first move that new front office led by, because Jackson Smith and Jigba is at 42.15 per, and then DK Metcalf is at 32.99, and he is 5th. He's going to jump ahead of DK Metcalf.
I mean, has he ever had a 1,000-yard season?
I think so. I'm certain of it. Yeah. Drake London's had.
Yeah, he had one. He had a big 2024.
Yeah.
1,200, almost 1,300 yards and 9 touchdowns.
Yeah, with their wide receiver, with their quarterback situation. Yeah, CeeDee Lamb's at $34 million, and DK Metcalf's at $32.
Ain't no way.
You don't think he jumps over?
He ain't jumping over those guys you just mentioned.
He's jumping over DK Metcalf.
I'll give him 30.
Oh,
I think 30s. I think 30 a year's a deal.
No, massive new deal for 30. Not over. He's definitely going over DK Metcalf. Definitely.
Well, I don't see that. I like him. I just don't see that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it's Smith and Jigba, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, and then DK Metcalf. The hell were the Steelers thinking? Yeah, I think so. But Drake London. Garrett Wilson's at 32. Come on, man. Yeah, and Brandon Ayuk's at 30.
Then there's that one.
Yeah, him and Tyreek are at 30. Yeah, so again, even the new money that Nico Collins got is still going to continue to look better because that's he's going to climb over that. He's going to get more money.
He did have 912 games this past year.
Yeah, I was going to say he got injured and they've been playing that weird quarterback situation. Did they pay Kyle Pitts?
I don't know.
I think they made a franchise tag Kyle Pitts. Those two, we have been talking about them young weapons for a minute, and those two finally have started to come about. I cannot wait to see the numbers on that. I think he at least jumps DK Metcalf. All right, T-Mill's best bets coming up as, Monday wasn't green. I'll just say that.
Shocker.
Did that pitcher shut down the Angels? That pitcher we were talking about who's got an ERA above 8.
No, the final score of that game was like 13-11 or something stupid.
Yeah, there it is.
Freaking idiots.
There it is.
Look like a bunch of monkeys trying to hump a baseball out there.
Okay. Monkeys trying to hump a baseball out there. Didn't have that one on the bingo card today, but T-Mill's best bets.
That'd be a rough watch.
Coming up here in a bit.
Be entertaining briefly.
All right, listen, hey, sometimes when you look at your best players, they're the ones who give you the real breakdown of what's happening with this offense. And Will Anderson Jr., who apparently can't be controlled in practice to be able to allow the other team or his team's offense to be able to run plays, he, though, has been able to watch and see his offense. And he gives a description of his offense, in particular the leadership of C.J. Stroud, which a lot of people have wondered about. But here's Will Anderson talking about the Texans' offense.
I think you talk about CJ. CJ has really taken that step, man, of watching the clock, getting the guys lined up, moving with urgency, but he's been the commander back there. He's taking that step as a leader back there to get everybody lined up, to, take the initiative, like, hey, man, like, let's go only behind him. And then you got guys like Wyatt Teller, who I love, man. He's been that energy booster on the O-line, getting guys moving around, picking guys up. So I'm excited about that group. I can just see the growth in them already, man. The offense is moving at a much faster pace. I think Kaylee has been doing a good job. They got Foster with the tight ends. Dalton Schultz, as you know, man, those guys are rolling. It's competitive. And I laughed the other day. I said, man, it's going to be a fun training camp because you can see, like, the anticipation of everybody getting out there and, like, man, it's going to be one of those where it's going to be a battle every single day. Like, the physicality on the edges have up big time with Foster coming in as a tight end, like I said. So, like, all of those things that they've been working on, they've been doing a really good job at that.
All right, there is Will Anderson Jr., who is out there with his teammates, and he really touted the leadership of C.J. Stroud, going in there in that huddle, taking control of that huddle, getting everybody in the right spots. The leadership of Wyatt Teller.
It's a commander.
He is a damn commander. You ain't lying, man. Yeah, it's his leader, he said. Wyatt Teller talked about him, a veteran coming in. Foster Moreau, who everybody seems to be in love with. I think it was Kamari said he felt like Foster had been here for 3 years already. Or Jalen, but one of them.
You can also catch him on All Access tonight.
You can't? Really? All right.
Yeah.
FM's on AM tonight. Did that make you feel better at the stage of things with this offense, especially him talking about C.J. Stroud and in specific nature of him trying to get control of the huddle and the offense and building that stuff?
Yeah, no, there's nothing. I mean, the team mentions what I expected C.J. Stroud to be able to do that year one in an offense. I mean, that's all just taking command type stuff. You've got to do that as a quarterback. There's nothing that Will Anderson, D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, Nick Cayley, I mean, there's nothing that any of these guys can say that is going to move the needle on the C.J. Stroud front. I mean, this is all about what C.J. Stroud says and what C.J. Stroud does, how he personally handles situations, which I loved, as I've mentioned. If you hadn't heard, I loved what he did in the first meeting. I mean, that's that's the CJ I've been looking for, and so there's these cheerleaders and these guys that have to Will. Don't forget, Will's the same guy that had to remind him that he's still a good quarterback after a couple of bad games, kind of deal. So all that kind of stuff that goes on with CJ Stroud, it doesn't move the needle at all for me. Now, the Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith, Foster Moreau, if that's the move. I'm sure we'll hear about David Montgomery at some point, like one of those guys, and hearing about those guys holding guys accountable and getting the sense of urgency rolling and that kind of deal and setting the tone with some physicality, that turns me on a bit.
You'll see that.
But there's nothing about, I mean, this thought that, and I've heard it for years now, of any kind of conversation around C.J. Stroud ends with, oh, boy, I tell you, the locker room really loves him. The locker room's behind him. What the hell do you expect the locker room to say? I mean, that's common sense. So that doesn't mean much to me. I mean, Will's going to stroke him, and Will's going to talk that talk no matter what. No matter, I mean, until it either works out or doesn't, he's going to be in his corner, which I firmly expect him to be. But there's nothing them cats can say that's going to move the needle for me.
I think the CJ thing we'll have to watch more of, but I do think Wyatt Teller is Wyatt Teller, Foster Moreau from the standpoint of like that leadership point of the offense not taking.
Yeah,
they are different, and those guys are real veterans in the league that have been on teams where they have. I think they've implemented that. That is the only part that is different. I do. I think people are going to have to see CJ be different. I think people are going to have to see Nico be different before they believe those guys are going to come.
Yeah, look, I think CJ, if CJ's got real command and if he's really getting guys lined up and he's really communicating better, as Will and D'Amico say, if that's really happening, we will see it. It will be blatantly obvious. We'll hear it. We'll see it over and over and over and over again. You'll even see it in the periods where they're going to allow folks to film. I mean, it'll be blatantly obvious. I mean, I hear what they're saying, and I hope it's right, but we will see it. Like last year, you go to training camp. Anybody that was watching that through a clear lens saw that CJ was not the CJ that we covered before. Something going on. There was something off. I don't know what it was. There's something not right. Right? You can see those kind of things. If all of a sudden we've got this energy and this communication and this effort, this extra effort to manage the line of scrimmage, and then we'll see it. We'll see those things when we're out there next week.
All right, congratulations to Brent in Seabrook.
Big Brent, I see you, Chief.
Who won the passes there. Have a good time out there, Brent. Enjoy yourself. Coming up, we'll do T. Mills' best bets at the start of the segment. Tyler, he is going to fall off his ass when he hears the numbers of Drake London. What the hell's going on? He got more than Justin Jefferson. We'll tell you and give you the rest of that coming up next right here live on The Drive. Nipples and hair, Tyler.
CJ Stroud and Dress.
8% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Again, congratulations to Brent in Seabrook, who won the passes today. We're going to get to T-Mill's best bets real quick, in just a bit. Remember, coming up behind us, we are live and local until 11 o'clock. Right after us, we hand it over at 6-2. Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and as Tyler said earlier, new tight end Foster Moreau is going to join the show. I'm not going to lie to you. When I first saw him added to this team, and you start to look at this roster, and this was before they had the draft. I thought there was a chance that somebody could be in the draft that they could bring in at the tight end spot, and they did bring in Marlon Klein. I thought, man, he ain't gonna make this team. This is just like a body. I don't know, man. They talk about this cat like he is one of the major leaders and pieces, and they love what he does. Obviously, the physicality in the run game. I mean, I'm literally looking at the depth chart right now, and it's so full when it comes to tight ends that they don't even have Brevin Jordan on it.
Yeah.
They got Foster Moreau as the backup, so I thought I didn't know if he would actually make the team. To be honest with you, when you got Cade Stover, who they drafted, Marlon Klein, who they drafted in the second round, he ain't going nowhere. They just paid Dalton Schultz, and then Brevin Jordan they seem to love. That's 5 when you add him in there. Yeah. But I don't know, man.
Well, the good thing about that is that the Texans aren't banking on, which we talked a lot about this right before they started building the roster was. Are they in a position where they're banking on they need Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan to stay healthy, right? They've obviously given themselves options there, and are you dependent on Cade Stover developing and becoming a guy that's super comfortable with his hand in the dirt and blocking in the run game, and they've given themselves an insurance policy there as well. So I think they're going to have some really good competition. But Foster Moreau from the sound of things was brought in for a pretty specific reason.
Yeah.
And don't forget Kale's O'Kaley's background with the old tight ends.
Yeah,
he got a bunch of them.
One thing he can't do is he can't keep them healthy now. I mean, that's the
right.
one part he can't work with.
He's got 5 of them jokers that you can 5 guys that you can all make an argument of them making the team. Right? Yeah. We know Dalton and Klein are making the team.
That's right.
Those two for sure. I would have thought Cade Stover would have been in, but no, not now. And so he'll talk to the fellas, Mark and John, coming up after us. And then area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Colin is in the building. Those Seabass will hold it down until 11 o'clock. They'll have the baseball post-game show, and we'll see if the Astros can get rolling in game 1 of this series, and Mike Burrows have another good pitching performance against the Pirates tonight. But they'll have all of that and much, much more on Area 45, the best late-night sports show in all of Houston. Area 45 coming up behind us. Let's get to it. T-Mill's best bets. What do you got for the people today? 1 for 3 on a Monday. Let's see if you can capitalize and get in the green on a Tuesday.
Let's hope so. Tuesdays are typically kinder to us. I got 3 more baseball bets before we switch to the NBA Finals mañana with some wagers. But 3 bets around baseball, 2 of the 3 within the Astros action tonight. But first, this game just got underway, but you can get on a live bet. Don't fret. Don't worry your pretty little head. Padres plus a run at the Philadelphia Phillies. Padres plus 1. And then your other 2 best bets tonight. Haven't done this in weeks. The Saints have not been necessarily great this baseball season, but I am on the Astros money line tonight with Burrows on the mound at Daikin taking on the Pirates. Astros at -110 to win it. And then within the game tonight, I am on Seawalk, Christian Walker over 1.5 total bases with tremendous odds, plus 135 for Christian Walker to hit at least a double, if not more. One swing of the bat, like I always tell you, people.
About two singles.
I was going to say that's probably
two
my
singles.
I was going to say that probably is my favorite right there, Christian Walker.
I like it. It makes me
he's hitting between Jordan and Paredes, and he's probably going to get a chance to
use the force
to get some swings out there.
Is tonight a Star Wars night?
No, but it's Seawalk. It's Christian Walker. He's a Jedi.
Oh, okay.
He's something like that. Yeah. So those are your best bets. You can find them at T-Mill Real Deal. He has those posted every day right there for you. So let's see if he can get at least 2 out of 3 to get himself
back on track
and into the green. By the way, I told you we didn't have numbers yet on that, and Adam Schefter has given us
Drake London.
Drake London.
What you got?
Falcons, Ian Rappaport had initially reported the Falcons and star wide receiver Drake London agreed to terms on a massive new contract extension and gets a 4-year deal. Clint said, I said he's definitely going to move in the top 5. And you didn't see him jumping any of them. That top 5 was Jackson Smith and Jigba, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf at 33 per in that 5 spot. He got a 4-year extension worth up to $150 million, worth $141 up to $150, including $100 guaranteed. It makes London the 3rd highest paid receiver in the league, with the highest average per year in Falcons franchise history.
Woo! Love that money.
I mean, do you think this changes the numbers of Nico Collins if he did this a week later?
It would have to.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
I mean, because they pulled it off again. Then, I wonder if Drake London goes, last week before they make the move, and because they got Nico to what, 29 million, which puts him in the. I hope he's still in the top 10 now. Which puts him in the top 10 at 29 million. I wonder. I wonder how much that would have changed the numbers. And, well, now he's out of the top 10, to be honest with you now. Tyreek Hill is at 30 at 10 now. That drops it down. But, again, he was happy about it today when he spoke to the media, but another time in which Nick Caserio and company probably saved themselves a little cash by getting something done early with Nico Collins. That Nico Collins, he's just always getting paid just a shade underneath what he should be getting. But he has made his money. But damn, boy, that was big that they were able to reach that deal prior to this new contract coming out for Drake London, because he is clearly a better player than Drake London.
Yeah, I would. Again, I think Drake's got a little bit more sizzle, and he's got a little bit more big play, kind of highlight reel type stuff to him. But boy, that is. I guess Nico. I guess when you look at Nico's contract, he keeps signing these team friendly deals, man.
Yeah, he's 27. Nico's 27. Drake London's 24. So maybe that's a difference out of it, but whew. And Drake was a first-round pick, so they went after him. But yeah, that's the difference in how much those two are making him.
Nico was already locked in, so Nico was still. Obviously that 3-year, $75 million extension that he signed, he was locked in. He's still locked into that for 2 more years. So them tacking money on doesn't change anything other than just trying to keep him happy and give him a little bit of money, keep him from holding out.
Yeah.
Boy, if he goes out and balls out this year, he may hold out next year.
Yeah. He might. Whew, yeah. We'll see. I think he's fine. I don't know. Like you said,
there ain't no way he's fine. You start doing that math. These guys that My man Drake's had 1,000-yard season.
Yeah, and a 9. Nico's gotten hurt too and got 1,003 straight years.
Yeah, I mean, Nico. He got him some money and keep him happy in Houston. But I bet you next year with 1 year left on that deal, I bet you he holds out and needs a little more money right there.
We'll see because they added money for both this year and next year. All right, somebody was hoping to make some cash like Drake London did. Jaden Higgins. He spoke to the media today and talked about his goals and his role in this.
Me, the sky's the limit. However they want to incorporate me in the offense, putting me at different positions, whether that's X, Z, F, no matter what, in the slot, outside. Whenever I can go out there and make a play, no necessarily goals for myself personally, but I think we all know that the goal for the team is to, put a bull on the ring. So that's how I'm going to contribute however I can.
There it is.
Bull on the ring, biggest part of that piece, audio right there. It's bull on the ring, which makes sense.
Can't be right.
Bull on the ring, baby.
Makes sense.
Oh, they want a ring. They want to get a ring, and they're going to put a bull on it.
Are you going to put a ring on the bull? You going to put the ring on his nose or something? No.
Yes.
No, it's bull on the Super Bowl ring. It's Super Bowl ring with a bull on the side of it.
Bull on the. I think they put it right on the.
Or a Super Bowl ring on his hoof.
I mean, you could literally do that. That's just not what they're referring to, Tyler.
It's nonsense.
I know you're an animal lover, but this is not. There's something about the ring, the metal.
What? Listen.
I have one of them things tattooed on me.
He said he doesn't have goals. What for you, if he's taking a step forward, what kind of season does that look like for him? Right? Because there's some people who are talking about he's going to do the Nico thing. Listen, Nico went from 2022, 37 catches, 481 yards, and 2 touchdowns to 8